Upon awakening from slumber, Luo Yu discovered a shift in the world line, as Blue Star had devolved into a parallel universe reminiscent of the Naruto realm. Countless mysterious beasts and secret realms had descended, subjecting humanity to a prolonged and formidable invasion. The only means to counter this threat lay in the inheritance of ninjas, necessitating the transformation of the populace into ninjas. Fortunately, Luo Yu possessed the Naruto Template Upgrade System, which allowed for limitless upgrades of templates upon defeating adversaries and enhancing the levels of ninjutsu. Through the acquisition of reinforcement materials, he began his journey with the unlocking of the rage Uchiha Obito Template. At the testing grounds for novice ninjas, a mysterious boy wielding a kaleidoscope appeared, demonstrating formidable wood-release techniques that vanquished countless foes. Isn't the Kaleidoscope Sharingan exclusive to shadow-level masters? Why does this ninja student wield it so effortlessly? Chapter 1. The Naruto-infused world. Jiangli Base City. Fengyang High School, Class 3, Year 1. There are just 3 days until the Novice Ninja Assessment, and my chakra levels are only at 5. This year's assessment is doomed. My chakra reached 10 yesterday, perfectly meeting the standard for Novice Level 1 this time. As long as I have hands, I can participate. You must be joking. This year's assessment has adopted new standards, with abundant rewards but extreme competition. A chakra reserve of 10 barely qualifies you to enter. Only those ranking in the top 200 will become novice ninjas. Indeed, Chun-Chi from the adjacent class has already surpassed a chakra reserve of 30 to secure a good position. 30 chakra. Has he already reached the novice level 3 standard? When did he become so formidable? The Chun family is a renowned ninja clan in the city, having invested heavily to acquire the legacy of the otherworldly powerhouse, Noera Kakashi, allowing them to integrate and rise above ordinary individuals. What about us, the mediocre and financially constrained commoners? Are we truly doomed? I've already resigned myself to fate otherwise. How could I consistently rank last in every exam? Alas, if only my father had worked harder, I could have been born a ninja heir. I would have been a chunin by now. Listening to the cacophony of his classmates, Luo Yu was suddenly jolted awake from his seat. Am I in class? But it's summer vacation, and I was up all night binge-watching Naruto. How have I returned to school? Could it be that I have become obsessed with school? Must I even endure a dream within the confines of academia? Instinctively glancing at the stack of textbooks on his desk, Luo Yu felt even more perplexed. The theory and application of the body technique, the historical development of ninjas, the basics of chakra practice. Flipping through a textbook, he exhaled in relief. Strange, this dream is surprisingly convincing. Just as he began to relish the return of his summer break, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and a torrent of memories surged forth. After nearly 10 minutes of processing, Luo Yu came to terms with the reality. His once promising summer vacation was entirely obliterated. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that Blue Star now appeared to be a parallel universe. Thousands of years prior, this world had begun to witness the emergence of otherworldly secret realms. Countless monstrous beasts traversed through dimensional rifts, invading Blue Star's territory and transforming conquered lands into their own exclusive domains. This marked humanity's darkest era, with a significant portion of Blue Star falling under the dominion of these beasts. During this protracted period of darkness, humanity discovered the mysterious legacy of ninjas within certain secret realms, originating from other dimensions. This revelation shifted the tide. Empowered by the ninja legacy, humanity finally gained the strength to contend with the previously invincible beasts. Some human champions even ventured into otherworldly secret realms, unearthing more powerful legacies. Orange Legacy Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Saru Tobi Hiruzen. The Dragon Kingdom, where Luo Yu resided, was born against this backdrop. Is this my punishment for staying up late watching Naruto? He mused, grappling with the influx of memories. With the infusion of the legacies of the strong, humanity's might matched that of the beastly overlords, leading to a stalemate in the war between them. Having tasted victory, humanity began its journey into the ninja era. Thus, the ability to become a ninja became a matter of destiny in this world. It is worth noting that in this society, where ninjas are highly regarded, the benefits are substantial. Even the lowest-ranked novice ninja could receive 5,000 ninja coins monthly from the Ninja Association, with no need for contributions, purely a gift. This income level is unattainable for many common families. Despite the seismic shifts in the world, Luo Yu found himself, much like in his previous life, beginning his journey in an orphanage. With only one sister, Luo Qingyu, who was devoid of any blood relation, to support Luo Yu's education. His sister worked 3 part-time jobs daily, barely scraping by with a monthly income of 3,000. Recalling his sister's beauty, once full of vigor, now worn down by fatigue into a gentle young woman, Luo Yu felt a pang of guilt. Why sister remains as selflessly devoted as in my past life. Given this second chance, I must ensure she becomes the happiest woman in the world. Silently vowing within, Luo Yu focused on the novice ninja assessment in 3 days. Only by becoming a ninja could he improve their lives and alleviate his sister's burdens. It was said that this assessment would introduce reforms. Previously, the standard for novice ninjas required both chakra reserves and physical strength to reach 10. Now, achieving both at that level was merely the threshold for participation. Fortunately, he was well-versed in Naruto, so his innate talent should be unproblematic. While contemplating this, Luo Yu searched his mind for a second memory. Chakra Reserve 5. Physical Strength 5. Am I truly this weak? It's all due to these hands, stained with the weight of sin. My sister has truly misplaced her trust. Perhaps working in a factory wouldn't be so bad after all. Upon realizing his true capabilities, Luo Yu nearly succumbed to despair that in such a short time. Elevating his physical condition to an acceptable standard would necessitate absorbing the legacies of the powerful, forcibly raising his foundation. Even fragments of legacies would suffice. However, the steep price of even fragments was far beyond the means of someone like him, a commoner. Yet, as one who had traversed parallel worlds, Luo Yu possessed an indomitable spirit. No, if I concede to the factory now, my life will be irrevocably lost. With 3 days remaining and my profound understanding of Naruto, there must be a way to rise in this Naruto-infused world. Just as Luo Yu pondered how to orchestrate a grand turnaround in such a brief period. The Naruto Template Upgrade System has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the initial template. Uchiha Obito Rage, host, Luo Yu. Level, Ninja Student. Physical Strength, 530. Chakra, 550. Unlocked Template, Uchiha Obito Rage. Allocatable Attribute Points, 0. Allies, none. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Water, Wood. Talents, Hashirama Cells, LV.1. Kinui Kaleidoscope, Right Eye, LV.1. Basic Ninjutsu, Body Technique, LV.2. Fire. Release, Ninjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, LV.1. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, LV.1. Wood Release, Ninjutsu. Wood Release, Cutting Technique, LV.1. Wood. Release, Hell's Chaos, LV.1. Gazing at the sudden influx of data in his mind, Luo Yu's expression brightened with joy. Indeed, that which is destined to come will always arrive. A template system? The enraged child? This meant he had acquired the character template of Obito during his heartbreak. In the manga, Uchiha Obito, in a state of extreme rage, annihilated a multitude of mist ninja using this template. Kamui Kaleidoscope. Hashirama Cells. Each of these elements would serve as an extraordinary boon in the original narrative. What a splendid beginning. 3 days until the assessment, and even his grandmother could secure victory. Chapter 2. The Invincible Senju Cells and Kamui. During class, the entire class sat upright, but Luo Yu's mind wandered as he explored the system's functions in his mind. By chance, he clicked on the entry for the Senju Cells. A more detailed explanation unfolded. Talent. Kamui Sharingan, LV.1. Effect. Possesses the fundamental abilities of the Sharingan, along with a 5-second intangibility, with upgrades enhancing the duration of intangibility and unlocking additional powers. Talent. Senju Cells, LV.1. Effect. Increases ninjutsu power by 50, chakra reserves by 50, physical strength by 30, significantly accelerates chakra recovery, grants Wood Release. Attributes. Enhances bodily repair capabilities and mitigates the negative effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. Only 5 seconds of intangibility? It likely corresponds to the Kamui template, which Obito has just upgraded, thus unable to unleash its full potential. To fully master Kamui, one must evolve a Sharingan. This is understandable, as the abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan require gradual development. The experiences of Itachi and Sasuke illustrate this point well. What truly astonished Luo Yu was the Senju cells. No wonder the chakra and physical strength values were marked with percentage enhancements. It was indeed the influence of the Senju cells. After all, with percentage increases, as these foundational values grow in the future, the impact of the Senju cells will be even more pronounced. Even more unexpectedly, the increase in ninjutsu power by 50 was remarkable. In future battles with others, he would have immense confidence in his ninjutsu. However, thinking about ninjutsu made Luo Yu furrow his brow. The key lies in how to enhance chakra and physical strength within 3 days. Not to mention the assessment requires these two values to reach 10. With only 5 chakra reserves, I cannot perform any ninjutsu. Even with 4 powerful ninjutsu and the boost from the Senju cells, without sufficient chakra, everything would be in vain. Just as Luo Yu was troubled, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Defeating enemies grants random attribute points, which the host can allocate to enhance their foundational values. Luo Yu was taken aback. What a revelation that this system possessed AI. This certainly spared him the trouble of exploration. Moreover, the system's response revealed a method to enhance his strength. Conveniently, the outskirts of Jiangli City were adjacent to the Dark Forest, where numerous low-level exotic beasts roamed. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yu would never dare approach. Now, with the Obito template in his possession and the urgent need to enhance his physical strength and chakra, it was essential to train diligently at the periphery of the Dark Forest during the holiday tomorrow. With this thought, Luo Yu quietly assessed the ninja tools in his backpack. Ding, ding, ding. As the school bell rang, Luo Yu blended into the crowd, filled with laughter as he exited the school gates. Due to the increased difficulty of this assessment, various ninja academies had even granted a 3-day holiday, allowing students to make breakthroughs during this time. Half an hour later, Luo Yu stepped into a dilapidated, inexpensive apartment. It remained as chaotic and dirty as before the alteration of the world line. Only those at the bottom of society would choose to reside here. For Luo Yu, who grew up in an orphanage, and his older sister Luo Qingyu, this was their only warm refuge. Upon entering the room, he found Luo Qingyu busy in the modest kitchen, wearing an apron. Of course, it was a proper apron. Xiaoyu is back. Quickly wash your hands, dinner is ready. As she served the steaming dishes, Luo Qingyu smiled warmly at Luo Yu. After placing his bag filled with ninja tools down, Luo Yu mustered his courage and gazed into her gentle eyes. Sister, school is on break for 3 days. I plan to train at the ninja dojo during this time to pass the ninja assessment. This will also alleviate some of your pressure. Indeed, Luo Yu had employed a secret technique, a well-intentioned lie. After all, if Luo Qingyu knew he intended to battle exotic beasts outside the city, she would undoubtedly oppose him out of concern for her brother. Xiaoyu has grown up and knows how to care for his sister. Luo Qingyu's eyes glistened with tears. Go ahead, whatever you do. I will always support you. For your assessment, he'll cook 2 extra eggs for you today to replenish your strength. With that, she turned and resolutely walked into the kitchen with the last 2 eggs they had at home. Watching Luo Qingyu's back, Luo Yu felt a surge of emotion. Despite their dire financial situation, she said nothing and even refrained from showing her worries in front of him. Instead, she steadfastly supported him, as always. Such a sister is hard to find. To ensure his sister could live a happy life, he must strive harder. With that thought, Luo Yu hastily devoured 2 large bowls of rice. After dinner, he shouldered his bag. To honor those 2 eggs, I shall practice right now. Initially intending to wait until tomorrow to unleash his fury, those 2 eggs had ignited his ambition. Seeing Luo Yu's eager demeanor, Luo Qingyu looked concerned. Don't stress too much about the assessment. Even if you don't become a ninja, it's fine, I can support you. Rest assured, I have everything under control regarding the assessment. Luo Yu replied confidently, waving his hand before leaving the apartment. Half an hour later, Luo Yu arrived at a military base stationed outside the city. This base housed numerous ninja soldiers, part of the Dragon Kingdom's military ninja corps. In their daily training, these soldiers were all at the intern level. To exit the city and reach the outskirts of the forest, one must pass the soldier's inspection. As for why so many elite soldiers were stationed here, Jiangli City is a Tier 3 city in the Dragon Kingdom, bordering the stronghold of exotic beasts. If the beasts sought to invade the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangli City would first bear the brunt of their assault as the first line of defense. Throughout its long history, Jiangli City has been invaded multiple times by exotic beasts, but each time, formidable shadow-level experts would emerge to reclaim the city. However, this back and forth has caused countless casualties among its citizens. Living in Jiangli City is too risky. I must grow stronger quickly and settle in a safer area. Understanding his situation, Luo Yu murmured. He then followed the crowd, queuing to undergo the soldier's inspection. As night fell, the number of adventurers heading outside dwindled, and Luo Yu quickly reached the front of the line. Noticing Luo Yu in his student uniform, the lower-ranking military officer in charge of the inspection cast him a scrutinizing glance. The scanning device confirmed his identity through facial recognition and quickly verified Luo Yu's student status. Tingyang, 3rd middle school? You're still a student. After confirming the information displayed on the computer, the officer frowned as he looked at Luo Yu. Although there was no explicit prohibition against ninja students exploring outside the city, for safety reasons, typically only a few high-achieving students with chakra and physical strength levels of 10 would take such risks. After all, reaching a dual value of 10 is considered genius in school, and youthful exuberance is normal. Yet, Luo Yu before him was quite ordinary, with both values at only 5. Why was he trying to join this venture? In preparing for the upcoming assessment for intern ninjas, so I'd like to train at the outskirts of the dark forest. Luo Yu nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, the officer began to advise him earnestly. Though the creatures at the outskirts are all unranked stone-toothed rabbits, generally possessing foundational values below 10, they still pose a significant threat to someone inexperienced like you. Moreover, the assessment threshold for Jiangli City has increased considerably this year. Your abilities do not yet qualify you to participate. Why not focus on building a strong foundation and plan for next year instead? Observing the well-meaning officer, Luo Yu smiled slightly. I am just taking a chance. What if there are unexpected opportunities outside? Chapter 3. The Book of Ninjas. Unexpected opportunities? Perhaps he has read too many novels. Facing Luo Yu's unwavering stance, the officer reluctantly chose to let him pass. Before departing, Luo Yu casually mentioned, Xiao Huiji, we have recently received reports. There have been sightings of 3 rogue ninjas lurking around the outskirts of the dense forest, specifically targeting students like you. That if you insist on taking risks, remember to hide and contact us if you encounter them. As he spoke, the officer gestured towards 3 wanted posters affixed to the wall. Information leading to the capture of these fugitives will earn you 50,000 ninja coins, a bounty of 100,000 ninja coins for each kill, and 300,000 for the leader. Contact number 19532152. Faced with such generous rewards, Luo Yu felt a surge of temptation. 300,000 is a substantial sum for an ordinary family, enough to purchase a decent new home in Jiangli City. The value was undeniable. However, upon noticing that 2 of the wanted individuals were ranked as second-tier apprentices, with their leader, Wan Xiong, being a third-tier apprentice, he quickly regained his composure. A double value of 10 signifies a first-tier apprentice, 20 for second-tier, and 30 for a third-tier. The threshold for the lower ninja are set at 3 stages, 100, 150, and 200. For the middle ninja, 500, 750, and 1,000. For the upper ninja, 2,500, 4,000, and 7,000. Beyond upper ninjas, there exist ranks such as ninja clans, shadow guards, shadow level, and super shadow. Thus, it was evident that 3 enemies with at least a double value of 20 were concealed in the forest periphery. Moreover, their combat experience would undoubtedly surpass his own. Due to his first-level Sharingan, he had yet to unlock the full capabilities of time-space ninjutsu. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, he could only rely on his phasing technique for a mere 5 seconds of true maneuverability. After a moment of inner turmoil, remembering his sister who bore the weight of all familial pressure, Luo Yu resolutely headed towards the forest's edge. Fortune favors the bold. Watching Luo Yu's determined silhouette, the officer could only shake his head in resignation. Every year, some young people disregard warnings and lose their lives exploring outside the city. Yet, some remain unheeding. He had grown accustomed to it. The current youth are indeed impetuous. The reason for the decline of new talent in Jiangli City has been identified. Upon reaching the dim outskirts of the forest, Luo Yu found himself surrounded by towering vegetation. Not a single shadow was visible, even the stone-toothed hares, often seen nearby, were nowhere to be found. As the weakest of the unranked beasts, stone-toothed hares have become exceedingly wary due to relentless human hunting over time. Typically, a novice might wander the outskirts for an entire day without encountering a single one. However, Luo Yu is no ordinary novice. Sharingan activate. As chakra surged into his nervous system, Luo Yu's right eye transformed into a vibrant crimson, displaying the iconic 3 TOMOE. The observational prowess of the Sharingan reached its zenith, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement within a radius of 500 meters. The previously concealed stone-toothed hares, their chakra flowing within them, were revealed by the keen eye of the Sharingan. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yu observed more stone-toothed hares than most apprentice ninjas would see in an entire year. However, while his gains were plentiful, the energy consumption of the 3 TOMOE Sharingan began to take its toll on Luo Yu, whose chakra was limited to 5. Fortunately, the Hashirama cells significantly enhanced his chakra recovery rate. As the ebb and flow of chakra consumption balanced out with natural replenishment, he felt secure, keeping the Sharingan active. With a steady hand, Luo Yu discreetly retrieved a shuriken from his pack and hurled it toward the stone-toothed hare hidden 13 meters away. Thanks to the Sharingan's assistance, the shuriken accurately targeted the hare's lungs. Yet, due to the hare's tough hide, the shuriken merely inflicted superficial wounds. Realizing it had been discovered, the stone-toothed hare revealed its medium-sized canine form and glared furiously at Luo Yu. Simultaneously, a stream of information flooded into Luo Yu's mind. Name: stone-toothed hare. Attribute point drop rate: 40. Recalling the knowledge acquired at the Ninja Academy, Luo Yu felt a pang of embarrassment. The physical strength and chakra of a stone-toothed hare typically hovered around 67. Goodness, if not for the Hashirama cells enhancing him, he would be even weaker than a mere rabbit. Sensing the force behind the shuriken, the ever-cautious stone-toothed hare, with its eyes now aflame, charged towards him. At the same time, other stone-toothed hares lurking nearby regarded Luo Yu as an easy target and swiftly advanced upon him. Despite their usual avoidance of humans, when a weaker individual finds themselves isolated, they indeed strike. Realizing he was about to be overwhelmed, Luo Yu wasted no time and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chakra surged into his throat, and Luo Yu unleashed a massive fireball towards the gathering of stone-toothed hares. Though the hares possessed tough hides and high physical damage resistance, they were vulnerable to fire. Combined with the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, the great fireball detonated, incinerating the nearby stone-toothed hares instantly. Those slightly farther away were also caught in the flames, suffering continuous burn damage until they were reduced to charred remains. The surviving stone-toothed hares, recognizing Luo Yu's formidable power, fled in terror. So am this strong. Though the consumption is quite high, that last fireball cost me at least 5 chakra. A seemingly ordinary great fireball had left Luo Yu feeling utterly drained. After all, within the context of this world's ninjutsu system, the great fireball was considered a 1-star technique reserved for exceptional lower ninjas. Even those from ninja clans must meet certain physical standards post-apprenticeship to afford the exorbitant costs of learning it. For someone like Luo Yu, merely mastering basic techniques during his studies was already a source of pride. If word got out that he, merely a ninja student, had mastered the great fireball, he would surely make headlines in Jiangli City. With the immediate crisis averted, Luo Yu deactivated the Sharingan to conserve energy. In just a few breaths, thanks to the Hashirama cells, his chakra reserve returned to 7.5. He then hummed a tune as he began to collect his spoils. The most valuable materials from the stone-toothed hares were their 2 incisors. These were commonly used materials for creating ninja tools. Although the bodies of the hares had been rendered unrecognizable by the intense heat, their sturdy incisors remained intact. This spared him the trouble of extracting them manually. As he approached the corpse of a stone-toothed hare, Luo Yu noticed some corpses emanating a faint white glow. As he drew closer, the luminous energy surged into his body. Attribute point 1. This was the reward for defeating an enemy, granting him freely distributable attribute points. With this thought, Luo Yu casually opened the system panel and focused on the unallocated attribute points. Unallocated attribute points. 1. Realizing this was the attribute point dropped by the stone-toothed hare, he wasted no time and immediately allocated the point to chakra. Chakra, 650. His chakra reserve, originally at 7.5, rose to 9. With his previous weakness dissipating, Luo Yu felt a newfound vigor. Having tasted success, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled as he moved towards the corpses of the stone-toothed hares that had emitted attribute points. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Unallocated attribute points. 6. Having rescued a dozen hares, he had garnered 7 attribute points from the 40 drop rate, akin to a long-lost fortune. He promptly allocated 5 of these points to enhance his physical strength and 1 to bolster his chakra, resulting in a significant transformation in his physique. Physical strength, 1030. Chakra, 1050. How swiftly I have surpassed the standards for a first-tier apprentice. Luo Yu exclaimed, astonished. Had this been last year's apprentice assessment, his current chakra and physical strength would have guaranteed him success. However, with the increased difficulty of this year's assessment, he decided to continue bolstering his attribute points. Just as Luo Yu resolved to do so, a system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host has advanced to first-tier apprentice, earning a level reward. Book of Ninjas 1. Chapter 4. The Fireball Technique's Initial Mastery in the Realm of Ninjutsu. The Book of Ninja Techniques serves as a means to enhance one's abilities, with rewards granted upon each level up of the host. A sudden realization struck Luo Yu. Acquiring levels essentially translates to gaining skill points. Naturally, with these skill points, his primary focus would be on advancing the Sharingan. After all, the Kamui Sharingan possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate time and space, allowing for instantaneous transportation to any location, along with access to a unique dimension that only the Kamui Sharingan can unlock, bestowing a profound sense of security. However, the current level of the Kamui Sharingan was insufficient for him to harness its potential. Contemplating this, Luo Yu accessed the Kamui Sharingan panel and clicked the upgrade button, only to be met with the disheartening message, insufficient materials for upgrade. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the necessary material for the Kamui Sharingan's upgrade was not the Book of Ninja Techniques, but rather the rare Shenyang Stone. He recalled his instructor mentioning that the Shenyang Stone is a coveted resource essential for enhancing ocular techniques, with even a small fragment commanding a price of 1 million ninja coins at the Ninja Association. The Byakugan clan in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom had extravagantly constructed a training facility using Shenyang stones, exclusively for their prodigious members. Clearly, such an expensive material was beyond Luo Yu's current means. It seemed that any enhancements to the Kamui Sharingan would have to be postponed for the time being. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged the reality. Even in a system, financial investment remains the most reliable avenue. Recognizing the situation, Luo Yu inquired of the system, to what level must the Kamui Sharingan be enhanced to unlock additional abilities? The system promptly responded. The Sharingan's innate talent must be enhanced to level 3, at which point the next stage template will be unlocked, revealing new capabilities, including Uchiha Obito's Night of the Massacre. Luo Yu was taken aback. It appeared that templates could indeed be upgraded. Had he known this earlier, he would have been more eager, especially with the prospect of encountering various forms of Obito, such as the Ninetales Chaos version and the White Mask version. If he were to unlock the template of the 6 Paths Obito, he would undoubtedly stand atop the world. With this thought in mind, Luo Yu eagerly asked, "What are the conditions to unlock the Massacre Obito template?" The system replied, "The host must reach the Jonin level." This implied that as long as his chakra and physical strength reached 2,500, he could unlock the Massacre Obito template. However, even with the system's assistance, achieving this would take several months of diligent effort. Thus, he resolved to focus on utilizing the Book of Ninja Techniques for now, shifting his attention to other talents and the conditions for upgrading ninjutsu. He noted, Hashirama's Cell's upgrade requirement, Yamato's Legacy Fragment 01, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique upgrade requirement, Book of Ninja Techniques 01 or 5 Legacy Fragments proficient in Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique upgrade requirement, Book of Ninja Techniques 01 or 5 Legacy Fragments proficient in Fire Release, Wood Clone Technique upgrade requirement, White Zetsu's Legacy Fragment 01, Hell's Chaos Upgrade Requirement. White Zetsu's Legacy 01. Realization dawned upon Luo Yu. Perhaps the Book of Ninja Techniques was solely intended for enhancing basic ninjutsu attributes, while bloodline limit techniques like would release required corresponding legacy fragments. The system confirmed his hypothesis. Luo Yu pondered, stroking his chin. In this world, ninja legacy fragments predominantly originate from otherworldly secret realms, places akin to the sanctuaries of beasts, fraught with peril for humans. Even the most basic secret realms necessitate a Chunin certification for exploration. Although fragments may not hold the same value as complete legacies, they still entice ninjas to take risks. By integrating the appropriate fragments, one could inherit part of that ninja's abilities. For instance, absorbing Yamato's legacy fragment would likely awaken attributes of earth, water, yang, and wood. With favorable luck, one might even grasp the ninjutsu that Yamato employed. Of course, the most valuable outcome would be awakening the wood attribute. In ancient times, a formidable individual who absorbed the legacy of Senju Hashirama gained fame through their potent wood release, earning the title of the Forest Emperor. The Dragon Kingdom was established by this Forest Emperor, who expelled multitudes of otherworldly beasts and utilized wood release to build a nation in the wasteland. Thus, the power of wood release is widely acknowledged throughout the Blue Planet. Legacy quality is classified into various tiers: gray, white, green, blue, purple, and orange. The unnamed legacy, which can enhance basic ninjutsu, is of the lowest gray quality. When used by others, it merely increases chakra reserves, with a very slim chance of allowing the user to comprehend corresponding ninjutsu. Yet, even so, it remains a luxury that ordinary families find difficult to access. In contrast, the white Zetsu legacy is of white quality, while Yamato's legacy is of green quality. Only in Jonin-level secret realms can green legacy fragments be found, and it requires a collection of 20 fragments to synthesize a complete legacy. Therefore, even Jonin must invest considerable time to obtain a complete green legacy, or resort to spending lavishly to purchase one. Fortunately, the only requirement for upgrading Hashirama's cells is fragments. Setting aside those ninjutsu that cannot be upgraded at this stage, Luo Yu decisively applied the Book of Ninja Techniques to the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Level 1. The system's notification flooded his mind with a wealth of insights regarding the Great Fireball. In merely half a minute, he attained a deeper comprehension of this seemingly ordinary technique. Attempting to unleash the Great Fireball into the open air, he found that his hand seals were executed at double the speed, effortlessly controlling chakra consumption to a mere 3 points. Even so, the potency of the Great Fireball exceeded that of the previous 5-point version. Such qualities indicated that his proficiency in the Great Fireball had reached an initial mastery level. Could it be that each level of ninjutsu enhancement corresponded to a rise in proficiency? A jolt of realization coursed through him. The proficiency of ninjutsu is categorized by the Ninja Association into 6 stages: beginner, initial mastery, proficient, advanced mastery, peak mastery, and returning to simplicity. With an increase in proficiency, both control and the power of the ninjutsu would experience a qualitative transformation. In the hands of a strong practitioner, even low-star high-proficiency ninjutsu could rival high-star low-proficiency techniques. However, aside from certain prodigious ninjas, most ordinary individuals require extensive practice and careful understanding during usage to elevate their ninjutsu proficiency. This process is profoundly esoteric. Hence, most ordinary ninjas pursue high-star techniques, leaving proficiency largely to chance. Each elevation and stage corresponds with an increase in ninjutsu level. When I reach the 3rd tier of Chunin, 1T, I be able to master the Great Fireball to the point of returning to simplicity? This system is truly extraordinary. Luo Yu found it hard to believe, as many formidable shadow-level practitioners might not even achieve such mastery of the Great Fireball. Should he truly attain full proficiency in the Great Fireball at the Chunin level, his talent would undoubtedly astonish the world. With this in mind, Luo Yu examined the details of the Great Fireball. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Upgrade Requirement. Book of Ninja Techniques 02 or 10 Legacy Fragments Proficient in Fire Release 010. The upgrade requirements had indeed increased. 10 unnamed legacy fragments could synthesize a complete unnamed legacy. As expected, it would not be so simple. It is far more practical to focus on enhancing basic attributes for now. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yu collected the stone fangs and reactivated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan. scanning the vicinity for prey. Due to the earlier commotion caused by his fiery antics with the rabbit, all surrounding beasts had scattered. Moreover, the creatures in the area were now acutely aware of Luo Yu's prowess and would be particularly wary for some time. It would be nearly impossible to replicate the earlier feat of annihilating a large group with a single great fireball. Chapter 5. Rogue Ninja. Merely a delivery person transformation technique. Luo Yu swiftly executed the transformation technique, disguising himself as a stone fang rabbit, and then bounced away toward the outskirts of other areas. Thanks to his proficiency in the transformation technique, he was able to mimic not only his appearance, but also his scent. He approached the prey targeted by the Sharingan, relying on his transformation technique. With deft precision, he hurled shurikens, which, augmented by his enhanced stamina of 10 and the added prowess from the Hashirama cells, pierced directly through the heart. Luo Yu employed this technique to systematically hunt down the stone-fanged rabbits. By 11 o'clock at night, his large backpack was brimming with their teeth. The military camp had a window for purchasing exotic beast materials, and upon returning, he could sell these teeth for a substantial sum. Unfortunately, due to Luo Yu's advancement to the first tier of apprentice status, the drop rate for the stone-fanged rabbits had diminished to 20. After slaying dozens of these rabbits, he had only amassed 11 attribute points. Considering his lack of mastery in physical techniques, Luo Yu decisively allocated all his attribute points to chakra. Stamina, 10, 30, chakra, 21, 50. Setting aside his stamina, Luo Yu's chakra reserve had already reached 315, attaining the level of a third-tier apprentice. However, due to his specialization, he had not been recognized for breaking through to the second tier, and consequently, the reward of the ninja's book had eluded him. After distributing his attribute points, he meticulously stored the teeth and kept his Sharingan active. Something was amiss. He gazed towards an area 800 meters away. Under the influence of his 3 TOMOE Sharingan, everything remained vividly clear, even at such a distance. He observed 3 figures, menacingly surrounding a helpless little girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a neat apprentice ninja outfit. It was evident that this girl was also a prodigy. While most individuals her age were merely entering middle school, she had already passed her apprentice assessment. As for the 3 figures with malicious smiles, Luo Yu focused intently and recognized them as the 3 rogue ninjas for whom the military base had issued a bounty. Notably, one of them was carrying a backpack radiating a peculiar chakra response. Luo Yu discerned this clearly with his Sharingan. The chakra emanated from an unnamed inheritance, specifically the fire release that he desperately needed. Furthermore, the 3 rogue ninjas themselves had a bounty of 500,000. Upon this realization, the initial intention of retreating quickly transformed into a surge of righteous indignation within Luo Yu. It became his obligation to rescue the unsuspecting girl. With that thought, he set off immediately. At the edge of the dim forest, the little girl exclaimed, "My sister is a Jonin studying at the Imperial University. If you dare harm me, she will surely seek vengeance." Her complexion was pale, yet she attempted to project bravado. She had merely intended to hunt a few more stone-fanged rabbits at night to earn some extra money for her family. Little did she expect these rogue ninjas to be on night duty. In response, Wan Xiong, the leader of the rogue ninjas, sneered, "You need not remind me. Miss by you. The genius sisters of Jiangli City have made quite a name for themselves as commoners, and I am well aware of it." He continued, "It is precisely because you are a genius that you hold value. Scholars from the Ninja Science Research Association are known to offer enticing prices for genius-level experimental subjects." The mention of the Ninja Science Research Association caused Bai Xiyu to visibly tense, revealing her fear. Despite its seemingly official name, this organization was notorious for endangering global security, conducting forbidden experiments. Many gifted ninjas had been abducted and perished in their hands. The Ninja Association harbored immense hatred towards them, leading to the establishment of a special agency dedicated to protecting undeveloped prodigies. However, average talented ninjas did not benefit from this protection, as the number of strong individuals was limited, and they had more pressing tasks. As they spoke, the 3 rogue ninjas formed a triangular formation, completely sealing off Bai Xiyu's escape routes. Although she was a first-tier apprentice, she stood no chance against them, especially after her chakra had been significantly depleted from previous battles with exotic beasts. Analyzing her dire situation, Bai Xiyu succumbed to despair. Suddenly, the sensing-type rogue ninja's expression changed. "Something's approaching," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiong's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Bai Xiyu, Seizing the opportunity like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, called out desperately, "Help!" In the next moment, Luo Yu elegantly appeared atop a sturdy tree trunk, coldly surveying the three rogue ninjas. Noticing his student uniform, Wan Xiong relaxed momentarily, thinking, what a bold figure, only to find he is merely a ninja student, likely at the first tier. He gestured to the burly man beside him, instructing, "You handle him. We'll take care of the Bai girl." Disappointment flickered in Bai Siyu's eyes as she regarded Luo Yu, feeling a twinge of guilt. If she were delivered to the Ninja Science Research Association, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, this well-meaning older brother would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at the hands of the rogue ninjas. The burly rogue ninja grinned menacingly as he approached Luo Yu, thinking, a free training dummy, how convenient. Acknowledging that the opponent was merely a second-tier apprentice, Luo Yu did not hesitate, immediately forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The rogue ninjas could not help but scoff. Trying to put on a show? How naive, they thought. What could a mere student possibly know of the great fireball? Even we, seasoned apprentices, lack the qualification. Moreover, they noted his hand seal speed was significantly slower. Just as they prepared to mock him, in an instant, dense chakra transformed into flames as Luo Yu unleashed the fireball. It hurtled towards the burly rogue ninja. As the suffocating heat approached, the mocking expression on the burly rogue's face evaporated into sheer terror. Due to the rapid hand seals, he failed to react in time and was incinerated into charred remains by the incoming fireball. At that moment, the remaining rogue ninjas were left dumbfounded. This ninja student not only executed the great fireball, but did so with a speed surpassing even that of lower ninjas. The power was evidently superior as well. When had such a genius emerged in Jiangli City? They had heard no word of him. Bai Siyu felt a mix of surprise and joy. This older brother, as a ninja student, had not only mastered the great fireball, but had evidently reached a level of proficiency that approached mastery. Such an accomplishment far exceeded her own, leaving her, who had always prided herself, feeling humbled. Near the charred corpse, a faint light, visible only to Luo Yu, surged into his body. Attribute points, 3. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yu's gaze turned lustrous as he set his sights on the remaining two rogue ninjas. In his eyes, these rogue ninjas were brimming with treasures. Under the weight of his intense stare, the rogue ninjas felt a prickling sensation at their backs, their anxiety mounting. Weighing the risks, Wan Xiong quickly made a decision: retreat. While it was possible that the opponent was somewhat specialized and would have little chakra left after executing the great fireball, he dared not take that gamble. In front of me, there is no escape for you, Luo Yu scoffed, as the Hashirama cells within him began to stir, causing sharp wooden spikes to sprout from his arms. With a flick of his hand, he launched the wooden spikes, which effortlessly pierced through the fleeing sensing-type rogue ninja, branching out to create a gruesome scene. This was the insertion technique. Though the Ninja Association had not documented the insertion technique, Luo Yu estimated its comprehensive capability to be at least a 3-star ninjutsu, reserved for at least elite ninjas to learn. Would release. Bai Siyu inhaled sharply. The older brother before her not only excelled in fire release, but had also mastered the rare bloodline limit. Would release. Bai Xiao was truly feeling inferior now. Meanwhile, Wan Xiong was filled with self-satisfaction, relieved that he had wisely chosen to flee. With this thought, he dashed into the woods, trembling as he retrieved the ninjutsu scroll. This scroll, a rare life-saving artifact among low-ranking ninjas, contained a secret technique for camouflage and invisibility. Its worth comparable to a shard of white-quality inheritance. Reluctantly, he glanced at the approaching Luo Yu and decisively unfurled the scroll. In the next moment, a layer of processed chakra surged forth from the scroll, enveloping him entirely. Wan Xiong's figure gradually faded from view. Just before he vanished completely, he cast a cold glance at Luo Yu and remarked, "You, in that uniform, must be a student of the Tenyu 3. How dare you thwart my plans? I will remember your face and find your home. You and your family shall live in fear, awaiting my revenge." With his words echoing, he disappeared entirely into the ninjutsu's magic. Revenge? Upon hearing Wan Xiong's menacing declaration, Luo Yu could not help but smile indifferently. Was he still deluding himself? With this eye, I shall unveil the harsh truth to you. As he spoke, the 3 TOMOE appeared once more in his right eye. Before the Sharingan, which could perceive the flow of chakra, Wan Xiong's concealed form, camouflaged by chakra, was rendered utterly visible. Noticing the anomaly in Luo Yu's pupils, Wan Xiong was filled with terror. He was facing the wicked Sharingan. You can wield the Sharingan. And with 3 TOMOE. Are you perhaps from the Jun family of the imperial capital? The Jun family? Knowledge from history lessons flooded Luo Yu's mind. The Jun family. A lineage that had acquired the Uchiha legacy in ancient times within a mystical realm, was known for naturally awakening the Sharingan. Without the bloodline of the Jun family, it was nearly impossible to master the Sharingan, even with various means. Realizing that his invisibility had been pierced, Wan Xiong understood he had no choice but to fight desperately. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, he created 2 clones, his true self mingling among them, launching shuriken toward Luo Yu. The clones produced by this technique could not inflict real harm. The true threat lay in the original. In an instant, the 3 TOMOE in Luo Yu's eyes spun rapidly, transforming into patterns of divine might. The 5-second period of phantasmagoria commenced. Luo Yu's form became as insubstantial as a shadow, pierced by the shuriken. During this moment, Wan Xiong even felt an illusion of having succeeded. Yet, as he experienced no tangible sensation and missed Luo Yu, clarity struck him. Am I ensnared within the illusion of the Sharingan? While Wan Xiong was in a daze, Luo Yu summoned the grafting technique once more. With the Sharingan discerning Wan Xiong's trajectory, he was unable to evade in time and was swiftly penetrated. Attribute point 5. Since both he and his foe were mere apprentices, the drop rate for attribute points remained at 40%. 2 out of the 3 rogue ninjas had dropped attribute points. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and then rummaged through Wan Xiong's backpack. Aside from some food and water, there was a storage scroll. The chakra response of the unnamed fire release inheritance emanated from this scroll. What a bountiful harvest. Luo Yu grinned widely. Setting aside the unnamed inheritance within the scroll itself was an exceedingly precious item. It connected various storage spaces, making it exceptionally convenient for storing items. Typically reserved for affluent Chunin, these rogue ninjas must have acquired it through illicit means. Infusing chakra into the scroll, he opened the storage space. Inside, apart from essentials for apprentice ninjas, ninja tools, and explosive tags, he indeed found 5 shards of the unnamed fire release inheritance. With delight, Luo Yu placed all his belongings into the storage scroll and tucked it into his bag. He then allocated his 8 attribute points to stamina. The stamina panel updated immediately. Stamina, 1830. With 18 stamina combined with the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, Luo Yu's physique had surpassed the 2nd tier of apprentice rank. However, the reward book for leveling up had not arrived. Could it be that the enhancement from the Hashirama cells was not factored into the level assessment? Just as Luo Yu pondered this, Bai Xiao approached him with a look of admiration. Big brother, thanks to you I was saved. Thank you. To repay you for saving my life, I shall leave my older sister to you. Please feel free to use her. Ever since she witnessed Big Brother possessing 2 special abilities, Would Release and the Sharingan, she had silently regarded Luo Yu as a potential brother-in-law. Moreover, he was indeed handsome. If her sister knew she had found such a remarkable partner, she would surely be overjoyed. Hearing this, Luo Yu's lips twitched. That's unnecessary. You are Bai Xiao. Recognizing the delicate face that had leaned in closer, Luo Yu immediately identified her. After all, she was a prodigious girl who had passed the apprentice examination in middle school, quite well known in Jiangli City. And her older sister, Bai Mengyao, was a jonin studying at the Imperial Capital University. Both sisters were the epitome of exemplary children. My intent in rescuing you was purely out of a sense of justice, alongside the opportunity for some extra rewards. How could I possibly accept your sister? Luo Yu declared with righteous fervor, leaving the little girl stunned and feeling a tinge of shame. To think that Big Brother was so noble. While she had been preoccupied with thoughts of helping her sister claim him, what an unseemly notion. Noticing that the day was growing late, Luo Yu borrowed Bai Xiao's phone and dialed the contact number listed on the wanted notice. What? You encountered Wan Xiong and his gang. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, the operator on the other end of the line immediately grew tense. Ensure your safety and do not let them spot you. Send your coordinates. We will dispatch personnel immediately. They have all been eliminated. Hearing the confident voice on the other end, the operator was momentarily taken aback. All right, we will come to verify immediately. 10 minutes later, a 5-man team dispatched from the military base arrived at the scene. The leader was the officer who had previously advised Luo Yu against leaving the city. Upon seeing Luo Yu's appearance, he was instantly stunned. Isn't this the impulsive kid from earlier? Did he truly take care of Wan Xiong and his gang? This thought crossed his mind, but was immediately dismissed. No, how could a ninja student with only 5 stamina and chakra possibly defeat 3 ruthless rogue ninjas? As the 5-man team beheld the 3 corpses of the rogue ninjas, they were utterly astonished. The formidable power of fire release. The exceedingly rare wood release. These assaults were all evident on the bodies of the rogue ninjas. The officer swallowed hard, gazing at Luo Yu in astonishment. Who killed them? Me, Luo Yu replied. Somewhat speechless. Didn't I mention it on the phone? Bai Xiao chimed in to corroborate. I can confirm it. All these wanted rogue ninjas were defeated by Big Brother. Don't let his handsome looks fool you. He is incredibly capable. Seeing Bai Xiao safe and sound, the officer breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to see you. Bye, girl. I warned you not to leave the city recently, but you wouldn't listen. After the reprimand, Bai Xiao retreated behind Luo Yu once more. After venting his frustration, the officer scrutinized Luo Yu with the instincts of one who had faced death in battle. He finally noticed the subtle air of lethal intent hidden beneath Luo Yu's composed demeanor. This was not something typically found in a mere student. Moreover, judging by the calmness radiating from Luo Yu, his chakra was undoubtedly beyond 20. It seemed the information in the dossier had been understated. At this moment, Luo Yu perceived the officer's skepticism and decided to drop the pretense. He activated the Hashirama cells within him, and branches sprouted from his arms. This is my wood release. Now you should believe me. Upon witnessing Luo Yu's wood release, the team members' pupils dilated in shock. Incredible. This is the wood release that Lord Shinsuke prides himself on. I never expected such a genius to exist in Jiangli City. True experts are indeed low-key. Suppressing their astonishment, the officer nodded. I believe you. Luo Yu rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face. So the promised bounty of 500,000. Observing his reaction, the officer couldn't help but chuckle. Please provide your home address. Someone will deliver it to you tomorrow. After stating his address, Luo Yu produced a storage scroll and poured out dozens of stone fangs. This is my harvest for today. You may exchange them for ninja coins as well. As for the coins, please send them along with the bounty tomorrow. Since the military base offered material purchasing services, Luo Yu requested the officer to handle it as well. The sheer volume of stone fangs Luo Yu had extracted left everyone in disbelief. Goodness. Even if you locked me in a room with these stone fang rabbits for a week, I doubt I could catch this many. Are you sure these are the fangs of stone fang rabbits? This is more than we typically gather in an entire week. Listening to their praises, Bai Xiao beamed with pride. Indeed, my brother-in-law is exceptionally strong. In the eyes of the common folk, the stone fang rabbit was considered low-level, yet notoriously difficult to hunt due to its sensitive nature. However, this posed no challenge for Luo Yu. After all, possessing the Sharingan and a modest proficiency in transformation techniques had already set him apart from the ordinary. The stone fangs are worth about 300 each. So I'd estimate you could sell these for nearly 20,000, the increasingly stimulated officer said slowly. Having been pleasantly surprised too many times by the enigmatic youth before him to feel anything but numbness now, Luo Yu nodded slightly. Then I shall return home and await further news. While this wasn't much compared to the bounty on rogue ninjas, earning 20,000 in just one day left him feeling quite satisfied. He then pointed at Bai Xiao. Please see my little sister home. With that, he swiftly disappeared into the woods, out of everyone's sight. Bai Xiao stomped her foot in frustration. After finally spotting a commendable brother-in-law, he had vanished without even asking her name. Observing her reaction, the officer regarded her with admiration. This child has promise. She will surely excel. He then gazed in the direction Luo Yu had departed, murmuring to himself about the hidden genius residing in the third-tier city of Jiangli. Midnight arrived, and Luo Yu stealthily returned to his apartment. As soon as he entered, he was caught off guard by Luo Qingyu, who had been waiting by the door. Hands on her hips, her pretty face was filled with skepticism. Where have you been? Why are you home so late? Luo Yu feigned innocence. I was too engrossed in training and lost track of time. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu leaned in closer, her delicate nose sniffing the air around him. Why do you smell like you've been with a girl? Luo Yu chuckled bitterly. It's perfectly normal for there to be female ninjas at the dojo. His sister, while wonderful in many ways, had a tendency to be a bit jealous. After an extensive interrogation from Luo Qingyu, Luo Yu finally felt relieved enough to go to bed. Tomorrow, he needed to focus on hunting more stone fang rabbits, aiming to reach the threshold of a third-tier apprentice in 3 days. This year's assessment would be competitive, and winning would not only grant him the title of apprentice ninja, but also generous rewards. Initially, Luo Yu had merely aspired to attain the title of apprentice ninja to improve his harsh living conditions and alleviate his sister's burdens. However, having acquired the template of the wrathful Obito, his ambitions had naturally escalated. The next day, after breakfast, just as he was about to step out, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Luo Qingyu promptly opened it. "Who is it?" A soldier stood outside, his expression serious. "Hello, is this the residence of Mr. Luo Yu? Is it about Xiaoyu?" Luo Qingyu looked back at Luo Yu, seemingly trying to decipher his connection with the military. Did he get into some sort of trouble last night? Ignoring her wild imagination, Luo Yu stepped forward. "That's me." The soldier handed him a briefcase. "This contains your bounty of 500,000, along with 18,000 ninja coins from the sale of the stone fangs. Please verify." Luo Yu opened the briefcase, revealing it filled to the brim with banknotes. At this sight, Luo Qingyu's legs nearly buckled. She had only seen such amounts of money on television before. Unaware of her sister's astonishment, Luo Yu nodded. "No problem. I'll be on my way." With Luo Yu's confirmation, the soldier exited the apartment. Once the door closed, Luo Yu noticed his sister had collapsed onto the floor. "Sister, what's wrong?" He tenderly lifted her and placed her on the bed, his face etched with concern. "Xiaoyu, tell me honestly, who was that person? Why did he give you money? Are you involved in some underhanded dealings?" Luo Qingyu's expression was one of distress. Seeing her spiraling into another bout of imagination, Luo Yu had no choice but to clarify the entire situation. Half an hour later, she exclaimed, "So you sneaked out to the outskirts of the dark forest last night and encountered rogue ninjas. But how did you defeat them?" Her brows furrowed, showing her lingering skepticism toward Luo Yu's narrative. Men's words are often deceitful. She had once thought her brother to be an exception. Now, realizing he had been hiding things from her, her feelings were a tangled mix of emotions. Chapter 8. Mastering the Grand Fireball Technique. Due to the bizarre nature of the explanation, Luo Yu could only speak vaguely. In short, my talent for ninjutsu suddenly surged these past few days. Thus, typical apprentice ninjas may not stand a chance against me. Hearing this, Luo Qingyu's eyes lit up. "So, you're quite confident about the assessment in 2 days?" Luo Yu nodded with assurance. He then continued, "I'll take 1,000 from the money. You can use the rest as you see fit." Although pleased by his offer, Luo Qingyu firmly refused. "As you pursue your ninja career, there will be many expenses. You needn't worry about me. As long as you can take care of yourself, I can manage with fewer hours at work." With that, before Luo Yu could argue, she dashed out the door to work, evidently anxious that he might try to give her money again. "Sister, you are as stubborn as ever," Luo Yu sighed, placing the 500,000 into the storage scroll. This amount could secure a decent home in the third-tier city of Jiangli, but it would seem rather modest in a second or even first-tier city. He decided to spend a portion on purchasing beautiful dresses for his sister, saving the remainder for emergencies. Having made his plans, Luo Yu set off towards the outskirts of the dark forest. Evening fell. Another day of hunting rabbits began for Luo Yu. However, compared to yesterday, he found the drop of attribute points to be minimal. This was partly due to his swift actions resulting in a scarcity of Stonefang rabbits. Even with the Sharingan's aid, he needed to wander for a while before encountering any prey. Additionally, his recent upgrade had decreased the drop rate of non-level enemies. To accelerate his progress, he needed to hunt higher-tier beasts. Yet, the entrance to the dark forest was heavily guarded. To delve deeper and hunt apprentice-level beasts, he required an apprentice certification. Thus, Luo Yu had no choice but to continue hunting rabbits. After a day's efforts, he managed to accumulate 9 attribute points. Considering his current chakra reserves were sufficient, he allocated all 9 points to his stamina. The system panel updated. Stamina, 27, 30, chakra, 21, 50. Congratulations. The host has advanced to apprentice level 2 and received a level reward. Ninja Book 1. Finally, he had leveled up. Upon hearing the system's notification, Luo Yu promptly retrieved the Fire Release Unnamed Heritage from his storage scroll. System, can the Unnamed Heritage and the Ninja Book be used simultaneously? To advance the Grand Fireball Technique to mastery requires double the materials. Currently, the only method is to mix the 2 types of materials together. Yes, the system confirmed. Luo Yu took a deep breath and promptly utilized the Book of Endurance and the fragment of the Fire Release Nameless Inheritance 5 to enhance his Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique Level 1. As the system notification appeared, a deeper understanding of the Great Fireball's principles unfolded in Luo Yu's mind. A plethora of obscure information, akin to the rudimentary knowledge of kindergarten, was seamlessly absorbed by him. After 10 minutes had passed, Luo Yu, immersed in a sea of postures, fully awoke to the realization of how to conjure the most potent great fireball with the least amount of chakra. Moreover, he had mastered the art of condensing the form of the great fireball. While maintaining its power, the smaller fireball could mislead foes and enhance its penetrative capabilities. Is this the mastery of the great fireball? Even the fire release in the realm of the dark ninja fails to inflict harm. To revive the glory of fire release is our solemn duty. Even a low-ranking ninja would find it challenging to confront his expertly refined great fireball, Luo Yu mused contentedly. On his way back, passing the military base, Luo Yu sold today as spoils for over 20,000 ninja coins. Other hunters, returning empty-handed, twitched at the corners of their mouths upon seeing his nearly 100 stone-tooth trophies. No wonder not a single stone-tooth rabbit was spotted today. It turned out this lad had snatched them all. Luo Yu tucked the ninja coins into a scroll and strolled towards the city, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers discussing his extraordinary bounty. Who is this boy, capable of collecting so many stone-tooths? It's as if he raided a rabbit's nest. After years of hunting exotic beasts, I've never seen anyone slaughter stone-tooth rabbits as if they were pigs. Even if I had 3 days, I couldn't catch that many. Could he be a high-ranking ninja indulging in a casual hunt? Thus, the legend of the mysterious rabbit hunter began to spread throughout the hunting circles of Jiangli City. Upon returning to the urban area of Jiangli City, Luo Yu recalled that he still lacked a mobile phone, while his sister was using an outdated device. With a substantial sum in hand, he confidently ventured to the tech city and spent 20,000 ninja coins on 2 flagship phones. It is well known that a mobile phone is an essential tool for any ninja. Once certified by the Ninja Association, one could effortlessly accept tasks for extra income or purchase items from the association's store directly through the mobile phone, eliminating the need to visit the reception desk. After acquiring the phones, Luo Yu also opened a bank account to deposit all his funds onto a card. Once he completed these errands, he indulged in shopping, acquiring several exquisite dresses and a pair of stylish stockings, spending over 10,000 more. As mealtime approached, Luo Yu returned home, where he found his sister, as usual, bustling in the kitchen after work. "Sister, I bought you a gift," he proudly presented the clothing gift box, spending money recklessly right after getting it. Luo Yu feigned annoyance, but a smile tugged at her lips as she eagerly unwrapped the gift. Seeing her excitement, Luo Yu decided to assist in the kitchen. After a bit of commotion, when Luo Yu inspected the clothes and stockings he brought her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "Is this how modern girls dress? Is this what you brought me? It feels more like a gift for yourself." Sensing the tone of her mock anger, Luo Yu replied with innocent eyes, "Sister, you've sacrificed so much for me over the years. I just hope you can dress beautifully like other girls. There are absolutely no ulterior motives." Luo Yu scrutinized him, searching for any signs of deceit in his expression. However, his eyes were too genuine. It was clear that his intentions were indeed pure. "Oh, I almost forgot this." Luo Yu suddenly recalled, handing her a brand new phone. "Isn't this the latest model of the year? I remember it costing over 10,000. Seeing the affectionate look on Luo Yu's face, Luo Yu felt a wave of emotion. After raising this little wolf cub for so many years, he is finally becoming more considerate. With this thought in mind, she hurried back to the kitchen, exhilarated, declaring, "Since I'm in a good mood today, let us add 2 more eggs to dinner." After dinner, Luo Yu returned to his room early and began to play with his phone. This phone, worth over 10,000, was something he could only dream of in his past life, yet now it was easily within reach. How delightful! Lost in thought, Luo Yu watched serious anime until late at night, only going to bed when his sister urged him. The next day, after breakfast, Luo Yu rose early and headed towards the dimly lit forest's outskirts. When hunger struck at noon, he grabbed the bento his sister had lovingly prepared and continued until evening when he returned home. However, this time, Luo Yu did not spot a single rabbit, raising doubts in his mind about whether his ocular prowess had faltered. Filled with questions, he passed through the checkpoint once more. Upon seeing him, the officer stationed there greeted him warmly. "Little Yu, how was today's haul?" Having spent the past few days outside the city, the two had grown quite familiar, and the officer no longer questioned Luo Yu's abilities, especially after learning of his encounters with traitorous ninjas. "Ah, don't mention it. I didn't see a single rabbit." Luo Yu's face displayed his frustration. The officer chuckled, "That's because you've been too ruthless lately. The timid stone-toothed rabbits likely retreated deep into the forest to hide for a few days. This happens often. Upon hearing the officer's explanation, Luo Yu felt enlightened. Thank you. I'll return for them after obtaining my apprentice certification. He waved goodbye as he departed. On his way home, he pondered. With the power of his divine ability, the mastery of Great Fireball and Wood Release, he should be secure in passing the assessment. Yet, he still felt uncertain about securing the top position. However, without the support of the stone-toothed rabbits, how could he enhance his strength in just one day? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu suddenly inquired, "System, can I gain attribute points by sparring with others?" The system promptly responded, "As long as you defeat your opponent, there is a chance to earn attribute points." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's mind began to race with ideas. Sparring? Isn't that the purpose of the ninja dojo? The ninja dojo serves as a platform for ninjas to engage in combat training. In cities with a rich ninja culture, the Ninja Association even establishes official dojos. These venues attract countless ninjas eager to rent space for practice. After all, gaining practical experience is essential for becoming a self-reliant ninja. Consequently, the dojo business thrives. Although Luo Yu had yet to pass his apprentice assessment, Jiangli Dojo still offered services to ninja students. It seemed imperative for him to visit the dojo for some real practice tomorrow. On the final morning, Luo Yu rose early once more. This time, he didn't even have time for breakfast, hastily grabbing a bun before rushing out. Luo Tingyu frowned, concerned for her brother's well-being, thinking, this child is skipping meals. Doesn't he care about his health? When he returns, I must have a serious talk with him. Since acquiring a mobile phone, Luo Yu's sleep schedule had become increasingly erratic, which worried her. Who else would care for her brother's health if not her? Meanwhile, Luo Yu, following his plan, entered the Jiangli Official Ninja Association dojo. Upon arrival, he encountered a team of medical personnel carrying a stretcher, escorting a severely injured patient into the dojo's medical room. Having familiarized himself with the dojo's procedures from his phone the previous night, he was unsurprised by the scene before him. Although sparring was conducted under the supervision of official personnel to minimize injuries, some accidents were inevitable. Thus, medical personnel were on standby at the scene, prepared to address any injuries resulting from the sparring sessions. Is that not Wu Quan? He has been in the third tier of apprenticeship for quite some time, with few rivals beneath him. Who could have inflicted such severe damage that he required emergency care? It was Chen Qi, the young heir of the Chen family, who struck him down. Chen Qi. I recall he is a student from Fengyang No. 3, whose performance has always been mediocre. How could he have bested Wu Quan to such an extent? It is said that he has recently absorbed the legacy of the otherworldly powerhouse, Shiranui Genkan, which has propelled his strength to a remarkable breakthrough in the third tier of apprenticeship. Coupled with the formidable abilities inherited through this legacy, he finds himself unmatched among peers. Shiranui Genkan is indeed a rare gem among the white-tier legacies. The Chen family has made a significant investment. If I possessed even a fragment of Shiranui Genkan's legacy, I would be overjoyed. The Chen family, with its stronghold of Nin-level experts, naturally enjoys access to more resources. Surely, the Chen family is strategizing for the reward of the first place in the apprenticeship evaluation. Listening to the discussions around him, Luo Yu felt a stirring in his heart. The quality of Shiranui Genkan's legacy, although merely recognized by the association as white tier, possesses the ability to unleash nearly its full power at the apprenticeship level. In contrast, the techniques requiring advancement to Nin, such as the Flying Thunder God technique, tend to be more functional and do not significantly enhance combat prowess. Consequently, Shiranui Genkan's legacy is revered in the ninja world as the god of novice ninjas. One could assert that any who absorb Shiranui Genkan's legacy can stride confidently within the ranks of apprenticeship, even Nin. Therefore, within the white-tier legacies, Shiranui Genkan's legacy is considered the most valuable, rivaling even some of the less impressive green-tier legacies. However, given the Chen family's considerable influence in Jiangli City, one Shiranui Genkan legacy is hardly a concern. Indeed, in any world, wealth remains the ultimate path to success. It is not merely the Chen family. Every ninja clan in Jiangli City has expended substantial effort to ensure their members achieve commendable standings in the apprenticeship evaluation. Luo Yu is certain that these second-generation ninjas, boasting high-quality legacies, will pose the most formidable competition for him in the evaluation. With this in mind, Luo Yu smiled faintly, as it was the perfect moment before the grand battle to test his opponent's strength. He then took out his phone and opened the official page of Jiangli Dojo. The site displayed all the combat arenas along with the contenders utilizing them. The arenas were categorized into apprenticeship, Jinin, CH Nin, and J Nin levels. The higher the level, the sturdier the arena, and the greater the cost. Contestants could utilize arenas above their rank for a fee, but were prohibited from using those below their rank, as the repair costs alone would be exorbitant. Scanning the information on his phone, Luo Yu found Chun Chi's name in the apprenticeship arena. At that moment, he was engaged in a tournament, boasting an impressive 5 consecutive victories. Since challengers in the apprenticeship arena were all at that level, it allowed him to secure those victories with ease. Through these 5 matches, it became clear to spectators that Chun Chi was a formidable opponent, thus dissuading further challenges. Upon arriving at arena number 7, where Chun Chi awaited his next battle, Luo Yu observed him standing confidently at the center. Suddenly, a data panel appeared before him. Name: Chun Chi Attribute Point Drop Rate, 50. Chapter 10. Confrontation with the heir of Shirinui Genkin. Seizing the opportunity with no challengers in sight, Luo Yu approached arena no. 7. Numerous spectators stood outside, peering in through the glass, yet none dared to step forward and challenge him. In the center of the arena stood a boy clad in the Fengyang school uniform, a steel needle clenched between his teeth, exuding an air of arrogance. He was none other than the rising star, Chun Chi. In preparation for the upcoming evaluation, his family had funded him the legacy of Shirinui Genkan, elevating his stamina and chakra to the 3rd tier of apprenticeship. Aware of his lack of practical experience, he had come to the dojo to hone his skills. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself too powerful. With the mastery of Shirinui Genkan's legacy, seasoned apprenticeship-level opponents were no match for him. Facing novice ninjas who only grasped the basic transformation technique, even a single shadow clone could prove troublesome for them. Coupled with his ultimate technique, the 1,000 Cherry Blossoms technique, he became nearly invincible. In light of his overwhelming strength, all techniques appeared trivial. As he observed the lack of challengers willing to face him, a frown crossed Chun Chi's face, growing impatient with the situation. He lamented his own power, which left him without a sparring partner. Crushing these novice ninjas yielded no room for improvement. Continuous victories made it difficult for him to identify his own shortcomings. He yearned for a defeat. If only he could face a genin, but alas, the apprenticeship arena's rules prevented them from challenging him. I wish to challenge arena number 7. Just as Chun Chi was lamenting his strength, a voice broke through, capturing his attention. A strikingly handsome young man approached the front desk, registering for the challenge. This individual was Luo Yu. Finally, someone has come to challenge me. Chun Chi's face lit up with joy. But as he noticed Luo Yu wearing the same Fengyang ninja student uniform, his expression fell once again. He sighed internally, wishing for a genuine apprentice to warm up against. Facing a mere ninja student, even if he won, he would find no joy in it. After the receptionist scanned Luo Yu's information through facial recognition, she kindly warned, "Your attribute values only total 5. If you challenge the champion of arena number 7, you may be injured." Although medical staff and referees were on standby to mitigate most accidents, the referee in the apprenticeship arena was merely a 3rd-tier genin. If the disparity in strength was too great, even the referee would struggle to prevent injuries. "It's fine. That data is from a few days ago. I have already reached apprenticeship level," Luo Yu replied dismissively, waving his hand. The audience, overhearing this exchange, remained silent outwardly while internally chuckling. Could one truly advance from an ordinary student to apprenticeship level in just a few days? This lad must have witnessed Chun Chi decisively defeat apprentices and assumed they were weak. Little did he know that most ninjas spend their entire lives striving to attain even the apprenticeship level. Merely achieving that rank would be enough for many to hold their heads high. Seeing Luo Yu's determination, the receptionist refrained from further objections and pointed to the QR code on the counter. The fee for the apprenticeship level arena was 300. 300. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's lips twitched. That amount could buy several pairs of stockings for my sister. Even if I used one pair at a time, they would last a long while. However, he also understood that 300 ninja coins was a reasonable price. After all, with so many staff members present and the maintenance costs of the arena, the expenses were not trivial. This pricing was relatively lower compared to other dojos, thanks to the backing of the Ninja Association. After making the payment, Luo Yu followed a middle-aged referee into the arena. Upon seeing that Chun Chi's next opponent was an unremarkable ninja student, the referee's attention sharpened. He had previously underestimated Wu Quan, believing his strength to be on par with Qin Shi, which had led to Wu Quan being carried out on a stretcher. The young man before him was not in the same league as Qin Shi, so he needed to be more vigilant. "Hello, I'm Luo Yu." Luo Yu greeted amicably. "Qin Shi." Qin Shi responded coolly. He was well aware of the adage that those who say little are often the most skilled. With that, under the referee's direction, the two took their positions on opposite sides of the arena, prepared to begin. Once the referee announced the start, Qin Shi immediately expelled the 1,000 needles he had been holding in his mouth. The flying needles surged toward Luo Yu. As Luo Yu remained motionless before the imminent threat, the referee believed he was unresponsive and was about to intervene with shurikens to deflect the needles and declare Qin Shi the victor. Suddenly, Luo Yu activated his right eye's ocular power, revealing the 3 TOMOE Sharingan. Capturing the trajectory of the needles, he slightly sidestepped, narrowly evading the incoming assault. This unexpected maneuver left Qin Shi, who had been so confident of victory, momentarily stunned. He dodged. The judge, perplexed, turned his gaze towards Luo Yu, until he noticed the crimson pupils. A wave of horror surged within him. Among the audience outside the ring, some had also sensed Luo Yu's anomaly. It was the Sharingan. That Luo Yu actually possessed the Sharingan, and it was of the highest tier, the 3 TOMOE. Indeed, it was no wonder he could deftly evade the 1,000 needles. It appeared that Qin Shi's attack trajectory had been thoroughly discerned by him. Was it not said that only those of the Uchiha lineage could wield the power of the Sharingan? Look closely, that boy has only one eye activated. Could it be he has inherited Kakashi's legacy? Unthinkable. Although Kakashi's inheritance is blue, it is exceptionally taxing on chakra, making it impossible for a mere student to wield. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Shi also recognized the power within Luo Yu's pupils. The Sharingan, and a 3 TOMOE at that. I had underestimated you before. From here on, I shall give it my all. Qin Shi was not flustered. Rather, he felt a thrill. Compared to his previous overwhelming victories, he anticipated a more evenly matched battle. Shadow Clone. Qin Shi formed hand seals, and the chakra within him immediately split. 2 shadow clones appeared behind him. Together with the main body, the 3 swiftly surrounded Luo Yu. Upon witnessing Qin Shi utilize shadow clones, the audience erupted with excitement. Another shadow clone, and this time he produced 2 at once. It seems his proficiency is nearing mastery. How could he be so adept? Mastering the shadow clone technique at just the 3rd level is already formidable, yet he wields it with such ease. As a bearer of the white legacy, Noara Kakashi's inheritance is indeed powerful. It utterly eclipses certain inferior green legacies. How enviable for these 2nd-generation ninjas. As a mere 3rd-tier genin, I have yet to grasp the shadow clone technique, while others can master it merely through diligent training. Indeed, though it is a 1-star ninjutsu, the difficulty of learning shadow clones rivals that of 2-star ninjutsu. Relishing the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Shi confidently looked at Luo Yu and asked, "Will you concede?" Although Luo Yu possessed the 3 TOMOE, Qin Shi had mastered the shadow clone technique, which could only be learned by those of ch-nin rank, giving him no disadvantage in terms of formation. Coupled with his physical and chakra advantages, defeating Luo Yu should be a simple task. Chapter 11. The learning ability of the Sharingan. Just as Qin Shi reveled in his self-satisfaction, his casting movements were entirely discerned by Luo Yu's crimson gaze. At that moment, a series of prompts appeared before Luo Yu. The Sharingan has meticulously observed and recorded the shadow clone technique. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the shadow clone technique at level 0. Through acute perception, he achieved the effect of replicating ninjutsu. Indeed, possessing the power of the Sharingan significantly reduces the cost of learning. It must be noted that, in the original work, while the shadow clone technique appears common, it gives the illusion of simplicity. In reality, it is a j-nin level ninjutsu. In this world, a commoner wishing to learn it must first reach the threshold of j-nin, becoming a pinnacle ch-nin. The difficulty of learning is evident. Despite such a challenging ninjutsu, he could instantaneously comprehend it with the Sharingan. In addition to relying on the Sharingan's insight, there must also be a supportive talent. However, upon comprehension, the initial level of the shadow clone technique is 0. His proficiency is not even at the entry level, making it premature to utilize it in actual combat. With this in mind, Luo Yu continued to observe Qin Shi's movements with the Sharingan. He saw Qin Shi and the other 2 shadow clones simultaneously retrieve kunai from small ninja tool pouches strapped to their legs, pinched between their fingers. "Since you refuse to concede, don't blame me if I hurt you," he declared. With that, the three Chinchis threw the kunai into the air while simultaneously forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Thousand Needle Rain. As the words fell, the kunai in the air, under the influence of the ninjutsu, split into numerous kunai, densely covering the field like a torrential downpour. Faced with the ferocious offensive, Luo Yu's smile grew even more pronounced. For before him appeared, the Sharingan recorded the ninjutsu Thousand Needle Rain. "Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the ninjutsu Thousand Needle Rain at level 0. Watching the countless kunai hurtling towards him, Chinchi wore a confident expression. The Thousand Needle Rain was a potent 2-star ninjutsu inherently possessed by Noara Kakashi's legacy. And when released in conjunction with shadow clones, the area of effect was multiplied, even with the power of the Sharingan. It was unlikely he could evade such a net of attacks. Yet, regrettably, having finally encountered a somewhat formidable opponent, he felt no pressure at all and easily set out to defeat him. This served no purpose for training. Has it ended? Sensing Luo Yu's impending defeat, the nearby judge grew alert. He intended to unleash the Earth Release, Earth Wall, a super strong 1.5-star defensive ninjutsu, to block all the kunai. Suddenly, with an effortless smile, Luo Yu declared, "Do not interfere. These attacks pose no threat to me." At his words, the judge instinctively halted. In the next instant, the torrential kunai passed through Luo Yu's form, leaving not a single mark. After the deluge of kunai subsided, Luo Yu stood unharmed in the arena. Witnessing this incredible scene, the audience was filled with confusion. Did all those kunai miss completely? What kind of master of body tracing is this? No way. I clearly saw the kunai passing right through him. It's an illusion. It must be the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Yet, how could the Chun family boy fall prey to such illusions, leaving us mere spectators affected? Not only the audience, but even the judge standing at the edge of the arena wore a bewildered expression. Just moments ago, witnessing the kunai penetrate Luo Yu's body, he regretted not having taken measures. Unbelievable. What ninjutsu did this boy just employ? How did he perform it without any hand seals? Unlike those who could only see Luo Yu's back, Chinchi, facing Luo Yu directly, felt no confusion. A chill ran down his spine. For before him, the three TOMOE in Luo Yu's right eye had transformed into a far more intricate pattern. The Manjiki Sharingan. Remembering this title, Chinchi's leg muscles involuntarily twitched, and the calm expression on his face had long since faded, replaced by a ghastly pallor. Numerous sinister legends regarding the wielders of the Sharingan surged through his mind. He merely sought to experience a modicum of pressure from a strong opponent and convert that pressure into motivation. But what does it mean when the opponent activates the Manjiki directly? Is this something he at his level can contend with? Observing Chinchi in a daze, Luo Yu thought he was feigning weakness. Having frequently pretended to disconnect in competitive games only to strike back, Luo Yu was well versed in this tactic. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Out of caution, Luo Yu first consumed 5 points of chakra to unleash a smaller Great Fireball to test the waters. A searing fireball surged forth from Luo Yu's mouth, directed at the stationary Chinchi. This is bad. The intensity of this Great Fireball is outrageous. Feeling the surrounding temperature spike, the judge's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that even a mere student from Fujian No. 3 could unleash a 1-star ninjutsu. Moreover, the potency of the ninjutsu left even a second-tier genin like him sweating. This was no mere battle among student ninjas. Even the apprentice ninjas would hardly match this. Fortunately, he had sensed that Chinchi's mental state was off, allowing him to rush to Chinchi's side in time. Water Release, Water Wave. In the face of fire, the judge skillfully employed the water release to counter the fire. He summoned a torrent of water to crash against the incoming Great Fireball. In an instant, water and fire collided violently, the two elements intertwining. The fierce flames were extinguished, while the tumultuous waves of water transformed into steam, enveloping the arena. Seeing the ninjutsu of both sides neutralize each other, the entire audience was astonished. The water wave, after all, was a basic water release technique that countered the Great Fireball. Both of 1-star quality, combined with the attribute advantage, and considering the caster was a second-tier genin with a focus on water release, the proficiency should have been substantial. Given all these advantages, it should have easily overpowered the J-Nin level student's Great Fireball. Yet, it was completely vaporized by the high temperature. This is utterly contrary to reason. Even Luo Yu himself was somewhat astonished. Wow, it turns out I am so strong. The proficiency gained from ninjutsu has elevated significantly. I declare that the victor is Luo Yu. Suppressing his surprise, the highly professional judge announced the outcome of the match. After a brief silence, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. Who is this mysterious fireball boy? I've never heard of such a genius from Tingyang before. Tingyang number 3 is quite impressive, graduating directly to an even footing with a lower ninja. In the future, I'll send my son to study at Tingyang number 3. With such mastery of the great fireball technique, he must already be at least a minor success. I would believe he is proficient. I never expected Chen Qi to be utterly overwhelmed. It seems that we common ninjas also have the potential to rise against the second-generation ninjas. This is so inspiring. I've decided to stop slacking off. Starting tomorrow, I will practice diligently. And why tomorrow? Because you talk too much. At that moment, a beam of light surged from within Chen Qi, flying towards Luo Yu. Attribute point 5. Hearing the system notification, Luo Yu suddenly remembered that he had come to the dojo purely for attribute points. However, gaining just 5 attribute points from a single battle, and having to consider the drop rate, seems trivial compared to the allure of ninjutsu learned through the Sharingan. Contemplating this, Luo Yu decided to return home to study some new ninjutsu. He would temporarily forego grinding for attribute points. The mastery of ninjutsu is the true path. Before leaving, he allocated all the newly gained attribute points to chakra. The data panel updated once more. Stamina, 27, 30, chakra, 26, 50, chapter 12. The fragments of Yamato's legacy hold on. Just as Luo Yu stepped out of the dueling arena, Chen Qi hurried after him. What do you need from me? Luo Yu turned to Chen Qi. Could it be that this person is still unconvinced? No way. Big shot. Are you also from Tingyang? Which class are you in? Chen Qi's face was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered an extraordinary beauty. The previous look of defeat vanished completely. It's no joke. Holding out for a minute against the Manjiki Sharingan is something worth boasting about. How could he be disheartened? His current aim was quite simple, to cling to the strong. After all, ninjas who possess the Sharingan typically start as Jonin, and those who master the Manjiki are even more formidable, often on par with shadows. The strongest among the Qin family is merely a Chunin, an insurmountable barrier for ordinary ninjas. But Luo Yu is the possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan. If all goes well, he could become a Chunin in a few short years, or even surpass that. The future looks promising. Luo Yu is yet to grow. This is a prime opportunity to lend a helping hand. If he can establish a connection with Luo Yu now, the benefits for the future could be immeasurable. I'm in class 1. You can just call me Luo Yu. Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. You're right next door, Chen Qi sighed, surprised to find that our school has hidden a monk among us. It seems that aiming for first place in the assessments is now out of reach. Luo Yu curiously asked, why is first place so important? Isn't passing the assessment sufficient? Your family is well off. Do you really need to cling to the rewards for the top spots? Upon hearing this, Chen Qi shook his head. Luo Gu, you are unaware. According to insider information, the first place in this year's assessment will receive a fragment of Yamato's legacy. That thing is quite rare. Absorbing it could grant the ability of wood release. Those who understand know just how powerful wood release is. While our Qin family has some influence in Jiangli City, we are largely an inconsequential little clan elsewhere. This year's assessment is the only opportunity to obtain a fragment of Yamato's legacy. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. The first place reward is a fragment of Yamato's legacy? Are you certain? The upgrade material for the Hashirama cells is indeed the fragment of Yamato's legacy. Even the enhancement of a first-level Hashirama cell is astonishing. If it were to be upgraded again, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? It seems that first place is a must-have for him. Indeed, although the Ninja Association has yet to announce the rewards publicly, many families have been able to gather internal information. Chen Qi proudly patted his chest. Hearing this, Luo Yu felt a sense of admiration. It is indeed true that the ninja clans possess their own networks of information, allowing them to access secret knowledge more swiftly. Noticing Luo Yu's expression of interest, Chen Qi took the initiative to invite him. It's lunchtime. Why don't we discuss this further at a nearby restaurant? Luo Yu nodded slightly. He had discerned Chen Qi's intentions. Conversely, he also harbored thoughts of engaging with Chen Qi, representing the Qin family. If he could glean some materials from this interaction to enhance his ninjutsu, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for his future path as a ninja. With their respective thoughts in mind, the two walked side by side out of the dojo. Meanwhile, at the number 7 battle arena, The judge requested the attendant to retrieve the recording of the earlier match and promptly copied it onto a disk. He then hurriedly made his way to the director's office. Director Jiang, good news. A genius ninja has emerged in Jiangli City. In the director's office, an elderly man with graying hair and wearing a green jonin vest sipped his tea, squinting at the judge. A genius ninja? Tell me what you know. He is the director of the Jiangli dojo. Although his chakra reserves are only at the level of a chunin, he is well versed in physical techniques, thus qualifying as a special jonin of the second tier. In all of Jiangli City, there are only 2 jonin, the director of the Jiangli dojo and the president of the Ninja Association's Jiangli branch. In the event of a beast invasion, they are the pillars of the city. Typically, jonin are considered top-tier combatants in Tier 3 base cities, earning great respect. A ninja student just defeated Qin Shi in the dojo. This is the video of their battle. The judge took out the disc and inserted it into the computer interface in front of Director Jiang. In an instant, the two-dimensional wallpaper of a swimsuit beauty on the screen was replaced by the footage of Luo Yu and Qin Shi's duel. I've heard that the Chun family has integrated the legacy of Shirini Genkan into Qin Shi to secure the fragment of Yamato's legacy. I must take a good look at how he managed to defeat Qin Shi. Director Jiang focused intently on the screen. When he saw Luo Yu activate his 3 TOMOE Sharingan to evade the Thousand Hands Rain, he couldn't help but be surprised. 3 TOMOE Sharingan. Could he possibly be from the Jun family? The judge promptly added, "That's unlikely. I checked his records, and his name is Luo Yu. He has lived in an orphanage since childhood." Nodding slightly, Director Jiang continued to watch the footage. Soon, the scene shifted to Luo Yu phasing out to evade the Thousand Hands Rain. Manjiki Sharingan. Upon seeing the patterns in Luo Yu's pupils, Director Jiang suddenly stood up, his hands excitedly slapping the table. As an experienced jonin, he was well aware of the implications of the Manjiki Sharingan. It turns out that the technique that allows the body to transform into an illusion is a power of the Manjiki. No wonder. Witnessing the changes in Luo Yu's pupils in the video, the judge finally understood. However, he was left with a new question. Why was Luo Yu able to use the Manjiki so effortlessly? Normally, only those of the Uchiha clan's lineage can properly wield the Sharingan. Only those with the blood of the Jun family can inherit the legacies of Uchiha's powerful warriors. Moreover, mastering the Manjiki typically requires at least a shadow-level strength. A glimmer of realization crossed Director Jiang's eyes. Perhaps Luo Yu is the illegitimate child of some significant figure in the Jun family. Regardless, this young man Luo Yu must receive full support from Jiangli. Jiangli is on the borders of the Dragon Country. If the Beast Army makes a move, Jiangli will be the first to bear the brunt. Having a powerful protector in the future would increase the odds of survival against the onslaught of the Beast Army. On a sweltering afternoon, in a private room at the Jiangli Grand Hotel, Luo Yu and Qin Shi sat across from each other, dining and conversing. Through Qin Shi's words, Luo Yu gained new insights into this internship assessment. Among the many Tier 3 base cities, Jiangli's new generation of ninjas has always been regarded as exceptionally talented. In the talent competitions between cities, Jiangli has consistently ranked among the top. In recent years, fortune has not favored us, leading to a gradual decline in talent. Not only have we been surpassed by several lower-ranked cities, but there are even subtle signs of contention for the bottom positions. Therefore, in order to revive our former glory, the president of the Jiangli branch of the Ninja Association aims to invigorate the competitive spirit of the new generation of ninjas through a reform of the apprenticeship assessment. This is also the reason behind the increasing competition among the prominent ninja clans in Jiangli. Chapter 13. Enhancement of Shadow Clone. Having finished his meal, Qin Shi wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and proceeded to the main topic. With your presence, the first place in the apprenticeship assessment is no longer my concern. I only hope that you might have the opportunity to take me along, allowing me to secure a second place, which would suffice to appease my family. Of course, feel free to mention your handling fee. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu smiled slightly. Let me think it over first. With that, he promptly opened the system panel. Shadow Clone Upgrade Requirements. Ninja Book 01 or 5 Fragments of Anonymous Legacy. Thousand Hands Rain Upgrade Requirements. Ninja Book 01 or 5 Fragments of Anonymous Legacy. He decided to hold off on upgrading the Thousand Hands Rain for now, as he did not possess even a single Thousand Hands technique. Additionally, he was not lacking in offensive ninjutsu at the moment. However, the Shadow Clone was different. It could be utilized not only in battle but also in daily life and study, proving to be an invaluable skill. It perfectly suited those who required multitasking. particularly the protagonists of harem novels. However, upon dispelling the clones, memories and experiences would revert to the original body. Over-reliance on the convenience of clones could lead to exhaustion, and it would be rather awkward if one were to be misunderstood as having poor health. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu spoke calmly. 10 fragments of anonymous legacy. Upon hearing this, Qin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded decisively, deal. He then retrieved 10 fragments of anonymous legacy from his storage scroll. Being of the same gray quality, the fragments of anonymous legacy carried a chance of awakening corresponding attribute chakra. In contrast, the non-attribute fragments were a lower-grade cultivation material, solely useful for enhancing training speed. While such fragments might be rare in the eyes of ordinary people, they were merely commonplace cultivation materials for ninja clans. After all, their family had several lower-ranking members, and each expedition to lower-ranking secret realms often yielded a considerable number of anonymous legacy fragments. Moreover, in this transaction with Luo Yu, achieving a ranking was merely a side note. Qin primary goal was to establish a solid connection with Luo Yu. Associating with a future prominent figure held far greater significance than simply ranking in the apprenticeship assessment. Seeing Qin swift agreement, Luo Yu exclaimed in mock despair. It seems I have suffered a great loss, roughly 100 million. With no other choice, he tearfully stored the fragments in his scroll and bid farewell to Qin, saying, "See you tomorrow." With that, he exited the private room and headed home. Upon returning, he found the house empty, as his sister was still at work. Luo Yu hastily chose to enhance his shadow clone. The 5 fragments of legacy within the storage scroll vanished immediately. Simultaneously, Shadow Clone Level 1 appeared as a system notification, and Luo Yu instantly felt the intricate details of the shadow clone technique manifest in his mind. He was now capable of perfectly dividing his chakra into 2 portions to create a flawless shadow clone. Clearly, he had mastered the basics of this technique. Satisfied, he nodded and glanced once more at the upgrade panel for the shadow clone. Shadow clone upgrade requirements. Ninja Book 01 or 5 fragments of anonymous legacy. Since the enhancement was from basic to minor proficiency, the required materials remained unchanged. Without hesitation, Luo Yu used the remaining 5 fragments to continue enhancing the shadow clone. Shadow Clone Level 1. With the disappearance of the legacy fragments, Luo Yu sensed that his control over the shadow clone had reached a minor proficiency. Now, he could create 2 shadow clones like Qin, and these clones could also perform some simple ninjutsu. However, the chakra would be divided into 3 portions, thereby limiting the usage of ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Eager to test it out, Luo Yu swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, and immediately, 2 portions of chakra separated from within him, replicating his appearance to create 2 shadow clones. The 3 of them locked eyes. Each clone possessed independent consciousness, prompting Luo Yu to command, "All right, you two." One should grind through mobile game dailies, while the other enjoys some television entertainment. Double the fun, double the enjoyment. I'm off to nap and replenish my energy. Grinding for attribute points these days has been quite taxing. The 2 shadow clones replied in unison. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction and then stepped into his bedroom. As the sun set, it was evening. Tired from a day's work, Luo Qingyu pushed open the door. "Xiaoyu, I'm back." Upon seeing 3 identical, handsome younger brothers before her, Luo Qingyu was momentarily bewildered. Luo Yu smiled and said, "Sister, the 3 of us have prepared the meal and cleaned up. You can just relax tonight." Glancing instinctively at the food on the table, Luo Qingyu turned her head, her face filled with suspicion. "Which of you is my brother?" Luo Yu puffed out his chest proudly and explained, "They are all my shadow clones. I learned the shadow clone technique today, and I've already cultivated it to minor proficiency." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "Shadow clones. Isn't that ninjutsu supposed to be very difficult? You actually learned it. And to minor proficiency." Luo Yu grinned with pride. "I told you my ninjutsu talent is exceptional now. You should believe me." With that, the 3 of them surrounded Luo Qingyu, urging her to sit on the sofa. Luo Yu gently massaged her shoulders, while the 2 shadow clones bent down to knead her legs. "Sister, is this comfortable?" He was a dutiful and innocent child, and it was perfectly normal for him to pamper his busy sister after a long day. Luo Qingyu closed her eyes in enjoyment, humming in response. How could triple the pampering not be comfortable? She had never thought of using shadow clones in such a manner. Luo Yu smiled indulgently. "Once I pass the apprenticeship assessment, You won't need to work anymore. Just wait at home to enjoy life. Luo Qingyu opened her beautiful eyes and gently caressed Luo Yu's handsome face. I suppose I haven't raised you in vain. After this display of filial piety, it was time for dinner. Luo Yu decided to dismiss the shadow clones to save on food, admiring his own cleverness while eating. Thus, with a hearty appetite, Luo Yu polished off 3 large bowls of rice. The next day, Luo Yu was awakened early by the alarm he had set on his phone. This morning, the school would test physical strength and chakra, while the afternoon would be the apprenticeship assessment. Indeed, a day that would determine the fate of the students. After turning off the alarm, he swiftly dressed and rushed to the dining table to grab a steamed bun. In the kitchen, Luo Qingyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, said softly, "Xiao Yu, to cheer you on, I specially made you milk this morning. Drink it before you go." Luo Yu chuckled helplessly. "I'm just worried about being late. I'll have breakfast on the way." Luo Qingyu placed a large bowl of hot milk on the table. "What's the rush? I'll go to school with you later to cheer you on. Aren't you supposed to be working?" Luo Yu asked, puzzled. With a slight smirk, Luo Qingyu placed her hands on her hips. "What work? Today is a special day. Many parents are taking leave to observe their children's performance at school. Even the owner of our shop has gone to cheer for her son. Of course, I must come to support you. Perhaps it will help you perform exceptionally well." Chapter 14. Ninja Test. Today is the day that decides the fate of the ninja students. Knowing that his sister wanted to accompany him to school for support, Luo Yu initially refused, until Luo Qingyu began to wield her innate talent as a charming young woman. "Please, dear brother, let your sister go with you. If you agree, I will wear the black stockings you bought for me today." As she sweetly pleaded, Luo Qingyu playfully shook Luo Yu's arm. How could Luo Yu's slender arms withstand the strength of his sister's long legs? Reluctantly, he conceded to her will. A once formidable sister, now transformed into a gentle presence. Ever since she realized she could not surpass me, her demeanor has softened considerably. Is this the essence of growth? In the morning, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu ventured to Tiang Third Middle School to assess their scores. Only those who achieved a dual score of 10 would qualify for the afternoon's internship assessment. Upon entering the school gates, they were greeted by a bustling courtyard filled with students. The day was special, prompting many to arrive earlier than usual. On one side stood rows of aspiring ninja students, while on the other, parents gathered to discuss their children's prospects. "Go find your class. I'll be in the audience waiting for you to shine," Luo Qingyu said with a smile, tousling Luo Yu's hair and leaving him no chance to respond before heading towards the parents' area. After scanning his surroundings, Luo Yu swiftly located his class. As he joined the line, a classmate nudged him and inquired with a grin, "Was that black-haired girl with you your girlfriend?" Clearly, this student had noticed Luo Yu's earlier interaction with Luo Qingyu. "Girlfriend? Where's the girlfriend?" "Luo Yu has a girlfriend." "My goodness, classmates. What explosive news. So formidable. Luo God, teach me a few moves." The excitement among the classmates grew as they speculated wildly. No wonder Luo God has been turning down confessions from girls at school. He must prefer this type. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Luo Yu hastily clarified, "Don't be ridiculous. She's my god sister." He had always maintained a low profile in class, and few were aware of his family background. Aside from being pursued by many girls for his good looks, he possessed no remarkable traits to draw attention. He had previously refrained from bringing his sister to school to avoid misunderstandings, yet here they were. As Luo Yu attempted to set the record straight, no one noticed a pure and lovely girl gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Of course she calls him brother. No wonder he looks down on me. He clearly has a preference for this type. This girl was Lu Jia, a renowned academic goddess at Tiang Third Middle School, and also the class monitor of Luo Yu's class. Initially, she had been drawn to Luo Yu's looks and had taken the initiative to pursue a relationship, expecting a surprised acceptance. However, Luo Yu had coldly turned her down, leaving Lu Jia, who prided herself on her charm, deeply hurt. Now, hearing that Luo Yu had a girlfriend only fueled her indignation. Someone as exceptional as myself lowered her standards to pursue him, and he should be grateful. How dare he flirt with other girls? "Silence," Lu Jia commanded, her face a mask of displeasure. The classmates, who had been fervently discussing Luo Yu's mysterious girlfriend, promptly fell silent. Satisfied, Lu Jia donned a gentle smile and approached Luo Yu. "Xiao Yu, how has your training been these past few days? Are you confident about passing the test?" Seeing the class monitor approach, Luo Yu smiled and replied, "As long as I have my hands, I'll be fine." Lu Jiajia's eyes widened in surprise at Luo Yu's self-assuredness, and she managed a smile. That's good to hear. To be honest, I envy you. You don't have high expectations today. Just passing the test would suffice for you. But for me, despite my tireless efforts, I've only reached the level of a third stage intern. Even if I pass the test, it won't be a cause for celebration. If I fail the assessment, I'll have to wait until next year. With that, Lu Jiajia sighed dramatically, a look of anguish on her face. Nearby classmates exchanged glances, some wishing to intervene. Are we truly so fond of this kind of humble bragging? If it weren't for the monitoress looks, I might have given her a piece of my mind. Luo Yu was equally taken aback. The third stage of internship was a height many could only dream of reaching. Her lament seemed exaggerated. Goodness, if not for my protective system, I might have been impressed. At that moment, Principal Wu, his hair as white as snow, took to the podium. As the assessment begins this afternoon, we must complete testing this morning. Time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from further ado. Upon hearing this, the students below brightened, erupting into thunderous applause. They were prepared for a lengthy ordeal, but it seemed the principal was cutting straight to the chase this time. With a faint smile in response to the eager gazes of the students, Principal Wu began his address. 2 hours later, after concluding his speech, Principal Wu solemnly announced the commencement of the testing. The students, wearing sour expressions, erupted into even louder applause. Under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, classes were divided into 5 teams and queued outside 5 temporary testing rooms. Some students appeared determined, while others looked dejected. It was evident they were aware of their likely outcomes, as 3 days was merely a drop in the bucket for most average students. As the first batch entered the testing area, the large screen in the center of the school courtyard began displaying results, accompanied by announcements from the school's loudspeakers. Student Li Cheng, Chakra 5, Stamina 5, Attribute, Fire. Not approved. As the announcement concluded, a pallid boy exited testing area 1. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Li Cheng's parents were struck by the news, collapsing to the ground in despair, their eyes vacant. Although a dual score of 5 was not terrible, it assuredly indicated Li Cheng's prospects as a ninja were bleak. In this era of ninjas, the only way for an ordinary person to rise was to become a ninja. Otherwise, they would remain ordinary, struggling to survive. Soon, senior students entered and exited the testing area, with results continually rolling in. Some celebrated while others mourned. Those who rejoiced were not necessarily those who passed. Some merely approached the passing mark, with chakra and stamina scores of 9 or 8. To become an intern ninja, they would still need several years of training, but it offered them a glimmer of hope. Of course, for those who barely passed, achieving the foundational standards required for the internship was one thing, but becoming a true intern ninja was entirely different. According to past practices, to become an intern ninja, one also had to undergo assessments on fundamental techniques and temporary combat abilities. However, this year's reforms increased the difficulty, leaving many to wonder what challenges awaited them ahead. As the testing progressed into its latter stages, only 1/10 of the over 500 ninja students had passed. This result darkened Principal Wu's expression. The Ninja Association allocated resources based on the school's teaching quality. Such a low pass rate could jeopardize next year's teaching grants. Just as Principal Wu was feeling overwhelmed, the special class students began their assessments. Chen Qi, Chakra 30, Stamina 30, Attribute, Fire, passed. Wang Wen, Chakra 21, Stamina 25, Attribute, Water, passed. The explosive results from the special class eased some of Wu's tension. This special class, known for its substantial financial investment, consisted of students from the Jiangli ninja family or affluent households. Rumors of assessment rewards, including fragments of Yama, motivated them to invest heavily, enhancing their foundational abilities through inherited techniques. Otherwise, those lower-tier inheritance cards would yield greater enhancements at the Genin stage. Fortunately, these exceptional results helped improve the overall statistics. Hearing the dazzling figures from the special class, other students could only look on with envy. Money really can buy anything. Amazing. With stats like that, they probably advanced straight to the third stage of internship. I remember that the monthly stipend for the third stage is 15,000 ninja coins. I'm so envious. With that much money, you'd need to work at a factory for at least half a year. If you become a second-generation ninja, that amount of money is practically pocket change. Soon, after the preceding class had completed their tests, it was time for Luo Yu's class. In the examination room, the tester announced, "Now, please enter the testing area when your name is called." Lu Jiajia, standing at the front, cast a proud glance at Luo Yu in the back row upon hearing her name. From this moment onward, she and Luo Yu would inhabit entirely different realms. She would have plenty of stunning but utterly useless playthings in the future. One day, as a commoner, Luo Yu would undoubtedly regret rejecting the esteemed ninja's favor. With this thought, Lu Jiejie stepped confidently into the classroom. Before long, the test results were announced. Lu Jiejie, Chakra 30, Stamina 30. Attributes, Wind, Water. Passed the test. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. Even Principal Wu could not contain his astonishment and stood up. Had he heard correctly? Not only did she achieve dual values of 30, but she also possessed 2 types of chakra. The fundamental chakra attributes encompassed 5 categories: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, and 2 special types, yin and yang. Typically, during the early stages of training, ninja students excel in one particular attribute, which becomes their major focus. Unless one is a rare genius, mastering a second type of chakra transformation typically requires reaching the level of a jonin. Only through the fusion of legacies or fragments of heritage could one hope to grasp multiple chakra attributes early in their training. Even with fragments, the likelihood of unlocking a second attribute after acquiring a primary one remains exceedingly low, unless one possesses either a significant quantity of fragments or ones of high quality. Although Lu Jiejie came from a relatively affluent background, she was certainly not from a ninja lineage. The high-quality fragments or numerous low-quality ones were beyond her reach. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Lu Jiejie was a once-in-a-generation prodigy who had independently cultivated a second attribute. Her ability to elevate both her chakra and stamina to the level of a novice ninja without relying on ninja heritage underscored her exceptional talent. Upon realizing this, Principal Wu could not suppress his joy. Teacher Lao Su, waiting at the testing area, also wore a face of pride. He felt honored to have nurtured a dual attribute genius, further validating his exceptional teaching abilities and securing his position in this year's outstanding teacher selection. Other teachers rushed to congratulate Lao Su, while parents looked on with envy at Lu Jiejie's family. They had long heard of Lu Jiejie's excellent academic performance, but were astonished to discover such a hidden talent. Thus, basking in the limelight, Lu Jiejie held her head high and stepped out of the testing area. Observing her proud figure, her classmates were filled with admiration. With dual attributes, Sister Jiejie's future was undoubtedly bright. In a few years, she would become a wealthy female ninja. It was time to establish good relations with her. Wasn't it too late to befriend her now? Since Sister Jiejie became class monitor, I have been trying to gain her favor. Luo Yu was finished. He had apparently offended the class monitor. Watching their excited expressions, Luo Yu felt somewhat speechless. In the world of Naruto, one should be embarrassed to reach the end without mastering all 5 nature transformations. Wasn't having dual attributes merely pedestrian? Though he felt exasperated, Luo Yu remained aware of his circumstances, grateful for the blessings of his mentor. Among the many girls he had turned down, Lu Jiejie might very well be one of them. Were it not for his mentor's guidance, offending a talented ninja as a commoner might have led to dire consequences. I have a suggestion. To celebrate the class monitor's excellent results, how about we all go out for a gathering tonight? As Lu Jiejie approached, someone eagerly proposed. Lu Jiejie glanced at Luo Yu with the corner of her eye and lightly chuckled. We don't even know everyone's situation yet. What is there to celebrate? Just then, Luo Yu's name was called in the testing room. He walked toward the testing area. Jiejie, you may leave early once your test is completed. Go rest and prepare for the assessment this afternoon, Teacher Lao Su said kindly. Lu Jiejie watched Luo Yu's retreating figure, shook her head, and replied, It's fine. I will wait for the other students' results before I rest. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Lao Su nodded appreciatively. Truly a responsible class monitor. Others, however, were snickering. Class monitor. You still can't forget about that guy. Upon entering the testing room, Luo Yu faced a young man and woman, both clad in white uniforms, evidently sent by the Ninja Association as testers. The female tester verified Luo Yu's information on the computer before nodding at her colleague. Receiving her approval, the male tester addressed Luo Yu. I will use ninjutsu to invade your mind and body shortly. Please do not resist. Otherwise, the testing process will be terminated. Luo Yu nodded slightly in understanding. With the affirmation, the male tester quickly formed hand seals and then placed his right hand on Luo Yu's forehead. Ninjutsu, deep perception. As the words left his mouth, the male tester's chakra surged through physical contact, entering Luo Yu's body. Sensing the external chakra's intrusion, Luo Yu did not resist. Soon, his bodily functions, chakra reserves, and chakra attributes were laid bare. What is this? Upon sensing Luo Yu's physique, the male tester's pupils dilated, and he opened his mouth but could not articulate a word. The female tester at the computer frowned. Stop dawdling and report what you see. Swallowing hard, the male tester activated his chakra once more, re-examining Luo Yu's internal state. After confirming the results, he stammered, stamina 35, chakra 39, attributes, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and wood. Chapter 16, The Gap Among Geniuses Buffed. Upon hearing this, the female tester, who had been sipping tea, sprayed it all over her colleague. First of all, possessing 5 basic nature chakra types was already absurd. To add to that, there was the yin attribute. Chakra itself is a fusion of spiritual and physical energies. The separation of these two gives rise to yin and yang. Common legacies, such as those from the Nara clan or Yamanaka clan, primarily focus on the yin attribute, utilizing techniques like shadow binding and mind techniques. Typically, ninja begin with one attribute they excel in, a fundamental concept taught on the first day of ninja school. While some gifted individuals may naturally excel in 2 or 3 attributes, this was understandable. But starting with 6? What was that all about? Unless one had fused with exceptionally high-quality ninja legacies, such an anomaly would be inconceivable, even during the long era of ninjas on Blue Star. Not to mention, the rare bloodline limit would release. Could such an unparalleled genius emerge from a small city like Jiangli? Impossible. There must be an error in your perception. After regaining her composure, the female tester looked incredulously at the male tester. It cannot be wrong. I have rechecked several times. The male tester insisted. As the two continued to bicker, Liu felt compelled to clarify. I indeed possess would release. As he spoke, chakra surged around him, causing several branches to sprout from his body. It truly is would release. The female tester gasped, standing up in astonishment. She then turned to the male tester. So, your ninjutsu was indeed accurate. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Luo Yu with a warm smile. My apologies for the wait. She promptly began recording the test results. The male tester also smiled and brought a chair for Luo Yu. Hey, little brother, you must be tired from standing out there. Please sit down and rest. Sensing Luo Yu's potential, their demeanor became much more respectful. Merely being able to master would release ensured that Liu would receive focused training from the association, starting at least at the Jonin level. Not to mention, he also commanded 6 basic attributes, necessitating careful and considerate treatment. Outside the testing room, due to the prolonged waiting time, many began to grow impatient. After all, Luo Yu was neither a renowned academic prodigy at school nor a descendant of a ninja lineage, so there were little expectations for his performance. Among those who had lost their patience, Lu Jiejia, waiting to revel in misfortune, could hardly restrain herself from barging into the testing room to enjoy the sight of Luo Yu's dejected expression. At that moment, the female examiner's announcement echoed throughout the campus. Luo Yu, chakra 35, stamina 39. As her words fell, many questioned their own hearing. Yet another data point for a novice at the 3rd stage. Moreover, it exceeded the baseline of 30 in both categories. It is worth noting that the transition from novice to lower ninja represents a significant leap. And once dual values reach 30, they typically enter a bottleneck phase. The rate of improvement in both chakra and stamina slows considerably, and it is quite common for many to stagnate at this stage for years. This was also the reason why those from earlier ninja lineages, having integrated their heritage, often found their values capped at 30. Could it be that the inconspicuous Luo Yu was a hidden genius? Just as the crowd was still in disbelief, the female examiner's voice resounded once more. Attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and the bloodline limit of wood. At this revelation, chaos ensued among the attendees. Not only did he possess commendable chakra and stamina, but his attributes were also remarkably diverse. Surely, he must have been struck by the orange legacy upon stepping outside. The class teacher, Lao Su, felt bewildered. Wasn't Luo Yu one of his students? He recalled that Luo Yu's chakra and stamina had previously been rather mediocre, with only the most basic fire attribute. Could it be that his teaching methods were so remarkably effective, transforming an ordinary student into such an exceptional talent? Principal Wu feigned composure, yet internally battled the urge to kneel in astonishment. He had initially believed this year's student pass rate would drop, only to discover it was entirely due to this young man, Luo Yu. With Luo Yu as a paragon, Wouldn't all the ninja students in the city flock to enroll in Tingyang High School? Even students from neighboring cities would surely come in search of him. Tingyang High School was destined for fame. Meanwhile, Chen Qi, who had not left after the test, stared at the large screen in utter disbelief. Although it was already astonishing for someone Luo Yu's age to possess a Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had not anticipated such further revelations. There was no denying it. I had chosen the right ally in Luo Yu. As the one who first recognized Luo Yu's talent, Chen Qi felt joy swell within him. After all, the stronger Luo Yu became, the more he would benefit as well. In the parents' waiting area, Luo Qingyu stood proudly, puffing out her chest as she boasted to those around her, "That is my brother. I raised him." The other parents gazed upon her with envy, imagining the future comforts awaiting her for having nurtured such an outstanding brother. Luo Qingyu had insisted on attending for this very moment, having previously sensed her brother's burgeoning ninja talent beginning to unfold. She had seen him master the shadow clone technique and achieve minor accomplishments. However, she had not expected her brother's talent to surpass her wildest dreams. 6 foundational attributes, along with would release. This was akin to having integrated some powerful orange legacy. Now, she began to fantasize about how to handle interviews with major media outlets. The residents of Jiangli were equally elated to witness the emergence of such a prodigious ninja from their hometown. After all, their disparity with Luo Yu was immense. Had he been merely an ordinary genius, they might have felt a tinge of jealousy. Yet, Luo Yu was simply too extraordinary. Outside the testing room, classmates from Class 1 were equally enchanted. Who would have thought that Luo Yu, the hidden genius, was so adept at concealing his brilliance? I am honored to be in the same class as such a titan. It is no wonder he turned down so many girls. It was all for the sake of study. I can now boast about being a classmate of the divine Luo Yu, earning the respect of even the neighborhood chihuahua. The entire class brimmed with joy, except for Lu Jia, whose world crumbled around her. She genuinely felt happy for Luo Yu. However, as the atmosphere reached a peak, Lu Jia could only muster tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a strained smile upon her pale face. Today was supposed to be her moment to shine. Yet Luo Yu had stolen the spotlight, but there was little she could do. She had believed the gulf between herself and Luo Yu was vaster than that between man and dog. Little did she expect that Luo Yu would turn out to be the dog, with his would release and 6 attributes. Her dual attribute talent now resembled the leader of the Dark Four. How infuriating! Had she known Luo Yu was this exceptional, she would have pursued him relentlessly. Alas, that mysterious elder sister had gotten to him first. At that moment, Luo Yu completed the test and emerged from the classroom with a sunny demeanor. "Brothers, I hope I didn't let Class 1 down." As soon as their idol appeared, the classmates swarmed around him, chanting, "Luo Shun, forever a deity." Chapter 17. Promotion to Honorary Student Leader. Luo Yu, I never expected you to conceal your talents so deeply. Don't forget to take me along once you achieve success. Lu Jia offered a somewhat forced smile, extending an invitation for a dual partnership. "Next time, for sure," Luo Yu responded coolly, declining her overture. Observing his indifferent reaction, Lu Jia felt a pang of melancholy, as if a sorrowful barrier had formed between them. After completing the test, Luo Yu exchanged a few words with some familiar classmates before turning to leave with his sister. Suddenly, he spotted Principal Wu approaching. Why was the principal here? When the tests were still ongoing, "Principal," the class teacher quickly stepped forward to greet him. Principal Wu nodded slightly and then inquired, "Which one of you is Luo Yu?" "Hello, Principal. I am Luo Yu," he replied politely. As he gazed at Luo Yu, Principal Wu's eyes shone with admiration. "Not bad, handsome and poised. You remind me of my youthful self. I would like to discuss a matter with you on behalf of the school. Please follow me to the principal's office." With that, Principal Wu led the way. Luo Yu, filled with curiosity, followed him to the office on the top floor of the administrative building. Once seated, Principal Wu chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize. It seems I only realized your exceptional talent as we approach graduation. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, do not hesitate to ask. A student of your caliber deserves our support." Witnessing the usually authoritative principal being so courteous, Luo Yu felt a swell of emotions. Indeed, in any world, it is strength that determines everything. However, Luo Yu also understood the underlying motives. The principal's overture of support undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Thus, instead of making demands, he inquired, "Is there anything the school needs my assistance with?" Seeing Luo Yu's perceptiveness, Principal Wu nodded approvingly and then got straight to the point. "Given your outstanding results, The school would like to invite you to serve as the honorary student leader. Of course, you would receive a stipend of 10,000 ninja coins each month. You wouldn't have to do anything, just be a figurehead and collect the money. Upon hearing Principal Wu's explanation, Luo Yu immediately understood. This was an attempt to leverage his achievements for the school's promotion. As for the benefits, a monthly stipend of 10,000 would be considered a moderate income for an ordinary person. However, compared to the wretchedness of money, the allure of upgrading materials was far greater. With this in mind, Luo Yu promptly accessed the panels for his two main ninja techniques. Shadow Clone Upgrade Requirement, Ninja Book 02 or Unnamed Legacy Fragment 010, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Upgrade Requirement, Ninja Scroll 01 or Unnamed Legacy Fragment, specializing in Fire Release 050. What exactly is a Ninja Scroll? Luo Yu pondered internally. The system promptly clarified, it is a reward for the host upon advancing to a lower ninja. To advance to the first tier of lower ninja, both dual values must reach 100, something to set aside for now. The crux lies in the replacement materials for the unnamed legacy. Upgrading a technique from proficiency to mastery requires 5 times the amount of the unnamed legacy for fire release. A qualitative leap resulting from quantitative change. Wouldn't this upgrade allow him to soar? Principal, do you have 50 fragments of the unnamed legacy? I specifically need those for fire release. Principal Wu was taken aback by Luo Yu's request. Well, I do have some, but why do you need so many? 50 fragments equate to 5 complete unnamed legacies. As the most rudimentary cultivation material, absorbing the nameless inheritance can indeed facilitate rapid enhancement of one's abilities. However, excessive use will dilute its effectiveness. What does Luo Yu require so much nameless inheritance for? To raise pigs? I have a peculiar collecting habit, Luo Yu said mysteriously. Noticing that Luo Yu had no intention of clarifying, Principal Wu refrained from further inquiry. Perhaps it was due to Luo Yu's unique constitution, enabling him to absorb vast amounts of nameless inheritance without developing drug resistance. Otherwise, how could one explain his extraordinary nature? Of course, let the medical masters of the Ninja Association delve into such mysteries. After all, with such a prodigy like Luo Yu, he would undoubtedly receive significant attention from the Ninja Association soon. Principal Wu only needed to manage matters concerning Luo Yu and the third class of the Fujiang school. With this thought, Principal Wu promptly retrieved a storage scroll from the drawer beneath his desk. Unrolling the scroll, he extracted 5 orbs emanating a faint glow. These orbs represented the nameless inheritance proficient in fire techniques. Acquiring these was a lucrative deal for the image endorsement of Luo Yu. As an experienced ninja, Principal Wu had accumulated a fair amount of low-level inheritance over time, having trained in secret realms every month. Otherwise, he would have struggled to produce such a quantity of nameless inheritance. Observing this, Luo Yu flicked his wrist, and the 5 complete fire technique inheritances were swiftly absorbed into his storage scroll. You have a storage scroll too? Principal Wu inquired, somewhat surprised. Yes. A wealthy sister I met online gifted it to me, Luo Yu replied nonchalantly, nearly causing Principal Wu to choke. His own storage scroll had been painstakingly acquired during his youth through frugality and a month's worth of missions in the Ninja Association. After finalizing their business, Luo Yu provided his bank account number and phone number, bid farewell to the principal, and descended the stairs with a confident stride, eager to return home and upgrade his ninjutsu. Upon exiting the office building, he encountered Qin Shi, who had been lying in wait. Luo Gu, I've been waiting for you. What did the old principal want? Is he trying to set you up with his granddaughter? Qin Shi's face was filled with anxiety. He had a distant cousin he could introduce to Luo Yu and could not allow the principal to get ahead of him. What are you thinking? The principal was discussing my honorary title at the school after graduation, Luo Yu clarified, a dark line forming on his forehead. Qin Shi visibly relaxed. That's good then. At that moment, Luo Qingyu approached from the parent waiting area. Xiao Yu, the morning test has concluded. Shall we go for lunch? Is this your sister? Qin Shi's eyes widened, taking in her graceful figure. It seemed his cousin's chance was slipping away. Are you Xiao Yu's friend? Luo Qingyu placed her hands on her hips, eyeing Qin Shi. She intended to clarify that, according to Xiao Yu, he should refer to her as sister. However, upon reflection, she decided it was not much different from sister-in-law and let it slide. Don't speak carelessly. This is my sister, Luo Yu asserted firmly, unwilling to let Qin Shi take advantage of the situation. I have my own pride. Qin Shi chuckled, understanding the situation. I won't intrude on your little world. Remember, the assessment starts at 2 in the afternoon. Sister-in-law goodbye. Waving at Luo Qingyu, Chen Shi discreetly departed. This kid has a sweet tongue, though a bit foolish. He nearly messed up my family hierarchy, Luo Qingyu remarked with a smile. At noon, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu returned to their apartment. Due to time constraints, Luo Qingyu quickly prepared a pot of noodles. After finishing the meal she had prepared, Luo Yu promptly retreated to his bedroom. He confirmed the enhancement of the Great Fireball technique with the system, and the 5 nameless inheritances he had just acquired vanished instantly. Soon after, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Level 1. Chapter 18, Secret Realm Transmission Site. As the Great Fireball upgraded, Luo Yu once again felt a qualitative improvement in his control over the technique. Although he had not yet tested it, Luo Yu was confident that the potency of the perfected Great Fireball he could now unleash had doubled. Moreover, he had gained a deeper understanding of the hand signs required for the technique. The authentic Great Fireball usually necessitated 6 hand signs: Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu Yin. Even when proficient, the release process would take approximately 3 to 4 seconds. In life-or-death confrontations, for seconds could prove fatal. Unless one was launching a surprise attack or during the early ranks of the ninja hierarchy, it was rather impractical, often inferior to simply throwing shurikens. After all, in the original narrative, shurikens remained active in battles until the emergence of 6-path-level characters. Once mastered, the Great Fireball's 6 hand signs could be streamlined to 3, allowing for a release in under a second, thus perfectly replacing the shuriken. Now that he had reached mastery, Luo Yu was confident he could unleash it instantly with just 1 hand sign. Consequently, even in later battles, the Great Fireball could serve as either a surprise attack or a means of distraction. This bolstered his confidence in acquiring fragments of the Great Harmony inheritance. Just as he was reveling in his newfound understanding of the Great Fireball, Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement and wished to test his skills. However, considering he was at home, he refrained from doing so, realizing the potential for an accidental fire. At that moment, Luo Yu's phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID displayed Principal Wu rather than a sales call or other unsolicited inquiries, he hastily answered. Is this Luo Yu? You need not go to school this afternoon. Just meet at the city's Secret Realm Transmission Site, Area 3. Understood, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Luo Yu fell into contemplation. Each city's ninja association possesses its own Secret Realm Transmission Site. Through advanced transmission devices, ninjas can access various secret realms teeming with exotic beasts. After all, the entrances to many interdimensional secret realms are randomly distributed across the cities of Blue Star. Some cities boast 4 or 5 high-level secret realms, rich in resources, yet they must also defend against the backlash of beasts from these realms. Others may lack even a single secret realm, forcing ninjas to traverse cities for exploration, which is quite inconvenient. Thus, utilizing the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, transmission devices were developed for access to secret realms. This ensured a fair distribution of secret realms. However, in a Tier 3 city like Jiangli, there is only 1 middle ninja-level secret realm and 2 lower ninja-level secret realms. Consequently, the transmission site in Jiangli can only access these 3 realms. Only powerful cities possess the rights to develop more high-level secret realms. It seems the content of this assessment is related to the secret realms. Luo Yu concluded before resting until just past 1 in the afternoon. He then took Luo Qingyu and hailed a taxi to the center of Jiangli City. Arriving before a massive venue resembling a sports stadium, this was Jiangli's Secret Realm Transmission Site. Here, many individuals were entering and exiting, and they were clearly not there for the internship assessment. The badges on their chests indicated that they were lower ninjas who had long since passed their assessments, coming to procure resources from the secret realms. While these realms are filled with numerous ferocious beasts, they also contain abundant cultivation resources. Following the map at the entrance, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu proceeded to Area 3. Area 3 resembled a vast football field. Upon entering, Luo Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to a high-tech transmission device. He then surveyed the surroundings. The venue was filled with participants for the assessment, numbering over 500. Some held placards bearing the names of various prestigious institutions, clearly serving as gathering points for those schools. Among them, only about half wore student uniforms like Luo Yu, while the other half exuded an air of maturity that suggested they were seasoned individuals preparing for the internship after years of training. Each year, many of these societal figures returned to participate in the assessments, though this year seemed to have fewer participants than in previous years. Upon hearing rumors of increased assessment difficulties, many have chosen to wait for 2 years, hoping for a decline in challenges before returning. However, those remaining are motivated by reports of substantial rewards, eager to seize the opportunity. Give it a try, and a bicycle may turn into a motorcycle. Xiao Luo, you've come too. At the sound of her name, Luo Yu turned to see a graceful woman approaching. Following her was a proud male classmate, adorned with glasses. Initially, Luo Yu wondered, who is this? Beside him, Luo Qingyu leaned in and whispered, she is my boss at the hot pot restaurant, Sister Yin. Hello, Sister Yin, Luo Yu greeted politely, embodying the demeanor of an obedient child. Such a lovely greeting. One can feast on soft rice to one's heart's content, Sister Yin observed, sizing up Luo Yu with a smile. So, this is the younger brother you often mention, Luo Yu? Indeed, quite a handsome lad. I can see he has charmed many young ladies at school. Luo Yu felt a twinge of indignation at Sister Yin's comment, for it was he who was often deceived by young women. By the way, what brings you here? Is Xiao Yu also participating in the assessment? Sister Yin inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Luo Qingyu nodded with a smile. Xiao Yu has performed exceptionally well this time, restoring my pride. Really? Then congratulations are in order, Sister Yin replied, somewhat taken aback, for passing the test indicated one was indeed an academic achiever. By the way, this is my son, Qingyu, who also passed the test. You should get to know each other for mutual support. Sister Yin nudged the fair-skinned boy beside her. Qingyu smirked. We are competitors, and besides, even I have no confidence in this assessment, let alone others. With that, he nonchalantly strolled towards the assembly point for Jiangli No. 1 High School. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow at the sight. Jiangli No. 1 is a prestigious school. No wonder this boy is a bit inflated with pride. Sister Yin sighed. What can I say? He has always been gifted, standing out among his peers. This morning, he broke through 20 in chakra and physical strength. Such an outstanding result has him quite lost. As Sister Yin rambled on, Luo Qingyu merely nodded along. Seeing the two women engrossed in conversation, Luo Yu began to search for his school's assembly location. Soon, he found himself beside Principal Wu, surrounded by other students from Tingyang No. 3 High School who were also participating in the assessment. However, apart from Chen Shi and Lu Jejia, he was unfamiliar with the others. Everyone is here except for you, Principal Wu remarked with a hint of complaint. It's my sister's fault for being so slow. Women are troublesome, Luo Yu shrugged, deftly shifting the blame. Brother Luo, let us not forget our pact as men, Chen Shi said, approaching with a playful glint in his eye. Rest assured, I won't take your materials for nothing, Luo Yu replied with a slight smile, as he was well aware of the etiquette of reciprocity. Just as the group began to grow weary from waiting, a resolute-looking middle-aged man stepped into the center of the arena. The moment the crowd beheld his green vest, a symbol of high-ranking ninja status, silence enveloped the gathering. That man was a jonin. For many, merely encountering such formidable jonin was a tremendous honor. In a Tier 3 city, jonin were akin to guardian deities. In Jiangli City, only 2 jonin resided permanently, Director Jiang of the Jiangli Dojo and President Bai of the Jiangli branch of the Ninja Association. While it was rare to meet them in real life, their images were somewhat familiar from television, especially considering Jiangli City had faced numerous threats from the ominous Dark Forest, all repelled by these 2 jonin. The jonin before them was none other than President Bai. With his presence, it was clear that this assessment was taken very seriously. I am Bai Ju, President of the Jiangli branch of the Ninja Association. It is now 2 p.m., and I shall announce the rules for the internship assessment. He paused before continuing, as you may have heard. This internship assessment differs from previous ones. Participants will hunt exotic beasts within a secret realm to earn corresponding points. The top 200 will be granted the title of Intern Ninja. Upon hearing this, many participants turned pale. The lowest level secret realms were only accessible to lower-ranked ninjas, and their danger was evident. They were not even interns yet, and now they were to enter a secret realm. Was this not akin to offering themselves as prey to these beasts? Yet Luo Yu felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, his training had reached a bottleneck. To achieve rapid progress, he needed to defeat lower-ranked exotic beasts to acquire more attribute points. Sensing the crowd's trepidation, President Bai smiled reassuringly. Please do not worry. For this assessment, I specifically applied for the use of the intern-level trial grounds from headquarters. At this, the crowd's expression softened. Luo Yu nodded in understanding. unlike other secret realms that spontaneously appeared due to ancient period dimensional breaches. Trial grounds were artificial realms created through extensive human research into the principles of secret realms for practical training. Everything within the trial grounds is controllable. Even in the event of danger, participants can be instantly transported back via a control system. More importantly, they need not fear the intern-level exotic beasts. Of course, as the difficulty increases, so too will the rewards. Upon hearing that President Bai was about to announce the rewards, everyone in the room perked up, including Luo Yu, who was keenly interested. For he had come not only to attain the title of an intern ninja, but also to acquire fragments of the Great Harmony legacy to upgrade his Hashirama cells. Even the first-level Hashirama cells offered significant enhancements. The thought of how extraordinary the strength would be after upgrading with the Great Harmony fragments was nearly unfathomable. Clearing his throat, President Bai continued, the top 5 participants will receive a bronze badge. The first-place winner will earn a silver badge. At this declaration, the entire assembly erupted in awe at the grand scale of the rewards. Ninja badges symbolize status and strength, with different levels corresponding to the ranks from intern to super shadow. Moreover, these badges are categorized into 5 grades: ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, and obsidian. In the internship assessments of Tier 3 cities, it is typically rare for even outstanding participants to receive more than a bronze badge, which is the highest badge that the Ninja Association in Jiangli City can issue. In Tier 2 cities, the maximum is a silver badge, while Tier 1 cities can award gold badges, as the assessment difficulties in these higher-tier cities far exceed those of Jiangli City, necessitating higher-grade badges to reflect their value. The coveted Obsidian badge is only bestowed by the headquarters of the association, which does not even hold internship assessments, starting instead with evaluations for Jonin. Clearly, President Bai had applied for the authority to award silver badges for this assessment, underscoring the significance placed upon it. This suggests that the assessment's difficulty is comparable to those held in Tier 2 cities. As the ranks rise, the badge ratings will not only remain intact, but can also be upgraded according to subsequent higher-level ninja assessments. Thus, a special badge earned during the internship assessment will accompany its holder for life. With the audience's interest piqued, President Bai continued, the significance of these badges extends beyond mere symbolism. Those who possess special badges can enjoy substantial benefits. For instance, our Blue Star people cannot remain in secret realms from other dimensional planes for extended periods. For every hour spent, a quantifiable fatigue value in the form of materials, known as dimensional essence, must be consumed. This resource is monopolized by the association, which retains the exclusive rights for legal extraction and allocates it monthly based on ninja rank. To acquire additional quantities, one must invest heavily in the association's shop or engage in private transactions. Possessing a higher-rated ninja badge signifies the ability to allocate more dimensional energy within the same tier. This allows for prolonged training within the secret realms, inevitably leading to a more rapid cultivation progress compared to those who invest less dimensional energy. After listening to President Bai's explanation, Luo Yu finally grasped the concept. This is akin to the stamina system in games. Players can only allocate a fixed amount of stamina each day to enhance their skills. Only by becoming a wealthy player and purchasing more stamina can one surpass others. This special badge is comparable to a level, a truly valuable item. Regardless, the method of leveling up for oneself is through defeating exotic beasts to acquire attribute points, which undoubtedly requires a significant amount of dimensional energy to ensure one's presence in the secret realm. The silver badge for first place is already reserved for him. However, where are the promised fragments of the Yamato legacy? Not only Luo Yu, but also other second-generation ninjas who learned about the existence of the Yamato legacy fragments through special channels were equally perplexed. The reward was a higher-rated badge. But what about the Yamato fragments? This contradicted the information their families had received. Observing the confusion on the faces of a small group, President Bai calmly stated that, in addition to the badges, to encourage competition, a special reward was placed in the trial area, the fragments of the Yamato legacy, wielded by the powerful user of wood release. This announcement immediately stirred a significant uproar. Besides the informed second-generation ninjas, many were unaware that such coveted rewards would be offered during this assessment. After all, wood release possesses extraordinary power. Even if one could obtain it through the Yamato fragments by chance, it holds an inexplicable allure for ninjas striving for strength. Rumor has it that the rogue organization within the Ninja Research Society has been capturing many would-release users as subjects, in pursuit of a method to mass-produce would-release ninjas. This illustrates just how rare would-release truly is. Chapter 20. The inflated director, Jiang. The fragments of the Yamato legacy from the would-release master are located in the hazardous area of the trial ground. Shortly, the association will provide each candidate with scientific ninja tools for the assessment. These tools will record the points earned and will also include a map, revealing the types of exotic beasts inhabiting different areas and the precise coordinates of the hazardous zone where the Yamato fragments are placed. In case of danger, candidates can utilize these scientific tools to activate the Flying Thunder God technique for teleportation back, although this would also mean forfeiting the competition. After explaining the rules, President Bai instructed the candidates to collect their wristwatch-style scientific tools. The assessment would last 3 hours, and the timer began at that moment. President Bai solemnly announced as the teleportation device to the secret realm activated, generating a deep spatial fissure at the center of the arena. Under the guidance of the association staff, candidates entered the fissure one by one, needing to duo rank up with Qin. Luo Yu followed closely behind him into the fissure. Immediately, he was enveloped by a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the periphery of a mountainous forest. Looking around, he saw no sign of Qin, only a few unfamiliar candidates with bewildered expressions. It appeared that the teleportation points were randomly distributed across the various entrances of the trial ground, designed to prevent early clustering. Although the assessment tacitly allowed for group formations, without sufficient strength, candidates might struggle to meet up with their teammates amidst the lurking exotic beasts. Luo Yu activated the scientific tool, projecting the map of the trial ground. His gaze settled on a particular mountain peak marked as a hazardous zone. The special reward must be located there. Besides assisting Qin, acquiring the Yamato legacy fragments was also crucial. The more competitive candidates were likely already making their way towards that direction. If he spent too much time searching for Qin, the Yamato fragments might be claimed by someone else. Realizing this, Luo Yu sprang into action, utilizing the shadow clone technique. Instantly, 2 shadow clones materialized beside him. His chakra was divided into 3 portions, but for Luo Yu's main body, this merely reduced the upper limit of his chakra. Thanks to the Hashirama cells, his chakra recovery was visibly rapid. As long as he restrained his use of jutsu, it was akin to having unlimited firepower. In contrast, the chakra recovery rate for the shadow clones was only about 30 of the main body's. Although they could still overpower many ninjas of the same tier, they could not squander chakra like the main body could. You two take different paths to locate Qin. I shall pursue the Yamato legacy fragments. Upon hearing the command from the main body, the 2 shadow clones promptly ventured into the woods to the east and west. Luo Yu chose a shorter route towards the hazardous area. All of this was observed by a high-altitude sand-eye at the Zhongli Secret Realm's teleportation site. In Area 3, a massive screen loomed at the center. Due to the need for confidentiality regarding the assessment's intricacies, the screen merely displayed the points of numerous participants. Many principals and parents could only gauge the situation through the points displayed. As the assessment commenced, President Bai turned and entered the oversight area on the upper floor, where internal personnel monitored the assessment process. Once the assessment began, the management system of the trial ground would generate the sand-eye, monitoring every move of the candidates. These images would be transmitted to the screens in the oversight area. Old Bai, you finally arrived, greeted Director Jiang as President Bai stepped through the door. President Bai, you unexpectedly altered the method of obtaining the Yamato fragments. What are you truly up to? Inside the room, many prominent figures from the Zhongli family were present. Parents of the second-generation ninjas displayed on the screen. Had it not been for your penchant for preemptively gathering intelligence on the assessment, I would not have felt compelled to make such changes, President Bai replied nonchalantly, seated comfortably as he observed the multitude of candidates' performances on the screens. Suddenly, he noticed that 2 spare screens had activated, both displaying the same individual's figure. What is the situation with these additional screens? President Bai questioned the overseer in front of the screen with curiosity. The overseer respectfully answered, one candidate has utilized shadow clone, splitting their actions. The 2 screens depict his clones. A middle-aged man in a suit, exuding pride, remarked, that must be my son, Qin. He perfectly embodies the legacy of Shirenui Jinkan, which is why he has mastered the shadow clone technique so swiftly. The speaker was Qin Shi, the head of the Qin family. Upon hearing this, President Bai glanced again at the screen and responded, "No, I have seen your son. He is not this handsome." With a hint of skepticism, Chen Shi also looked at the screen, only to find himself somewhat surprised. Indeed, this boy did not appear to belong to their Jiangli ninja family. Recognizing the figure on the screen as Luo Yu, Director Jiang chuckled, "So it's Luo Yu. I have investigated him. He comes from an ordinary family, so it's understandable that you don't recognize him." At this, the Jiangli dignitaries expressed their confusion. How can this be possible? He has already mastered the shadow clone technique, and creating 2 clones indicates at least a minor proficiency. Clearly, he has integrated a powerful legacy. Indeed, and it must be of at least white quality. How could a common family afford such a thing? Director Jiang smiled. For others, the shadow clone technique may pose some difficulty, but I estimate Luo Yu could learn it just by glancing at it. After all, I have seen Luo Yu utilize the Uchiha Sharingan's abilities. That technique is far more challenging to wield than shadow clone. Moreover, with the insight provided by the Sharingan, even a child could learn the shadow clone technique in no time. Learn it just by looking? Old Jiang, you must be implying that this child is your illegitimate son. Certainly, otherwise, how could you be so eager to praise him? Exactly. Previously, when I asked you to critique my child's talent, you were always nitpicking. Director Jiang smiled proudly. Don't believe me? I dare say that Luo Yu will secure the first place in this assessment. If you disagree, wager something with me. His audacity left the crowd bewildered. Even President Bai, standing nearby, couldn't help but focus on Luo Yu. What extraordinary charm does this young man possess that incites such confidence in old Jiang? Meanwhile, in the trial grounds, on the path to the danger zone, Luo Yu was darting between branches, activating his 3 TOMOE Sharingan to observe his surroundings. To his surprise, he discovered that the area was teeming with second-tier water lizards. According to the information displayed on the map, he should have encountered only first-tier wind sprites on this route. The mismatch in both level and species left him perplexed. Had he taken a wrong turn? Chapter 21. Crisis. President Bai's lack of martial ethics. While Luo Yu was lost in thought, the sounds of battle erupted from a region 500 meters away. Someone was already engaged in combat with the beasts. Luo Yu activated his Sharingan, directing his keen sight toward the source of the commotion. Through the dense foliage, he spotted a candidate wearing sunglasses, with a crow perched on his shoulder, locked in a standoff with a water lizard. The chakra within him measured at 25. If his physical abilities were not lacking, he too was of second-tier status. The crow-wielding candidate, visibly tense, began forming hand seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. As he spoke, threads shot from his fingertips, ensnaring the water lizard. Simultaneously, his chakra ignited into flames, traveling along the threads toward the target, resembling a fire dragon soaring through the void. The 1.5-star fire release technique indicated that he had likely absorbed some ninja heritage. Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at the execution of the dragon fire technique, which surpassed even the Great Fireball by half a star in terms of rating. This individual must have either inherited the legacy of a second-generation ninja or be an exceptionally gifted student. Judging by the distinctive crow on his shoulder, he likely merged the heritage of Yama Aoi. Thus, defeating a water lizard should pose no challenge for him. Honestly, there's no time to watch others perform. I must hasten to the danger zone, Luo Yu murmured. At that moment, the water lizard suddenly puffed up its cheeks and, like a high-pressure water gun, unleashed a powerful jet of water, instantly extinguishing the Great Fireball. This was the water lizard's racial skill, high-pressure splash. Its rating was also 1.5 stars, even exceeding that of Water Chaos Wave. The candidate was in grave danger, Luo Yu thought to himself. In the next instant, the water stream, having snuffed out the flames, surged toward the mysterious crow-wielding candidate. The high-pressure water struck like a sharp spear, piercing through the candidate's calf. In agony, he reluctantly pressed the surrender button on his scientific ninja tool. The next moment, the flying thunder god sealed within the tool activated, and the candidate vanished in an instant. Despite his mastery of the dragon fire technique and decent chakra levels, he should have achieved a commendable rank. Unfortunately, he encountered a water lizard, which countered fire techniques. Luo Yu sighed in regret. Suddenly, a thought struck him. According to the map, this area was reputed to be the habitat of wind sprites, leading into the danger zone. Fire defeats wind. That explained his choice of path, even if he encountered first-tier wind sprites en route to the danger zone. The combination of attribute countering and level suppression would minimize obstacles. The crow-wielding candidate must have shared his reasoning, but was misled by the map's information, thus losing his chance to become a novice ninja. Could it be that the erroneous information on the map was part of the assessment? Luo Yu shuddered at the thought. Oh no, President Bai lacks martial ethics. However, it was fortuitous that this secret realm, while classified as novice level, was populated by higher-tier beasts. After all, a great fireball, augmented by Hashirama cells, would render it nearly akin to a rapid barbecue machine at the novice level. He could seize the opportunity to earn points while en route. And with a bit of luck, he might even acquire numerous attribute points. With that, Luo Yu accelerated toward the danger zone, his Sharingan continuously scanning for abundant attribute points along the way. On the other side, in the monitoring team's workspace, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit stared incredulously at the screen. The information on the map is incorrect. Otherwise, my son could not possibly have been eliminated. The Uyama Aoi lineage is considered formidable within the white inheritance. How can I explain this to the clan when he failed to even pass the novice assessment? Saying this, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward President Bai. Sensing the intense emotional turmoil from the man, President Bai maintained his composure. Erroneous information is inherently part of the assessment. Those superficial strengths can be inherited through family lineage. But what of adaptability, the discernment of information, and meticulous thought? He then shot a cold glance at the middle-aged man. Or do you represent the type of parent who only resorts to financial advantages when faced with educational challenges? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, as if struck by a powerful blow. The heads of other ninja clans, who had previously appeared unconcerned, now wore expressions of dismay. Goodness, President Bai is truly formidable. Let us not dwell on the matter of the great harmony fragments for now. At the very least, let's ensure no one faces elimination. If one cannot even pass a minor novice assessment, what hope is there for inheriting the family legacy? Director Jiang chuckled, evidently dismissing the current assessment's significance. President Bai cast a sidelong glance at him. Your confidence is commendable, old Jiang. Aren't you worried that the young man you hold in such high regard might be eliminated, leaving you to eat your words? Director Jiang's attitude was unexpectedly assertive. Enough of the empty talk. Just tell me, do you want to bet? Seeing his indifference, President Bai felt a surge of excitement. Fine, if that young man, Luo Yu, truly becomes first, I will concede to you one white inheritance. If he does not, Director Jiang interjected firmly, I will give you 10 white inheritances. He was certain Luo Yu would excel and spoke with unwavering conviction. Seeing Director Jiang's confidence, President Bai's curiosity about Luo Yu intensified. What kind of extraordinary talent could justify such high regard? 10 minutes later, in the third arena outside, Sister Yin, still chatting with Luo Qingyu about how exceptional her child was, noticed Chengyu returning with his head hung low. At that moment, Chengyu's demeanor was a stark contrast to the proud young man he had been before. Xiaoyu, why are you back? Sister Yin asked, surprised, already fearing the worst. Chengyu spoke with bitterness. This year's assessment was utterly unreasonable. I followed the map to a location inhabited by first-tier beasts, only to encounter a third-tier giant-toothed demon. I stood no chance and had to forfeit. How absurd. I suspected I had accidentally wandered into a lower ninja-level secret realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu immediately grew worried. Is the assessment really that difficult this year? Is my brother in danger? Sister Yin, however, felt a sense of relief. It seems there's an issue with the assessment's difficulty. If that's the case, most participants will likely be eliminated. If too few become novice ninjas, the association will reconsider the assessment and lower its difficulty. Then, her brow arched. By the way, Luo Yu seems quite resilient, having lasted longer than Xiaoyu. Could it be that he is hiding, waiting for others to be eliminated by the beasts since he knows he cannot earn points? If that were the case, he was rather clever. Yet, it wasn't he that she thought poorly of others. After all, her own son ranked among the top in his school every year. He was so exceptional, yet got eliminated early. Surely, Luo Yu couldn't be better than her son. With that thought in mind, Sister Yin glanced at the large screen displaying the score rankings. Starting from the bottom, she failed to see Luo Yu's name. Had he been eliminated already? Perhaps he just stepped out for a moment? As she pondered, her gaze caught the first place. Luo Yu. Rank. First. Points. 120. Subconsciously, Yin Jie read the information on the first line of the screen, left bewildered. Currently, the second-place contender, Yang Jie, lagged behind by a mere 30 points. Yang Jie was indeed a well-known prodigy of Jiangli, and she had some understanding of him. Not only did he possess remarkable talent, but a few months ago, he had independently mastered a first-level ninjutsu. Furthermore, the Yang family behind him was one of the most powerful clans in Jiangli. Thus, Yang Jie could be deemed a future star of Jiangli. Was Luo Yu truly going to overshadow him so effortlessly? Look quickly. The top scorer seems to be your brother, Yin Jie exclaimed, pulling Luo Qingyu, her expression filled with disbelief as she gazed at the screen. Indeed, this little rascal had no idea how to maintain a low profile. She would have to teach him a lesson later. Did he not understand that the tall tree attracts the wind? While Luo Qingyu spoke of reprimanding him, her chest swelled with pride. Having listened to Yin Jie boast all the way, it was finally her turn. Although she was unaware of what had transpired in the trial grounds, today, Xiao Yu had already bestowed upon her numerous surprises, which she was beginning to grow accustomed to. Suddenly realizing that she knew nothing about her own brother, she felt certain that Xiao Yu harbored some grand secret from her. Otherwise, he could not have become so exceptional. Never mind, if Xiao Yu chose not to disclose anything, she would refrain from asking and simply be a supportive sister. Having a capable brother was delightful. Seeing Luo Qingyu's proud demeanor, Yin Jie cast a disdainful glance at Chengyu, reflecting on how exemplary other people's children were. Chengyu, on hearing this, felt a pang of dismay, then looked at Luo Qingyu in astonishment. Is it true? The top scorer is your brother? After all, he had experienced firsthand the difficulty of this assessment. The boy who had just appeared before him, handsome yet seemingly lacking in merit, had managed to rise to the top in such a short period. This was somewhat difficult to accept. Of course, he is my brother. Among the more than 500 candidates, there are no duplicates, she confirmed, nodding assuredly. Qingyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Initially, he thought the boy was somewhat attractive, but presumed he would not excel academically. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unfair to those who were neither handsome nor academically inclined. It seemed that fate had its own sense of injustice. He realized he had underestimated the situation. Reflecting on his previous arrogant attitude towards Xiao Yu made Qingyu's face flush. You should have gone to get acquainted with him when I suggested it. Yin Jie scolded Chengyu, glaring fiercely at him. How could he manage to secure the top position so effortlessly? After a stern reprimand, Chengyu lowered his head even further. Yin Jie, feeling embarrassed herself, recalled how she had previously perceived Luo Qingyu as so modest and had thought Xiao Yu was rather ordinary, unworthy of comparison with her own son. Little did she know, her son was simply incomparable to him. This disparity was difficult for her to accept. It seemed that Luo Qingyu was truly about to soar to new heights. During their time at the store, she had not hesitated to scold her, sometimes nearly bringing her to tears. She resolved to treat her better in the future to avoid retribution. Xiao Luo, we shall take our leave for now. Your brother has secured his position, so I will grant you a few days off to celebrate with him. Call me whenever you wish to return. Yin Jie said amiably before her expression darkened as she pulled Chengyu away. Feeling the warmth in Yin Jie's demeanor, Luo Qingyu was filled with emotion. Generally, she had not received much kindness from Yin Jie at the store. Now, upon learning of her brother's success, she was met with such excessive affection. Indeed, one's worth often increases with their kin's achievements. No, it was her worth that flourished because of her brother. With her thoughts trailing off, Luo Qingyu refocused on the changes in the points leaderboard. Meanwhile, in the trial grounds, Luo Yu was making his way toward the danger zone. The moment his Sharingan detected any lurking beasts, he would swiftly unleash a newly mastered Great Fireball technique. Even if he encountered a third-tier water-based beast, by increasing the chakra consumption to 5, the intensity of the Great Fireball would still evaporate the water-based skills, ensuring a decisive victory. Having released a shadow clone, his chakra reserves were now reduced to 11. Yet thanks to the regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells, he could still afford to utilize the Great Fireball. Thus, although his progress toward the danger zone was somewhat delayed, both his attributes and points were on the rise. Suddenly, a third-tier water lizard, hidden among the branches, unleashed a high-pressure spray. Luo Yu swiftly formed hand seals. Great Fireball technique. Another massive fireball instantly evaporated the water created by the high-pressure spray, simultaneously incinerating the water lizard responsible into ash. Defeating a third-tier beast granted him 50 points, bringing his total to 170. The scientific ninja tool emitted a notification. Concurrently, the attribute points dropped by the water lizard returned to Luo Yu. 5 attribute points. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction before opening the system panel. Unallocated attribute points, 10. He had slain numerous beasts, Yet only 2 third-tier beasts had dropped attribute points. His expression darkened slightly. However, he was not worried. The periodically accumulating assessment points indicated that his shadow clone was beginning to exert its strength. Each time he released a great fireball, he would rest for a full minute to recover chakra. Even when facing third-tier beasts, his shadow clone could easily secure victories. Moreover, 10 attribute points were sufficient to elevate him to third-tier status and claim system upgrade rewards. Content: Luo Yu promptly allocated all his attribute points. Stamina: 27, 30, chakra: 26, 50. Congratulations to the host for advancing to third-tier status, receiving level reward. Book of Ninjutsu 2. Upon receiving the Book of Ninjutsu, Luo Yu immediately accessed the ninjutsu panel. Basic Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique 2, Thousand Cherry Blossoms Technique 0, Shadow Clone Technique 2, Fire Release Ninjutsu, Fire Release Great Fireball Technique 4, Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique 1, Wood Release Ninjutsu, Wood Release Cutting Technique 1, Wood Release Hellish Chaos Technique 1, excluding the Wood Release techniques that could not be upgraded with the Book of Ninjutsu. The Great Fireball was too advanced to upgrade without 2 ninjutsu scrolls or 100 fragments of a Fire Release inheritance. The remaining ninjutsu, Thousand Cherry Blossoms, was not immediately necessary as an offensive technique, and the same applied to Phoenix Fire. Thus, only the Shadow Clone technique remained. Moreover, upgrading the Shadow Clone to level 3 required exactly 2 books of ninjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu decided to use the Book of Ninjutsu to enhance the Shadow Clone technique. Shadow Clone Level 1. In the next moment, Luo Yu felt a significant enhancement in his understanding of the Shadow Clone technique. Not only did he now have the capability to create 3 clones simultaneously, but the efficacy of the Hashirama cells replicated through chakra had also increased from 30 to 40. Even the replicated Sharingan could now unlock to the level of 2 TOMOE. Was this the enhancement of the proficient level Shadow Clone? It appeared that Uchiha Madara's ability to summon 5 wood clones to activate Susanoo stemmed from mastering the technique to its zenith. Imagining himself in the future, summoning 5 clones to unleash Kimui was a vision too beautiful to behold. After completing the allocation, Luo Yu had no intention of resting. The mountain peak before him was the danger zone, and according to the map, the Yamato inheritance fragment was located at the summit. Of course, if even the information regarding the Yamato inheritance fragment was erroneous, he would have to take note of President Bai's missteps. With this thought, Luo Yu began his ascent along the rugged mountain path. Simultaneously, in the regulatory team's workspace, President Bai watched Luo Yu on the screen, beginning to question his understanding of life. Wait, is this kid really a ninja student? The power of that great fireball clearly indicates mastery. After years of training, his own proficiency with the Great Fireball had only reached the proficient level. Were the younger generations truly this formidable? As the statement echoed, the onlookers from various clans were left in utter disbelief. They, after all, were seasoned nin who had gained fame in Jiangli long ago, and they knew all too well how challenging it was to elevate their ninjutsu proficiency. The notion of a mere third-tier candidate mastering the Great Fireball to such an extent was something they could scarcely fathom. After all, the one-star ninjutsu, being their commonly used technique, has only reached a modest level of proficiency after years of practice. Yet, a mere junior has achieved a remarkable mastery. They find it psychologically challenging to accept this reality. The head of the Chen family raised doubts, questioning not only the proficiency of the Great Fireball technique, but also the sheer quantity unleashed in mere minutes. Such an abundance of chakra is astonishing. Could it be that this individual intentionally suppressed their level to obtain special badges and fragments of the Great Harmony? Encountering a water lizard, which counters fire techniques. During the assessment, they can still effortlessly eliminate it with great fireballs. Is this truly a candidate for the assessment? They appear far superior to many lower-ranked shinobi. Director Jiang narrowed his eyes, observing closely. Indeed, it is his chakra recovery that is remarkably swift. In his musings, Jiang realized why this individual wielded the Manjiki Sharingan with such confidence. His chakra recovery rate keeps pace. However, a pressing question arises. Why does his chakra recover so rapidly? Lao Bai, it appears you will willingly hand over the fragment of the Great Harmony to Luo Yu. Director Jiang smiled broadly, speculating that the fragment was deliberately placed in the most perilous peak of the trial grounds because Lao Bai is reluctant to part with it. As long as no one can navigate through layers of danger to obtain the fragment, it remains Lao Bai's possession. Chairman Bai, unfazed, asserted that if Luo Yu truly possesses such capabilities, what difference does it make if I grant him a complete legacy of the Great Harmony? The emergence of such a prodigy in Jiangli City, besieged by monstrous creatures, can only be beneficial. From a standpoint of righteousness, I am contributing to the defense against the beasts. Director Jiang nodded subtly. Despite Lao Bai's stinginess, he is clear on matters of great significance. With an hour remaining before the assessment concludes, Luo Yu swiftly navigated the rugged mountain path. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure 300 meters ahead, Chen Qi, the one with whom he had struck a deal. At that moment, Chen Qi was desperately battling a second-tier white giant wolf. His expression revealed hesitation over whether to forfeit. Normally, with the inheritance of the Shiranui Genkan, Chen Qi would not falter against a second-tier giant wolf. However, the visible injuries he bore indicated he had endured a fierce battle, utterly drained of energy. This giant wolf was poised to become the last straw that would break the camel's back. Having benefited from Chen Qi, Luo Yu approached the giant wolf with agility, utilizing his 3 TOMOE Sharingan to accurately launch a shuriken. Fortified by a recent surge in stamina, the shuriken pierced the wolf's lung. Yet, in its dying moments, the giant wolf attempted a final struggle. Ninjutsu, 1,000 cherry blossoms rain. Realizing the situation, Chen Qi hastily expended his remaining chakra to finish it off. Due to Chen Qi's involvement, Luo Yu's points did not increase, nor did any attribute points drop. Nevertheless, Luo Yu remained unconcerned, as his intention was to assist Chen Qi in securing second place. Luo Gu, we meet again, Chen Qi exclaimed. This cursed place is swarming with second and third-tier beasts. The difficulty is absurd. Chairman Bai must have a hand in this. Once assured of his safety, Chen Qi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Initially, he believed he could compete for second place without Luo Yu's assistance, having only sought to build rapport through their arrangement. He never anticipated he would nearly be eliminated without Luo Yu. Thankfully, he had been clever enough at the outset. At that moment, upon finding Chen Qi, Luo Yu swiftly performed hand seals to dispel the shadow clone searching for him. In the next instant, the chakra separated from the clone surged back into his body, restoring his chakra reserves to 49. Along with the chakra, he also regained the memories and fatigue accumulated by the shadow clone during its time away. This hand seal, Luo Gu. You can use shadow clones too? Chen Qi, who had mastered the shadow clone technique to a moderate degree, immediately recognized Luo Yu's hand signs. Yes, I learned it during our battle. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi fell silent. The Shiranui Genkan's inheritance is renowned as the foremost factor within the White Legacies because, upon absorption, one inevitably comprehends the shadow clone technique at a moderate level. He had rejoiced for quite some time after mastering it. Yet, Luo Yu had learned it merely by observing once in a real combat scenario. Damn it, had he known, he wouldn't have relied on shadow clones. However, recalling Luo Yu's Sharingan, Chen Qi felt more at ease. It is said that any proficient user of the Sharingan can leverage its keen insight to learn ninjutsu. If Luo Yu has mastered the Manjuki, replicating a shadow clone would certainly be trivial. What brings you here? I thought you were in another area, Luo Yu inquired, perplexed. Hearing this, Chen Qi felt despair wash over him. I saw that my teleportation position was near a danger zone. I guessed you would come here to compete for the fragments of the Great Harmony, so I wanted to wait for you in the danger zone. But alas, I encountered a second-tier giant toothed demon on the way, and after a narrow victory, I faced that giant wolf. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Wait. Lu Jiejia and Yang Jie reached the mountain ahead of me. We must hurry, or the fragments of the Great Harmony will be claimed by them. Luo Yu was taken aback. You mean the Yang Jie who is hailed as a rising star in Jiangli? Isn't he from another school? How did Lu Jiejia end up with him? Chen Qi chuckled. There may be some unsavory dealings behind this. In response, Luo Yu shot him a look of disdain and spoke. Since they got ahead of us, I need to ascend the mountain quickly. You should rest and recover your strength here. Once I secure the fragments of the Great Harmony, I'll return to help you. With that, Luo Yu vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, at the peak of the danger zone, a spirited young man and woman arrived. They were Lu Jiejia, the academic goddess of Tingyang, and Yang Jie, a prodigy from the Yang family. Jiejia, please sit and rest while I search for the fragments of the Great Harmony, Yang Jie said gallantly, laying his coat on the grass before he ventured off to look for the special rewards. Thank you, Lu Jiejia replied gracefully, sitting on the coat and watching Yang Jie with dreamy thoughts. As her close male friend, Yang Jie was quite satisfactory. He consistently accompanied her in studies and training, ensuring her academic standing remained at the forefront in the city. Thanks to the resources allocated to him by the Yang family during the morning's test, she had managed to impress everyone. Unfortunately, Luo Yu had stolen the spotlight later on. Fortunately, after enduring her tearful onslaught, Yang Jie had promised to give her the fragments of the Great Harmony to cheer her up. Since her chances with Luo Yu were now non-existent, should she consider deepening her bond with her dear friend? Just as Lu Jiejie's thoughts wandered, the ground suddenly cracked open. A white arm reached out from the fissure. Chapter 24, A Great Crisis. Fusion of White Zetsu. The white arm that emerged from the crack swiftly grasped Lu Jiejie's ankle. In the next moment, Lu Jiejie let out a piercing scream. Hearing her cry, Yang Jie rushed over, drawing the katana from his back. In an instant, a flash of sword light severed the white arm. Observing the prompt indicating an increase of 50 points, Yang Jie concluded that it was a third-tier monster. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 white humanoid creatures erupted from the ground, encircling the two. What the hell, it's White Zetsu. Luo Yu, arriving at the scene, looked at the humanoid beings with mild astonishment. These creatures, mere fodder in the original work, had become a nightmare for novice ninjas in this world. Typically, except for a few exceptions, most White Zetsu are low-level and only active in lower-tier secret realms. New ninjas occasionally encounter them. Defeating White Zetsu may yield a chance to obtain the white quality inheritance of White Zetsu. Although low-level White Zetsu's inheritance serves primarily as cultivation material, it does not provide any discernible ninjutsu upon absorption. One could say that within the legacy of the white quality lies the essence of pure cultivation materials. However, the emergence of the white legacy also signifies that the various attributes of the white absolute are markedly superior to those of ordinary aberrant beasts. Moreover, with the assistance of the advanced transformation technique, the art of disguise, common perceptive methods are rendered ineffective, as long as the white absolute masquerades as a companion. Inexperienced novice ninjas are utterly incapable of discerning the truth. Of course, the most significant issue is that the white absolute tends to appear in swarms. As long as the ninja's level does not vastly surpass the others, they will inevitably be encircled and overwhelmed. As for Luo Yu, upon encountering him, Lu Jiejie's expression became intricate. Although Luo Yu possesses remarkably high attributes and wields the rare would-release bloodline limit, this assessment is ultimately a test of combat. Without the guidance of a master in would-release techniques, his performance is unlikely to be exceptional. She initially held this belief, but after glancing at the leaderboard, her disappointment resurfaced. Luo Yu consistently dominated the rankings with an overwhelming lead. You need not intervene. These white absolutes are our prey, Yang Jie declared, casting a glance at Luo Yu with a resolute tone. This was an opportune moment to display his masculine charm before Lu Jiejie. How could he allow anyone else to seize it? With that thought, Yang Jie brandished his katana and charged forth with thunderous force, invoking the shadow clone technique. As his voice fell, he conjured 2 shadow clones to engage the white absolutes. Those novice-level white absolutes quickly succumbed to his superb swordsmanship, and in an instant, 3 of them met a tragic fate. Yang Jie surged ahead of Luo Yu with 180 points, claiming the top position on the leaderboard. Simultaneously, within the oversight team's workspace, many heads of the Jiangli clan marveled upon recognizing Yang Jie's sword technique. The Konoha flow sword art. Could it be that Yang Jie has inherited the legacy of the Moonlight Gale? It is well known that while the Moonlight Gale is also a white legacy, it is extraordinarily unique. Unlike the high-floor legacy of the Shiranui clan, which relies on mindlessly employing shadow clones and the 1,000 books reign for widespread devastation, the inheritors of the Moonlight Gale possess exceptional mastery over the Konoha flow sword art, although its lower limits may not compare to that of the Shiranui clan. With a focus on details and strategy, its upper limits can rival some blue legacies. The key lies in the elegance of swordsmanship. Furthermore, once the inheritor achieves the rank of CH Nin, they will comprehend a highly practical special technique, the phase shift, which renders them transparent and conceals their presence. Thus, many faith-driven ninjas prefer to forsake green legacies in favor of the white-quality Moonlight Gale, leading to the jesting moniker of Wind God Cult for these faith ninjas. Yang Jie, also at the novice level, could dispatch a novice white absolute with a single strike. Truly impressive. It is no wonder that someone confident enough to choose the Moonlight Gale displays such talent, rivaling even Luo Yu. If Luo Yu is akin to a heavy artillery platform, then Yang Jie is the invisible assassin. Anticipation swelled for a duel between them. To be frank, Luo Yu's reliance on the Great Fireball for output is somewhat cumbersome, making him a natural counter for Yang Jie. Many well-informed elites offered their praises. Hearing this, the head of the Yang family could not help but feel a surge of pride, though he modestly remarked, "You flatter my son." How could he possibly compare to the ninjutsu genius Luo Yu? The smile of President Bai grew ever more radiant. Both represent the future of Jiangli. Do not be so humble. Indeed, these ninja clans are compelled to push forward, revealing their true potential. President Bai chuckled, "Old Jiang, your 10 white legacies are likely in jeopardy." Director Jiang maintained an air of composure. "I have complete confidence in Luo Yu. With his Uchiha Sharingan, Yang Jie's sword techniques will be easily discerned. Moreover, that outrageous phasing ability is something he can never master." Observing Director Jiang's confidence, which did not appear to be feigned, the crowd grew even more perplexed. Despite possessing the capacity to dominate novice-level foes, the quality of the white absolute surpasses that of the water lizard. What enchantment does Luo Yu possess that warrants such esteem from Director Jiang? On the other side, surrounded by the remnants of white absolutes, Yang Jie effortlessly returned to Lu Jiajia's side. "Luo Yu, allow me to introduce my new boyfriend, Yang Jie." Lu Jiajia sweetly linked arms with Yang Jie, simultaneously casting him a meaningful glance. Yang Jie instantly understood. He had heard tales of a certain Luo Yu who had offended Jiajia. It seemed she intended to bolster her image. "You must be Luo Yu. Please refrain from pursuing Jiajia in the future." Having clarified everything, Yang Jie promptly asserted his claim over Luo Yu. "What nonsense. She is the one pursuing me." Luo Yu's forehead was lined with annoyance. Undoubtedly a rumor spread by the class leader. Regardless, the pressing matter is to locate the fragments of the Great Harmony legacy. She resolved to teach that class leader a lesson about the consequences of loose talk. Lu Jiajia offered an apologetic smile to Luo Yu. As a popular girl at school, how could she admit to chasing after someone who, aside from being handsome, possessed nothing else? Wouldn't he that make her appear superficial? Thus, she made reasonable modifications to her narrative. Just as the trio prepared to part ways in search of the Great Harmony legacy fragments, the ground trembled once more. Observing this, Yang Jie smiled confidently. "Are they coming again?" He promptly drew his katana once more. Luo Yu too readied her great fireball. This time, she could not merely spectate while Yang Jie collected all the points. After all, there were attribute points at stake. At that moment, a bizarre creature, a fusion of multiple white absolutes, erupted from the ground. In the room, the head of the Yang family's expression shifted. It's a fused white absolute. The fused white absolute is a rare and peculiar entity formed from the amalgamation of several white absolutes. This grotesque monster represents a qualitative leap in strength, beginning at the level of a lower ninja, and guarantees the fixed drop of a fragment of the Great Harmony legacy. Thus, compared to ordinary white absolutes, its quality ascends to a new echelon. This is what President Bai referred to as the fragment of the Great Harmony legacy. Utterly deranged. I propose we terminate the assessment. Indeed, President Bai's treasures are not easily obtained. Even Director Jiang found himself bemused. This truly aligns with old Bai's style. It's quite chaotic. Listening to the myriad heads of families expressing their protests, President Bai smiled gently. "Rest assured, everyone, this fused white absolute is only at the first tier of lower ninja. Given the prowess demonstrated by Luo Yu and Yang Jie, there remains a chance to escape." Indeed, despite witnessing the exceptional performances of Luo Yu and Yang Jie, all present, including President Bai, tacitly acknowledged that the two stood no chance against the fused white absolute. The combat prowess of aberrant beasts is determined not only by their level, but also by the legacy fragments they drop upon defeat. In this regard, aberrant beasts are classified into 3 categories. The weakest, which drop no fragments, ordinary ones, which have a chance to drop, and rare aberrant beasts, which possess unique fixed drops. The fused white absolute evidently falls into the latter category, with a guaranteed drop of green quality fragments. Its combat strength is comparable to that of a ninja fused with a green legacy. Thus, to defeat a fused white absolute, at least 3 ordinary lower ninjas are required. This is far beyond what 2 novice-level individuals should contemplate. At the summit of the danger zone, facing the imposing fused white absolute, Yang Jie could not help but tremble as he gripped his katana. Should he flee? However, How could he possibly retreat in front of the girl he admired? Contemplating, he cast a pleading glance at Luo Yu. Brother, perhaps you should take the lead? Yet, Luo Yu appeared eager for the challenge, leaving Yang Jie speechless. It seemed this individual was utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Can they truly confront a fused white absolute at this juncture? Just as Yang Jie was mired in indecision, Lu Jiejie flashed him an encouraging smile. Yang Jie, you can do it. At her words, Yang Jie felt as though he had been struck by inspiration, charging forward alongside his two clones. A man cannot express defeat before the girl he cherishes. Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, Yang Jie's shadow clones and his original self appeared beside the fused white absolute, striking with their blades from three directions, left, above, and right. This was a special technique of the Moonlight Gale, comprehensible only through the inheritance of its legacy. The Ninja Association rated it 2 stars. While the damage inflicted was modest, the unique movement style made it nearly impossible for anyone to avoid being struck from 3 angles. The next moment, a cacophony of metal clashing echoed through the air as 3 great blades slashed against the surface of the fused white absolute, leaving merely a shallow scar. The defense held firm. With a stamina of 100 at the first tier of Jinin, it was inherently difficult for a novice to inflict any significant damage. Furthermore, the fused white absolute was of green quality, rendering the novice's strikes akin to mere scratches. Yang Jie was left dumbfounded. A howl erupted from the fused white absolute, sending a massive shockwave that instantly dissipated the 2 clones into white mist. Yang Jie found himself immobilized by the force of the sound. Suddenly, the fused white absolute extended a long arm and struck down. In the next moment, Yang Jie was sent flying against the stone wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Witnessing their strongest ally fall, Lu Jiejie's face turned pale with fear. The control room was thrown into disarray. President Bai, activate the Flying Thunder God from the Scientific Ninja tools immediately. The head of the Yang family panicked as he saw his son grievously injured. President Bai cast a glance at him, noting that Yang Jie would be forced to withdraw. Failing even the novice examination was a tremendous disgrace for someone of his lofty ambitions. The head of the Yang family shook his head, expressing his hope that they would help him forfeit. Yang Jie was now incapacitated, and the fused white absolute would surely not spare him. President Bai calmly reminded him, do not forget that Luo Yu has yet to make his move. The head of the Yang family forced a bitter smile, aware that Luo Yu would not be able to either. To defeat the fused white absolute with mere novice stats was impossible without obtaining the inheritance of a purple quality. With a sigh, he concluded that Yang Jie would be unable to participate in this year's examination. President Bai offered reassurance, stating that if Luo Yu also found himself unable to assist, their people would promptly retrieve them. With this promise, the head of the Yang family felt a slight relief. Meanwhile, at the peak of the danger zone, Yang Jie lay on the ground, despairingly gazing at the fused white absolute. His trembling fingers hovered over the forfeit button, yet he hesitated to press it, still believing there might be a chance for rescue. Lu Jiejie, frozen in fear, stood paralyzed, wishing to abandon Yang Jie and flee. But such an act seemed too cowardly. Yet, she lacked the courage to pull him back, knowing that it would expose him entirely to the fused white absolute's sight, leaving her in a state of turmoil. The arm of this great white absolute is exceedingly long. Close combat is out of the question, Luo Yu observed, having refrained from intervening until he could gather sufficient intelligence. Maintaining a cool head in perilous situations is an essential quality for any ninja. Kakashi from the original work exemplified this well. Fire release, great fireball technique. Luo Yu swiftly formed hand seals, expending 10 chakra, unleashing a fireball the size of a small house. The surge collided violently with the fused white absolute's massive form, exploding in a brilliant display of flames. How immense! Lu Jiejie gasped in astonishment, realizing she had underestimated Luo Yu's capabilities. The power, size, and speed of his hand seals indicated mastery far beyond the novice level. This was at least proficient, if not advanced. The fact that he could manipulate various chakra transformations and display such talent in ninjutsu left her feeling like a mere passerby compared to Luo Yu, the true prodigy. Yang Jie's expression mirrored Lu Jiejie's surprise. He finally understood why Luo Yu was capable of vying for the silver badge against him. The moment the smoke cleared, the fused white absolute stood unharmed, with only a portion of its body charred. Its defenses were no mere boast. Luo Yu was taken aback by the outcome. His full-strength fireball had only caused superficial damage, and this was against the wood-based constitution of the White Absolute. It seemed that even a one-star ninjutsu had its limitations. Regardless of how high the user's proficiency, the fused White Absolute's multiple heads sneered in contempt. Then, it extracted a hidden White Absolute from the ground, absorbing it into its body. Instantly, the charred remains of the fused White Absolute began to regenerate. Yang Jie recalled the knowledge he had gleaned from books in despair. He concluded that as long as other White Absolution remained in existence, even a fireball of that magnitude could never defeat it. How could this be? Lu Jie felt tears welling in her eyes. Had she not been under the watchful eyes of the staff, she would have cursed President Bai for orchestrating such a grueling examination. If you want us to surrender the fragments of the Great Harmony inheritance, just say so. Why must you make it so difficult? Luo Yu inhaled deeply, realizing that he had no choice but to employ that technique. The primary fireball was not his highest output strategy. His true trump card lay in the Hell's Frenzy. Lu Jie stared at Luo Yu in disbelief. Do you possess an even stronger ninjutsu? While others showcased a variety of skills, she was left with only the three-body technique. Luo Yu coldly replied, "Stay back, otherwise. Don't blame me if you get caught in the crossfire." Startled, Lu Jie retreated 30 meters. Chapter 26. Would release. Hell's Frenzy. Luo Yu not only did not flee, but confidently approached the fused White Absolute. Did he have a backup plan? Could he truly unleash a technique more formidable than an advanced fireball? Was it possible that, like Yang Jie, he merely sought to impress the girls? In the monitoring room, the heads of various families exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Luo Yu calmly advancing towards the fused White Absolute. The next moment, the fused White Absolute swiftly swung its grotesque long arm, grasping Luo Yu tightly. As they witnessed this scene, everyone was left in shock. They had believed Luo Yu had some hidden advantage, only to see him walk into danger. Once captured, Luo Yu's arms became immobile, rendering him unable to form hand seals. It seemed the staff would have to forcibly teleport him back. Even the usually supportive Director Jiang was unable to remain composed, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Doesn't Luo Yu have phasing abilities? How could he be so easily captured? Yet in the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain surged through Luo Yu's mind. A smiling girl flashed before his eyes. Aileen. The pain was unbearable, the anguish of losing his beloved. As the intense emotions surged, chakra flooded into his right eye, and the patterns of the Ninjutsu Sharingan emerged within his pupil. Fiery crimson light flickered as a trail of blood, reminiscent of tears, streamed down his face. All remaining chakra within him transformed into the wood element. In the next instant, countless thorn-covered trees erupted wildly from Luo Yu's body. The Ninjutsu Sharingan distorted the surrounding space, and under its influence, the trees spiraled upwards. The fused White Absolute, caught in the chaos, was mercilessly torn apart, reduced to mere remnants. Before the overwhelming force, the fused White Absolute's once proud defenses proved utterly ineffective. When Luo Yu regained his senses, the environment had been entirely transformed by the wood release, with numerous twisted, distorted trees standing tall, rendering the scene akin to a depiction of hell. At that moment, shards of the White Absolute's remnants emitted a glow that entered Luo Yu's body. Attribute points 15. Meanwhile, the scientific ninja tools on his wrist chimed with a notification. Defeated a first-tier lower beast, gaining 500 points. Current total, 670 points. The leaderboard instantly shifted, with Luo Yu now claiming the top position. Standing on the sidelines, Yang Jie trembled uncontrollably, despite his efforts to maintain composure. Suddenly, he perceived an overwhelming pressure emanating from Luo Yu, far more suffocating than the fusion with Baiju. With a bitter smile, Yang Jie remarked that just moments ago, he had fancied himself a match for Luo Yu. What a farcical notion. In the distance, Lu Jie stared wide-eyed at the distorted giant trees surrounding her, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. She had initially thought Luo Yu merely possessed a newly discovered affinity for wood release. To her astonishment, he had already mastered such formidable wood release techniques. His talent was nothing short of astounding. The more impressive Luo Yu grew, the more Lu Jie felt a pang of regret. If only she had swallowed her pride and endeavored to befriend him, perhaps this future powerhouse would have been swayed to her side. Meanwhile, the monitoring room fell into a collective silence. After a brief moment, the normally privileged clan heads could no longer contain their exclamations. Damn! Instant kill. Is this wood release? I never imagined Luo Yu had already grasped it. The might of this technique rivaled that of a 3.5 or even 4-star jutsu. Did you not notice? When Luo Yu performed the technique, it seemed his eyes manifested the Sharingan. Are you serious? Did you catch a glimpse of his Sharingan's TOMOE? I didn't quite see. It was merely a fleeting moment. I'm certain that Luo Yu must have absorbed some purple inheritance. Otherwise, it defies belief. To be frank, I envy his parents. We are mere second-generation ninjas, while he hails from a first-generation lineage. Not only them, but even Director Jiang took a deep breath. Although he was aware of Luo Yu's mastery of the Manjiki Sharingan and his proficiency in fire release, he was taken aback by the revelation of his powerful wood-release bloodline limit. Furthermore, the potency of his wood-release techniques was astonishing. Old Bai, perhaps you should retrieve the white inheritance you lost to me, Jiang suggested, turning to President Bai, who was still reeling from shock. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Bai came to his senses and silently retrieved 2 Baiju inheritances from his storage scroll. One for you, since I don't look down on anyone. I'll just give you 2. This left Director Jiang momentarily speechless. Old Bai, what is the meaning of this? President Bai laughed heartily. Today, I'm in high spirits. Jiang Li has produced such a talent, and it brings me prestige before the other city association presidents. Nodding, Director Jiang leaned closer to Bai's ear and whispered, "Let me share some more good news. Luo Yu's Sharingan is of the Manjiki variety." At this, Bai chuckled, "Stop joking. The conditions for awakening the Manjiki are exceedingly stringent. Those who understand know this all too well. How old is Luo Yu? To claim he has awakened the Manjiki is absurd. Even if he were to awaken a 3 TOMOE Sharingan, it would signify he has endured tremendous hardship. Although Luo Yu's earlier performance had been exceptional, I doubted he could surpass that." Director Jiang smiled slightly. "If you don't believe me, we can review the footage later." At the pinnacle of the danger zone, Luo Yu discovered a green shard amidst the debris. This was undoubtedly a fragment of the Great Harmony inheritance. As he watched Luo Yu place the shard into his storage scroll, both Lu Jijia and Yang Jie felt utterly compelled to remain silent, having been thoroughly awed by Luo Yu's astounding display. After securing the Great Harmony inheritance fragment, Luo Yu descended the mountain with nonchalance to find Qin Shi. Once out of Yang Jie's and Lu Jijia's sight, he immediately donned a fade of weakness. During the chaos of Hell's tumult, the caster not only experiences a decline in intellect, but also depletes all chakra within. Of course, the power of Hell's tumult increases proportionately with chakra consumption. It seemed he would need a 10-minute respite to regain full strength. Naturally, should other ninjas exhaust their chakra and rely on natural recovery, it would take them at least a day and night to recuperate. Soon, he arrived at the location where Qin Shi was recuperating. "Luo Gu, did you obtain the Great Harmony inheritance fragment?" Qin Shi, seeing Luo Yu looking rather worn, was understandably concerned that he might have been bested by Lu Jijia. "Of course. Or else why would I be here?" Luo Yu replied with pride. After a 10-minute rest, Luo Yu's chakra once again surged through his body, and Qin Shi's injuries had somewhat alleviated. Thus, Luo Yu led him down the mountain to hunt the water lizard. Controlling his chakra, he unleashed a small fireball, severely wounding the water lizard, allowing Qin Shi to deliver the finishing blow. Before long, Qin Shi caught up to Yang Jie, who was struggling to recover from his injuries. It was likely that during the remaining time of the assessment, he would not attempt to hunt any more beasts. However, this strategy had its drawbacks. Assists do not yield attribute points. This system's judgment is flawed, Luo Yu grumbled. After leading Qin Shi to second place, he set off alone to gather attribute points. Chapter 27, City Exchange Conference in the Trial Grounds. With only 10 minutes remaining until the assessment concluded, Luo Yu stood amidst a sea of West Wind wolf corpses. These creatures were the only Tier 3 wind-type beasts in the Trial Grounds, always appearing in packs. They were ideal for accumulating attribute points through the use of the fireball technique. As for why he did not pursue Baiju, which had a chance of dropping white inheritance fragments, it was because Baiju's level was at least that of a CH Nin, and only then could one see a drop rate for inheritance fragments. The trial grounds were filled with novice-level Baiju. Even if they were all defeated, it was doubtful that a single fragment would drop. Indeed, the drop rate for novice Baiju was notoriously low. As the assessment neared its conclusion, Luo Yu swiftly stored the West Wind wolf corpses in his storage scroll. The bones of the West Wind wolves, once ground into powder, served as a common material for crafting wind release scrolls. Selling them to the ninja shop would net him a few thousand ninja coins. While this sum was not particularly significant for him at present, it would certainly be ample to purchase some small trinkets for his sister, such as little tails, bells, or beast ears. Once he had dealt with the West Wind Wolf remains, Luo Yu checked his system panel. Unallocated attribute points, 49. He contemplated how best to allocate these points and decided to use the Great Harmony Inheritance Fragment to upgrade the Hashirama cells, thereby enhancing the percentage bonuses to his chakra and stamina. Once his chakra and stamina reached 100, he would be prepared to tackle the genin assessment the following day. Luo Yu had a fair understanding of the genin assessment process. Unlike the novice assessment, which was quite grandiose, the genin assessment was relatively straightforward. As long as one's chakra and stamina reached the requisite 100, they only needed to complete a task at the ninja association that corresponded to the genin level. Just as Luo Yu was plotting his future, the scientific ninja tool suddenly announced, "The time for the Jiangli City Novice Assessment has concluded. All candidates will now be transported to the Jiangli Secret Realm teleportation area." In an instant, the scientific ninja tool activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, Luo Yu and the other candidates found themselves back at the third location, in front of the teleportation portal. The candidates, still immersed in the atmosphere of the assessment, began to chatter excitedly. "Wow, who is that top scorer, Luo Yu? I want to ask him how he achieved 1750 points. And what about Chun Chi in second place? 800 points must mean he had to slay a dozen novice tier 3 beasts. I never thought Yang Jia would only come in third. Our Jiangli truly has a wealth of talent. I also thought Yang Jia was a shoo-in, but unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged." At that moment, President Bai and the others hastily exited the monitoring room, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. President Bai personally awarded special badges to the top 5 candidates. The audience responded with envious glances. With these special badges, their time in the secret realm would surpass that of ordinary ninjas. Such an advantage would undoubtedly widen the gap between them and regular ninjas over time. Of course, these badges were still only for novice level and could not grant access to dimensional energies, as entry into conventional secret realms required at least ch-nin level permissions. Watching Luo Yu steal the spotlight, the heads of various ninja clans felt somewhat stifled. They had facilitated their children's absorption of the inheritance for the sake of the Great Harmony Fragment. The outcome was unexpectedly seized by this dark horse, resulting in a significant loss for others. Only Master Chen wore a smile, but not due to Chun Chi's second-place finish. Rather, it was because of Chun Chi's amicable relationship with Luo Yu. This connection might prove invaluable in the future. Below the stage, several school principals congregated, with Principal Wu displaying a proud demeanor. "Look, that silver badge recipient, Luo Yu, is a talent nurtured by our school," he remarked. The other principals could only express their envy. It seems that the education sector in Jiangli is on the brink of a transformation. After receiving the silver badge, Luo Yu examined it briefly before casually placing it in his pocket. He was about to boast to his sister in the audience when President Bai caught his attention. Beaming with warmth, "Congratulations, Luo Yu, on being the top performer in this assessment. You've also received a fragment of the Great Harmony Legacy." Luo Yu was somewhat taken aback. "President Bai, do you need something from me?" After asking, he quickly realized that his remarkable performance in the trial grounds had likely drawn President Bai's attention. As he was the head of the Jiangli Ninja Association, this was precisely why he had boldly employed the hellish chaos technique. Once his strength was displayed, the rare materials needed for upgrades would come to him unsolicited. Naturally, this would also increase the likelihood of being approached by the Ninja Scientific Research Society, drawn by his Senju cells and his Sharingan. This approach could be deemed a risky gambit. It would be wiser for other travelers to wait until they have the means to protect themselves before making their presence known. "Come, let us converse in my office," President Bai said with a knowing smile, leading the way. Luo Yu followed him upstairs to the monitoring room. Observing their figures, others felt a wave of emotions. In Jiangli, President Bai was a figure of great renown, and the fact that Luo Yu could engage in private dialogue with him was a privilege to be envied. Soon, they arrived at the monitoring room, where the monitoring team had already departed, leaving only Director Jiang. After sitting down across from each other, President Bai addressed Luo Yu. "This is Director Jiang of the Jiangli Dojo. He mentioned that your right eye possesses the Sharingan." Luo Yu nodded slightly, confirming the claim. "I wonder how Director Jiang came to know this." Director Jiang chuckled. "Yesterday, during your spar with Qin Shi at the Jiangli Dojo, you discreetly utilized that peculiar Sharingan ability, and the entire process was recorded. So that was it. Luo Yu kept his outward demeanor neutral, though internally he felt exasperated. Discreetly, he had used it quite openly. After receiving Luo Yu's confirmation, President Bai appeared skeptical. How is it that you can wield the Sharingan so effortlessly? Are you of the Jun family from the imperial capital? Luo Yu recited the explanation he had prepared. I accidentally acquired a mysterious purple legacy. Perhaps it contains the Uchiha bloodline from another realm. He was not lying. Tobi indeed belonged to the Uchiha clan. Moreover, claiming the wrathful Tobi template as a purple legacy was not an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, President Bai and Director Jiang exchanged glances. Historically, ninjas who integrated the purple legacy had a growth ceiling of at least elite level, with the potential to even challenge the shadow level. Both of them, as high-ranking ninjas, were respected figures in Jiangli. Yet they could only imagine how distant the shadow level truly was. However, based on past experiences, it was believed that without the Jun family bloodline, one could not fuse with the legacy of a Uchiha. It was likely that the mysterious purple legacy had a different origin, enabling perfect utilization of the Sharingan for other reasons. After all, many shadow-level experts would suffer blindness from overusing the Sharingan after acquiring the legacy of a Uchiha. Suddenly, President Bai's expression turned serious. Luo Yu, having obtained a special badge, specifically the silver badge, places you among Jiangli's key training subjects. Luo Yu's eyes brightened at this. Does this mean that I can freely request training resources from you in the future? President Bai cleared his throat awkwardly. This leads to the main point I wish to discuss with you. In the Dragon Kingdom, we implement a system that concentrates resources on the most gifted ninjas. Jiangli annually sends outstanding ninjas to hold exchange meetings with several surrounding cities to ensure a fair distribution of resources provided by the association's headquarters. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. So, if I win against everyone at the exchange meeting, I can secure the most resources, correct? President Bai coughed lightly. That is indeed correct. But keep in mind that the participants are the finest ninjas from each city. You must at least reach the Genin level to participate, with the top competitors typically being Chunin level ninjas. These are not merely recent prodigies, but seasoned ninjas with extensive experience. They will be far more challenging than today's assessment. You should focus on your training this year and aim to break through to Genin by next year. Hearing President Bai's advice, Luo Yu chuckled. Why take so long? I could reach Genin by tomorrow. Both Director Jiang and President Bai were taken aback by Luo Yu's earnestness. President Bai then adopted a serious demeanor. Becoming a Genin is not as simple as you think. Just achieving a chakra capacity 3 times that of a novice is a struggle that many face throughout their lives. Not to mention, raising your physical stamina to 100 requires immense dedication to high-intensity training every day. Do not become complacent merely because you possess some talent. Director Jiang stroked his beard and added gravely, Indeed, I myself am of average aptitude, and my chakra has been slow to improve. I had to specialize in physical techniques to become a special jounin. Even with my proficiency in physical strength, it took me an entire year to surpass 100 in stamina. Special jounin are ninjas with unique talents in specific areas, but hold a lower status than regular jounin. Luo Yu smiled lightly. As for physical techniques, I am not particularly adept. Director Jiang, would you be able to spare some time to teach me? While ninjutsu is undoubtedly useful, the disadvantages of lacking proficiency in physical techniques become apparent when chakra runs low. For instance, after casting the hellish chaos, he had exhausted his chakra and could only stand idly by. Henceforth, he would need to consider whether he could defeat his opponent in one strike when using hellish chaos. If his opponent survived even a moment longer after the technique, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Not a problem. Jiangli will fully support your training. If you have time, we can start tomorrow, Director Jiang replied, pleased with Luo Yu's proactive attitude. Luo Yu nodded slightly. I have to attend the school's graduation ceremony in the morning, so let's schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. His learning method was straightforward. He would activate his Sharingan and have Director Jiang demonstrate all the physical techniques he had mastered. He would then enhance them using upgrade materials. By the way, I'm in urgent need of the Shunhui stone for my training. Can you provide it? Luo Yu asked without hesitation. To unlock the next template, the Night of Annihilation with Tobi, he needed not only to reach the Jounin level, but also to enhance his Sharingan to level 3. Thus, the Shunhui stone was an indispensable material. Winning first place at the exchange meeting would allow him to apply for it from the association headquarters. But given that it was an exchange meeting between third-tier cities, he would likely only receive 2 or 3 Shunhui stones. President Bai explained, The Shunhui stone is a rare material that enhances a ninja's ocular techniques, so it's understandable that you require it. There's one more thing. Luo Yu raised his hand. Feel free to ask. As long as it's within reason, Jiangli will certainly accommodate you, President Bai replied, showing no signs of impatience. After all, today's investment will surely yield returns for Jiangli in the future, both principal and interest, thought Luo Yu. My sister and I are still cramped in a rented apartment, and bathing is quite inconvenient. Thus, I wonder if the association provides housing allocations, Luo Yu inquired curiously. President Bai cleared his throat and solemnly introduced that the association offers specially selected, affordable accommodations for ninjas. Once you become an apprentice ninja, you can enjoy these benefits. Moreover, as a holder of the silver badge, you can purchase specially allocated villas at an incredibly low price after various discounts. Luo Yu's mouth watered at the thought. Is this the treatment reserved for high-quality talents? How delightful. What is the low price for these villas? Luo Yu cautiously asked. After all, even at a low price, villas are still quite expensive, and he might not be able to afford them. President Bai chuckled, 300,000 ninja coins. These accommodations are specially designed for ninjas, featuring combat training grounds, a backyard, and even a swimming pool. Upon hearing swimming pool, Luo Yu was instantly invigorated. Imagining his sister in a swimsuit was certainly appealing. Noticing Luo Yu's interest, Director Jiang continued, Tomorrow, I will take you for a tour, and we can train in the facilities there. For someone like Luo Yu, who had mastered the purple inheritance, both men were eager to provide him with advantages. Luo Yu, understanding their intentions, assured them, rest assured. I will protect everything about Jiangli. Seeing his resolute attitude, Director Jiang and President Bai nodded with satisfaction. Offering advantages to talented individuals is, after all, a small contribution to the nation. That evening, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu returned home. Luo Yu promptly informed Luo Qingyu about the housing change. As expected of my capable little brother, Luo Qingyu smiled and praised, then called the landlord to discuss the rental termination. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurried to his bedroom and locked the door. After ensuring everything was in order, he commanded the system to upgrade the Hashirama cells. Instantly, the green fragments stored in the scroll vanished. Hashirama cells, level 1. As the words left his lips, Luo Yu felt a surge of restlessness within his cells. The flow of chakra became chaotic, rampaging through his meridians, and his emotions grew agitated. A series of crisp sounds echoed within his body as he sensed the transformation taking place. Soon, the transformation concluded, and his mood returned to tranquility. Both his chakra and physical abilities had evidently improved. Curious, Luo Yu opened the Hashirama cells panel. Talent. Hashirama cells level 2 effect. Increases ninjutsu power by 100. Chakra reserve by 100, stamina by 50, significantly enhances chakra recovery speed, grants would release attributes, improves body repair capabilities, and suppresses the negative effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. Incredible. His chakra had doubled, and the power of his ninjutsu had also doubled, akin to a critical strike percentage. One must admit, the Hashirama cells are truly a divine blessing. From now on, he would be more formidable in ninjutsu confrontations. Just as Luo Yu reveled in his newfound power, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Hashirama cells level has been upgraded to level 2. Unlocking the hidden partner template, Obito Uchiha. As the words faded, Luo Yu's entire body was enveloped in a layer of white Zetsu skin. Even his handsome face was tightly wrapped in the spiraled skin, leaving only his right eye visible. The spiraled patterns on the white Zetsu skin made Luo Yu resemble a Michelin man. The system's teammate panel updated. Teammate, Obito Uchiha, white Zetsu. At that moment, Luo Yu understood that the teammate system he had yet to explore was indeed this. Chapter 29, Afu, also known as Little Thousand Hands indeed, during Obito's furious period. White Zetsu had assisted him in his outer form. Obito annihilated a group of mist ninjas, and White Zetsu played a significant role in that. It was no wonder he appeared as a teammate. With clarity in mind, Luo Yu curiously clicked on the Obito Uchiha panel. Name, Obito Uchiha, White Zetsu, level, apprentice level 3, tied to the host, stamina, 30 chakra, 50 attributes, water, earth, wind, lightning, fire, wood abilities, possession, would release mastery 1. Mayfly technique possession. When possessing another, it enhances the host's stamina by 20, increases the power of would release ninjutsu by 50. and allows the host to utilize the wood release techniques mastered by White Zetsu. Wood Release Mastery 1. Mastery of most 1-star wood release ninjutsu, with proficiency at a minor level. Mayfly Technique. A unique reconnaissance ninjutsu, enabling the user to merge with their environment and move at high speed through it. Having grasped the situation regarding White Zetsu, Luo Yu issued his first command. Could you please get off me? Being wrapped in White Zetsu was not a pleasant experience, especially since he had hoped for a closer connection with his leader. White Zetsu complained as he separated from Luo Yu, assuming a humanoid form. Given his demeanor, Luo Yu quickly realized that as a product of the system, it seemed White Zetsu had already recognized him as the leader. In his eyes, Luo Yu's status was likely comparable to that of an aged spot. Since you are called Fei, I shall call you Little Fei. Luo Yu continued. Little Fei, please keep quiet. If my sister sees you suddenly, she will undoubtedly be startled. Attempting to calm White Zetsu's emotions, Luo Yu instructed. Upon receiving the command, White Zetsu made a shushing gesture. Whispering, is this volume acceptable? Nodding affirmatively, Luo Yu asked, by the way, what wood release techniques do you currently master? Since discovering the Sharingan, which served as a learning artifact, he would seize every opportunity to learn. Based on the description, he understood that Little Fei's would release Mastery 1 included many 1-star ninjutsu. Thus, he should be able to learn a considerable amount from him. Wood release technique, sending wood, wood transformation, wood clone. Little Fei answered exhaustively. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu, who had initially been hopeful, felt a twinge of disappointment. The wood release technique is the most fundamental ninjutsu, simply allowing wooden rods to sprout from the ground to attack enemies. With his 2.5-star rating for the cutting technique, he found the wood release technique unnecessary. Additionally, the wood clone, as a variant of the 3-body technique, was rated at half a star, only slightly superior to the unranked clone technique, offering little value for learning. However, the wood transformation technique, which uses wood release to entwine branches around oneself while altering one's appearance, was rated as 1-star ninjutsu and offered greater disguise potential than the ordinary transformation technique. Nevertheless, lacking an urgent need, Luo Yu was in no rush to learn it. Currently, what intrigued him most was the wood sending technique. It allowed the user to transform their cells into tiny wooden fragments, attaching them to enemies for tracking purposes. As proficiency increased, it could enhance the perception distance of the sending wood and even enable sound listening. However, with Little Fei possessing the Mayfly technique, which could serve as a high-level surveillance tool, the sending wood technique seemed somewhat redundant. In conclusion, with limited resources in the early stages, it was essential to focus upgrade materials on more critical ninjutsu. Once lower-tier resources were less scarce in the later stages, he could learn these low-star ninjutsu as toys. As for Little Fei's growth, since his level was linked to the host, upgrading his wood release mastery would suffice. Luo Yu recalled that Little Fei eventually possessed Yamato and even utilized the wood release wooden man technique, an immensely powerful wood release ninjutsu that had significant presence even in the later episodes of the anime. Hashirama Senju's use of the wooden man technique had once suppressed Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, making it a formidable force even against the Nine Tails. If one were to master wood release to its fullest, Little Fei would surely grow into a figure worthy of the title Little Thousand Hands. Contemplating this, Luo Yu curiously opened the upgrade panel for wood release mastery. The requirements for upgrading were immediately revealed. Inheritance of Yamato 01. In an instant, a tinge of green crept onto Luo Yu's smiling face. Despite his arduous efforts, he had only acquired a single fragment of the Yamato inheritance. Upgrading would release mastery demanded a complete inheritance, which amounted to 10 fragments. Before reaching the rank of Jonin, he was destined to remain disconnected from this pursuit. With this realization, Luo Yu swiftly allocated his 49 attribute points evenly. Stamina, 30, 50, 70, 50. Chakra, 33, 100, 42, 100. His stamina reached 105. And with the augmentation from the Hashirama cells, his chakra surged to 84 points. Alas, he had overlooked a crucial detail. He still required 16 more chakra points to meet the standards of a genin. It appeared he would have to visit the Jiangli dojo another day to engage in some sparring and earn additional attribute points. Shaking his head, Luo Yu turned to Little Fei. For now, utilize the insect jutsu to conceal yourself near my sister and ensure her safety. If any other tasks arise, I will reach out to you. Little Fei placed his hands on his hips, exuding confidence. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll take good care of the boss's sister. Luo Yu nodded and continued, the lady in black stockings outside is my sister. If any unresolvable situations arise, remember to contact me using her phone. And just call me Luo Yu. There's no need to refer to me as boss. Understood, Lord Luo, Little Fei said, bowing to Luo Yu before seamlessly merging into the wall with the insect jutsu. Reflecting on the situation, Luo Yu felt it necessary to explain things to his sister and thus exited the bedroom. In a brief moment, he encountered Luo Qingyu, who had just hung up her phone. How strange. I thought the landlady would be reluctant to return the deposit, yet she agreed so readily and spoke so respectfully. For reasons unknown, the world around him suddenly appeared warmer. Luo Yu felt a swell of pride. It was likely that the landlady had seen him on the news, having passed the assessment and become a recognized ninja. Moreover, he had earned a silver badge, catapulting him into a key training candidate in Jiangli. Ninjas enjoyed a prestigious social standing in this world, deterring ordinary people from causing him trouble. Luo Qingyu pinched his cheek, smiling. Little Yu, you're amazing. Tomorrow, I'll resign from my job and dedicate myself entirely to supporting you at home. Luo Yu nodded. He had long wished for his sister to enjoy a life of comfort. After all, even if he chose to lounge around, he would still receive 25,000 ninja coins monthly. Not only was he free from concerns about food and clothing, but he also lived quite lavishly. 10,000 came from Fujiang No. 3, as an allowance for being an honorary student leader. The remaining 15,000 was from the Ninja Association as a stipend after becoming a third-tier apprentice. Chapter 30, The Goal. 8 Gates of Duanjiao. By the way, sister, there is something I must confess. Luo Yu organized his thoughts in his mind and spoke calmly. Upon hearing the word confess, Luo Qingyu's expression immediately changed, and she began to harbor some unpleasant assumptions. Are you seeing someone outside? Having grown up together, they had developed a deep bond, and she naturally felt protective against any woman who might wish to take him away. Huh, sister, what are you thinking? I wanted to confess that the reason I've become so strong is due to inadvertently awakening a mysterious purple inheritance. Luo Yu found himself at a loss regarding his sister's tendency for wild speculation. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu sighed in relief. I thought it was something serious. You simply awakened a ninja inheritance on your own, right? This isn't something you need to explain. I could have figured it out. Indeed, ninja inheritances can be obtained in secret realms or passed down through bloodlines across generations. For instance, if someone acquires a ninja inheritance, their descendants may inherit only a portion of that ability if their aptitude is lacking. This is known as a bloodline limit or related inheritance. A well-known example is the shadow-level powerhouse of the Dragon Nation, known as the Immortal Empress, who possesses the orange inheritance of Tsunade, awakened during her training. This is inherently linked to her lineage as a descendant of the god of creation. However, the Immortal Empress's mother, who also shared the bloodline of the god of creation, was merely an ordinary person with slight ninja talent. Luo Yu's ability to awaken the purple inheritance likely stems from an ancestor of great prowess, allowing the bloodline inheritance to pass down through generations to the present day. Luo Yu nodded slightly and continued, this mysterious inheritance has also granted me a companion. Little Fei, come out and greet my sister. As the words fell, Little Fei peeked out from behind the wall. Hello, esteemed sister. Seeing the sudden appearance of this stranger, Luo Qingyu was understandably startled. What on earth? Under the uncanny valley effect, Little Fei's entrance resembled that of a horror film protagonist. Luo Yu hurriedly explained, he is my partner that came with my phone package. To clarify, he is more accurately a spirit beast that comes with the inheritance. Typically, I have him hide in the shadows to protect you. In this world, the concept of spirit beasts exists as well, besides acquiring a spirit beast through contract. Some exotic creatures, when defeated, may drop spirit beast fragments. Collecting these fragments allows one to summon the corresponding spirit beast as a companion. Perhaps it would be better for him to accompany you. After all, I am a girl, and there are many situations where it may not be convenient. Luo Qingyu's cheeks flushed as she attempted to decline. Rest assured, I am quite the gentleman. Even if you go to bathe, I will faithfully remain outside. Little Fei said earnestly. Upon hearing his assurance, Luo Yu began to panic. How about this? Little Fei can stay by my side for now. Little Fei grew anxious at these words. Lord Luo, why are you saying that too? I am not that kind of person. After much discussion, Little Fei finally earned their trust and took on the mission of protecting Luo Qingyu. The next day, Luo Yu attended Fujiang No. 3 for the last time as a student. Today, Principal Wu was unusually brisk, and thus the graduation ceremony concluded swiftly. With a hint of melancholy, Luo Yu stepped out of the school gates. In that moment, he felt as though he had matured significantly. As soon as he exited, he spotted Director Zhang's luxury car parked before him, with Luo Qingyu seated in the back. Hurry and get in. I've found a young lady to guide you in physical training, and she is already waiting at the special villa. Director Zhang smiled. Upon hearing about the young lady, Luo Yu swiftly took the passenger seat to avoid being pinched by Luo Qingyu. Aren't you supposed to be personally guiding me, Director Zhang? Why did you find a woman? I absolutely despise women. Well, except for my sister. Luo Yu declared with conviction from the passenger seat. Afterward, he stole a glance at the back seat. Fearing that Luo Qingyu might misunderstand and think he had pursued the young lady on his own, Director Zhang chuckled. She is far superior to me. Not only has she become a bona fide jonin at a young age, but she also masters the 8 gates of Duanjia. Your Sharingan is capable of replication, right? I wonder if you can replicate the 8 gates as well. With that, Director Zhang retrieved 5 white fragments from a storage scroll and handed them to Luo Yu. Do not worry about not being able to learn it. You will absorb all 5 of Li Rock's inheritance fragments. Practicing physical techniques will undoubtedly yield greater results. Coupled with the inside of your Sharingan, you should at least be able to unlock the first gate, the opening gate. Although Li Rock's inheritance is of white quality, its growth potential is immense. As long as one can cultivate the 8 gates of Duanjia to the 5th gate, the closing gate, Li Rock's inheritance could even be elevated to green quality. However, even after absorbing Li Rock's inheritance, achieving mastery in physical techniques remains quite challenging. Without the perseverance to engage in intense training daily, many inheritors of Li Rock spend their entire lives only managing to unlock the 3rd gate, the life gate. Only a select few, driven by a passion for physical techniques, can unlock the closing gate and elevate Li Rock's inheritance quality to green. The initiation of the Du Min lineage by Xiao Li can be regarded as a foundational aspect of the green heritage. Under the auspices of Du Min, the practitioner's physical stamina multiplies several times over, making the prospect of defeating opponents of higher ranks a tangible reality. However, the fragments of Li Luoka's inheritance are not as formidable. Upon absorption, they merely provide a temporary boost to physical strength and the speed of martial arts training. And with a stroke of luck, one might grasp corresponding techniques. In the realm of physical ninjas, such materials are relatively common. Nevertheless, as fragments of white quality, they remain quite luxurious for ninjas below the Ch-Nin rank. Director Zhang, without a flicker of hesitation, bestowed 5 fragments upon Luo Yu, showcasing his sincerity towards Jiang Li's prodigies. Soon, Director Zhang drove to a villa. Upon exiting the vehicle and opening the gate, a scenic courtyard came into view, filled with the fragrant aroma of rare flowers and plants. Luo Yu couldn't help but marvel. A villa of this scale would typically require no less than 500,000 ninja coins to acquire. Yet here he was, able to secure it for merely 300,000, truly a bargain. With this thought, Luo Yu promptly retrieved his bank card, saying, Director Zhang, I shall transfer 30,000 to you now. This sum was indeed provided by those 3 unfortunate rogue ninjas. After completing the transaction, the group proceeded to the combat arena on the upper floor. Along the way, Director Zhang elaborated on the arena's construction, made from high-grade materials capable of supporting battles between elite ninjas. Hearing this, Luo Yu felt a twinge of realization. If this arena was designed for elite-level combat, the entire villa must be worth at least 10 million ninja coins. This was no longer a bargain. It was practically a gift. Rest assured, Director Zhang, protecting Jiang Li is our solemn duty, Luo Yu declared, deeply moved, as he patted his chest in assurance. Chapter 31. A prelude with the 8 gates. As they pushed open the door to the villa's combat arena, they were greeted by a space that was several times larger than that of a dojo, leaving Luo Yu in awe of its grandeur. Within the arena, a poised and graceful instructor clad in a gym uniform, her hair tied in a single ponytail, was training a young girl in flying kicks. The thick gym attire did little to conceal the instructor's elegant form and long, graceful legs, accentuating her remarkable presence. Sister, the brother-in-law you were looking for has arrived. The young girl practicing flying kicks exclaimed upon spotting Luo Yu. He was momentarily taken aback. This was none other than Bai Siyu, the girl he had once rescued. Thus, the elegant instructor beside her must be her sister, Bai Mengyao. Bai Mengyao was a renowned talent in martial arts who had emerged in Jiang Li several years prior. It was said that one fateful day during her training, she had suddenly awakened the inheritance of the formidable Might Guy, propelling her ninja career to great heights. Following her exceptional performance at a city exchange meeting representing Zhongli, she was granted special admission to the prestigious Imperial University, a hub for ninja geniuses from the Dragon Kingdom. After 2 years of rigorous training at the university, Bai Mengyao had become a formidable nin, a remarkable achievement even amidst the competition of prodigies. Similar to the inheritance of Li Luoka, the Might Guy lineage allowed its bearer to cultivate the 8 gates, evolving from its initial blue quality to a purple quality, but only after reaching the 6th gate, the Gate of View. Husband? Upon hearing Bai Siyu's address, Luo Tingyu's heart tightened. Could it be that her brother was indeed keeping secrets about another woman? With a swift hand, Bai Mengyao playfully tapped Bai Siyu on the forehead, her expression warm. If you keep spouting nonsense, you'll be running 100 laps around the villa. Receiving her sister's warning, Bai Siyu immediately quieted down, her eyes brimming with tears as she adopted a pitiful demeanor. You must be Luo Yu. Thank you for saving my sister back then, Bai Mengyao said with a radiant smile directed at him. Luo Yu responded courteously. It was a mere act of kindness. Director Jiang slapped his forehead, realizing. So you two already know each other. No need for introductions. Bai Mengyao nodded and explained originally. I was sent by my mentor to serve as an examiner for the upcoming exchange meeting, which is why I returned to Zhongli early. While resting, I also awaited the commencement of the event. Hearing that Siyu spoke highly of the rising ninja talent Luo Yu, who saved her, I volunteered to offer him guidance as a token of gratitude. Otherwise, I had planned to rigorously train Siyu during these days. Upon hearing this, Bai Siyu felt fortunate to have her brother-in-law to shield her. Then I must trouble you, Mengyao Jia, Luo Yu smiled. With the strong support of the Might Guy inheritor, wouldn't he be able to frequently unlock the Gate of View once he mastered it? Hearing Luo Yu nonchalantly address her as Mengyao Jia, Luo Tingyu felt a pang of discomfort. Why did he sound so affectionate? Did her own black silk not merit such familiarity? Soon, Luo Yu and Bai Mengyao took their positions at opposite sides of the arena, while Luo Tingyu, Director Jiang, and Bai Siyu settled into the seating area. Initially, upon hearing that the new home had a swimming pool, Luo Tingyu had even purchased a lovely swimsuit, eager to enjoy herself. However, with another woman approaching Xiaoyu, she felt compelled to keep a closer watch. I heard Siyu claim that your right eye is a Sharingan, and even a Manjiki? Bai Mengyao inquired with a smile as she faced Luo Yu. If Luo Yu merely possessed a Sharingan, she might have found that plausible. Yet the notion of it being a Manjiki seemed far-fetched, as she was certain her sister was exaggerating. After all, the appearance of a Manjiki in a youth was quite absurd. That's not an exaggeration, Bai Siyu protested, standing up in defense. Luo Yu nodded, affirming her statement. As his words fell, the pattern of his right eye manifested, showcasing the power of the Manjiki. As Bai Mengyao sensed the overwhelming presence emanating from the Manjiki, she was taken aback. Previously, rumors had circulated in Zhongli about Luo Yu's triumph over a nin-level fusion of White Zetsu. She had been skeptical at the time. Now, she finally understood how he had achieved such a feat possessing a Manjiki that even shadow-level warriors struggled to wield. A mere fusion of White Zetsu stood no chance. With this realization, Bai Mengyao glanced at her sister, reflecting on how admirable it was for a child to awaken a Manjiki at such a young age. Then she looked at herself. Feeling the weight of her sister's stern gaze, Bai Siyu lowered her head in shame. So, you intend to utilize the inside of the Sharingan to learn my martial arts? Bai Mengyao questioned, having heard of the copying abilities of the Sharingan. Yet she remained skeptical about its purported wonders, suspecting it largely depended on the user's talent. Luo Yu slightly nodded. Indeed, I am currently quite unbalanced in my skills. I have accumulated a wealth of ninjutsu, but am utterly ignorant of martial arts. Therefore, I hope you can provide guidance, especially in mastering the 8 gates and powerful techniques like the Rinnegan Lotus. Bai Mengyao's lips twitched as she diplomatically suggested. Perhaps you should refrain from diving into advanced techniques just yet. Since you lack a foundation in martial arts, we should start with the basics. Martial arts differ from ninjutsu. They require a grounded approach and patience. Goodness, to think you would aim to learn the 8 gates right away, she thought, fully aware of the challenges of mastering such a technique as the inheritor of Might Guy. Unlike conventional ninjutsu, even with the inheritances of Li Luoka and Might Guy, the 8 gates could not be intuitively grasped. They merely provided the potential for the inheritor to learn the 8 gates. Moreover, Although the 8 gates significantly enhanced combat prowess upon activation, they also placed immense strain on the body. Even as a nin, she could only open the gates 3 times a day before succumbing to exhaustion, severely impacting her daily training. If Luo Yu failed to learn after 3 demonstrations, he would likely find himself bedridden for a day. Then let us begin with the Konoha Gale, Luo Yu suggested, settling for a more achievable goal. The Konoha Strong Gale, in the original work, is deemed a technique of considerable difficulty, comparable to the Shadow Clone Jutsu. On this blue planet, it is classified as a 2-star physical technique, typically accessible only to Jonin-level ninja. As for the more fundamental physical techniques, he deemed them unnecessary. Yet, this statement left Bai Mengyao momentarily speechless. Luo Yu seemed to know how to choose wisely. However, she recalled her own experience, having practiced tirelessly for 2 weeks just to barely grasp the basics of the Konoha Strong Gale. To expect to master it at a glance with the Sharingan seemed a tad presumptuous. Moreover, the Konoha Strong Gale is an evolved form of the Konoha Great Gale, which itself is an advanced technique derived from the basic Konoha Gale. To leap straight to the Konoha Strong Gale without first mastering the Konoha Gale is akin to attempting to fly an airplane before even learning to walk. Even someone as talented in physical techniques as herself hesitated to undertake such a bold endeavor. Nevertheless, she decided to demonstrate it for Luo Yu, to show him that physical techniques are not as simple as he might imagine. Once he struggles to learn it, he should humbly accept her guidance on the foundational techniques. Chapter 32. 2-star physical techniques? Just have eyes since you insist. I shall demonstrate it for you. With that, Bai Mengyao swiftly moved, enveloped in a gust of wind, and instantly dashed to the edge of the training area. She then executed a powerful back kick against the wall, which, although it didn't collapse, left a significant dent, showcasing the formidable power of the Konoha Strong Gale. The 3 spectators in the resting area erupted into applause. "Bravo, sister!" Bai Yu exclaimed, waving her delicate arms. This display suggested a mastery level that was indeed impressive. Mengyao truly was a prodigy in physical techniques. Director Jiang couldn't help but express his admiration. Meanwhile, Luo Yu felt a pang of regret. Was it really necessary to kick the wall? The training ground was constructed with considerable expense, and repairs would undoubtedly be costly. After one kick from Bai Mengyao, his newly purchased luxury villa had diminished in value. Upon hearing this, Bai Mengyao looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. I merely aimed to illustrate the actual performance of the Konoha Strong Gale. By the way, did you observe it with your Sharingan?" At this, Luo Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hadn't had the chance to observe closely. What a blunder. The wall had been ruined for nothing. Director Jiang cleared his throat and mentioned that there were training dummies in the adjacent warehouse, and he would fetch one for them. He soon returned, carrying a training dummy that could withstand Jonin-level attacks, and placed it before them. Confirming that Luo Yu was ready, Bai Mengyao repeated her earlier technique, delivering a powerful back kick that sent the dummy flying, crashing into the wall. The Sharingan meticulously documented the application of the Konoha Strong Gale. "Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the Konoha Strong Gale." Upon receiving the system notification, Luo Yu eagerly examined the newly acquired technique. Technique: Konoha Strong Gale Effect, a domineering back kick. An upgraded version of the Konoha Great Gale. Upon comprehension, one can also master the Konoha Great Gale, and Konoha Fierce Wind. Those lacking sufficient strength may experience a lack of follow-through when using it. Upgrade requirement: Ninja Book 01 or Rock Lee's Heritage Fragment 01. Noticing the upgrade requirements, Luo Yu was taken aback. He had expected the first upgrade to be similar to the Shadow Clone Jutsu, requiring 5 unnamed heritage fragments, as both techniques were rated equally in difficulty in the original work. Instead, it required a single fragment from Rock Lee's Heritage. In this world, the Shadow Clone Jutsu was rated 1.5 stars, while the Konoha Strong Gale received a 2-star rating. The similarly rated wood release insertion pillar required a white Zetsu heritage fragment. The commonality between them was their classification as white quality heritage. Luo Yu speculated that the differences in required upgrade materials stemmed from their varying star ratings. He would only discover the intricacies of these patterns when learning other high-star ninjutsu in the future. Upgrade the Konoha Strong Gale. Luo Yu silently commanded the system. Konoha Strong Gale Level 1. Next upgrade requirement: Ninja Book 01 or Rock Lee's Heritage Fragment 01. With this announcement, Luo Yu's understanding of the Konoha Strong Gale became clearer, and he developed the muscle memory that only comes from extensive practice. At that moment, he felt akin to Bai Mengyao, who had tirelessly practiced 200 Konoha strong gale movements daily at 4 in the morning, finally mastering the entry-level techniques. How is it? Is it a bit difficult to jump straight to this? Bai Mengyao asked with concern, noticing Luo Yu's momentary daze. Her intention was simple. She hoped he would focus and diligently start learning from the foundational Konoha gale. This was the proper path to remedy his deficiency in physical techniques. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief. Realizing that her assumption was correct, the prerequisite for the Sharingan's ability to replicate techniques was a high level of talent in the practitioner. Otherwise, it would be disheartening for her to see someone learn the techniques she had labored over through sheer observation. It's not difficult. I've got it. Luo Yu replied confidently. He then positioned the dummy before him, and, guided by his body's instincts and a wealth of theoretical knowledge coupled with muscle memory, executed a textbook-perfect back kick that struck the dummy in the abdomen. The next moment, the dummy flew 30 meters away, crashing into the wall. Although it left no mark on the wall, the power of the two-star ninjutsu was already evident. Seeing this, Bai Mengyao stood frozen in disbelief. Judging by his performance, Luo Yu's Konoha Strong Gale had already reached the entry-level standard. Is this real? He truly learned it at a glance, she thought, recalling her own 2 weeks of dedicated practice to master the technique, assisted by the foundational Konoha Great Gale due to her connection to Might Gai's legacy. The Konoha Strong Gale seemed to be one of Might Gai's favored techniques, and the fragments of memory she inherited had guided her, saving her from many detours. This was indeed one of the advantages of absorbing a ninja's heritage. Although some advanced techniques included in such heritages required time to comprehend, they were significantly easier to learn compared to those without such assistance. Without the guiding memory fragments, even a genius in physical techniques would likely require a month of rigorous training to grasp the Konoha Strong Gale. How could he learn it even faster than I? A descendant of Might Gai? I'm utterly crushed. With a resigned sigh, Bai Mengyao gazed at Luo Yu's right eye with a mix of astonishment and envy. Did the Sharingan truly offer such remarkable assistance in learning physical techniques? Should she consider acquiring one for herself? Although she lacked the Uchiha bloodline to transplant the Sharingan, which would lead to chakra shortages, as a specialist in physical techniques, she wouldn't consume much chakra anyway. In the resting area, Director Jiang and Bai Siyu were equally astounded, rendered speechless. While they had heard of the Sharingan's replication abilities, rumors often exaggerate. Witnessing Luo Yu learn a 2-star technique at a glance was unexpected. Is it really that simple to learn? This is a 2-star ninjutsu that only elite Chunin and even Jonin are qualified to learn. Seeing Bai Mengyao still in a daze, Luo Yu gently shook her. Sister Mengyao? Brought back to reality, Bai Mengyao's resolve solidified. She declared, "Next, I will teach you the 8 gates." The difficulty of unlocking the 8 gates was a significant step above that of the Konoha Strong Gale, especially when it came to opening the first gate. The challenges only escalated from there. She wished to observe whether Luo Yu could successfully master the technique. Chapter 33. The first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Opening the 8 gates of Duanjia could be detrimental to one's body. Pay close attention. I will demonstrate only once today. Bai Mengyao had prepared well in advance. Although, given her current strength, opening the 8 gates 3 times a day would not pose a problem. It would leave her without the stamina needed for daily training. As a disciple of Might Gai, she was always self-disciplined. If she failed to engage in her daily training, it felt as if ants were crawling all over her body. No worries. I will keep a close watch on you, inside and out. I will not overlook any subtle changes in your condition, Luo Yu assured confidently. Though she sensed something amiss in his statement, Bai Mengyao nodded in agreement. Very well, let me explain the principle behind the 8 gates of Duanjia. After a brief pause, she spoke seriously. Within the human body, there are 8 gates that restrict the flow of chakra. While these gates serve as a protective mechanism to shield the body from the damage caused by its own chakra, releasing these gates typically does not inflict substantial harm. In fact, it allows the body to reach its true limits. However, the more gates one opens, the greater the risk and the more severe the damage to the body. Moreover, determining one's limits requires extensive training to draw conclusions. Therefore, even if you successfully learn the 8 gates of Duanjia, you must exercise caution in its application. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu grasped the concept. This was akin to overclocking, pushing the body's capabilities to the extreme, which inevitably carried risks. Let us begin with the first gate, the opening gate. Opening the first gate refers to removing the restrictions within the brain region. Once released, stamina would be consumed at an excessive rate, making it unsustainable without professional training. However, both strength and speed would see significant enhancement. With her words, Bai Mengyao directed the flow of chakra within her body, liberating the restrictions of her brain region. Her delicate face tightened, and slight veins began to surface. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. Not only did her expression appear stern, but the flow of chakra in Bai Mengyao's body was also captured by Luo Yu's Sharingan. Though it did not provide clarity like the Byakugan, the insight into chakra offered by the Sharingan was still formidable. The Sharingan has meticulously observed and recorded the application of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the first gate of Duanjia. Receiving the prompt from the system, Luo Yu remained focused on observing Bai Mengyao's exquisite form. Of course, his primary interest lay in the flow of chakra within her body. Third gate, the life gate. Open, Bai Mengyao shouted through gritted teeth. Instantly, a surge of vibrant green energy erupted around her. She transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind the training dummy. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the shadow leaf dance. Next, Bai Mengyao delivered a powerful kick, sending the dummy soaring into the air while she leaped after it. At an imperceptibly high speed, she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the dummy. In this moment, she was able to hover in the air for a brief period, attacking the dummy from various angles. During this interval, she deftly retrieved bandages from seemingly nowhere, binding the dummy tightly. Gripping the bandages, she pulled the dummy closer to herself. In the next instant, utilizing the inertia from her height, Bai Mengyao summoned all her strength to deliver a serious punch to the approaching dummy. Subsequently, she and the dummy crashed heavily to the ground. The immense force shattered the solid floor, causing the entire training area to tremble. Luo Yu winced at the sight of the floor, now resembling a honeycomb of cracks. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the lotus technique. The shadow leaf dance, as a precursor technique, was integrated into the lotus technique. However, what exactly was the lotus technique? Hadn't Bai Mengyao just executed the inner lotus? With a sense of curiosity, Luo Yu opened the new ninjutsu panel. Body technique. 8 gates of Duanjia zero effect. Removes the restrictions on the body's chakra, temporarily acquiring the ultimate strength from latent potential. Current proficiency allows the opening of the first gate. Upgrade required. 10 fragments of Might Gai's legacy. To upgrade the 8 gates of Duanjia, 10 fragments of Might Gai's legacy were necessary, while Luo Yu currently possessed only 4 fragments. Thus, he shifted his gaze to another new ninjutsu. Body technique. Lotus technique zero effect. Utilizes the shadow leaf dance as a precursor to execute the lotus technique, following the opening of the first gate. Note, if the user opens the third gate, they can unleash the next form of the lotus technique, the inner lotus. Upgrade required. Ninja Book 01 or 1 fragment of Might Gai's legacy. After reviewing the ninjutsu description, Luo Yu realized that the outer lotus and inner lotus were packaged together. No wonder he had observed the inner lotus, yet learned a technique named the lotus technique. It was likely that opening higher forms of the 8 gates would allow him to unleash even stronger manifestations of the true inner lotus and the ultimate inner lotus. With this thought, Luo Yu immediately expended 1 fragment of Might Gai's legacy. Lotus technique, level 1. As the system prompt sounded, fragments of body technique skills flooded into Luo Yu's mind. He suddenly felt that he had a profound understanding of the outer lotus technique. Not only that, but even the supportive body technique, the shadow leaf dance, seamlessly integrated into Luo Yu's memory. Sorry, I seem to have destroyed your training ground, Luo Yu said. Feeling somewhat guilty, Bai Mengyao smiled sheepishly. I may have been a bit too rough. If you don't mind, you can use my bandages, she boldly suggested, attempting to make amends. Chapter 34. The test in Sichuan City. All right, Luo Yu nodded. Then, like a shadow of leaves, he flashed before Bai Mengyao, delivering a swift kick to her chin. The immense momentum sent her soaring into the air. In the next moment, the shadow leaf dance activated again, allowing Luo Yu to instantaneously appear behind Bai Mengyao, binding her tightly with the white bandages. Next, he lifted Bai Mengyao and spun rapidly, like a whirlwind, with both their heads descending toward the ground. Given her status as a jonin, with resilient skin and sturdy physique, Luo Yu felt no need to hold back. It's the outer lotus. Indeed, Luo Yu has truly grasped the essence. Director Zhang's emotions surged once more. No wonder the Ninja Science Research Society places such immense value on the study of the Sharingan. Its potential surpasses even his wildest imaginings. Luo Qingyu, fuming, remarked that while it is impressive, the intimate gestures are rather unbecoming. The petal lotus technique descended, causing another tremor in the ground. The pit at the center deepened, shrouding the area in obscuring smoke. Luo Yu landed in a crouch position. As the smoke dissipated, Bai Mingyao effortlessly freed herself from the bindings and rose from the pit. You're quite ungracious. Could you not be a tad gentler? Is this a reprisal for my earlier disruption of the arena and the dummies? She teased, brushing off the dust. Luo Yu smiled helplessly. Sister Mingyao, you're jesting. Unless I instantaneously open the 8 gates, I cannot breach your defenses. Given her rank as a Nin, her physical prowess must be at least 2,500, several times that of a genin. Such defensive capabilities are far beyond what Luo Yu could hope to penetrate at present. The disparity between Nin and genin is indeed substantial. Basic attributes alone can result in overwhelming superiority. It is somewhat infuriating to recall the hardships I endured while learning the petal lotus and the 8 gates. Yet you mastered it merely by casting a glance. Bai Mingyao playfully delivered a light punch to Luo Yu's chest. He chuckled resignedly, promising to make amends to Sister Mingyao later. With a satisfied nod, Bai Mingyao continued. No need for that. This is merely my way of thanking you for saving my sister. Hearing this, Bai Xiao's face lit up with joy, realizing her assistive role had strengthened the bond between her sister and brother-in-law. Checking the time on her phone, Bai Mingyao said, it's getting late. And since my trump card has been learned, my task for today is complete. Xiao and I will head back now. Should you require any guidance on physical techniques in the future, feel free to approach me. With that, they exchanged contact information. Bai Mingyao and Bai Xiao had arrived in Director Zhang's vehicle, and naturally, he would drive them back. Luo Yu and his sister bid them farewell as the group reached the villa's entrance. At that moment, Director Zhang's phone rang. Old Bai, Luo Yu has made significant strides in his training today. I'll discuss it with you shortly. But first, an old fellow from Shikahama City has brought a genin to challenge the Jiangli dojo. Is it old Luo? He loves to stir the pot. Doesn't he want us to crush them? Not so fast. Although that genin is a newcomer, he is quite formidable. Our elite genin are out on missions. And while others are defending the genin arena, our Nin cannot intervene. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's brow furrowed. This situation was indeed troublesome. Where are you now? On the other end, President Bai replied, I am at the Jiangli dojo, watching as their team secures victory after victory. That Luo fellow is quite smug. Director Zhang sighed helplessly. After all, the Jiangli dojo is my territory. I will head over to assess the situation. He then ended the call. Luo Yu, having overheard their conversation, felt a surge of excitement. Firstly, he was on the verge of attaining the required attribute points for the genin evaluation. Secondly, since both President Bai and Director Jiang had been quite supportive of him, it was imperative for him to step forward at this critical moment. Thirdly, having recently acquired numerous effective physical techniques, he was eager to apply them in actual combat. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yu inquired, Director Jiang, do you require my assistance in this matter? Upon seeing Luo Yu's enthusiasm, Director Jiang weighed his options internally before responding, get in the car. Thus, Luo Yu settled into the passenger seat, with the Bai sisters occupying the back. I'll go buy groceries and prepare dinner. Return early. Luo Qingyu waved from outside the window. Despite her concerns, she recognized Luo Yu had grown up, so she refrained from further interference. Soon, Director Jiang drove towards the Jiangli dojo. Along the way, Luo Yu broached the subject, questioning why Shikahama City sought trouble at the Jiangli dojo. Director Jiang chuckled. With the upcoming city exchange meeting, it's likely that old Luo is attempting to gauge our military strength. After all, while some Nin will participate, the majority of competitors are still genin. Testing our genin's capabilities before the event is not new for him. Bai Mingyao in the back seat nodded in agreement. Indeed. Prior to my exchange meeting, President Luo employed similar tactics. However, he had sent a particularly powerful Nin back then. Though I was merely a first-tier Nin at the time, I managed to overpower him easily thanks to the Blue Legacy. Nevertheless, this exposure revealed my weaknesses in physical techniques, making me a target during the exchange meeting. Fortunately, I had trained the 8 gates to the 5th level, which allowed me to narrowly secure victory. Bai Xiao beamed with pride. That's my sister. You didn't embarrass me. Luo Yu reflected. I had only heard of Sister Mingyao's championship. I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved. By Mingyao cautioned, I suspect that once our information is leaked, it will be sold to other cities for profit. It appears he has set his sights on the broader audience of Jinan, as most participants fall into that category. Even with Nin data, it is challenging for Jinan to compete on equal footing. Therefore, when you face off against Shikahama's team, be sure to hold back a bit. Each ninja's information is a closely guarded secret within the Ninja Association. The branches of the association lack the authority to access data from other cities. Thus, to extract specific intelligence, actual combat is the only way. Director Jiang concurred, indeed. While you may not be participating in this year's exchange meeting, you will certainly have to face it in the future. Bai Mingyao surprised asked, Oh? Luo Yu isn't participating in this year's exchange meeting? Director Jiang clarified. He has only just become a trainee ninja and has yet to receive Genin certification. Bai Mingyao expressed her astonishment. But when I withstood his petal lotus technique, I sensed his physical strength was already at the Genin level. Chapter 35. Arrogance. The heir of Kisame Hashigaki what? Upon hearing this, Director Jiang gazed at Luo Yu in shock. After the trainee assessment concluded, he had specifically reviewed Luo Yu's testing records. Both his physical strength and chakra barely exceeded the standards for a trainee at the 3rd level. However, to achieve Genin status, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Such remarkable progress in just a single night. Luo Yu smiled calmly. I have already stated that I will soon meet the Genin standards. I will definitely participate in this year's exchange meeting, as it presents the most promising opportunity to obtain the Goddess Eye Stone. I do not wish to wait another year. Otherwise, I will have to rely on fate to encounter a wealthy member of the Byakugan clan. Before long, having dropped off the Bai sisters, Director Jiang parked the car in front of the Jiangli dojo. The two exited the vehicle and entered the dojo. Upon entering, President Bai, waiting at the front desk, immediately approached them. You finally made it. I had to endure 10 more minutes of old Luo's incessant chatter. 3 more Genin have been carried away. Luo Yu, intrigued, inquired, so soon? What is the background of that Genin? President Bai explained. His name is Zhao Hai, a talented ninja who has risen in prominence in Shikahama over the past few years. He is a 2nd-tier Genin, although old Luo did not disclose this. Judging by Zhao Hai's shark-like facial features and his proficiency in various water techniques, I suspect he is the heir of Kisame Hashigaki. Luo Yu recalled from the legacy guide that Kisame Hashigaki belonged to the Blue Legacy, which could only be obtained through exploration in a high-level secret realm for Nin. However, the likelihood of acquiring the Blue Legacy in such a realm is exceedingly low, which is why most individuals obtain their Blue Legacies within the ninja sect's secret realms. Furthermore, by absorbing Kisame Hashigaki's legacy, one could acquire the exclusive ninja tool, Samahata. The fusion of the two can evolve into a purple inheritance, the Dry Persimmon Kisame Shark Skin Fusion. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang furrowed his brows tightly. Dry Persimmon Kisame? That is a blue inheritance. No wonder ordinary Genin are simply no match. Chiban and Zhongli are merely a Tier 3 city, making the acquisition of blue inheritance utterly impossible. I suspect that Zhao Hai and Meng Yao, like before, awakened their ninja inheritance through independent means. This is troubling. Luo Yu excels in fire techniques, which are perfectly countered by his water techniques. President Bai was taken aback. What? Are you intending to have Luo Yu confront Zhao Hai? Luo Yu smiled nonchalantly, stating it was his own suggestion. No. President Bai resolutely shook his head. Although Zhao Hai has not fused with White Zetsu for resilience, he has mastered numerous water techniques, with both the quantity and quality of his ninjutsu comparable to that of AJ Nin. Without a Genin, defeating him will be exceedingly difficult. Luo Yu smiled slightly, reassuring President Bai, my strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Observing Luo Yu's unwavering confidence, President Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. It has only been a day, how much can one change? Realizing this, Director Jiang promptly pulled President Bai aside and disclosed all about Luo Yu's mastery of the 8 gates and the appraisal provided by Bai Mingyao. Is it truly that extraordinary? Upon learning of Luo Yu's progress, President Bai was equally incredulous. At that moment, a slightly short and stout elder in a suit approached. This man was Luo Cheng, the vice president of the Chiban Ninja Association. With an arrogant demeanor, he declared, Old Bai, I am here today to take Zhao Hai down a peg, to teach him humility and curb his arrogance. Yet you have sent someone utterly unqualified for a match. which only inflates his ego. Watching old Luo's reckless bravado, President Bai's expression darkened. The mindset of today's youth is indeed concerning. If he faces setbacks and becomes disheartened, it would be quite unfortunate. Hearing President Bai's stubbornness, President Luo burst into hearty laughter. Do not worry about that. Zhao Hai himself stated before coming here that he seeks to undergo trials. Fueled by anger, President Bai nudged Luo Yu. Then fine, Luo Yu, go fulfill young Zhao's request. This push drew President Luo's attention to the advancing Luo Yu. Ah, so this is the new talent from Jianglu, Luo Yu, who achieved first place and received the silver badge in yesterday's assessment. Truly a promising figure. Although the assessment process was confidential, the results were publicly disclosed. Thus, President Luo had some knowledge of this new ninja. Nonetheless, given that Luo Yu had only just passed his assessment, was it not too much to have him spar with Zhao Hai? Where are the other elite ninjas from Jiangli? Why push such a challenge onto a newcomer? President Luo furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting his absolute confidence in Zhao Hai's prowess. He assumed Luo Yu would not participate in the exchange meeting this year, thereby directing more interest towards those genin qualified for the exchange. After all, his purpose in coming here was to gather intelligence and earn some extra income. Luo Yu, Zhao Hai is in your hands, President Bai stated solemnly. It was clear that President Luo's remarks had rattled him. However, the older Director Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, revealing little emotion. Very well, I shall experience the prowess of the water technique prodigy. Luo Yu replied with a light laugh, and the group proceeded to the No. 7 arena. Here, a multitude of spectators surrounded the area, most wearing expressions of concern. After all, they were all natives of Jiangli, and witnessing their ninjas being continuously defeated by outsiders was a source of embarrassment. In response, Luo Yu hurriedly squeezed to the front row. The arena was submerged in water, resembling a shallow lake. Presumably, this accumulated water was conjured by Zhao Hai's water techniques. A youth with shark gills protruding from his cheeks stood on the water's surface, gripping the neck of a Jiangli genin. The genin, hoisted high, had both feet off the ground. Luo Yu recognized that, according to President Bai's description, this peculiar youth was undoubtedly Zhao Hai. Stop. The match is over. Put your opponent down. A referee intervened, reprimanding Zhao Hai to cease his torment. Is this the extent of Jiangli ninjas? Ignoring the referee, Zhao Hai shrugged in disappointment. He then hurled the genin out of the arena. At that moment, Zhao Hai's actions could be summed up in one word: arrogant. The spectators outside were equally incensed. This kid is excessively arrogant. Sparring should be about restraint. Our Jiangli ninja has not been left severely injured. Indeed, what kind of sparring is this? It's akin to a golden body bathing in a hot spring. Flaunting arrogance. Who can stop him from showing off? What a joke. The person he just tossed out had the inheritance of Shenyue Chukong. If even a white inheritance bearer cannot match him, what exactly is this fellow's background? Chapter 36. Fire Style. Great evaporation technique. What is all this noise? If you're unconvinced, come challenge me. Zhao Hai called out to the crowd below, his tone fierce. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a sudden silence. While they might engage in banter, they were aware of their limitations when it came to actual confrontation. This young man needs a good lesson. Observing Zhao Hai's arrogance, President Bai's brows knitted tightly. Director Jiang, on the other hand, calmly regarded Luo Yu, realizing that the opponent's approach was rather ruthless. Be cautious when you face him. Luo Yu nodded slightly, then leapt into the arena's center, gathering chakra beneath his feet to stand upon the water's surface. As someone finally stepped forward, the crowd began to murmur. Isn't that Luo Yu, the top scorer from yesterday's assessment? Is he going to challenge Zhao Hai? While he stands out among the novice ninjas, Zhao Hai is a genin. Moreover, he is likely the inheritor of dry persimmon Kisame. The disparity remains considerable. The youth is too impulsive, although he may excel among his peers. The significant difference in strength between a genin and a novice ninja cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing the audience's chatter, Zhao Hai was somewhat taken aback. You are the Luo Yu who gained fame during Jiang Li's assessment yesterday? What brings you here? Do you wish to challenge me? Luo Yu chuckled lightly. Merely here to play around. No need to be overly tense. Zhao Hai paused, taken aback. A novice ninja telling him not to be tense? It was his first time encountering someone even more arrogant than himself. At this moment, President Luo spoke from below. Young Zhao, feel free to force out Luo Yu's hidden capabilities. Gathering intelligence on him in advance is also a valuable endeavor. Hearing this, Zhao Hai nodded slightly and turned to Luo Yu. Since it is the president's request, I shall indulge you a little. Go ahead and unleash your full strength. The three of us old-timers will serve as your judges, President Bai declared. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the referee. Understanding, the referee dutifully exited the arena. Subsequently, President Bai declared sternly, on my command. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Hai launched the first strike. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. With the mobilization of chakra within his body, the surrounding accumulated water coalesced into a dragon form, surging towards Luo Yu. Although President Luo requested intelligence gathering on Luo Yu, Zhao Hai had no interest in sparring with a novice. Thus, he initiated with a formidable technique. The water dragon bullet is a commonly utilized 2-star water technique among Nin. It seems Zhao Hai intends to conclude this swiftly. Utilizing the existing water and expending minimal chakra, he executed the water technique. Clearly, his water dragon bullet has reached a small level of proficiency. Witnessing Zhao Hai's use of the water dragon bullet, many spectators turned their gaze anxiously towards Luo Yu. As a 2-star technique, the power of the water dragon bullet is self-evident. Can Luo Yu truly handle this with such assurance? However, the next moment, Luo Yu's response left them utterly astonished. Fire style, great fireball technique. What on earth? It turns out that Luo Yu was rampaging through the trial grounds with his fire release. Wasn't that countered by Zhao Hai's water release? Upon witnessing this, the crowd grew increasingly pessimistic about the battle. Only President Luo burst into hearty laughter, finding Luo Yu's ingenuity quite remarkable. He then glanced at President Bai and remarked, Old Bai, your talents from Jiangli are indeed exceptional. To this, President Bai remained silent. Suddenly, the dojo was illuminated by a brilliant blaze, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. A massive fireball, engulfing half the arena, surged toward Zhao Hai. The water dragon bullet, like a force of nature, collided with the blazing fireball and was instantly evaporated, vividly illustrating the futility of a mere drop in a bucket. Under overwhelming strength, even elemental advantages were reversed. Furthermore, the accumulated water on the ground was continuously transformed into steam under the intense heat, shrouding the area in a thick, moist fog. The colossal fireball continued its advance. Water release, water barrier. Faced with the scorching sun, Zhao Hai, disregarding his astonishment, conjured a defensive water jutsu rated at 1.5 stars. This time, he held nothing back. Nearly all the accumulated water in the arena converged into a colossal water wall, successfully obstructing the fireball. Exhausting all the water present, he finally extinguished the fireball. Was that truly a fireball? Observing Zhao Hai's desperate effort to extinguish that exaggerated fireball, the audience was filled with disbelief. Was this a fireball? It was clearly a nuclear fireball. Such power, even a Nin without exceptional proficiency could never create it. Moreover, the chakra required was a daunting challenge. How had Luo Yu accomplished this? Even Zhao Hai, present at the scene, was left dumbfounded. His water barrier was reasonably adept and had mobilized all the ambient water. But against fire release, which should have been foolproof, it faltered. Indeed, as President Luo had said, Luo Yu was indeed quite innovative. Director Jiang smiled at President Luo, who was staring in shock at the arena, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. However, his mind rapidly processed the events that had transpired. To generate a fireball of such magnitude, it seemed Luo Yu's proficiency in ninjutsu was exceedingly high. Conservatively estimating, he was nearing the pinnacle of mastery. For him to push Zhao Hai into such a corner, Luo Yu's strength was more than sufficient to participate in this year's City Exchange Conference. All that remained was to anticipate Zhao Hai forcing Luo Yu to reveal more hidden cards. It was truly unexpected how much Luo Yu had changed overnight. It seemed this year's exchange conference would provide Luo Yu with an opportunity to shine. President Bai was similarly filled with emotion. Even the practitioner, Luo Yu himself, was astonished by such overwhelming power. Given that his opponent was the inheritor of Kisame Hashigaki, he had maximized the consumption of the fireball to show due respect. This one fireball had consumed half of his chakra. With the enhancement from the secondary Hashirama cells and his high-level mastery, the outcome was unexpectedly formidable. I had underestimated you. You deserve my full attention. Zhao Hai maintained his composure, but his expression darkened. The accumulated water in the arena had been deliberately prepared by him before the previous battles. His intention was to transform the surrounding environment into his main battlefield. After all, utilizing the ambient water was more advantageous than employing his own chakra for water release. which also minimized chakra expenditure. Only ninjas of the ninja clan level could adeptly use water release in the absence of surrounding water. In this aspect, as a genin, he was still quite inexperienced. However, Luo Yu had obliterated the accumulated water with a single fire release. More importantly, he felt an unfamiliar pressure facing Luo Yu. If he could not defeat Luo Yu directly here, it would adversely affect his mindset for the upcoming exchange conference in a few days. Determined to defeat Luo Yu, Zhao Hai formed hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. As he spoke, the mist thickened under the influence of the water release chakra. This would obscure Luo Yu's ability to discern Zhao Hai's position, while the formidable fireball would also demand significant energy. Naturally, Luo Yu would be cautious about recklessly unleashing it. Chapter 37, Water Release. Grand Waterfall Technique. Even as Zhao Hai was forming hand seals, Luo Yu activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan. However, the chakra mingled within the mist rendered even the Sharingan incapable of piercing through the dense fog. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the hidden mist technique. By witnessing the hand seal process, Luo Yu inadvertently grasped the hidden mist technique, a delightful surprise. Despite its classification as a half-star technique due to its learning difficulty, it was highly strategic. Moreover, as he could generate water release chakra within himself, utilizing the hidden mist technique posed no issue. Water release, waterfall technique. Zhao Hai's voice emerged from behind the mist once more. Yet this time, his figure remained elusive, preventing Luo Yu from stealing techniques with his Sharingan. In the next moment, torrents of water surged throughout the arena. Luo Yu once again concentrated chakra beneath his feet, standing firmly upon the suddenly appearing water surface. All the while pondering Zhao Hai's intentions. The waterfall technique, rated as a half-star ninjutsu due to its relatively modest power, was often employed by water release ninjas to reshape the surrounding environment into advantageous terrain. It seemed Zhao Hai was preparing to launch his next offensive. Young Zhao demonstrated commendable adaptability in the heat of battle, remaining calm and strategizing rather than succumbing to panic, unlike many newcomers who faltered at unexpected events. President Luo let out a sigh of relief. However, he dared not place complete confidence in Zhao Hai as before. After all, Luo Yu's presence felt rather peculiar. No one could guarantee that Luo Yu did not have further surprises in store. Within the arena, Luo Yu continued to maneuver across the water's surface. The interference caused by the hidden mist technique was mutual. If Zhao Hai could conceal himself within the thick fog, so too could Luo Yu. Useless. The inherited power grants me an acute perception of water. I can sense your position through the currents, Zhao Hai declared through the mist. You are the first to warrant my use of this technique. Water release, grand waterfall technique. Upon hearing this, President Bai was immediately astonished. A formidable 3-star water release. Zhao Hai had actually mastered this technique. President Luo chuckled lightly. It's merely an introductory level. Moreover, this technique consumes an immense amount of chakra. After its execution, he should be nearly depleted. Perhaps he had resorted to this technique out of fear of that peculiar fireball? Upon hearing President Luo's analysis, the other spectators nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the Grand Waterfall technique might be slightly less powerful than the previous fireball, its offensive prowess would exploit elemental advantages. Thus, the situation appeared increasingly unfavorable for Luo Yu. At that moment, a massive gathering of seawater coalesced into a towering waterfall, crashing down upon Luo Yu's position with ferocious intensity, even parting the surrounding mist. The battlefield's dynamics were instantly laid bare for all to see. President Luo focused intently, eager to observe whether Luo Yu had any hidden strategies remaining. This was crucial intelligence. After all, based on the strength Luo Yu had exhibited thus far, he merited serious consideration. As the towering waterfall approached, Luo Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Just as the waterfall was about to strike, he concentrated his ocular power in his right eye, activating his phasing technique. However, the crowd, oblivious to Luo Yu's possession of the Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, was left in utter bewilderment as they witnessed him being engulfed by the colossal waterfall. Why did Luo Yu not use the fireball from earlier to counter it? Was his chakra depleted? To withstand such a formidable jutsu directly with his physical body could pose a grave danger to his life. Why did President Bai and the others not intervene? Even President Luo found this scene perplexing. After all, sparring was one thing, but a fatal incident would be another matter entirely. President Bai remained unfazed, urging everyone to continue watching. On the water's surface, Zhao Hai, exhausted from chakra depletion, displayed a look of terror. Had Luo Yu truly been struck by the water release, great waterfall technique? Why was he unable to sense Luo Yu's presence in the water? If he had indeed been hit, he should have been submerged deep below the surface. Yet, Zhao Hai could not discern Luo Yu's whereabouts in the surrounding waters. As if the young man had vanished into thin air. Just as Zhao Hai was grappling with the situation, Luo Yu, hidden in a state of phasing at the bottom of the deep water, executed the shadow leaf dance, appearing before him like a shadow of falling leaves. Simultaneously, the 5 seconds of phasing came to an end, with a powerful Konoha gale. Before Zhao Hai could comprehend what had transpired, Luo Yu concentrated his strength and delivered a spinning kick to his abdomen. The tremendous impact sent Zhao Hai flying out of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth. The suddenness of Luo Yu's appearance left even President Luo astonished. It was indeed the shadow leaf dance. Not only was he proficient in fire release, but he had also mastered a considerable array of physical techniques. The very move he had just executed, Konoha Gale, was classified as a 2-star physical technique. Luo Yu was truly a polymath. Despite being merely a genin, he had acquired such a repertoire of advanced techniques. During his own apprenticeship, he would have been content to master just the shadow leaf dance. Zhao Hai's defeat was not unjust. Could it be true? Luo Yu had actually kicked Zhao Hai out of the arena? Incredible. I had thought Luo Yu was done for, yet the tables have turned. How did he withstand the water release, great waterfall, with his face? Was his handsome appearance enhancing his defensive capabilities? As Zhao Hai lay on the ground, contorted in pain, the entire assembly was taken aback. The proud air of the Akatsuki, vanquished like this? The most difficult pill to swallow was Zhao Hai himself. He could not fathom how Luo Yu had endured the water release, great waterfall, and stealthily approached him undetected. The water release, great waterfall technique was his prized jutsu, expending all his chakra. To have it so effortlessly countered was incomprehensible, leading him to doubt his own abilities for the first time. Although he had often been labeled a prodigy by his peers due to his formidable strength, he now believed that in comparison, Luo Yu was the true prodigy. Old bye. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, President Luo remarked, feeling humiliated after Zhao Hai's provocations had resulted in such a defeat. With that, he swiftly exited the arena with Zhao Hai in tow, not waiting for President Bai's response. Meanwhile, a radiant light surged into Luo Yu, granting him 10 attribute points. Perhaps due to Luo Yu's foundational attributes nearing that of a chunin, the rewards for defeating a genin were somewhat diminished. Thus, despite overcoming Zhao Hai, who was significantly stronger than the merged white Zetsu, he received a mere 10 points. Nevertheless, combined with the cells of Hashirama, it should suffice to elevate his chakra and physical strength to 100. Chapter 38. The Trials of a Genin. Old Luo, don't leave. We agreed to spar and help train the newcomer. You're giving up already? Just as President Luo and Zhao Hai were about to depart, they encountered President by blocking their path, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. President Luo gritted his teeth, wanting to retort, but ultimately opted for silence. In light of his diminished strength, engaging in further verbal sparring would only bring humiliation. The water release, great waterfall technique has exhausted all my chakra. I fear I will be unable to fight for some time. Zhao Hai managed to force a bitter smile, his earlier arrogance vanquished. President Bai smiled gently. It's all right. Our Jiangli dojo is a professional establishment, and we have provisions for post-match recovery. He produced an energy pill and handed it to Zhao Hai. This will restore your chakra. After regaining your strength, you can engage in further discussions with Luo Yu. You're both young. It's vital to progress together. At that moment, Luo Yu caught up, his demeanor amiable. That was just luck on my part. Take a breather, and we can have another round. Don't be disheartened. Not a chance. Zhao Hai has mastered so many water release techniques. I cannot allow myself to be content without understanding them. He mused that, given his 5 fundamental attributes were fully developed, it was unreasonable to solely utilize fire release, especially against water release. It was well known that in the world of Naruto, much of the water release techniques stemmed from the Akatsuki's Kisame. As the heir of Kisame, Zhao Hai was undoubtedly capable of being an excellent instructor in water release. However, upon witnessing Luo Yu's gentle smile, Zhao Hai's expression turned fearful as he clutched his still throbbing abdomen. It was evident that he had developed a psychological scar from the encounter. He understood that unless he unraveled the mystery of Luo Yu's sudden disappearance, he would never emerge victorious. If victory was unattainable, why continue fighting? No one enjoys being humiliated, especially when he was typically the one dishing it out. Next time. For sure, Zhao Hai muttered before hastily exiting the dojo. Luo Yu, you must attend this year's exchange meeting. I look forward to your performance. President Luo remarked meaningfully. In his view, although Luo Yu could easily defeat Zhao Hai, it was still merely a battle within the realm of Jinan. The elite fighters at the exchange meeting would be of the Chunin level. Despite Luo Yu's possession of peculiar secret techniques and high-level fire release, he would undoubtedly face a crushing defeat against their Chunin. Although it was unremarkable for a Chunin to triumph over a Jinan, it would still be gratifying. Old Jiang, consider this my greeting to you. We shall see the true measure of strength at the exchange meeting. With that, President Luo left, his expression sour. What a relief. After all these years, I have finally been able to stand tall. As President Bai watched President Luo depart, he exhaled deeply. Observing the humiliation of President Luo and Zhao Hai, the other Zhongli members could not help but cheer with elation. The city of Shikahama had sent challengers nearly every year, often to probe for intelligence. Although both sides had seen victories and defeats, Zhongli had suffered more losses in recent years, especially with the decline of their dojo. Even the victories had never been as decisive as today. Moreover, the challengers from Shikahama were among the most formidable in recent years. Typically, blue inheritances were reserved for J-nin or even ninja clans. The emergence of a blue inheritance among Jinin signified absolute dominance within their tier. The fact that Luo Yu could overwhelm such a monster was simply astounding. To celebrate Luo Yu's victory, the dojo would be open for free today. President Bai declared grandly, eliciting an even louder cheer from the crowd. Director Zhang looked curiously at Luo Yu. Are you certain you want to participate in this year's exchange meeting? Don't you wish to observe for a year? Luo Yu nodded resolutely. Zhongli has been silent for too long. It is time to make our voice heard. Observing? Nonsense. He was determined to seize victory at the exchange meeting and claim the divine stone. Furthermore, it was not merely the divine stone. He aspired to become a Chunin and explore the secrets of the hidden realms. The lower ninja-level secret realm is indeed a treasure trove of nameless fragments of gray quality. And with a stroke of luck, one might even procure white fragments. As long as one can obtain the qualification to explore the secret realm, the materials necessary for upgrading ninja techniques will be plentiful. Very well, tomorrow you shall come to the association for the basic attribute certification. After that, proceed to the mission assembly hall to complete a C-rank mission, and you shall be certified as a lower ninja. Each city's ninja association houses an institution known as the Mission Assembly Hall. This establishment consolidates the official tasks released by the city along with some privately posted personal missions. Tasks are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty, namely D, C, B, A, and S, corresponding to the ranks from apprentice to ninja master. Additionally, there exist special tasks categorized as S, A, and B, which are exclusively available to ninjas of the Shadow Guard, Shadow, and Super Shadow ranks. Upon becoming an apprentice ninja, one may accept the lowest difficulty D-rank tasks at the Mission Assembly Hall, completing them for corresponding rewards. D-rank missions typically involve simple tasks such as helping someone find their lost pets, lacking significant value. Thus, after becoming an apprentice ninja, Luo Yu did not head to the Mission Assembly Hall. However, C-rank missions are markedly different, representing genuine lower ninja-level tasks. Unlike the harmless D-rank missions, participating in C-rank missions often results in injuries or casualties among lower ninjas. In the evening, Luo Yu bid farewell to President Bai and Director Jiang before returning home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Luo Qingyu, clad in her favorite black silk-made outfit, shyly welcoming him. Little Yu is back? You're not hurt, are you? Would you like to eat first or take a bath? Luo Yu was taken aback, astonished at how his sister had changed. How could he possibly eat under such circumstances? Can we have something else? Of course, Luo Yu merely thought this, daring not to voice it. Sister, what is this? Luo Qingyu blushed, replying, while you were asleep. I took a look at your phone's browsing history. It seems that boys these days prefer this style, so to celebrate our housewarming, I wanted to dress beautifully to surprise you. Luo Yu's innocent eyes sparkled as he pleaded, promise me that you will dress like this at home from now on. In response, Luo Qingyu playfully retorted, you're getting a bit greedy. Allowing you this small reward is my greatest concession. Were it not for you, I wouldn't even consider wearing such an outlandish outfit. Seeing his sister's firm stance, Luo Yu could only retreat. At dinner time, witnessing Luo Qingyu in her maid attire, Luo Yu suddenly found his appetite returning, devouring his meal with gusto. It must be said, his sister indeed made for an appetizing sight. By the way, sister, our new home is quite spacious. Cleaning it must be exhausting for you. Once I become a middle ninja, my monthly allowance will be quite substantial, and I can hire several maids to assist you. Luo Yu casually mentioned at the dinner table. He had no ulterior motives, merely feeling empathetic towards his sister. After all, being a ninja holds considerable societal status in this world. It would be reasonable for him, as a ninja, to hire a few charming maids. Furthermore, the new house was indeed large. Not only inside but also the garden outside required care. Do not waste money. Luo Qingyu responded with fervor. This afternoon, I tidied up both the interior and exterior of the house. The garden will be ready by tomorrow morning. What do you need so many maids for? Her reaction was quite intense. Her thoughts were simple. This was their little haven, and she would not allow any other women to intrude. Seeing his sister's resolute attitude, Luo Yu forced a sheepish smile. I was just saying that. Don't take it to heart. He miscalculated. He hadn't expected his sister to be so capable. She managed to clean such a large villa thoroughly in just one afternoon. It seemed he would have to purchase several more villas in the future to justify hiring charming maids. After all, he had already planned to acquire more property in the big city. Eventually, he could secretly hide a few maids from his sister. The thought alone was thrilling. After all, his sister couldn't possibly oversee every villa, could she? Lost in such delightful thoughts, Luo Yu chuckled gleefully. By the way, does your friend White Zetsu need to eat? Luo Qingyu inquired curiously. At that moment, a small head popped out from the floor. Little Fei. Thank you for your concern, my lady. I have already absorbed nutrients from the plants and can last for quite a while. Luo Yu was startled by the sudden appearance of White Zetsu. Thanks to the ephemeral technique, which cloaked the user's presence, he had forgotten that this being was nearby. Do you Zetsu really need nutrients? Luo Yu questioned. After all, in the later stages of Naruto, there were 100,000 White Zetsu present. If all of them needed to eat, wouldn't the nearby forest be stripped bare? We originally depended on the god tree for sustenance. Since there is no god tree now, we must make do, little Fei explained. The god tree? You mean the outer path golem? Luo Yu immediately connected the dots. In the original storyline, Obito obtained the Rinnegan and could control the outer path golem. If the template of Obito from the night of the massacre would eventually unlock, then unlocking even later templates could grant him the Rinnegan, enabling him to summon the outer path golem. The thrill of flaunting the golem was intoxicating. It was even more exhilarating than secretly hiding maids from his sister. As Luo Yu contemplated these possibilities, the rice in his bowl tasted even better. After a hearty dinner, he promptly returned to his upstairs bedroom. Observing his animated demeanor, Luo Qingyu felt a twinge of disappointment. After all her efforts to adorn herself, her brother didn't spare her a second glance before heading directly to his room. How unfair. Was his bedroom truly that entertaining? Upon reaching the second floor of the villa, Luo Yu noticed the numerous rooms available. He nodded in approval. Truly, this special villa was magnificent. With so many rooms, it could accommodate many guests. In the future, he could invite all the girls he knew for a social gathering. It would surely be delightful. After indulging in sweet dreams, Luo Yu chose a room to explore. As expected, the sheets were neatly laid, and the room was spotless. A clear testament to his sister's handiwork. After shedding his fatigue, he collapsed onto the luxurious soft bed. Luo Yu began allocating the 10 attribute points he had earned from defeating Zhao Hai. Stamina, 70, 50, 70, 50. Chakra, 42, 100, 52, 100. After the allocation, Luo Yu's recognized level by the system still hadn't reached that of a lower ninja. This was evident from the system not granting him a ninja scroll and little Fei's level remaining at the apprentice third stage. However, taking into account the boost from Hashirama's cells, his actual stamina had risen to 105, and his chakra was precisely 104. There was no doubt he could pass the attribute certification tomorrow. Speaking of which, since acquiring the Rage Obito template, he had been diligently working on his attribute points. Should he take a moment to relax tonight? With this thought, Luo Yu quietly took out his phone and opened the browser. Suddenly, he remembered that little Fei might be lurking in various corners of the villa, so he tentatively called out, "Little Fei, are you there?" As soon as he spoke, little Fei, blending into the villa, swiftly made his way to Luo Yu's room along the wall. Soon, the wall began to ripple, and little Fei emerged. "Lord Luo, what can I do for you?" Seeing him approach with such agility, Luo Yu inquired. Can you perceive everything that happens within the villa? Little Fei proudly puffed out his chest. Of course. Reconnaissance is my specialty. Even if a ninja tries to sneak in under the moonlight, they won't escape my senses. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no, did that mean he could not indulge at night? Realizing this, Luo Yu softened his gaze, saying, Little Fei, you don't need to keep watch tonight. Find a room to rest. We're quite accommodating here. There's no night shift. Lord Luo, you are so considerate of your subordinates. Little Fei's eyes brimmed with tears. Although he lacked eyes and tears, he was nonetheless profoundly moved. Rest assured, I shall monitor the entire villa for 24 hours. If I become exceedingly fatigued, I will simply take a brief rest within the wall. With that, Xiao Fei resolutely melded into the wall, embodying a spirit that refused to relent until he transformed from Baiju to Heiju. Observing his dedication, Luo Yu sighed in resignation, realizing that he would not be able to peruse the learning materials. He would have to seek out some legitimate study resources instead. With this thought, he quietly opened the Ninja Heritage Compendium on his phone. This was developed by the Ninja Association and meticulously documented all the ninja legacies discovered by the association to date. It detailed not only the specific effects of the legacies, but also the means of acquiring them. After all, upgrading ninjutsu inevitably involved interacting with various legacy fragments. To say nothing of the fact that just the physical techniques required a substantial number of Li Rock's legacy fragments. The 8 gates and lotus awaited, and it was prudent to ascertain which secret realms these legacy fragments originated from. Once he's certified as a genin, he could find the time to venture there. Thus, lying on his bed while gazing at his phone, Luo Yu gradually succumbed to slumber under the onslaught of monotonous information. The following day, after savoring the delicious breakfast prepared by his sister, Luo Yu promptly took a taxi to the Ninja Association, Jiangli branch. This was a magnificent structure, surrounded by numerous buildings affiliated with the Ninja Association, such as the Ninja Mall and the Task Assembly Hall. Initially, he had anticipated a lack of patrons at such an early hour, yet upon entering, he found himself in a long queue. There was no alternative. All ninjas across the city had to come here for their business, and Luo Yu's ascension in ninja rank was no exception. Consequently, the Ninja Association was perpetually bustling with activity. Unless one possessed the special status of a Kaga-level ninja, accompanied by a dedicated staff member to handle their affairs, they were obliged to queue like everyone else. While Luo Yu was waiting in line, President Bai unexpectedly emerged from an inner room. Luo Yu, you're here to certify as a genin so early? He remarked. You need not wait like the others. I have already made the necessary arrangements for you. Please proceed directly inside. Chapter 40. Teaming for secret realms. Taken aback by his words, Luo Yu gazed at President Bai with a puzzled expression. Noticing Luo Yu's confusion, President Bai chuckled. You are a key focus of our Jiangli branch's training program. Thus you possess certain privileges. Upon hearing that he need not queue, Luo Yu promptly exited the line and followed President Bai into the elevator. Was this the privilege bestowed by being both handsome and talented? He had never anticipated the perks of being a high achiever in his past life. After disembarking on the 3rd floor, Luo Yu accompanied President Bai to the Ninja Rank Certification Department. The personnel there were a striking assembly of well-dressed young men and women. Upon the President's arrival, everyone stood up respectfully, greeting him. Hello, President. President Bai nodded in acknowledgement, and everyone resumed their duties. Let me find Xiao Jia, he said, and shortly thereafter, a pure and charming young lady approached. President, I'm here. Xiao Jia, this is Luo Yu, whom I scheduled an appointment with yesterday, President Bai said with a smile. Gesturing toward Luo Yu, Xiao Jia glanced at Luo Yu and then smiled. You are here to certify as a genin, correct? Yes, Luo Yu replied with a slight nod. It was evident that President Bai placed great importance on him, having already coordinated with the staff to streamline the certification process. I shall begin now, Xiao Jia said with a gentle smile, retrieving a scroll from her drawer. Unrolling it revealed a complex array of symbols. This is the ability perception scroll, she explained. Please place your hand upon it. The ninjutsu sealed within will gauge your physical strength and chakra levels, displaying the results on the scroll. These results will also be recorded as data in your file. With the system displaying his precise values, Luo Yu confidently placed his hand on the ability perception scroll. Instantly, the chakra contained within the scroll flowed through the array, forming a perception ninjutsu that enveloped Luo Yu. Moments later, 2 lines of text materialized on the scroll. User's physical strength, 105, chakra, 104. Value Evaluation, Jinin, Level 1. Upon seeing these results, President Bai inhaled deeply. Indeed, they met the standards for a Jinin. He had anticipated this outcome, especially considering that just yesterday, Luo Yu had decisively defeated Zhao Hai, a Jinin of the second tier. If his foundational values had failed to meet the Jinin criteria, it would have been laughable. His opponent was the inheritor of the dry persimmon Zetsu. And overcoming such a challenge was no ordinary feat. Tester Luo Yu meets the standards for Jinin Level 1. Subsequently, you only need to complete a single mission to achieve certification, Xiao Jia noted as she recorded Luo Yu's test results. Sensing the test had gone smoothly, Luo Yu intended to head to the task assembly hall to select a simple mission to expedite his progress. He was eager to venture into the Jinin level secret realm to collect upgrade materials. At that moment, President Bai interjected, "I have already prepared a mission for you. You can check the task information directly at the Ninja Association." Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. So soon? He had not anticipated President Bai's thorough preparation. This would save him from the dilemma of choice paralysis that typically plagued him when navigating the myriad of options at the task assembly hall. With this in mind, Luo Yu promptly logged into his account at the Ninja Association and accessed his accepted missions. Mission: Secret Realm Exploration Difficulty. Content: Explore the Jinin Secret Realm Silver Forest Peak alongside the client. Reward: 5 Baiju Legacy Fragments. The client's name was Su Ying, along with her contact information. Although Luo Yu still possessed the authority to explore secret realms, he was allowed to undertake related missions during his Jinin certification period. "How about the mission I found for you?" President Bai inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, such team-based exploration missions typically required the client to bear the dimensional energy expenditure. Even with his Jinin certification and a silver badge, the monthly allocation of dimensional energy was quite limited. Thus, it was prudent to conserve energy whenever possible. Furthermore, in most cases, the spoils from defeating exotic beasts were divided in a 70-30 split. Though that only amounted to 30%, the 5 Baiju fragments as a reward were substantial. It was worth noting that the exotic beasts within Jinin-level secret realms predominantly dropped nameless fragments, while the drop rate for high-quality legacy fragments like Baiju was remarkably low. Securing 5 such fragments was already a significant safeguard. It must be said that President Bai was indeed commendable in his treatment of talent. "Thank you very much. I will contact the client now." Luo Yu expressed his gratitude with a smile before bidding farewell and exiting the Ninja Association. As he walked home, Luo Yu utilized the information provided to add Su Ying as a contact. He then initiated a voice call. After a few rings, the call was connected. "Hello. I am Luo Yu, the one accepting your task. When shall we depart?" There was a brief silence on the other end before a calm female voice responded. "It would be best for us to meet at the Secret Realm teleportation site right away," and set off promptly. Taken aback by her urgency, Luo Yu had hoped to have lunch first. He recalled that his sister had mentioned preparing a meal for him at noon. "Yes, while exploring Silver Forest Peak yesterday, I discovered a high-level cultivation resource. However, a formidable exotic beast guards the area, and I am certainly unable to defeat it. Hence, I issued a team task. I fear that if we do not hurry, someone else may seize the opportunity," Su Ying explained. Upon hearing her rationale, Luo Yu finally understood. No wonder the team task came with such generous rewards. It was indeed a call for assistance to confront the challenge. As per tradition, it seems that the esteemed resource can indeed be shared. "Very well. I shall set forth immediately." Upon learning the details, Luo Yu spoke with unwavering determination. Compared to his sister's noodles, the allure of cultivation resources is far superior. Subsequently, the two agreed to meet at the first teleportation site. Given that the Secret Realm teleportation venue is located near the Ninja Association, Luo Yu arrived at the teleportation site within 10 minutes on foot. However, arriving early, he took the opportunity to purchase several buckets of braised beef noodles from the supermarket within the teleportation center, storing them in a storage scroll for later. "All right, I won't be returning for lunch. I should inform my sister." Luo Yu smacked his forehead and dialed Luo Qingyu's number. "Sister, I've taken on a mission, so I won't be back for lunch." On the other end of the line, Luo Qingyu was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, her smile instantly vanished. "Really? You're not secretly meeting a girl behind my back, are you?" "Don't overthink it. This is for work," Luo Yu replied, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth as he quickly hung up. Yet, immediately after ending the call, he regretted it. His sister would surely teach him a lesson for daring to hang up on her. Chapter 41. The mysterious masked woman? While Luo Yu pondered how his sister might punish him, a familiar female voice called out, "Luo Yu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Following the voice, he turned to see a figure adorned with a white mask decorated with red patterns, dressed in a white adventurer's outfit. Observing her long, flowing hair and graceful silhouette, Luo Yu surmised that she was a young woman. However, the mask obscured her face, and despite her soothing voice, he refrained from speculating about her gender. "Who are you?" Luo Yu questioned, looking curiously at the masked individual. "I am your client, Su Ying," she revealed. Luo Yu understood immediately, then queried with intrigue, but we've never met. "How do you know I am Luo Yu?" Su Ying smiled. "You have become quite renowned in Jiangli. I heard that the inheritor of the dry persimmon Kisame from Kahama was thoroughly defeated by you. When I learned that President Bai accepted my task on your behalf, I knew this journey to Yinlin Peak would be successful." Luo Yu was taken aback. Had he truly gained such notoriety? Su Ying produced a small glass vial from her storage scroll, filled with a shimmering purple essence. "This is a small vial of dimensional essence. Once absorbed, it enables one to remain in the secret realm for an hour. We should aim to resolve our task within that time frame, but it's all right if we exceed it. I have a few more vials." With that, she handed the vial to Luo Yu. The secret realm is a product from other dimensions, and thus, Blue Star inhabitants experience rapid physical decline upon entering, potentially leading to death. Only by absorbing dimensional essence can one maintain their condition and move freely within the secret realm, akin to their existence on Blue Star. Luo Yu accepted the vial, uncapped it, and drank the essence in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, though there were no other notable effects. "This blue essence is quite palatable," he remarked. "I should be on my way." Seeing that Luo Yu finished absorbing the essence, Su Ying spoke up. "Do you not require any dimensional essence?" Luo Yu looked puzzled, expecting her to absorb some as well. Perhaps even removing her mask to reveal whether she was indeed as enchanting as her voice suggested. "I absorbed it beforehand," Su Ying explained. It seemed she had taken precautions to conceal her true identity. With no other option, Luo Yu shrugged and followed her to a teleportation device. Su Ying placed her Nin third stage badge on the scanner. After confirming that the destination realm was Yinlin Peak, the device chimed, "Coordinates confirmed for Yinlin Peak. Nin level access required." Access confirmed. With a flash, Su Ying vanished before the machine. Mimicking her actions, Luo Yu scanned his badge to verify his identity, then set the destination for the secret realm. The next moment, without any warning, Luo Yu found himself in an unfamiliar wilderness. Before him stood a colossal, ancient stone pillar, intricately carved with the flying thunder god technique. This served as a teleportation anchor point developed through the principles of the flying thunder god. To return to Blue Star, one must utilize these teleportation anchor points. The area surrounding the stone pillar was protected by towering walls. Nearby, several wooden structures formed a cozy camp, inhabited not only by other ninjas who had arrived at Yinlin Peak, but also by dozens of ninjas clad in military uniforms. Curious, Luo Yu activated his Sharingan to observe these ninjas affiliated with the Dragon Kingdom military. He discovered that their chakra levels ranged between 150 and 200, with a few officers exceeding 500 chakra. This indicated that most of these ninjas possessed strength between the Nin's second and third tiers. The officers commanding them were undoubtedly Nin level. Compared to the rookie-level soldiers stationed outside Jiangli City, this group was significantly more formidable. Noticing Luo Yu's interest, Su Ying kindly elaborated, "This is the starting teleportation anchor point from Blue Star to Yinlin Peak. If this anchor point were to be compromised by foreign beasts, the Ninja Association would need to send personnel to reconstruct it. Otherwise, access to this location would be impossible. Moreover, the reconstruction process is quite cumbersome, so it is more efficient for the state to station people here for maintenance. Typically, ordinary ninjas also regard this place as a resting spot. In the event of a beast tied in the secret realm, it serves as a safe haven, especially with Nin level officers stationed here. Even if numerous lower-tier beasts were to attack, they could hold out for a time." After attentively listening to Su Ying's explanation, Luo Yu smiled sheepishly. "I apologize. This is my first visit, so I'm a bit curious. By the way, what powerful beasts are we going to contend with for the high-tier resources?" Although he only knew Su Ying was a Nin third-stage ninja, Luo Yu sensed that she was no ordinary practitioner of that rank. After all, she must possess a white inheritance. Therefore, it was essential for him to understand the beasts that even Su Ying felt uncertain about defeating. allowing him to devise appropriate strategies in advance. Sensing that Luo Yu had hit the nail on the head, Su Ying's tone grew serious. It is the wind demon ape. What kind of creature is the wind demon ape? Luo Yu inquired, noting a hint of trepidation in Su Ying's voice. He quickly retrieved his phone, accessed the Ninja Association app, and opened the Secret Realm Compendium for Inland Peak. He then navigated to the Beast Classification section. A list of all the beasts inhabiting Inland Peak appeared, with the Wind Demon Ape occupying the top position. Beast name: Wine Demon Ape. Quality: White Stamina, 400 to 500 Chakra, 300 to 450 Loot. Shards of the Summoning Item for Kamadachi. Complete Summoning Item for Kamadachi. Proficiency in Wind Release with Unnamed Inheritance. Shards of Unnamed Inheritance for Wind Release. Notice, the attributes of the Wind Demon Ape are close to those of a CH Nin. It is not advisable for ninjas below CH Nin rank to engage in combat. For more details on the Wind Demon Ape, please click this link to learn more. After reviewing the Wind Demon Ape's compendium entry, Luo Yu felt a pang of anxiety. The standard attributes for CH Nin are 500, while CH Nin third stage is 200. The Wind Demon Ape's innate racial talents have grown to their limits, only lacking 50 chakra compared to a CH Nin of the first tier. This is hardly a trivial difference. Furthermore, it possesses a white quality. Surely, he would not have to resort to Hell's Chaos again. The emptiness that follows the release of all the energy he has accumulated within is an experience he would prefer to avoid repeating. Indeed, tasks that appear advantageous often conceal significant risks. However, it is no surprise, given that the reward for defeating the Wind Demon Ape is the summoning item for Kamadachi. Upon usage, one can forge a blood contract with a weasel from another world named Kamadachi. After mastering the summoning technique, one can summon Kamadachi to fight alongside them. By the way, Kamedori, as a spirit beast of white quality, is remarkably formidable. Not only is it agile in movement, but through training, it can also comprehend various wind release ninjutsu. The sharpness and extensive striking range of wind release render Kamedori exceptional among its peers. With such bountiful rewards, the Wind Demon Ape naturally possesses an edge. Chapter 42. A chance encounter with attribute points. Having gathered information about the Wind Demon Ape, Luo Yu and Su Ying traversed the branches of the forest with the grace of ninjas. Speaking of which, what exactly are the high-level resources guarded by the Wind Demon Ape? On the way, Luo Yu pondered aloud. The fact that Su Ying would risk a direct confrontation with the Wind Demon Ape and even expend 5 pieces of white absolute inheritance fragments to hire him must indicate that the cultivation resources are exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Luo Yu's question, Su Ying hesitated for a moment before revealing her insights. Since President Bai trusts you, I shall not keep anything from you. After a brief pause, she continued, yesterday, while exploring Silver Forest Peak, I witnessed a ninja from the Su clan entering the cave where the Wind Demon Ape resides to rest. Inside the cave, there were 3 Wind Demon Apes. That Su clan ninja, possessing the strength of a Chunin, fought valiantly to slay 2 of the Wind Demon Apes, but was ultimately struck down by the last one. After all, the Wind Demon Ape is known as the Little Chunin, and for a Chunin to take down 2 out of 3 is no small feat. Hearing this, Luo Yu's interest was piqued. Are you referring to the Su clan from the imperial capital, the Byakugan clan? Su Ying nodded affirmatively. Indeed. She added, as a prominent clan in the Dragon Kingdom, that individual must have brought along a significant amount of cultivation resources. Luo Yu's eyes lit up at the thought of potentially acquiring some divine stones. While divine stones are considered treasures by other ninjas, they are merely common cultivation resources for the affluent Su clan. It would not be surprising for even the most junior Chunins of the Su clan to possess 5 or 6 divine stones. Su Ying chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I will share a portion with you as per our usual practice. With Su Ying's promise, Luo Yu smiled in relief. It seemed his shining Kaleidoscope Sharingan finally had a chance to evolve. The two hastened towards the cave inhabited by the Wind Demon Ape. Suddenly, Su Ying stopped, her expression turning wary. Halt! There's a pack of West Wind Wolves ahead. We should quietly circumvent them to conserve our strength before facing the Wind Demon Ape. Luo Yu frowned slightly, but wouldn't he that waste time? Since lingering in the secret realm consumes dimensional energy, it validates the saying that time is money. Su Ying sighed. There is no helping it. The pack is large, and their strength mostly lies at the second tier of the Jinin level. If we engage them now, even if we break through, we will inevitably sustain injuries. We must reserve our strength for the Wind Demon Ape, which is our true target. Indeed, having set their sights on a goal, it would be unwise to extend their hands towards other troublesome beasts. However, Luo Yu smiled nonchalantly. It's fine. A single fireball jutsu 1T drained much of my strength. With that, he activated his Sharingan, pinpointing the location of the wolf pack 100 meters away. Simultaneously, he surged forward towards the wolves. After all, it would be foolish not to seize the attribute points along the way. It would be a waste of an opportunity not to accrue attribute points during their venture into the secret realm. Seeing this, Su Ying quickly followed. Danger. The West Wind Wolves are not as simple as they seem. She mused silently. Luo Yu just defeated a formidable opponent, Zhao Hai. He might be feeling a bit overconfident. But that was a one-on-one battle. At least the numbers were even. Facing 2 or 3 dozen lower Genin-level beasts, even a fireball jutsu, let alone a 2-star fire release, would have negligible effect. As Luo Yu swiftly approached the wolf pack, the keen-sensed West Wind Wolves turned their attention towards him. However, upon noticing that there were only 2 of them, the wolves charged forward with fervor, as if they had spotted prey. Brothers, the takeout has arrived. First come, first served. In Silver Forest Peak, the West Wind Wolves, gathered in packs, are the true dominators. Besides the sturdy and resilient Wind Demon Ape, no other beast dares to provoke them due to their pack mentality. However, Luo Yu felt exhilarated as the wolves rushed towards him. Fire Release, despite often being criticized for its power, possesses a wide area of effect and sustained impact. With the wolves clustering together, it perfectly exemplified the saying that a family must stand united. Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. In the next moment, a blazing fireball, akin to a scorching sun, erupted from Luo Yu's mouth. The West Wind Wolves, like moths drawn to a flame, rushed towards the fiery sphere. Even those at the back were reduced to ashes by the expanding fireball. The immense fireball left a scorched earth in its wake, scattering 5 unnamed wind release inheritance fragments chaotically in the air. Simultaneously, several glimmers, visible only to Luo Yu, surged into his body. Attribute points, 52. Due to the numerous West Wind Wolves, the attribute points dropped were the highest thus far. Su Ying, who had been trailing behind, stood dumbfounded at the dazzling flames before her. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Are you sure that was a fireball jutsu? No wonder you could use fire release to defeat the adept water release user, the heir of the dry persimmon demon. As a lower genin, she had seen others use fireball jutsu, but its power was often lackluster. It was more than sufficient for street-side skewers. Yet, the fire release Luo Yu executed was unlike any fireball jutsu she had ever seen. It instilled a sense of safety and warmth. Luo Yu smiled nonchalantly, my dear. When we engage the Wind Demon Ape, you needn't intervene. Simply sit back and witness my performance. He had clearly defined his role in this mission as the supportive companion to the lady boss. Su Ying's demeanor lightened considerably. All right, I want to complicate things for you. Initially anticipating a grueling battle with the Wind Demon Ape, she now felt reassured after witnessing Luo Yu's prowess. As the bodies of the West Wind Wolves were incinerated by the intense flames, it was impossible to extract usable materials from them. Hence, after dividing the 5 wind release unnamed fragments, the 2 continued on their path, opting for the most direct shortcut. Previously, Su Ying had chosen a longer route to avoid encounters with beasts, but now, having learned of Luo Yu's true strength, she no longer shied away from other creatures. Along the way, any obstructions posed by other beasts were swiftly dealt with by Luo Yu's simple techniques, allowing Su Ying merely to gather materials. This experience afforded her the pleasure of being the boss. It's truly comfortable to team up with you. I'll definitely choose you again next time. As they became more familiar, Su Ying's demeanor grew less reserved, even leading to playful banter. Luo Yu responded with a smile. Other girls say the same. He too was reaping considerable rewards, with his unallocated attribute points now totaling 72. Anticipating the imminent battle with the formidable Wind Demon Ape, Luo Yu promptly allocated his attribute points. Stamina, 70, 50, 150, Chakra, 52, 192, 100, Chapter 43. The Evolution of Uzumaki White Absolute. Comprehending the art of disguise gazing at his latest attribute panel, Luo Yu found himself deep in thought. With just an additional 8 chakra points, he could elevate his chakra reserves to 100, qualifying him at the genin level as determined by the system. At that point, not only would Uzumaki White Absolute strength increase, but he would also receive a level-up reward in the form of a scroll of ninjutsu. Currently, the only ninjutsu requiring a scroll for advancement was the Fireball Jutsu. However, the quantity required was staggering. Fireball Jutsu Upgrade Requirement. Ninjutsu Scroll 0, 5, or Unnamed Inheritance Fragment Adept in Fire Release 0, 25. Goodness. Achieving peak proficiency is indeed no easy feat. The materials required have increased fivefold compared to level 4. The mere existence of 25 unnamed legacies suggests that one would need to invest considerable time in the secret realm. Perhaps it is prudent to consider whether I can extract some blood waves from President Bai and his associates. Contemplating this, Luo Yu inquired within his mind, System. Does the next level of the Great Fireball require so many materials due to a qualitative change? The system, equipped with customer service, promptly elucidated that the Great Fireball, as the most fundamental fire technique, upon reaching level 5, not only enhances the technique itself, but also elevates the host's comprehension of fire techniques. Consequently, learning other fire ninjutsu will become significantly easier. Through the observation of the Sharingan, the understanding of fire techniques will automatically elevate from level 0 to 1. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Yu thought that this was indeed favorable, as it would save considerable resources in future fire technique studies. With this in mind, the duo halted outside a cave, which was the dwelling of the Wind Demon Ape, and the corpse of the pale-eyed ninja lay within. Suing gazed towards the cave's entrance and solemnly instructed, "Stay here. Do not approach until I have dealt with the Wind Demon Ape." Luo Yu softly urged, then boldly stepped into the cave. The stone walls bore numerous signs of battle, and the ground was intermittently stained with blood, confirming Su Ying's account of a fierce conflict having transpired. Nodding, Luo Yu ventured deeper into the cave, soon passing by the bodies of two 3-meter-tall white-haired giants, surrounded by fragments emanating a soft white glow, the remnants of the summoning objects belonging to Kamidori. Undoubtedly, the deceased giants were the two fallen Wind Demon Apes. Just as Luo Yu reached out to touch the white fragments, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cave. The entire cave trembled violently, causing debris to rain down. Suing outside could not help but show concern. After all, the Wind Demon Ape was a formidable opponent of mid-level ninja rank and possessed innate wind ninjutsu. Could Luo Yu truly confront such a powerful adversary alone? In the far reaches of the cave, other ninjas exploring the secret realm felt the tremors underfoot and instinctively turned their gazes towards the cave. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, it was likely another fool had provoked the Wind Demon Ape. Let us move away quickly. If the Wind Demon Ape is enraged, it may commence a massacre nearby. Run. Deep within the cave, amidst the earth's tremors, an enormous Wind Demon Ape charged toward Luo Yu, its massive limbs scraping against the ground. The death of its companion seemed to have rendered it exceedingly vigilant, and thus, Luo Yu's entrance into the cave was immediately detected. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate, open. Faced with the impending giant, Luo Yu swiftly lifted the mental restrictions and activated super frequency mode. He then executed Shadow Leaf Dance, instantly flashing before the Wind Demon Ape and delivering a kick to its chin. Despite the activation of the first gate doubling his strength, bringing him close to that of the Wind Demon Ape, the creature staggered back but did not ascend to the expected height to connect with the lotus of the surface. Consequently, Luo Yu's intention to test the lotus of the surface in combat was thwarted. Observing the retreating Wind Demon Ape, Luo Yu shook his head in resignation. If Su Ying were to learn that he dared to practice underdeveloped physical techniques against a Wind Demon Ape, her expression would surely be one of disbelief. Abandoning the thought of practice, Luo Yu resolved to treat the Wind Demon Ape with utmost seriousness. He recalled the essential mantra for overcoming the powerful with the weak. The large are weak, the furry are weak, heavy fire is weak, the armored knight is weak. The bridge weakens all, and the elevator. The Wind Demon Ape bore a thick coat of white fur, prompting him to deactivate the gate and unleash his most proficient fire technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Instantly, 20 chakra points within him transformed into a fireball that erupted from his mouth. Upon witnessing the magnificent fireball, the Wind Demon Ape was momentarily daunted. However, it quickly regained its composure and prepared to counter, raising its seemingly clumsy long arms to form hand seals. It then expelled a wind-based ninjutsu from its mouth. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Judging by the intensity of the gale, its proficiency appeared to be at an expert level. The Wind Demon Ape's strategy was straightforward, to use its wind power to blow back the fire technique. Yet, Despite its ability to execute ninjutsu, it was, after all, a low-level beast with limited intelligence, unaware of the principle that fire overcomes wind. The Great Breakthrough not only failed to repel the high-level Great Fireball, but instead augmented its force, crashing into the massive form of the Wind Demon Ape with even greater vigor. Even a fully realized Great Fireball, bolstered by the Hashirama Cell's double enhancement, would not have been lethal due to Luo Yu's lower rank. However, under the influence of the Great Breakthrough, the Fireball's potency reached its zenith. Coupled with the theory that the furry are weak against fire, the Wind Demon Ape's formidable defenses were swiftly breached, reducing it to a charred remains. What a pity. Had it not been for the attribute disadvantage, the Wind Demon Ape might have lasted a few more exchanges with me. Luo Yu lamented, feeling disappointed. Not only had he failed to experience the chaos of hell, but he hadn't even forced the creature into its ethereal form, an unexpected outcome. Attribute points, 15. Realizing he had sufficient attribute points, Luo Yu hastily allocated them to chakra. Stamina, 150, 150. Chakra, 92, 100, 107, 100. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the rank of Genin, earning the level reward, Ninja Scroll X1. Teammate, Uzumaki White Zetsu has also advanced to Genin, with all attributes enhanced. Acquired racial skill, transformation technique. Hearing the system's notification, Luo Yu felt a spark of excitement. The transformation technique of White Zetsu. The advanced transformation skill that even the Byakugan cannot see through? Curious, Luo Yu opened the new panel for Uzumaki White Zetsu. Name, Uzumaki White Zetsu. Level, Genin, bound to host. Stamina, 110. Chakra, 150. Attributes, water, earth, wind, lightning, fire, wood. Abilities, possession, would release mastery 1. Mayfly technique, transformation technique. Glancing over the old data, Luo Yu delved into the details of the new ninjutsu. Transformation technique, a racial ninjutsu of White Zetsu that not only alters appearance, but can also absorb the target's chakra to produce identical chakra. It is the most formidable of transformation techniques. Luo Yu chuckled. Now that I possess the transformation technique, it seems that a Fae can become a professional spy. Chapter 44. A win-win situation, boss. The Wind Demon Ape has been dealt with. Luo Yu calmly emerged from the cave. So soon. Su Ying's face was a canvas of disbelief. She had anticipated a grueling battle lasting at least half an hour, considering the opponent was the strongest aberration of Silver Forest Peak. Yet, it felt as if Luo Yu had completed the task in less than 3 minutes. Could it be that he possessed strength comparable to that of a Chunin? It appeared she had underestimated him. Reflecting on this, Su Ying scrutinized Luo Yu, a seemingly unremarkable boy who, aside from a hint of charm, appeared rather ordinary. Noticing her gaze, Luo Yu waved his hand before her eyes. Don't space out. Come and check my results. Only then did Su Ying come back to her senses, her expression adorably dazed. Observing her reaction, Luo Yu mused silently. This masked girl was quite competent upon our first meeting. Why does she seem so adorably foolish now? Soon, the two arrived deep within the cave. Su Ying first collected the 2 fragments of Kamidori's summoning objects, then turned her attention to the enormous charred remains. Even the defenses of the Wind Demon Ape couldn't withstand that. Truly, the power of the Great Fireball can be even greater, she mused aloud. Suddenly, amidst the crevices of the remains, a flicker of white light caught their attention. The two curiously approached to investigate. Deep within the cracks of the remains lay a large fan adorned with 3 purple dots. Luo Yu immediately recognized it as the weapon of SH-10, who had signed a contract with Kamidori in the original story. This is a complete summoning object of Kamidori. Luo Yu, you are quite fortunate, Su Ying exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. With merely 10 fragments of summoning items, one can forge the token to summon a spirit beast. If fortune smiles upon you, a complete token may even drop directly from a rare beast. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yu couldn't help but smirk. No wonder he had been hitting the jackpot in mobile game draws lately. It seemed his luck had been expended here. After rummaging through the remains, Su Ying reluctantly handed him a large fan. You defeated the Wind Demon Ape, so this should rightfully belong to you, she insisted, her expression filled with reluctance. However, Luo Yu shook his head and declined. You should keep the fan, I have no need for it. Su Ying was taken aback. How could that be? The wind escape of the fan will significantly enhance your fire escape techniques. Luo Yu was at a loss for words. It appeared she truly believed he was merely a mysterious fireball conjurer. His primary focus on the Grand Fireball was merely a transitional phase, as he unlocked other templates. Far superior skills awaited him. Grand Fireball simply lacked a place in his arsenal. Though possessing a spirit beast in the early stages essentially grants an additional combat unit, and considering that the Wind Demon was notably stronger than many ninjas of the same tier, it still required resources for its cultivation. Spirit beasts do not innately possess numerous ninjutsu. They must be cultivated over time, gradually comprehending other techniques. Why not allocate those resources directly to oneself? Moreover, he had little Fei to nurture as well. A Fei's proficiency in wood release required minimal investment, yet yielded substantial growth. Thus, he simply could not afford to divert resources to other spirit beasts. It was far more practical to pass the fan to Su Ying, enabling her to allocate more resources towards him. You are in greater need of a spirit beast than I am, and those 2 fragments of the Wind Demon should also be yours. He continued, duplicate spirit beast fragments can be saved until 10 are amassed, allowing a spirit of the same kind to absorb them and unlock additional racial talents. Luo Yu spoke earnestly. If you feel guilty, perhaps you could share a few of the celestial stones with me. And if you have extra white absolute fragments, I'd appreciate them as well. I still have a spirit beast awaiting my attention. Su Ying chuckled lightly. So you already have a spirit beast. No wonder you covet cultivation resources more than the Wind Demon. With an additional mouth to feed, a spirit beast similarly required resources. Thus, in the dire need for resources in the early stages, contracting a spirit beast was indeed a privilege of the second generation of ninjas. Even the wealthiest families seldom contracted multiple spirit beasts early on, as these creatures perpetually demanded resources. Concentrating resources on a single spirit beast was the correct approach to nurturing. I have a total of 20 white absolute fragments here, all for you. As for the celestial stones, we can split them evenly, Su Ying promised solemnly. Her generosity stemmed not only from Luo Yu's decision to relinquish the Wind Demon, but also from the fact that he had contributed significantly during their mission, allowing her to remain comfortably uninvolved while all the beasts were dispatched. From her perspective, using merely 25 white absolute fragments to obtain the Wind Demon and several celestial stones was an exceedingly profitable transaction. Deal. Luo Yu felt he had struck gold. His wood release required the white absolute legacy for upgrades, and Fei also needed it to enhance his proficiency in wood release. Though 20 fragments seemed modest, they demanded considerable time to acquire. The growth they facilitated was transformative. Additionally, he could redirect the time spent on gathering white absolute fragments towards enhancing his Li Lock legacy, which would consequently upgrade his 8 gates technique. Luo Yu approved of the resource distribution. Seeing this, Su Ying promptly stored the token in her scroll and handed over the 20 white absolute fragments to Luo Yu. Now, let us seek the corpse of that Byakugan ninja. Accepting the white absolute fragments, Luo Yu directed his gaze towards the depths of the cave. As they ventured further, they soon stumbled upon a human corpse sprawled by the roadside. However, the eyes of this body were not Byakugan. No Byakugan. Luo Yu shook his head. Su Ying asserted, "This must be the one. He wears a headband to conceal the curse mark of the Byakugan clan, the caged bird." Caged bird? Luo Yu's voice was laced with confusion. As someone from another world, he was aware that the caged bird curse mark was a technique employed by the Hyuga clan to control the branch family's members. Once a branch member was marked, the main family could manipulate and damage their brain's nerves through the curse, to prevent the Byakugan from falling into foreign hands. The curse would seal the Byakugan upon the branch member's death. He hadn't realized that the Byakugan would revert to ordinary eyes once sealed. Was this detail present in the original work? It was unfortunate that this timeline lacked the Naruto series for him to verify. Shaking his head, he dismissed the trivialities and boasted, "I know. It is the curse imposed by the main family on the branch family to regulate and protect the Byakugan, right? Upon the branch member's death, the Byakugan is sealed by the caged bird. How delightful. The knowledge I gleaned from my previous life watching Naruto is finally useful here." After accurately defining the caged bird curse, Luo Yu felt a touch of pride. However, Su Ying remained unimpressed by his extensive knowledge. Instead, a look of confusion crossed her face. The caged bird and the family division system were secrets of the Su clan, known only to a select few high-ranking individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, scarcely understood by outsiders. "How do you know this?" Su Ying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless, realizing he had no means of acquiring such knowledge in this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so surprised upon first encountering the caged bird curse mark. Thus, Luo Yu cleverly countered, "You seem to know more than I do. How did you come by this information?" This retort rendered Su Ying silent. To mask her embarrassment, she busied herself with her belongings. Luo Yu speculated that she must have a story connected to the Su clan. Could her former boyfriend have been from there? As he pondered, an entire melodrama unfolded in his mind. What luck! 10 celestial stones, 2 fragments of the green legacy, and 30 white absolute fragments. Truly, a Chunan's resources are not to be underestimated. Just as Luo Yu was lost in his thoughts, Su Ying's voice brought him back to reality. "So, how do you wish to divide the spoils?" Su Ying first sought Luo Yu's opinion. As the employer, she could have established the terms of resource distribution herself. However, given Luo Yu's strength, she didn't dare to appear too domineering. Besides, Luo Yu's willingness to part with the Wind Demon had already favored her significantly. Therefore, she relinquished the initiative to him. "We'll split the celestial stones as agreed. I do not desire the green legacy fragments. I will take all the white absolute legacy fragments." This time, Luo Yu did not hesitate, determined to claim all the white absolute fragments. He felt empowered, as this directly impacted his wood release level and a phase proficiency. As for the green legacy fragments, while their quality was respectable, their efficacy was somewhat lackluster. They merely provided the chance to awaken chakra water nature changes and to comprehend certain water release techniques. The green fragments were particularly notable for enhancing the Byakugan user's control over their Byakugan, akin to a celestial stone limited exclusively for Byakugan users. Thus, Luo Yu had little interest in the green fragments. "I agree." Su Ying accepted this with delight, even displaying a hint of joy. After dividing their spoils, the two emerged from the cave side by side. Su Ying glanced at the time, surprised at how swiftly they had completed their task. "The dimensional aura will remain for another half hour. I suppose you will seize this time to hunt the otherworldly beasts. Let us part ways here." Luo Yu smiled faintly and added, "Before you go, may I have a glimpse of your face?" Su Ying hesitated for a moment, then shyly replied, "This would bring you misfortune." Luo Yu took a deep breath and said, "All right, since you have your own considerations, I shall suppress my curiosity. I will head elsewhere to gather the inheritance fragments. The dimensional aura must not be wasted." With that, he parted ways with Su Ying. Luo Yu had already deduced the reason for Su Ying's concealed identity. She was likely a member of the Su family who had severed ties with her clan for certain reasons. Beneath that mask, she probably bore a pair of white eyes. To evade the Su family, she donned the mask to hide her identity. Indeed, those who favor masks often possess intriguing stories. However, these matters were Su Ying's personal affairs. Luo Yu was solely focused on securing a place in the exchange meeting and then advancing to the Imperial Capital University, which boasted the richest cultivation resources in the Dragon Kingdom and robust educational facilities. With the aid of the Sharingan, he would undoubtedly learn a plethora of ninjutsu and perhaps even encounter some empathetic senior sisters. As he traversed the desolate path of Silver Forest Peak, Luo Yu accessed the Ninja Association to investigate the drop rates of the otherworldly beasts in the area. He aimed to collect enough of Li Rock's inheritance within the remaining half hour to elevate the 8 gates of Duanjia to an introductory level. Beast name, combat rabbit quality, gray health, 100 to 200 chakra, 50 to 100 drops. Li Rock's inheritance, fragment. After perusing the entire Silver Forest Peak compendium, Luo Yu discovered that this creature known as the combat rabbit was the sole source of Li Rock's inheritance fragments. He promptly clicked on the details link to ascertain the combat rabbit's active regions and set off immediately. Along the way, he indulged in the recent acquisition of 50 white absolute inheritance fragments. First, he utilized a single fragment for the cutting technique. Would release cutting technique level 1. Luo Yu felt a surge of activity from the Hashirama cells within him, granting him a deeper understanding of the technique's application. He could now control the extension of branches, penetrating targets without detaching from his arm. Furthermore, the growth range of the branches within the target's interior expanded significantly. If executed properly, a single branch could connect multiple targets. This enhancement was considerable, transforming his control from individual to group management. Truly, the noble wood release was remarkable. Following the upgrade of the cutting technique, the required materials for further advancement also changed. Required for cutting technique upgrade: white absolute inheritance 0-1 goodness. As expected of a prestigious 2-star ninjutsu, The upgrade materials had increased tenfold. However, he could afford it. Without a second thought, Luo Yu opted to upgrade the cutting technique again. He was acutely aware of the substantial benefits it would yield. Would release cutting technique level 1. Upon completion, only 39 white absolute fragments remained. The transformation was palpable as a flood of insights rushed into his mind. Based on these revelations, the improvement of the cutting technique was unmistakable. First, the range of detachment had increased significantly, comparable to that of a javelin. Secondly, the explosive radius of the branches had also expanded. As a result of this chain reaction, he could easily control more enemies from an exceedingly long distance. Wow! An ultra-long-range group control skill with explosive damage. If this were a game, the developers would be buried under mountains of complaints. Luo Yu gasped in astonishment. This cutting technique was indeed impressive. Just as he was about to continue upgrading, he encountered a requirement that exceeded his expectations. Required for cutting technique upgrade. White Absolute Inheritance 05. Seeing the material requirements soar, he promptly halted his progress. Instead, he decided to upgrade the more fundamental technique, Hellish Chaos. Would release Hellish Chaos level 1. 10 more white absolute fragments vanished. Simultaneously, Luo Yu distinctly felt his control over the Hashirama cell strengthen. With the memories acquired from the upgrade, he could now execute Hellish Chaos without succumbing to a state of confusion, allowing him to manage his chakra consumption effectively. He would no longer exhaust himself to the point of fatigue after unleashing Hellish Chaos. Overall, this made him more enduring. Additionally, during the execution of Hellish Chaos, he could concentrate his wood release for more targeted output, even utilizing the technique defensively. It could rightly be termed as wood assistance. Chapter 46. 5 seconds is still too short. Having elevated Hellish Chaos to a minor proficiency, there remained 29 white absolute fragments. Luo Yu wished to see if further upgrades were feasible, only to be taken aback. Hellish Chaos upgrade required. Yamato Inheritance 01. Transitioning from minor proficiency to mastery required a complete Yamato Inheritance. This was far more extravagant than the 5 white absolute fragments needed for the cutting technique. The fact that the white president had designated a single Yamato Inheritance fragment as a special reward for the Jiangli family was telling. Curiously, Luo Yu queried the system. What star rating does Hellish Chaos hold to require Yamato Inheritance for upgrades? The system, being omniscient, responded, based on the current rating mechanism of this dimension. It is roughly estimated to fall within the 4-star ninjutsu category. Surprised, Luo Yu exclaimed, 4 stars. I did not anticipate Hellish Chaos would receive such a high evaluation. I thought it would only be 3.5 stars. The Ninja Association's rating system heavily weighted the power of techniques, likely due to Hellish Chaos's formidable strength. Satisfied, Luo Yu nodded and proceeded to upgrade Little A phase would release mastery. Vortex White Absolute would release mastery level 1. As he spoke, the description of would release mastery updated immediately. Would release mastery 2. Mastery of most 2-star ninjutsu and below, with proficiency at least reaching minor success. 2-star would release. Surely many useful techniques were within a phase repertoire. Unfortunately, the system did not include a telepathic feature, making it impossible to inquire about which specific would releases he had mastered. He would need to set aside time to learn a few practical ones. As for the remaining white absolute inheritance, could would release mastery utilize it? Luo Yu glanced at the detailed data panel. Would release mastery upgrade required. Yamato Inheritance 01. He chuckled. Why was it always Yamato's inheritance? Was white absolute deemed unworthy? Sighing, Luo Yu shifted his focus to the day's main event, the Divine Stone. Upgrade the Kamui Manjikyu. As soon as the words left his mouth, one of the 5 divine stones vanished. Kamui Manjikyu level 1. Luo Yu quickly examined the updated talent description. Talent, Kamui Manjikyu 1 effect. Possesses the fundamental abilities of the Sharingan, as well as a 10-second intangibility. Upgrades enhance intangibility duration and unlock additional abilities. The duration of intangibility had doubled, allowing Luo Yu to surpass the 5-second limit of true masculinity. While 10 seconds of invincibility was impressive, it was limited. He could not turn it off and reactivate it immediately, unlike Obito, who could navigate through the chaos with ease. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect, what about the Kamui space? He had plans to construct a grand mansion within it, where he could easily accommodate several black and white maidens. His sister would have no authority over him. Of course, the primary reason for this was that upon unlocking Kamui space, he would master the most ethereal space-time ninjutsu. As long as he returned to a position he had previously occupied, he could swiftly teleport there. System, when will my invincible intangibility and Kamui space be activated? Awakened by the cursed power of Kamui, Luo Yu could not help but inquire about unlocking the template of the Annihilation Knight. The ability to phase would be developed to its utmost limit. As long as one possessed chakra, it could be toggled at will, except when maintaining the phase for the maximum duration of 5 minutes, after which it would reappear. The Kamui space required the Kamui Sharingan to be elevated to level 4. Pondering this, Luo Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. For now, the only course of action was to enhance the level of the Kamui Sharingan. With this thought in mind, he quickly shifted his gaze to the specific panel. Requirements for upgrading Kamui Sharingan. Kamui Stone X6. Goodness, he was still 2 stones short. It seemed he was unworthy. Luo Yu shook his head and once again stowed away the remaining 4 Kamui stones into his storage scroll, hastening his steps towards the plains where the combat rabbits frequently roamed. After some time, he arrived at the Silver Forest Plains. Indeed, there were quite a number of rabbits standing a human's height, gnawing on wild grass. Though referred to as rabbits, they stood on 2 legs and appeared as humanoid beasts. Their robust muscles were evident beneath their fur, indicating they were adept in physical combat. One could only wonder what the fellow Furuikon had to say about them. Regardless, during the remaining time, Luo Yu happily engaged with the group of rabbits. To familiarize himself with the practical application of physical techniques, he refrained from using fire release or wood release to clear the area and instead relied solely on the new physical techniques he had learned to confront the combat rabbits head-on. Though physical skills were the rabbits' forte, it was evident that their stamina barely met the standard for a nin, with their chakra only reaching the level of a genin. However, their speed could not surpass Luo Yu's Sharingan. He shook his head in disappointment. Despite the potential to drop fragments of Rock Lee's legacy, he did not witness the scene of him countering the Sharingan. It was also possible that his own ocular prowess was too elevated after activating the Manjiki. Thus, under the effects of the Sharingan, Luo Yu activated the 8 gates, opening the first gate with a stamina of 150. Coupled with the leaf's strong whirlwind and the blossoming lotus, he decimated a multitude of combat rabbits. The scene was strewn with lifeless bodies. Countless muscular rabbits met their end at the hands of the blossoming lotus. There was no choice. Luo Yu, empowered by the opening of the first gate and the full activation of the Sharingan, resembled a deity of war, unmatched by peers without specialized techniques. In this manner, Luo Yu gathered 7 fragments of Rock Lee's legacy. Alongside the ones gifted by Director Jiang, only 3 fragments remained, sufficient to elevate the 8 gates to an introductory level. However, the attributes dropped by the combat rabbits were pitifully few, yielding at most 1 or 2 points, with over half yielding nothing at all. In total, only 9 attribute points were acquired, reminiscent of the dismal drop rates when farming breakthrough materials in mobile games. It was akin to that wretched slime. Presumably, after entering the secret realm and gaining numerous attribute points from encounters with wolf packs and wind monkeys, his panel had surpassed that of the combat rabbits. Explaining the meager attribute drops, a glance at his phone revealed that 3 minutes remained before the dimensional energy would begin to drain his body due to being in another plane. Luo Yu quickly allocated all attribute points to chakra and hastened towards the teleportation anchor point, neglecting to upgrade the 8 gates. Chakra 107, 100, 116, 100. Upon exiting the secret realm's teleportation site, Luo Yu did not hesitate, taking a taxi home. After half an hour of utilizing the 8 gates, he felt somewhat drained. It seemed the 8 gates required moderation. Thus, while in the taxi, he simultaneously upgraded the 8 gates. Shortly thereafter, a plethora of training experiences regarding the 8 gates flooded into his mind. Chapter 47. The wood release technique of creating houses on the spot. Not only did he absorb theoretical knowledge, but Luo Yu also sensed that his physique had become increasingly attuned to the 8 gates, further enhancing his physical attributes. Seated in the taxi, he silently processed the vast memories. Suddenly, he realized these memories pertained to the techniques of the 2nd gate, rest gate, and the 3rd gate, life gate. It turned out that the introductory level of the 8 gates encompassed 3 gates. This meant he could now utilize the lotus of the inner realm. However, to upgrade to the next level of the 8 gates, the green legacy of Rock Lee was needed, which seemed rather absurd. Fortunately, the 3rd gate, as the final safe zone of the 8 gates, could be used occasionally without serious repercussions. The subsequent gates, once activated, would inflict tangible damage on the body. Unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer to utilize Hell's Chaos. Thus, he was not in a hurry to unlock the later gates. The purpose of learning physical techniques was to avoid being one-dimensional. The first 3 gates were sufficient for now. As he pondered, the taxi pulled up in front of the mission assembly hall. After completing the mission, Luo Yu needed to confirm with the clerk at the assembly hall to claim the 5 Baiju legacy fragments as a reward for his efforts. This was also a formal completion of the mission process, thanks to his silver badge. He swiftly accessed the express lane and stood before the clerk to confirm the mission's completion. After receiving the Baiju fragments, Luo Yu took another taxi to the Jiangli Ninja Association, where he completed the certification process with Xiao Jia on the 3rd floor, obtaining the silver badge for a CH Nin. Consequently, his status was elevated to the level of CH Nin, with a monthly stipend raised to 50,000 ninja coins. Initially, he intended to meet with President Bai to discuss his application for the exchange conference, but upon inquiring with Xiao Jia, he learned that President Bai was not at the association. Luo Yu had no choice but to stow away the gleaming silver badge and return home, deciding to address the application matter the following day. Upon entering the house, Luo Qingyu immediately approached him, delicately sniffing at the scent on Luo Yu. Little Yu is back. Luo Yu was accustomed to his sister's reactions and retorted, "Sister, could you not do this every time I come home?" He had the confidence to reject her advances, as he was covered in the scent of combat rabbits. If his sister could detect the fragrance of Su Ying, he would surely be in trouble. After a moment of sniffing, she confirmed that there was no trace of another woman's scent, and Luo Qingyu sighed in relief. With her hands on her hips, she stated assertively, "You are currently in a rising phase of your career. If you let some little vixen ensnare you, it would be a waste of your ninja endeavors. As an elder sister, I have the obligation to supervise you." In response, Luo Yu silently mused that while there were no little vixens now, once he unlocked the Ninetails Chaos Template, he would certainly introduce the formidable Big Fox to her. Accustomed to his sister's inexplicable possessiveness, Luo Yu said nothing further and headed directly upstairs to his bedroom. "Afei, are you there?" Hearing Luo Yu's call, Afei joyfully emerged from the wall. "Lord Luo, I was just about to report to you. I seem to have suddenly grown stronger, not only in strength and chakra, but also in my control over wood release." Luo Yu nodded indifferently. "That is because I have enhanced your abilities." "Indeed, it is you, Lord Luo," Afei exclaimed, astonished. Truly worthy of being Lord Luo, achieving such feats with such calmness. "By the way, I've recently comprehended an intriguing ability." As the words fell, Afei gradually transformed into the likeness of Luo Qingyu. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yu instinctively covered his eyes. Seeing Afei assume his sister's form left him at a loss for words. "It would be better to hear you express your entanglements instead. Quickly change back. I have important matters to discuss with you." Afei, somewhat dejected, reverted to his original form. "Hey, can I change my appearance a bit? I wanted to experience this marvelous feeling a little longer." Clearing his throat, Luo Yu asked earnestly, "After your abilities have improved, which would release techniques have you specifically grasped?" Setting aside the jest, Afei replied honestly, "The wood release, great forest technique, and the wood release, thorned kill technique." Luo Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Both techniques involved binding the enemy with multiple wooden branches. However, in terms of ranking, the Great Forest was rated 1.5 stars, while the Thorned Kill was rated 2 stars, similar to the art of cuttings. Yet lacking its lethal potency, this technique is more suited for capturing targets alive. The wood release techniques, 4-pillar prison, for pillar house, and wood block wall, are noteworthy. The 4-pillar prison manifests as a colossal wooden cage that rises from the ground, while the 4-pillar house constructs a neatly organized wooden dwelling, an essential skill for both home and travel. The wood block wall is a standard defensive ninjutsu, generating a line of wooden pillars to form a robust arched barrier. These 3 techniques, deemed auxiliary in nature, have been classified by the Ninja Association as 1.5 stars. Luo Yu believes that, aside from the limited versatility of the 4-pillar prison, the other 2 techniques are worthy of study. He has discerned a pattern. The materials required for 1-star and 1.5-star techniques are identical, both being fewer than those for 2-star techniques. Additionally, the functionalities of these 2 techniques address current gaps in Luo Yu's capabilities. Although the Hellish Chaos technique has developed defensive features post-upgrade, its scale is excessive for countering minor ninjutsu. The four-pillar house, on the other hand, would eliminate the need for a tent when venturing outdoors. Until the development of the Kamui space, the utility of the four-pillar house was irreplaceable. However, the fragments of white zetsu are currently scarce, and the art of cuttings is awaiting its upgrade. Thus, during the days leading up to the exchange meeting, he intends to remain in the secret realm, diligently collecting fragments of white zetsu and rock lee. His aim is to fully enhance the techniques of cuttings, Konoha's gale, and lotus techniques. For these three techniques, he only requires white inheritance fragments, which are perfectly suited for novice hosts. Other ninjutsu necessitate either green or blue inheritance fragments, which he is currently unqualified to access. With that settled, he advised, "You should rest early too. Remember not to transform into my sister again. Your current image is already quite dashing." Luo Yu waved goodbye to a Fei, primarily concerned that a Fei's transformation would tarnish the brilliant image he holds of his sister. Encouraged by Luo Yu's commendation, a Fei departed with renewed enthusiasm, determined not to let down his esteemed benefactor. Rest? No. Tonight ignites another night of fervent voluntary overtime. After a Fei excitedly left. Recalling his plans to develop in the secret realm the following day, Luo Yu opened his phone to claim this month's dimensional essence. It was anticipated that the delivery man would bring the essence the next morning. Originally, only those who reached the Chunin rank could enjoy home delivery service, a privilege of the silver badge. Moreover, ordinary genin could only claim 30 bottles of dimensional essence per month, calculated at 1 hour in the secret realm per day. The bronze badge allows for double that amount, while the silver badge grants triple the benefits. Consequently, Luo Yu had just claimed 90 bottles of dimensional essence, enabling him to remain in the secret realm for several consecutive days and nights without issue. Chapter 48. Achieving the top 4 is success early the next morning. The delivery man contracted by the Ninja Association knocked on the door, 3 boxes of bottled dimensional essence at his feet. "Are you Lord Luo Yu?" he inquired. Luo Yu nodded politely. "Yes, that is me. Thank you for your hard work." Noticing that Luo Yu appeared younger than him, the delivery man expressed surprise at his youth and status as a full-fledged genin, particularly one with a high silver content. It seems that the ninja profession indeed demands considerable talent. "Here is your dimensional essence. Please check it." After signing his name, Luo Yu carried the stacked boxes into the house. "Enjoy," the delivery man remarked before hastily departing. Placing the 3 boxes in the room designated as a storage area, Luo Yu turned to his sister, Luo Qingyu, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Sister, the 3 boxes of drinks in the storage are dimensional essence. Don't mistake them for beverages." Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about? You underestimate me. I can distinguish between dimensional essence and drinks." "That's good," Luo Yu replied with a nod of relief. Soon, breakfast was ready, and seated at the dining table, he relished the fresh milk prepared by his sister. Indeed, the taste of milk made by her own hands was exquisite. Just as he was enjoying his meal, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was President Bai and promptly answered. "Xiao Yu, I heard you have passed the genin certification. Congratulations." Luo Yu smiled modestly. "President Bai? I was just about to call you." On the other end, President Bai chuckled. "You wish to discuss your registration for the exchange meeting, I presume?" Luo Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am determined to secure a spot in this exchange meeting." President Bai nodded cheerfully. "That's excellent. Even Zhao Hai cannot rival you. So you certainly have a chance to achieve a good ranking. However, do not place too much pressure on yourself. While you may be nearly invincible among your peers, the exchange meeting will be rife with experts, many of whom are Chunin. These are young talents who have risen to prominence in recent years. With the disparity in ranks, your advantages will diminish. Nevertheless, your true advantage lies in your youth. In 3 or 4 years, with your innate talent, you will undoubtedly become a Chunin, and by then, the exchange meeting will be yours to command. Therefore, focus on participation this year." Luo Yu smiled faintly. "As long as I make it to the top 4, that will be a success." At this, President Bai raised an eyebrow. "Are young people today so bold?" The exchange meeting for the third-tier cities involves 5 neighboring third-tier cities, so there are at least 20 to 30 Chunin present. Achieving the top 4 will be quite challenging, let alone the top 8. However, President Bai reconsidered. Luo Yu had recently learned the 8 gates technique, albeit only opening one. With doubled strength and speed, the gap between genin and chunin would significantly narrow. Furthermore, he had mastered formidable wood release techniques and possessed the powerful Sharingan as a trump card. These details had been meticulously concealed from others, as revealing incomplete intelligence could mislead and harm others. Thus, it appeared that there was indeed a chance for the top four. However, claiming victory would be a formidable challenge, as those who reach the finals are typically the elite among their peers, each possessing unique strengths, and green or blue inheritance are standard. You young people are indeed spirited. We old folks have lost that confidence, President Bai remarked, shaking his head. By the way, I have already registered you for the exchange meeting. It will take place at 9 o'clock in the morning 2 days from now, so remember to come to the Secret Realm's teleportation site to compete. Luo Yu curiously asked, is it at Zhongli's teleportation site? Is this year's exchange meeting being held in Zhongli? He asked this because the exchange meeting involves multiple cities, and it is essential to clarify the specific location. No, it will be held in a secret realm specifically designated for the exchange meeting, President Bai explained. That would waste dimensional essence. Luo Yu felt a surge of frustration. As he was in the novice phase, dimensional essence was an indispensable resource. That location is akin to a trial ground, crafted specifically for such events by the association, and unlike secret realms from other world dimensions, it does not require the consumption of dimensional essence. That's a relief. After hearing President Bai's clarification, Luo Yu's frustration dissipated. In any case, prepare over the next 2 days to strive for a good ranking in the exchange meeting. This way, you will receive more resources from the prize pool. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luo Yu ended the call. Finishing his breakfast with enthusiasm, he eagerly made his way to the Secret Realm's teleportation site to gather inheritance fragments. After all, he had made bold declarations and aimed to capitalize on the next few days to teleport to another Genin-level secret realm in Zhongli, Eagle Wind Ridge. Last night, Luo Yu conducted research on the exotic beasts inhabiting the Eagle Wind territory, which enabled him to acquire both White Absolute fragments and Liloaka fragments. He promptly journeyed to the Eagle Wind territory, embarking on a delightful spree of hunting. With his mastery in the art of grafting at an extraordinary range and wide area of effect, these sub-ninja-level exotic beasts, once exposed, would swiftly meet their demise from branches striking them from 100 meters away. However, it was unfortunate that the drop rate for White Absolute fragments from these sub-ninja-level beasts was rather disheartening. After spending 6 hours in the Eagle Wind territory and consuming a significant amount of dimensional energy, Luo Yu only managed to collect 13 Liloaka fragments, in addition to gathering enough remaining White Absolute fragments to total 50. He first upgraded his grafting technique, which resulted in the complete disappearance of all White Absolute fragments. The wood release grafting technique had reached level 1. Luo Yu felt a profound enhancement in his understanding of this technique. He was confident that through meticulous control, he could continuously release numerous trees from within himself, accurately covering and striking like a rain of arrows. Naturally, the explosive power of these trees would be minimized when launched in such a manner. In the original work, it was this level of grafting technique that Obito used to send Neji away. Such formidable wood release would surely wreak havoc at the exchange meeting. Luo Yu suddenly realized that the tedious cycle of spending 6 hours hunting for White Absolute and slaying them was not in vain. He then quickly leveled up the Leaf Gale technique by 2 levels. To reach level 2, he required 1 Liloaka Heritage fragment, and for level 3, a complete Liloaka Heritage. Thus, 11 Liloaka Heritage fragments vanished. The Leaf Gale technique was now at level 2. In the next instant, more techniques pertaining to the Leaf Gale appeared in Luo Yu's mind. He could not only utilize the Leaf Gale to execute 3 successive kicks, but also maximize the chakra within his legs to enhance the power of his kicks. Chapter 49, Secret Realm Challenge? Name your price. It turned out that the Leaf Gale had such applications. No wonder Sister Meng Yao could kick a high-ranking dummy into the wall. I recall her mastery of the Leaf Gale was at the proficient level. As he absorbed the knowledge in his mind, Luo Yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Soon after, he glanced at the Fireball technique he had not focused on for a while. Fireball upgrade requirements. Ninja Scroll 15 or 625 of the Nameless Heritage proficient in Fire Release. The 6 Nameless Heritage fragments were all synthesized from drops of White Absolute and Fighting Rabbit. After all, this was a sub-ninja level secret realm, and the exotic beasts here typically dropped such gray fragments. Some even didn't drop any gray fragments at all. It seemed impossible to upgrade the Fireball to its pinnacle before the exchange meeting. Luo Yu shook his head in resignation. He then allocated all 65 attribute points obtained from 6 hours of hunting exotic beasts. Stamina, 150, 131, 50, chakra, 116, 100, 150, 100. He was just 19 points of stamina away from breaking through to the second tier of sub-ninja, which would grant him the system level reward, Ninja Scroll. One Ninja Scroll could be equivalent to 5 nameless heritages. This would also advance his progress in upgrading the fireball to its pinnacle. However, there was no rush. He had already exerted himself for 6 hours today. According to the rigorous theory of balancing work and rest, he decided to spend the remaining time playing a mobile game. Not only did the ninjutsu require upgrade materials, but his anime wives also needed materials to enhance their proficiency. Naturally, Luo Yu was not indulging simply for pleasure. It was essential to manage the consumption of dimensional energy in advance. After all, many high-star ninjutsu materials needed to be obtained in higher-level secret realms. Even the next level of the grafting technique required 25 white absolute fragments, while the next level of the leaf gale required 5 Liluaka fragments. If he were to grind in the sub-ninja level secret realm, he couldn't fathom how long it would take or how much dimensional energy he would consume. It would be wiser to accumulate dimensional energy until he reached the Chunin level and then venture into the Chunin secret realm, thereby enhancing the efficiency and cost-effectiveness of material grinding. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yu returned home to play his mobile game. The next day, as the exchange meeting approached, Luo Yu planned to grind for another 6 hours in the sub-ninja secret realm. He estimated that dedicating all his time to obtaining Liluaka heritage fragments should allow him to fully develop the leaf gale technique. With that in mind, Luo Yu rose swiftly, dressed, and sat down at the dining table, ready to enjoy his sister's breakfast. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Xiao Yu, it's me," by Mingyao. Upon hearing the melodious voice outside, Luo Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What could Sister Mingyao want? As soon as she spoke, he noticed her wearing a displeased expression, glaring at him. Luo Yu quickly corrected himself, wondering what that woman could want. Could it be that she had some marvelous taijutsu to impart? Luo Tingyu interjected with a hint of envy. "She is a jonin. If she is looking for you, it must be important. Just go see her. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll just give you guys some space." With that, she coldly returned to her room. Although she harbored no fondness for the beautiful women who interacted with Luo Yu, she understood that a dignified jonin wouldn't come knocking simply for trivial matters regarding her younger brother. There had to be a more significant reason behind it. So, despite her reluctance, she silently supported him, recognizing it as her duty as an older sister. After all, they were both sisters, not petty girls who sought to compete with one another. She had a broader perspective. "Sis, do you need me to make you some brown sugar water later?" Sensing Luo Tingyu's unpredictable temperament, Luo Yu inquired kindly. To his surprise, his sister shot him a fierce glare before slamming the door. Her emotional fluctuations were indeed intense. "Aside from brown sugar water, I might as well bring some other daily necessities." Luo Yu sighed and hurried to open the door for Bai Mingyao. "Sister Mingyao is here. Please come in." Bai Mingyao chuckled softly. "I want to be coming in. Let us keep it brief." While being courteous, she half-heartedly stepped inside. Settling into the plush luxury of the couch, Bai Mingyao began to speak, this time returning to Jiangli. "Aside from serving as an examiner for the exchange meeting, my mentor has assigned me a task that may require your assistance, Xiao Yu." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu grew curious. What task could possibly require my help? He meant no offense. He merely wished to understand what benefits might arise from assisting. Perhaps a brief lesson in the Day Tiger technique would suffice. It's like this. Every year, the Ninja Association discovers some forgotten neutral secret realms. These secret realms may be abandoned by builders from other dimensions or constructed in ancient times by powerful human beings in secrecy. Once control is established, the resources within can be excavated by the association. Part of the prize pool for the exchange meeting originates from these secret realms. As the most authoritative ninja academy in the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Capital University is naturally assigned the task of developing certain secret realms. Some less valuable secret realms are given as assessment tasks, delegated through mentors to us students for collaborative development. For instance, the trial ground you visited was one I participated in developing, Bai Mingyao explained earnestly. Luo Yu was left bewildered. Developing secret realms. Is it really that advanced? Bai Mingyao smiled gently. Well, it's not as grand as it sounds. When I say assisting professionals, it merely means acting as muscle to eliminate potential threats within the secret realms. Despite their ancient origins, these realms still harbor a few guardian beasts or relic sentinels. Our job is to handle these combat entities. Listening to Bai Mingyao's explanation, Luo Yu was perplexed. I'm just a weak and helpless sub-ninja. Can I really participate in battles among jonin? Seeing Luo Yu's innocent demeanor, Bai Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle. Is there such a weak sub-ninja who can master the 8 gates? She initially opened the first gate after years of dedicated cultivation. If she were to discover that Luo Yu had swiftly advanced to the 3rd gate, the life gate, in just a few days, it would be difficult for her to accept. The secret realm I helped develop, although devoid of guardian relics, requires one to overcome the challenges within to gain control. One of the challenge levels is restricted to lower ninjas. We sought out many talented lower ninjas, some hailing from prestigious clans, possessing green or even blue legacies, or certain bloodline limits. Yet, all of them failed in the challenges. Hence, I thought of you among the lower ninjas. After listening to Bai Mingyao's explanation, Luo Yu comprehended the situation thoroughly. However, he appeared troubled and said, "But I still need to prepare for the exchange meeting. I can't be distracted." His unspoken words seemed to suggest, name your price. Although he was somewhat intrigued by this challenge that had thwarted many elite lower ninjas, he was unwilling to do so without compensation. Otherwise, wouldn't it appear as if he were merely a sycophant at Mingyao's beck and call? If his sister, the jealous type, were to find out, he might face her wrath that very night. Chapter 50. The suspected target, Li Rock. Overcoming this challenge could yield substantial rewards, a fact we had already verified in the previous levels. Noticing Luo Yu's hesitation, Bai Mingyao quickly resorted to temptation. The first successful participant in such challenges would receive a considerable reward from the secret realm. Thus, for ninjas, participating in the secret realm challenge is an opportunity that is hard to come by. Otherwise, many renowned ninja clans would not have volunteered their offspring to assist upon hearing the news. They sought to partake in the initial completion rewards. However, the difficulty of this lower ninja level challenge was indeed quite high, or else it wouldn't have come to Luo Yu's turn. So, this secret realm challenge was my last significant opportunity for enhancement before the exchange meeting. Hearing of the benefits, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Compared to Mingyao's favor, the allure of training resources was undeniable. After all, it was Mingyao who had opted not to wear black stockings. Look at how understanding his sister had become under his earnest guidance, donning either black or white-made outfits daily. Living with such a sister ignited the passionate spirit of this youthful lad. This is youth. Well, since it's helping Mingyao, I shall set aside any pressing matters. After all, our relationship dictates this. However, I do have a suggestion for you. Remember to wear black stockings when seeking favors in the future. It shows sincerity. Luo Yu earnestly offered this valuable advice. Upon hearing it, Bai Mingyao felt an urge to unleash her night guy technique on him. This brat, taking advantage and acting coy. Let us set off quickly, she urged. The secret realm development team was also continuously inviting other elite lower ninjas. If we lingered in conversation, someone might break through the challenge, and then the initial completion reward would be lost. Bai Mingyao stood up and pressed on. Half an hour later, the two raced along the main road. Luo Yu, panting heavily, asked, "Is there still a long way to go?" His current stamina was only 196, barely approaching the level of a lower ninja of the 3rd tier. At such an extreme pace for half an hour, he was genuinely struggling. It wasn't that he was weak. Firstly, he lacked targeted training and endurance. Secondly, to keep up with Bai Mingyao's speed, he had pushed himself to the limit. The secret realm was situated in the outskirts of Jiangli, and since it was just beginning development, there was no teleportation device yet. If you keep this slow pace, it might take another half hour, Bai Mingyao remarked, running effortlessly beside him. So far, Luo Yu exclaimed, "Why not drive over?" Bai Mingyao rolled her eyes. What serious ninja drives? We all run, don't we? Besides, this is barely half of my usual training regimen. She then added earnestly, "Xiao Yu, if you're gasping for breath after such minimal exertion, it seems you've wasted your youth. I should find time to train you properly so you can experience what true youth feels like, lest your lack of endurance prevent you from finding a girlfriend." Luo Yu was left in bewilderment. Didn't we agree that serious ninjas do not drive? Another half hour passed. Following Bai Mingyao, Luo Yu finally arrived at a campsite in the outskirts of Jiangli. Outside the camp, a calm-looking middle-aged man leaned against a tree, quietly smoking. Upon seeing Bai Mingyao, he couldn't help but complain, "Too slow. You didn't bring that lower ninja back with you, did you? During your absence, several so-called invincible lower ninja geniuses failed their challenges." Hearing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Invincible? He thought. at least in the world of manga. Many characters labeled as invincible ultimately faced a significant defeat, betrayed by their authors. By Mingyao lamented, "Today's youth are so weak, they can't even outrun cars." The middle-aged man shrugged helplessly. "Then why don't you just carry him over? To you, the weight of an adult man is hardly more than that of an ant." Upon hearing this, Bai Mingyao instinctively envisioned the scene, and her face flushed slightly. Although she usually appeared carefree, she was still a girl at heart, possessing a sense of modesty. "You must be Luo Yu, a friend brought by Xiao Bai." The middle-aged man shifted his gaze to Luo Yu. "I'm Xiao Ku, a classmate of Xiao Bai." Upon hearing Xiao Ku's introduction, Luo Yu couldn't hold back his surprise. "Classmate? Does this middle-aged man moonlight as a programmer besides being a ninja?" Perceiving Luo Yu's confusion, Bai Mingyao explained, "You see, prestigious ninja academies like the Imperial Capital University have a wide recruitment scope. As long as one is an excellent ninja under the age of 40, they have the opportunity to become a student at the Imperial Capital University through an admission process." Feeling somewhat underestimated, Xiao Ku straightened his posture, stating, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I am actually a descendant of Sarutobi Asuma." He continued, "The upper ninja level challenge in this secret realm was completed by both Xiao Bai and me." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu understood immediately. Sarutobi Asuma was known for having a quality blue legacy, capable of utilizing sharp chakra knives imbued with wind chakra up close, and possessing special fire techniques, such as the ash burning technique, at a distance. Combining wind and fire attributes was a perfect match. Thus, it was not surprising that Xiao Ku had been selected by the Imperial Capital University at over 30 years of age. Bai Mingyao sighed lightly. It's a pity that the lower ninja level challenges do not support teamwork. Otherwise, those talented lower ninjas would easily clear the challenges with good coordination. As they chatted, the three of them made their way into the campsite. "Let us hurry and get to the challenge. I've been away too long and my sister will interrogate me," Luo Yu urged. "That's not possible. Someone is already undergoing a challenge. You'll have to wait until they finish before you can enter." Xiao Ku replied nonchalantly as he lit another cigarette. He then gestured towards a spacious hall that had been temporarily constructed. "That's the waiting area. You should head in there and rest a bit. After running such a distance, it's a good opportunity to regain your strength." Bai Mingyao nodded in agreement. Moreover, many challengers who failed are lingering around, waiting for another chance. You can gather information about the challenges from them. We've installed surveillance in the challenge space, so even in the resting area, you can observe the ongoing challenges within the secret realm. You should take a look in advance. "All right then," Luo Yu conceded. "Since I have nothing else to do." He walked toward the resting area, where he found several young men and women seated on chairs. They bore various injuries, some even wrapped in bandages, indicating their wounds were quite severe. Clearly, they would not be able to challenge again in the near future. However, these individuals remained fixated on the large screen in the rest area, which displayed a scene of a genin battling a purple humanoid illusion. At a glance, Luo Yu immediately recognized the silhouette. It was none other than Rock Lee. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Third Stage. The challenger on the screen had a similar habit of holding onto 1,000 needles, suggesting, much like Qin-Chi, that he was a descendant of the Noera clan. He initiated the battle with a well-executed shadow clone technique, producing 2 shadow clones and unleashing the 1,000 Needles Rain technique, which rapidly expanded its area of effect threefold. This technique was nearly insurmountable for an average genin. However, the purple illusion of Rock Lee was clearly beyond the ordinary. He swiftly utilized the Shadow Dance Leaf to appear behind one of the opponents. Leaf Hurricane. A powerful spinning kick struck the mysterious toothpick man from behind, resulting in him vanishing amidst a cloud of smoke. Luo Yu nodded. It was indeed a shadow clone, confirming that the illusion in the secret realm had not been misled. Yet, before the toothpick man could react, the illusion of Rock Lee used the Shadow Dance Leaf to appear behind another toothpick man. With a sweeping kick aimed at the target's legs, he executed Leaf Gale. This attack targeted the lower body, causing the toothpick man to lose his balance and fall to the ground. This time, he did not dissipate into smoke. Recognizing the opponent as the real body, the illusion of Rock Lee delivered a punch to the toothpick man's abdomen. The toothpick man, in immense pain, drooled from the corner of his mouth, utterly incapacitated. The nearby shadow clone also vanished into smoke as a consequence of the real body's defeat. A genin with a white inheritance was thus effortlessly dispatched by the illusion created for the secret challenge. At that moment, a cold voice echoed throughout the combat space, declaring the challenge a failure. Please try again. With that pronouncement, the illusion of Rock Lee faded away. The toothpick man lay sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated. He had come to participate in the challenge not only for the rewards, but also to test the limits of his abilities. After all, with the Noera clan's heritage, he was already among the elite of Genin. Engaging in daily sparring with peers at the dojo, how could he ascertain his true strength? To his dismay, he had lost so swiftly. Outside the screen, Luo Yu noticed that, in contrast to the despondent toothpick man, the other challengers watching the event collectively sighed in relief. The outcome of the white inheritance at the third stage of Genin was indeed surprising. I initially thought I was too weak, but it seems the difficulty of this secret challenge is absurd. I lasted longer than he did, indicating my superiority. This challenge is not something a Genin can tackle unless one possesses an orange inheritance. Of course, with an orange inheritance, even my grandmother could succeed. However, upon reflection, it was easy to understand. After all, they were all recognized geniuses, and it was not surprising that they faltered in the Genin-level challenge. According to the theory of abstract relativity, since no one cleared the challenge, it could be said that everyone cleared it. However, if someone were to succeed in a challenge that they could not, it would be psychologically difficult for them to accept. Thus, the more devastating the defeats of subsequent challengers, the more satisfaction they would derive. This proved that it was not their weakness, but rather the challenge's absurd difficulty. Fortunately, they could take solace in the fact that they were among the stronger failures. It seems that waiting for a rematch is merely an excuse. Witnessing the failures of others serves to soothe their own wounded confidence, which is the true reason behind it. Although it may sound unflattering, it's inevitable to harbor such thoughts of good fortune. Luo Yu sighed. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. I told you, achieving this third stage of Rock Lee is already my limit. Without the strength of a Chunin and an orange inheritance, one cannot succeed. Following the sound, Luo Yu turned to see the descendant of the dry persimmon, Kisame, whom he had previously sparred with. Despite having a bruised face and numerous bandaged wounds, he was boasting to others about his challenge experience. Observing this, Luo Yu curiously inquired, Zhao He, what were you saying about a third stage? I'm called Zhao Hai, he retorted. However, upon realizing it was Luo Yu speaking, his demeanor softened. Luo Yu, you indeed received an invitation. After all, they had been competitive rivals. So how could he forget his name? The onlookers noticed Zhao Hai's evident prowess, and his apparent trepidation towards Luo Yu piqued their curiosity. Did you just say the secret challenge has 3 stages? Luo Yu continued with his previous question. Indeed. Although the toothpick man had been defeated by the illusion of Rock Lee, the latter had not exhibited extraordinary strength. At least from Luo Yu's perspective, he could have easily triumphed. If the secret challenge were merely at this level, it should not have overwhelmed so many elite genin. Coupled with Zhao Hai's words, it was not difficult to deduce that defeating Rock Lee was just the beginning. Thus, Luo Yu sought to glean more information about the subsequent challenges from Zhao Hai. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Otherwise, when confronted with an unknown adversary, even he could falter in his first attempt. This underscores the significance of intelligence. For further reference, one could recall the original Naruto storyline, where the seemingly invincible Haiden even killed Asuma, but once his abilities were understood, he was easily dispatched by Shikamaru, Asuma's student. I won't spoil it for you. You should experience it yourself. Zhao Hai clearly did not wish to elaborate. Having once faced Luo Yu in battle, he had narrowly lost. If he provided information that allowed Luo Yu to strategize and outshine him in the challenge, it would be akin to suffering another defeat. Of course, he merely feared Luo Yu might excel, disregarding whether he would succeed in the challenge. Even having experienced the third stage firsthand, he did not believe Luo Yu could pass the challenge. Just then, Bai Mengyao entered, announcing that the secret challenge was now available. Luo Yu, it's your turn. Knowing Zhao Hai would remain tight-lipped, Luo Yu left the waiting area. No need to press. He could simply ask Mengyao. Soon, Luo Yu followed by Mengyao out of the camp and arrived at 3 ancient stone pillars. The pillars were inscribed with archaic runes. Luo Yu noticed that the stone pillars were still coated in dirt, suggesting they had only recently been excavated from the earth. These pillars served as the gateway to the secret realm, and it had taken extensive research by the development team to discover that physical techniques were needed to activate them. As she spoke, Bai Mengyao delivered a leaf hurricane kick to each of the 3 pillars. Subsequently, the pillars erupted in a dazzling display of light. Witnessing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, these pillars were extraordinary. Even after receiving a kick from Bai Mengyao, they remained intact, far superior to the training dummies at his home. Then, the two stood together at the center of the three pillars, on a stone slab adorned with strange inscriptions. A brilliant column of light enveloped them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were transported to a desolate ruin filled with the essence of decay. Chapter 52, Jinin Challenge, Rock Lee. As Luo Yu gazed at the surrounding time-worn and dilapidated mechanisms, he was about to express his thoughts when he suddenly felt himself submerged in water, leaving him bewildered. "What the? Who turned on the water?" he exclaimed, cursing as he noticed the water level rising to his chest. Bai Mengyao, meanwhile, had already gathered chakra beneath her feet, standing gracefully atop the water's surface, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry, I forgot to warn you. Due to years of neglect, the drainage system here has encountered a few issues. However, once the development team takes over, they will surely reconstruct the drainage system." In a moment of desperation, Luo Yu was compelled to control his chakra, allowing him to stand steadily on the water's surface. He followed by Mengyao as they proceeded forward. As they walked, Luo Yu observed his surroundings. Indeed, in the shallow waters, several workers congregated in small groups, wielding professional equipment to study the ancient murals adorning the structures. They were presumably a development team dispatched by the Ninja Association. The origins of this site remained unclear, but preliminary insights from the development team suggested the presence of a self-generating ninja illusion system designed for challenges. The Secret Realm challenge he had seen earlier in the waiting area utilized this very technology. As they walked, Bai Mengyao informed Luo Yu about the situation. Luo Yu chuckled lightly, speculating that perhaps it had once served as a training ground for ninjas in ancient times. "Perhaps," Bai Mengyao replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. "But the mechanisms within this secret realm are far too advanced for the early ninja era." Luo Yu jested. "Could it be that aliens or mythical beasts constructed this place?" Bai Mengyao shook her head. "That remains uncertain. Every year, numerous unknown secret realms are discovered, yet we have yet to uncover any new clues about their origins. It is possible that ancient human tribes possessed such advanced technology." Engaged in casual conversation about the secret realm, they soon halted before a meticulously crafted diamond-shaped block, where the composed and steady Xiao Ku awaited them. Upon their arrival, he exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly stated, "That block is the mechanism to initiate the challenge. Touch it, and you will enter the challenge space." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu complied and placed his hand upon the block. Instantly, the ground beneath him radiated brilliant light. In the following moment, his figure vanished before Bai Mengyao and Xiao Ku's eyes. "Damn, this mere Jinin challenge has stalled our progress for several days," Xiao Ku exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. "If I find out who designed this ridiculous contraption, I'll give him a couple of punches." Observing Luo Yu's departure, Xiao Ku immediately began to vent his frustrations. Bai Mengyao could not help but chuckle. "This secret realm is ancient. The designer has likely long since passed away. Then I shall unearth his coffin." Xiao Ku grumbled, extinguishing his cigarette with discontent. After releasing his frustration, Xiao Ku sighed, feeling a sense of emptiness. "Well, let's see if our young brother can draw out the full potential of Rock Lee's illusion. As for clearing the challenge, I want to hold my breath." Bai Mengyao, with a look of defiance, retorted, "What? Do you doubt him? After all, I trained him myself. Can't you have a bit of faith?" Xiao Ku's expression was etched with weariness. "I initially had great confidence in our new generation. That confidence was utterly shattered by Rock Lee." Bai Mengyao, unable to maintain the pretense, admitted, "I feel the same way." Nevertheless, both returned to the waiting area with high hopes, eagerly monitoring Luo Yu's progress in the challenge space. Meanwhile, Luo Yu found himself transported to a scene that felt eerily familiar. "No way. This is the very platform from the Chunin exams," he exclaimed, noting the perfect replication of the cracks in the floor. It was here that Rock Lee had once battled Gaara. Gazing at the vast arena, Luo Yu was flooded with nostalgia, yearning to relive the Chunin exams from the original series. He mused, if this world line could watch Naruto, that would be quite spectacular. A mysterious voice echoed. "A challenger has entered. Please select your difficulty." 3 cards materialized before Luo Yu, each bearing the titles of Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin. The Jonin card displayed the names Senju Ibiki, the Chunin card showed Gaara, and the Jinin card featured Rock Lee. Both the Jonin and Chunin cards indicated they had been cleared. It was no wonder that Asuma and his sister could clear the challenge together. Although Senju Ibiki was the chief examiner of the Chunin exams, his prowess in combat was lacking, making him merely a special jonin in the original storyline. Had Luo Yu known that these two were currently observing the challenge space as surveillance, he would have had a different perspective. In that case, Senju Ibiki would certainly be regarded as a shadow-level ninja. Conversely, the difficulty posed by Gaara as a chunin was evident. It was remarkable that someone had already cleared it. Clearly, this world still harbored many exceptional individuals. After some contemplation, Luo Yu decisively chose the uncompleted Genin difficulty. Immediately, a mysterious purple energy coalesced, forming the image of Rock Lee. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yu activated his right eye, revealing the 3 TOMOE pattern, enhancing his perceptive abilities to their maximum. Simultaneously, Rock Lee vanished using the Leaf Shadow Dance. Indeed, his speed surpassed that of an ordinary Genin. Even with the Sharingan, Luo Yu struggled to track his movements in time to evade. However, if he could swiftly cast ninjutsu, the situation would be different. Contemplating this, Luo Yu quickly predicted Rock Lee's position and clapped his hands together. Instantly, the Hashirama cells in his back generated several branches, which shot out behind him. At that moment, Rock Lee reappeared behind Luo Yu, colliding directly with the implanted branches. Following this, Luo Yu formed hand seals, causing the branches piercing Rock Lee to sprout additional offshoots, erupting like blossoms in full bloom. Sustaining severe damage, Rock Lee collapsed to the ground, his illusionary form beginning to fade. In the waiting area, the spectators surrounding the large screen were compelled to rise upon witnessing this spectacle. A one-hit kill? Did I see that correctly? Exclaimed one. He possesses both the Sharingan and would release 2 formidable abilities. It was as if the enemy willingly collided with him. The combination of the Sharingan and wood release yielded astonishing combat effectiveness. A wood release Genin, invited to observe, stood dumbfounded. It took me nearly a year to grasp the basics of this technique. The Jonin in my clan praised my mastery of wood release. How could he perform it instantaneously? Were those Jonin merely flattering me? Zhao Hai, fixated on the screen, could no longer contain himself. He had believed that Luo Yu's specialty lay solely in fire release, and that their previous battle had been narrowly lost. Yet it turned out he had hidden the powers of wood release in the Sharingan. No, he wasn't hiding them. Perhaps he felt no need to resort to such true abilities against me. Realizing this, Zhao Hai, an expert in water release, bowed his head in shame. Chapter 53. Is this what you call the implant technique? The man who had been soundly defeated by Rock Lee wore a bitter smile upon witnessing this scene. To dispatch him so effortlessly. It seems I am simply too weak. Meanwhile, Xiao Ku, observing from the screen, appeared equally astonished. This kid seems to have something special about him. That implant technique must have reached a significant mastery level. His hand seals were remarkably swift, too quick for me to even catch a glimpse. This speed suggests he has been single for quite some time. Bai Mingyao inhaled deeply. Although Director Jiang had informed her of Luo Yu's wood release talent, she had never anticipated he could master it to such a high degree, especially as a 2-star ninjutsu. I have spent more years training than he has, and my highest mastery in physical techniques is only proficient. His comprehension is astonishing. Xiao Ke chuckled lightly. Who could have foreseen this? Mastering ninjutsu to a high level is typically reserved for those ninja masters. For individuals like us, reaching proficiency is the best we can hope for. He then shifted the conversation. However, the subsequent phases of this Rock Lee challenge are still formidable. Unless Luo Yu reveals other extraordinary capabilities, clearing it will remain a challenge. As the two conversed, the challenge space underwent a sudden change. The fallen Rock Lee abruptly rose, extracting the branches from his body, and fixed a gaze filled with fighting spirit upon Luo Yu. Is he entering the second phase, Zhao Hai mentioned? Luo Yu pondered, feeling a surge of urgency. After all, his opponent was a master who had defeated numerous elite genin. After Li Rock rose once more, he settled into a cross-legged position, extracting several weighted items from his legs. These weights, too, were manifestations of the purple illusion. So this is the second stage? Having watched Naruto, Luo Yu was acutely aware that once Li Rock removed those weights, his speed and strength would reach a terrifying level. Thus, he fixed his Sharingan gaze intently upon Li Rock. Li Rock casually discarded the weights. Yet these seemingly unremarkable items struck the ground with a force that sent tremors through the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. In the waiting area, the man known as Toothpick felt a lump in his throat upon witnessing this scene. Clearly, he had only just arrived to participate in the Secret Realm Challenge and was still oblivious to the implications of the second stage. To think that after defeating the illusion, One must then contend with an illusion that had shed such heavy weights. How fortunate that I am not skilled enough. Otherwise, facing such a monster would surely result in a broken bone. In his fear, Toothpick also felt a sense of relief. Zhao Hai recalled a similar apprehension. Thankfully, he had filled the challenge space with water beforehand. Underwater, the speed advantage of the illusion was significantly diminished. Utilizing water release, 5-fish shark. He had gradually exhausted the second stage of the illusion through a strategy of pressure. Otherwise, he would have likely faced a swift and merciless defeat against such overwhelming speed. Meanwhile, other lower ninjas who had encountered the second stage displayed visible fear, clearly haunted by their previous experiences with Li Rock in this form. They also felt a pang of anxiety for Luo Yu, who was about to face the complete version of Li Rock. Despite possessing the Sharingan and the technique of grafting, it appeared that in the face of absolute speed, his chances were severely limited. In the challenge space, Li Rock had already lunged towards Luo Yu, each movement akin to the application of a body flicker technique, continuously flashing around him. The naked eye of an ordinary person could not keep up. Although Luo Yu's Sharingan managed to barely track him, his body remained utterly unresponsive. Predicting Li Rock's position with the grafting technique proved to be exceedingly difficult. I hear this is not your final stage? Luo Yu said calmly. Let me witness your true limits. With that, he clapped his hands together. Grafting technique. The cells of Hashirama within him began to stir, and countless trees erupted from his body, shooting outward like a rain of arrows. Receive this, Li. Grafting technique with a 20-meter radius. Countless trees launched an indiscriminate assault on the surroundings. Li Rock immediately abandoned his offensive intentions, shifting to defense as he navigated the dense barrage of wooden projectiles. However, with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the speed of the trees doubled. After evading for 5 seconds amidst a storm of sharp wooden spikes, Li Rock was inadvertently struck by one. His agile movements lost their balance, leading to a flurry of piercing wooden spikes penetrating his body. In the next moment, the illusion was utterly shattered as countless trees pierced through it. In the waiting area, those observing fell into a hushed silence. After a long pause, many internally expressed their astonishment. Incredible! Shao Kahn stared in disbelief, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his freshly lit cigarette falling to the ground. What on earth did he use, the grafting technique or the forest world descending? Bai Mengyao's expression mirrored her surprise. Indeed, he had mastered the grafting technique to an impressive degree. Could it be that this challenge for lower ninjas would truly culminate in his hands? Shao Kahn took a moment to collect himself before exclaiming, I merely thought his proficiency in hand seals was remarkable. I never anticipated this. He mused that he had always considered himself among the elite in his family. But moments ago, he felt fortunate not to belong to the same generation as this young man. Bai Mengyao nodded in agreement. If we had entered the Imperial University together and been placed in the same class, I shudder to think of the frequent duels with him. It would be unbearable. Nearby, Zhao Hai was bewildered. Wasn't this description of himself? Just days ago, he had sparred with Luo Yu. Although he had been defeated and felt a hit to his confidence, he still held on to some sense of pride. After witnessing Luo Yu's skillful use of wood release against the first stage of Li Rock, he believed Luo Yu had shown restraint. Yet now, facing the second stage, Luo Yu's grafting technique had completely transformed his perspective. I can still walk after facing Luo Yu. Surely, that's worth boasting about. As the crowd remained enraptured by the astonishment brought forth by the grafting technique, within the challenge space, Luo Yu maintained an outward calm. Though inwardly, he was in a state of panic. That grafting rain technique, while appearing domineering, was also incredibly taxing. Though it lasted mere seconds, it had consumed 1/3 of his chakra to force the complete Li Rock to collide with the wooden spikes. However, those seconds had drained a significant portion of his chakra reserves. Although Hashirama's cells could accelerate chakra recovery, the sheer volume meant he would require several minutes to fully replenish his chakra, and the third stage of the Secret Realm challenge was fast approaching. Just as Luo Yu was filled with concern, he felt his chakra rapidly regenerating, soon returning to full capacity. The source of this restoration was the mysterious power of the Secret Realm. Was it intending for him to confront the third stage at his peak? Concurrently, the enigmatic purple energy restored Li Rock's form. 8 gates. Third gate, life gate. Open. Li Rock clenched his fists, immediately releasing the restrictions of the third gate. In an instant, his body surged with vitality, his skin taking on a dark crimson hue due to increased blood flow. A torrent of green energy erupted around him. making it evident that Li Rock had the potential to unleash power far beyond that of a lower ninja. Chapter 54. The reward is truly tempting. Observing the screen, Shao Kahn squinted at the explosive green energy emanating from Li Rock. He realized that in the third stage, Li Rock would activate the third gate of the 8 gates. Luo Yu would likely not win as effortlessly as before. Following Luo Yu's extraordinary display, Shao Kahn had reshaped his worldview, now accepting that Luo Yu surpassed Li Rock at the life gate level. Nearby, Zhao Hai nodded in agreement, still feeling the ache on his face from where he had been kicked by the third stage of Li Rock. Should anyone question the value of Li Rock's third stage, he would be the first to voice his disagreement. Other challengers around them also believed that Luo Yu would win, albeit not without difficulty. Of course, if Luo Yu were to unveil a high-level, rare ninjutsu, or something like Dust Release, they would have nothing more to say. Given this young man's tendencies, one could not entirely dismiss such a possibility. Just as everyone anticipated Luo Yu's next move, Li Rock made an unexpected action. He stood tall like a mountain and bellowed, "Fifth gate, Dread Gate, open." In that instant, a powerful storm of green energy erupted around him. His forehead veins bulged, his face grew increasingly flushed, and his pupils dilated. What the hell? How is it the fifth gate, the Dread Gate? Zhao Hai was taken aback. He recalled being swiftly defeated by Li Rock at the Life Gate, and thus naturally assumed that the third stage of Li Rock would only open 3 gates. He had not anticipated that he was simply too weak to warrant Li Rock's full effort. Bai Mingyao was equally astonished. So the third stage of Li Rock could indeed unlock the Dread Gate? It seemed that among all the challengers, only Luo Yu had posed a threat to Li Rock. However, with Li Rock's upper limit being the Dread Gate, the outcome now held an air of uncertainty. As someone who had cultivated the 8 gates to the Dread Gate, Bai Mingyao understood just how significant this enhancement was for the human body, until Luo Yu revealed his other hidden cards. She dared not declare who held the greater chance of victory. In the realm of challenges, facing the formidable Du Minli, Luo Yu smiled calmly, questioning silently, "Is this truly your limit?" Despite his outward composure, he inwardly berated the creator of the secret realm. With Du Minli's arrival, he wondered if this was genuinely a challenge suited for a low-ranking ninja. He realized he must exert every ounce of his strength, lest he risk a disastrous failure. At that moment, Du Minli charged towards Luo Yu with incredible speed, leaving no trace but a tempest in his wake, shattering the solid ground beneath him. As Du Minli approached, Luo Yu unleashed the chaotic wood-release technique. The cells within him stirred, generating colossal trees that grew wildly, encroaching upon the dwindling space available to Du Minli. In his mind, the image of Lin resurfaced, her smile stirring profound emotional turbulence within him. This emotional upheaval awakened the power of the Sharingan. Beneath the weight of the massive trees, intricate black patterns manifested in his right eye. In a mere instant, Du Minli transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the air. During this time, countless colossal trees that surged towards him were effortlessly shattered by his formidable strength, falling like autumn leaves. Just as Du Minli neared the heavily shielded Luo Yu, a wave of distorted spatial energy instantaneously subdued him. In the blink of an eye, the immobilized Du Minli was swept into the air, surrounded by an onslaught of continuously growing trees that ensnared him within their grasp. Struck by the lethal force of the wood release, Du Minli's phantom dissipated. The onlookers in the waiting area were left in shock. Was it over in an instant? After all, Du Minli was no ordinary opponent. They had anticipated a fierce and evenly matched battle, yet Luo Yu triumphed so swiftly. Something felt amiss. Many among them had encountered Li Rock and bore his footprints, understanding the true terror of Li Rock when he opened the 5th gate. To witness such a formidable adversary being defeated so effortlessly left them feeling utterly humiliated. It wasn't he that they were weak. It was simply that Luo Yu was astonishingly powerful. Losing to such a monster evoked no shame in them. Fortunately, Luo Yu had activated his Sharingan under the cover of the towering trees. Otherwise, knowing he possessed such an ability might have caused them to falter in despair. Zhao Hai began to boast. "No wonder he made me lose. He has brought me no shame." However, the thought of a potential confrontation at the exchange meeting made him uneasy. Damn, old Ro is actually considering targeting Luo Yu at the exchange meeting. He could not concern himself with others, but he certainly would not oppose Luo Yu again. Given Luo Yu's current display of strength, he was undoubtedly a frontrunner for the championship. For an elite low-ranking ninja to intentionally concede points would be tantamount to seeking early elimination. Shok gazed at Bai Meng Yao in astonishment. His would-release talent is simply extraordinary. Are you certain this young man hasn't inherited the legacy of that great figure? Bai Meng Yao responded, her expression one of disbelief. You mean the legacy of Senju Hashirama? After a moment of hesitation, she resolutely shook her head. Impossible. Though Luo Yu's would-release is powerful, it is imbued with a sense of slaughter. This starkly contrasts with that great figure's benevolent methods. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the low-ranking ninja challenge. All challenges have been resolved, and the Earth Martial Arena will now open to the public. A cold voice echoed in the challenge space. It turned out that this secret realm was named the Earth Martial Arena. Luo Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the drainage system of the secret realm was restored, gradually expelling the accumulated water. The entire realm finally revealed its true form, with numerous mechanisms radiating vibrant colors, showcasing their activated states. Attribute points, 30. The generous rewards from Du Min Li included 3 wind demon apes. This also indicated the substantial difficulty of Du Min Li's challenge. Furthermore, where Du Min Li's illusion had vanished, a sphere of green light lingered. This, as Bai Meng Yao had mentioned, was likely the reward for clearing the challenge. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yu discovered it was the complete legacy of Li Lok, of green quality, perfect for upgrading the 8 gates technique. With this in mind, Luo Yu casually placed the green legacy into his storage scroll, planning to savor it at home. After securing the legacy of Li Lok, a mysterious pattern composed of multiple diamonds materialized in the air. As Luo Yu approached, the pattern emanated light, enveloping him. In an instant, he was transported back into the secret realm, standing before the diamond mechanism. At that moment, Shok and Bai Meng Yao arrived. Shok, in particular, expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, the task here is finally complete. We can finally take a proper rest. If there are more opportunities like this, do reach out to me. Luo Yu chuckled softly, fully won over by the challenge rewards. The complete green legacy was indeed delightful. In Chapter 55, as the exchange meeting approached, Bai Meng Yao cheerfully remarked, Xiao Yu, your talent is impressive. Would you be interested in joining our school? Luo Yu nodded affirmatively. I plan to attend the Imperial Capital University for further studies, which is why I intend to participate in the exchange meeting. As the foremost ninja university in the Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Capital University offers abundant training resources, renowned instructors of various attributes, and senior students as companions. Naturally, with so many attributes available for cultivation, he could not afford to waste any opportunity. Once he mastered all 5 fundamental nature transformations, he could utilize the university's resources to elevate his jutsu levels to their zenith. He envisioned confronting foes with the confidence to declare, against me, who has replicated over 1,000 jutsu, you stand no chance. That is wonderful. When you come to the Imperial University, I'll have an additional charming junior to mentor. Bai Meng Yao responded with a gentle smile. However, Luo Yu was not entirely convinced. By then, he would likely have other senior students of different attributes to accompany him. Focusing solely on physical techniques might not be feasible, but if it involved body techniques, that would be another matter entirely. Nonetheless, the Imperial University only provided 1 slot for a 3rd-tier city. The exchange meeting gathered ninjas from 5 cities, with only 5 spots available. The competition would be fierce. Shok chuckled, but little brother, your chances are still considerable. Your competitors will mostly be middle-ranking ninjas, and most ordinary middle-ranking ninjas may not stand a chance against you. Luo Yu smiled slightly. Then I shall prepare for battle. With that, he began his journey home on foot. Knowing he needed to upgrade his 8 gates technique and not wishing to engage in idle chatter, Bai Meng Yao kindly inquired, Is your home far from here? Would you like me to give you a ride? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. If you have a vehicle, why didn't you mention it earlier? His energy had been thoroughly drained by the chaotic wood release, and he truly did not want to run home. Before long, half an hour had passed, and Luo Yu and Bai Meng Yao continued to sprint along the roadside. Is this what you call giving me a ride? Luo Yu asked with a hint of exasperation. Bai Meng Yao smiled sweetly. This round trip is just right for my daily training quota, allowing me to skip training today. Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Then wouldn't it be better if you carried me? Bai Meng Yao shook her head in disappointment. It seems you still haven't grasped the essence of youth. With a spark of enthusiasm in her bright eyes, she continued, The sweat you shed is your youth. This joy is irreplaceable by anyone else. Seeing Bai Meng Yao become increasingly spirited, Luo Yu quickly changed the subject. By the way, since the high-ranking ninja challenge was a joint effort between you and Uncle Shok. What about the middle-ranking IAI Luo? Upon hearing this, Bai Mengyao's expression turned serious. That one is the work of the Jun family's little princess, Jun Xianha. She is about your age and has already become an elite middle-ranking ninja by overcoming the IAI Luo illusion challenge. This is the foundation of a prominent family. Is it that esteemed Kunjia, inheritors of the Uchiha legacy? It is indeed a prominent ninja clan within the imperial capital, renowned for nurturing such exceptional successors. Luo Yu pondered silently, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. After an intense half-hour run, he arrived home, his expression one of utter exhaustion. In contrast, Bai Mengyao, who had followed him, continued to run energetically away. Upon entering, Luo Qingyu's voice resonated. "Xiaoyu? Dinner will be ready shortly." As her words fell, Luo Qingyu cast a suddenly icy gaze upon Luo Yu. "Why are you drenched in sweat? What have you two been up to?" Sensing his sister was on the verge of fury, Luo Yu hastily explained, "I was running back from the suburbs." Sweating a bit is reasonable, right? Running? Such a dismissive explanation. Are you truly not pretending anymore? Luo Qingyu's chest heaved with indignation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Subsequently, she sighed, "Never mind, you've grown up. It's only natural to be tempted by girls. I regret not paying more attention to your development. From now on, I shall cultivate your vigilance to prevent outside girls from taking advantage of you." Luo Yu. Why does this sister have such little faith in him? Troubled, he retreated to his bedroom, carefully locking the doors and windows. He immediately retrieved the recently acquired green inheritance of Li Rock for an upgrade. 8 gates of Duanjia level 1. In the next moment, it felt as though his body's meridians had been unblocked, and the injury gate within him became significantly more accessible. Unlike the first 3 gates, this one marked a watershed in the 8 gates of Duanjia. Opening the first 3 merely intensified physical fatigue, while unlocking the injury gate would inflict tangible harm upon the body. Thus, Luo Yu resolved to exercise restraint in utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia. For ordinary adversaries, he would only open the life gate, treating it as a mere boost. Only when absolutely necessary would he resort to the subsequent gates. Otherwise, frequent use would inevitably weaken his body over time. After formulating a plan for moderation, Luo Yu allocated the 30 attribute points obtained from Du Min Li, stamina, 131, 50, 131, 50, chakra, 150, 100, 180, 100, sensing a considerable increase in his chakra reserves. Luo Yu let out a sigh of relief. With my current configuration, tomorrow's exchange meeting should be nearly guaranteed. After a long day, he decided to indulge in a little excitement. Luo Qingyu could hardly have anticipated that amidst all her precautions against outside women, she would be unprepared for a paper figurine girl. "Xiaoyu, dinner is ready, come eat." Soon, Luo Qingyu's voice echoed from downstairs. Luo Yu quickly stowed away his phone and descended to dine. Upon seeing his sister clad in that black stockings-made outfit once more, he was momentarily stunned. "Sister, didn't you say you were reluctant to wear that?" Luo Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. "It's for the purpose of immunizing you against outside women. Hence, I reluctantly donned it for you." Luo Yu smiled faintly. Wearing the same outfit inevitably leads to aesthetic fatigue. "I'll customize a few sets for you later. You could dress up as Kagaya. It would be quite thrilling." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyu furrowed her brow. "Where did you meet this new sister? Didn't I tell you to keep your distance from other women?" Virtual character, Luo Yu chuckled sheepishly. However, now that the timeline had shifted, it was likely that no virtual character named Otsutsuki Kagaya existed in Blue Star. From now on, keep your distance from those two-dimensional girls. They will lead you astray. Luo Qingyu sternly warned. Indeed, Luo Yu replied, nodding in feigned agreement, while inwardly contemplating, "They are all my wives." The following day marked the day of the exchange meeting. Luo Yu arrived early at the teleportation site of the secret realm. He observed numerous renowned ninjas from Jiangli converging towards this location. It was rare to witness such a grand spectacle. Evidently, they too were participants in the exchange meeting. "Luo Yu? You truly came." A sweet voice drew his attention as he scanned the surroundings. Turning towards the sound, he was surprised to find Su Ying, the female boss who had assigned him his first task, still adorned with her red-striped white mask. Her appearance was unexpected. As he had surmised, she was from the Su family, presumably registered in the imperial capital, thus unable to participate in exchanges in other cities. Had his intriguing conjecture been erroneous? Are you participating in the exchange meeting? Luo Yu asked in astonishment. Su-Ying chuckled lightly. I risked everything to provoke the wind demon ape in preparation for the exchange meeting. I approached it with the mindset of potentially facing death when I issued the task. I never anticipated hiring you, a mere boy, would resolve the wind demon ape with such ease. Luo Yu humbly replied, You flatter me. I still exerted some effort. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to unleash the great fireball. Just as they were engaged in casual conversation, President Bai and Director Jiang emerged from the internal office of the secret realm. Upon sighting them, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Among all present competitors, who has reached the level of Chunin? President Bai inquired. As his words resonated, 2 men and 1 woman stepped forward with confidence. Observing this, the other lower ninjas displayed envious glances. They were renowned young talents from Jiangli, having achieved Chunin status before 30. Even if they were to falter in the exchange meeting, outstanding performance could still pave the way for advancement to prestigious schools, promising a bright future. Of course, Jiangli had more than just these 3 Chunins. However, the exchange meeting was primarily a friendly competition aimed at distributing resources to young talents. Competitors over 30 were ineligible. Otherwise, if the age restriction were lifted, Jiangli, as an established powerhouse among tertiary cities, would not be apprehensive. President Bai had no need to deplete his own funds to entice with fragments of the Daidama inheritance. At that moment, Su-Ying also stepped forward confidently. Luo Yu pondered, stroking his chin. He recalled that during their last encounter, Su-Ying was merely a 3rd-tier lower ninja. Had she swiftly ascended to Chunin? It seemed the fragments of youth's inheritance and the power of the divine stone were at play. For Chunins surpassed expectations. President Bai nodded, his expression complex. Including Luo Yu, a unique talent, there should be 5 units of Chunin combat power. From the intelligence he had gathered, other cities boasted 7 or 8 such combatants. It appeared necessary to continue stimulating the Jiangli families to expedite the elevation of their younger generations to Chunin status. Striving for the exchange meeting in a few years would yield more talents to bolster Jiangli's standing. Contemplating quietly, President Bai spoke again, among you, who has officially passed the Chunin certification? Upon this question, only Su-Ying and another man remained among the 4 ninjas. The criteria for Chunin status required chakra and stamina to reach at least 500, alongside mastery of 2 1-star ninjutsu, with one of them requiring at least minor proficiency. However, even with this, they still had to pass a practical assessment, typically involving the completion of a ranked task. Of course, they could also opt for more challenging tasks to gain special rated badges. Yet, the Jiangli Association only held bronze-level authority, and raising the assessment difficulty required approval from higher authorities. Similar to this year's Jiangli Internship Assessment. In summary, only those certified as Chunins would have their strength recognized. Otherwise, their status would lack credibility. The season director, Jiang, sighed inwardly. The talent pool is dwindling. Is this the price of drawing Luo Yu? Indeed, we are significantly stronger than other cities this year, President Bai proclaimed, maintaining a composed demeanor. Each time he said this, many enthusiastic individuals believed it wholeheartedly. For the future of Jiangli, does everyone have confidence in winning the championship? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. After all, if Jiangli achieved good rankings overall, the upper authorities would allocate more resources, benefiting all involved. Whether completing tasks or participating in Jiangli Association activities, the rewards would be more abundant. At this moment, they were united in purpose, and Luo Yu felt a surge of confidence. Soon, the crowd followed President Bai to the first teleportation site. After placing the ninja emblem on the scanner for identity verification, the device automatically designated the destination as the secret realm of the Forsaken Forest. Before long, it was Luo Yu's turn. Upon identification, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself at the edge of a vast forest. Behind him was a translucent barrier that appeared clear from a distance, but revealed a semi-transparent blue shield upon closer inspection. This was likely the border of the secret realm. Before him stood a massive kunai statue, engraved with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Not only the Jiangli ninjas, but also those from other cities began to gather before the kunai statue. Soon, the leaders of the 5 cities clustered together for casual conversation. Isn't that old Bai? I heard that this year, due to the talents of Jiangli, you specifically applied for the Silver Difficulty Apprenticeship Assessment. Why the rush? Talent cannot be forced. In the past, Jiangli consistently topped the charts, leaving us envious. Don't say that. Zhangli actually has someone who has obtained a silver emblem. I know. It's that genius ninja proficient in fire techniques. Is he participating in the exchange meeting as well? Observing the knowing exchanges among the leaders, President Bai shot a glare at President Luo, gritting his teeth. It was all this old fool Luo spreading rumors. However, it might work to their advantage, as the impression of being adept in fire techniques would likely lead others to underestimate Luo Yu, potentially resulting in a significant advantage in his quest for victory. Listening to the leaders' conversation, Luo Yu was somewhat taken aback. Had Zhao Hai not informed President Luo about his performance in the Secret Realm Challenge? If someone had fallen for false information and was ultimately dealt with by his wield techniques, President Luo's reputation would be tarnished in their circles. Just then, from the camp at the forest's edge, a middle-aged man clad in a black coat, his face marked by a horrifying scar, emerged. Following him were 10 elite shinobi in deep green vests, their expressions solemn. Among them was Luo Yu's acquaintance, Bai Mingyao. Silence. The scarred man's gruff voice resonated, sweeping through the gathering like a storm. Everyone fell silent, the previously noisy atmosphere now so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even the chatting leaders appeared apprehensive. This was none other than Li Tai of the ninja clan. Although he possessed only the green inheritance of Sun Nin Ibiki, he was a formidable ninja with a renowned reputation in the ninja world. His abilities, derived from his inheritance, were particularly suited for interrogation. Many stubborn rogue ninjas had spilled their secrets under his brutal treatment, earning him notoriety. Should anyone attempt to cheat in this competition using scientific ninja tools, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. I am Li Tai, the head of this exchange meeting. I shall now announce the rules for the first round of the competition. In this exchange meeting, there were a total of 356 participants. Before the competition commenced, 206 would receive the Earth Scroll. As he spoke, Li Tai produced a pitch-black scroll from his pocket, displaying it for all to see. The remaining 100 would hold the Human Scroll, while the final 50 would possess the Heaven Scroll. You must engage in battle to secure all 3 scrolls and reach the tower at the center of the forest to pass the first round. Subsequently, scientific ninja tools equipped with mapping functions would be distributed. During the competition, participants could press the withdraw button to be teleported to the tower using the Flying Thunder God technique. Luo Yu was taken aback. These rules were reminiscent of the Nin exams. Was it merely a coincidence? However, while he pondered, many ninjas were already gripped by dread. Only 50 participants would advance in the first round. What kind of brutal system was this? The intensity surpassed that of previous years. In the past, one could at least secure a safety net. Now, only those at the Nin level dared to guarantee their passage through the first round. With this in mind, many water-style ninjas turned their gazes towards Luo Yu. Rumor had it that this young man had just graduated from apprenticeship. Although he was a silver elite, he was said to possess only a single formidable fireball technique. Feeling the weight of numerous stares, Luo Yu found it absurd. It appeared that the information old Luo provided truly only highlighted his proficiency in fire techniques. Had he mentioned that his fire techniques could overpower Zhao Hai, or perhaps Zhang Li's secrecy wasn't as tight as it should be, he might not have drawn such attention. It seemed old Luo had deliberately engaged in wordplay to divert attention onto him, assisting the Kihama ninjas in eliminating competitors. In the aftermath, other city ninjas would find it difficult to hold him accountable, as he genuinely excelled in fire techniques. The extent of his prowess remained open to interpretation. Meanwhile, President Luo observed the scene with a knowing smile. This year's competition format was indeed intriguing. The information he had leaked had effectively provided the Kihama ninjas with a significant advantage. Once the ninjas from other cities were dealt with by Luo Yu, a mere Nin could be dispatched to handle him. The prospect was exceedingly favorable. With this in mind, President Luo approached a Kihama ninja wearing a straw hat and a raincoat, whispering to him. Upon hearing President Luo's words, the ninja cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yu before turning to Zhao Hai. Kid, haven't you been brooding over your defeat to Luo Yu? I'm giving you a chance for redemption. Once the match begins, you'll face Luo Yu first. If you truly can't handle it, I'll step in. Zhao Hai merely scoffed. Who says I'm not convinced? He defeated me fair and square. I respect his strength. With that, he turned away and went to collect his scientific ninja tools and scrolls, leaving President Luo and the Straw Hat Ninja bewildered. Wasn't he this kid once brimming with arrogance, claiming to be the invincible little shark of the lower ninja world? Why had he become so timid? Had the shark turned into a turtle? Before long, All participants had received their scrolls and scientific tools. Luo Yu was bestowed with the rare Heaven Scroll. He noticed that not only he, but nearly all ninjas adorned with Nin emblems had also received the Heaven Scroll. The extras were likely designated for elite lower ninjas like himself. This seemed to be a strategy to prevent powerful ninjas from engaging in combat prematurely, while also indicating that other lower ninjas aiming to advance in the first round would need to defeat a Nin or a lower ninja who had defeated a Nin. From the moment he received the scroll, he felt the gaze of many upon him. Now that he realized he had acquired the rare Heaven Scroll, he could only imagine how many were eagerly anticipating the competition. After all, on the surface, compared to other elite lower ninjas whose capabilities were unknown, he was the weakest among the Heaven Scroll bearers. Once the competition commenced, the scientific tools in their possession would initiate a countdown of 1 minute. Engaging in combat before the countdown concluded would be deemed a violation, leading to disqualification. Luo Yu quickly grasped that this regulation was likely instituted to prevent a chaotic brawl at the forest's edge, where too many variables would obscure the selection of the strongest candidates. I hereby declare the 5th City Exchange meeting officially commenced, Li Tai announced sternly. As soon as he finished, numerous participants surged towards the forest, their scientific tools displaying the countdown interface on their wrists. Watching the once crowded perimeter clear in an instant, Li Tai approached the 5 presidents with a serious demeanor. Esteemed leaders, please arrive at the tower in advance to rest while awaiting the commencement of the next round of the competition. As the announcement concluded, the staff on both sides presented each leader with exclusive scientific ninja tools, capable of executing the Flying Thunder God technique 3 times, with coordinates set to the central tower of the Death Forest. With this directive, Li Tai was the first to utilize the scientific tool on his wrist, teleporting to the regulatory room of the tower. Inside, numerous staff members donned helmet-like devices. Once activated, hundreds of sand eyes emerged above the Death Forest, vigilantly monitoring the movements of each contestant. Meanwhile, 10 elite Jonins swiftly navigated behind the participants, their earlobes embedded with miniature headsets to maintain contact with the regulatory team. Should any potential danger arise, the Jonin, serving as examiners, would appear on the battlefield to avert fatalities while also documenting the performances of outstanding participants. Their evaluations poised to influence the contestants' subsequent rankings. Observing others engrossed in their tasks, President Luo chuckled, suggesting they proceed to the tower and await the promising news from the young men. President Bai, fully aware of his ulterior motives, remained unfazed, especially with Zhang Li and Luo Yu present. Within the Death Forest, dense trees obscured the sky. Upon entering, most contestants cautiously dispersed. However, Luo Yu activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan, effortlessly surveying the surroundings from hundreds of meters away, only to find himself bemused by the throngs of over 30 followers trailing behind him. After weaving through the woods for some time, many competitors, realizing the fierce competition for Luo Yu's coveted Heaven Scroll, chose to abandon the pursuit, leaving only a dozen resolute individuals still in close pursuit. After all, seizing the scroll from other formidable contenders posed a tremendous challenge. It seemed more practical to compete against the other lower-ranked ninjas for Luo Yu's scroll. Yet unbeknownst to them, the most significant threat was not the other competitors, but Luo Yu himself. As the countdown concluded, Luo Yu navigated toward the forest's center, thick fog enveloping the area. The standard technique of mist concealment employed by water-release ninjas was now at play. Given the influx of individuals eager to present scrolls, he thought to himself, I shall graciously accept. Coming to a halt atop a tree, he revealed a cruel smile. At that moment, an aggressive third-tier lower ninja launched an attack, exclaiming, Water release, water chaos wave. A powerful stream of water erupted amidst the mist. Luo Yu smirked knowingly. The assailant had unwittingly revealed his position. Fire release, great fireball technique. With merely a single-handed seal, a blazing fireball swiftly evaporated the incoming water chaos wave and surged toward the source of the water flow. The ninja, transformed into a water sprite, felt an immediate surge in temperature as dazzling flames engulfed his vision. The realization struck him. Having initiated the water chaos wave, Luo Yu had countered with alarming swiftness. The speed at which he formed his seals was terrifying. The most outrageous part was that his water chaos wave could not withstand the might of Luo Yu's great fireball and was forcefully pushed back towards him. It turned out that Luo Yu was exceptionally adept at fire release. The assailant had anticipated merely a couple of minor fire techniques would suffice. Was old Luo lacking in communication skills? Cursing internally, the lower ninja hastily opted to forfeit. Chakra surged from the scientific tool on his arm. And just before the great fireball reached him, the tool activated the flying thunder god, transporting him to the tower's designated mark. However, this meant his elimination, as the scrolls distributed prior to the competition were crafted from special materials and could not be transported via flying thunder god. Thus, the scroll fell helplessly to the ground, awaiting the fiery onslaught of the great fireball. As Luo Yu approached the end of the fireball's trajectory, he initially believed the scroll had been reduced to ashes. To his surprise, apart from some charred marks, the scroll remained largely intact, vaguely identifiable as the Earth Scroll. He pondered whether these marks would have any effect. After stowing the Earth Scroll, he glanced back at his hidden pursuers lurking in the trees. Fortunately, with so many trailing him, acquiring a new Earth Scroll would be trivial. Nevertheless, he resolved to refrain from utilizing fire release further. As the mist began to dissipate due to the loss of chakra, Luo Yu activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan, pinpointing all nearby ninja positions while traversing backward along the branches. At that moment, those who had fixated on Luo Yu were acutely aware of the fate that befell the first to emerge, instilling a sense of apprehension within them. After all, none among them possessed the skill level of a Chunin. Their intentions to capitalize on attribute advantages to seize the Heaven Scroll were misguided. The fact that Luo Yu's great fireball could easily overpower the water chaos wave shattered their confidence. Just as a multitude of water-released ninjas turned to seek other targets, Luo Yu's arm, imbued with Hashirama's cells, pulsated, generating a sharp branch. With a casual flick, the branch soared like a javelin, striking a water-released ninja in the thigh. The inertia propelled the ninja against a tree. In the next moment, a chilling scream echoed through the vicinity, sending a flock of birds perched on branches into a frenzied flight skyward. Equally panic-stricken were the other water-released ninjas trailing Luo Yu. Witnessing their companion pinned against the tree, their faces drained of color. It was the impalement technique. Luo Yu had mastered such a ruthless wood-release technique, a detail President Luo had neglected to disclose. Infuriated, they realized they had been manipulated by old Luo to serve as scapegoats. Now, under Luo Yu's gaze, their only thought was to flee. As they attempted to escape, Luo Yu swiftly approached the pinned lower ninja. "Wait, Luo Yu. I was merely used by that old man Luo. If you let me go, I'll give you the scroll." The lower ninja's face was a mask of terror. He believed he still had a chance to salvage his predicament. Frustrated, Luo Yu gently patted his shoulder, remarking, "Old Luo has deceived you. I shall certainly escort you to settle scores with him." With that, the branches on his arm writhed, inching toward the ninja's throat. Left with no choice, the lower ninja opted to forfeit. Another Earth Scroll reclaimed, Luo Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. He then cast a deep gaze toward the fleeing lower ninjas nearby. Once within 100 meters, his impalement technique became infallible, consistently piercing the thigh of each target, ensuring they lost their ability to escape before seeking the next target. He continued until all his pursuers were pinned to the trees. The insight of his Sharingan, combined with the long-range assault of the impalement technique, rendered these lower ninjas utterly defenseless against Luo Yu's onslaught. As the once innocuous Luo Yu drew nearer, the lower ninjas, consumed by fear, hastily pressed the forfeiture button. What a cunning ploy by old Luo. He had misled them into provoking a monster like Luo Yu. No wonder Luo Yu was assigned the Heaven Scroll. The organizing committee for the exchange meeting was dispatched from the headquarters, undoubtedly possessing the authority to bypass Jiang Li's association and scrutinize Luo Yu's information. Infuriated, they resolved to confront old Luo. Resignedly, they allowed the flying thunder god to transport them away. Luo Yu watched them depart, simultaneously collecting the remaining 8 scrolls. Confirming that he had acquired the necessary scrolls, he hummed a tune as he followed the map's guidance toward the heart of the Death Forest. Shortly after Luo Yu's departure, an elite Jonin appeared, his expression one of utter astonishment. The skill of this lad in the art of cuttings is remarkably proficient, indicating he is indeed a seasoned artisan. At that moment, a miniature communicator embedded in his earlobe transmitted the voice of Li Tai. "Enough with the sentiments, stay focused. Luo Yu and his companions are our primary targets for surveillance. In addition to assessing his performance, we must ensure there are no casualties on his side." As they maneuvered through the woods, the upper ninja expressed confusion, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could pose a threat to him. Li Tai replied sternly. Nonsense. What I mean is to keep an eye on Luo Yu and ensure he doesn't accidentally kill anyone. Understood. The upper ninja nodded in agreement. He had witnessed Luo Yu effortlessly dispatch numerous water-style lower ninjas. Thus, he was acutely aware of the potential danger Luo Yu posed. Meanwhile, the lower ninjas eliminated by Luo Yu were swiftly transported to the High Tower's medical room via the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing their grievous injuries, several medical upper ninjas promptly utilized healing techniques to mend their wounds. Soon, their injuries were restored to their original state. A few of them inquired from the beautiful medical upper ninja, "May I ask, where are the leaders?" The beautiful upper ninja pointed towards the ceiling. "They are in the conference room above, enjoying tea." Upon hearing this, the medical room erupted with commotion. Refund us. Chapter 59. A fair contest, less cards. Less soil. In the High Tower's third-floor conference room of the death-defying forest, 5 leaders were savoring their fine Longjing tea. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts arose from outside. "Old Luo, come out and refund us. Are we paying to be cannon fodder?" Upon hearing this, President Bai wore an amused expression. "Old Luo, it seems those youngsters have come to find you." President Luo, composed and confident, smiled slightly. "It must be a misunderstanding. The youth of today are too impatient. Just wait and see how my words will convince them." With that, President Luo opened the door calmly. "What brings you all to seek me?" The crowd surged forward. "You told us Luo Yu excels at fire techniques, yet his fire techniques evaporated our water techniques. Moreover, his cutting skills are impeccable. Within 100 meters, his arrows never miss. We were pinned to the trees like chicks. What more do you have to explain?" President Luo began. "I didn't say anything wrong about his fire techniques. The cutting art." Halfway through his explanation, President Luo realized something. "Luo Yu actually excels at wood techniques too? I was unaware of that." Logically, given his high proficiency in fire techniques, one would expect his other skills to be lacking. The revelation that he also mastered wood techniques, a rare ninjutsu, and to such a degree, left President Luo flustered. He had dispatched Lu Yishir to eliminate Luo Yu, although not the strongest among the 7 shores. He was a talent nurtured by the Lu family and had recently passed the Chunin certification. Even if Luo Yu was adept in wood techniques, it seemed improbable he could be overthrown. Anxiety gnawed at him. Who would have thought? Did you truly consider us novice? Why has no one from your 7 shores been monitoring Luo Yu from the start? Indeed, the water-style prodigy Zhao Hai looked as terrified as if he had seen a ghost upon encountering Luo Yu. Are we from the other 3 cities merely foolishly inviting punishment? You must be aware of Luo Yu's hidden strengths, and yet you provided the true intelligence to your people. Hence, they were cautious in their approach to Luo Yu. Listening to the analysis, the leaders of Bohai City, Hanggu City, and Xiaoshan City could no longer remain passive. A thin, elderly man wearing round sunglasses scoffed. "Old Luo, after so many years of friendship, you dare deceive us in Bohai. I am unconcerned about others, but you must promptly refund our Bohai ninjas and apologize." The other 2 leaders, equally furious, stood up. "We demand the same. Let us maintain a harmonious society and discuss this calmly," President Bai advised, feigning concern, while secretly amused. Under the insistence of the crowd, President Luo found himself refunding money and apologizing, thereby disrupting the long-standing camaraderie among the leaders. The other leaders no longer regarded him favorably, leaving with cold expressions and unfinished tea. The crowd took their refunds, grumbling as they returned to the medical room to see the upper ninja. At that moment, President Luo felt as miserable as if he had consumed a secret recipe burger. "Old Luo, don't take it to heart. We've all known your character for years. In a few days, once everyone forgets this incident, peace will return," President Bai remarked with a grin. How did they learn that Zhao Hai was adept at water techniques during his first exchange meeting, where information was kept so secure? President Luo questioned with a hint of significance. "Just a few days ago, while playing mahjong together, I let it slip unintentionally," President Bai replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, President Luo's lips twitched. It appeared he could only pray that Lu Yishir wouldn't falter. Otherwise, facing the complete failure against Old Bai today would likely leave a psychological scar. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was drawing ever closer to the target high tower. During this time, although he encountered several opponents attempting to seize scrolls, they were merely lower ninjas, nearly all dispatched by Luo Yu using his cutting technique. Consequently, his storage scroll now contained over 20 competition scrolls, with 36 unallocated attribute points. However, Luo Yu is in no rush to elevate his basic attributes to the second tier of lower ninja to claim level rewards. Currently, the drop rate of attribute points from defeating lower ninjas was already quite low. Upgrading to the second tier would undoubtedly yield diminishing returns. Given that his current opponents posed little threat, he preferred to bide his time and engage in minor skirmishes. As Luo Yu contemplated his strategy, he noticed a figure beneath a straw hat poised elegantly on a branch ahead, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Observing through the Sharingan, he detected that the figure possessed an impressive 500 chakra, suggesting they were likely of Chunin level. To guard against the possibility that the opponent was another water-style ninja employing mist techniques to counter his Sharingan, Luo Yu approached the figure cautiously. "Are you Luo Yu?" The figure, an unruffled Luo, smiled as Luo Yu drew near. He was the one dispatched by President Luo to eliminate Luo Yu. His calm demeanor stemmed from his formidable strength. He had not only achieved Chunin status, but had also acquired a coveted green inheritance, a testament to his family's significant investment. Young Kakashi. Furthermore, he had fortuitously obtained a matching set of green ninja tools, White Fang, within the Chunin secret realm. Thus, even upon learning that Luo Yu had completely overshadowed Zhao Hai, he remained unfazed. Luo Yu spoke evenly. "With your abilities, you must have gathered 3 scrolls by now. Why linger here? Are you waiting for me?" Lu Yishe replied with a charming smile. "Unfortunately, President Luo is rather possessive and insisted that I eliminate you here. While I appreciate your skills, my family has a good rapport with him, so I must comply with his request. You are indeed strong, but allowing you to advance to the next round would be detrimental to the 7 shores. Thus, I must inconvenience you." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite confident in your assessment of me. Young man, what inheritance do you possess?" Lu Yishe replied with a hint of pride. "Fortunately, I only absorbed Kakashi's inheritance." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu quickly glanced beneath the cloak at his eyes. "Where is your Sharingan? In the original story, didn't Obito gift his left Sharingan to Kakashi as a token for Kakashi's ascension to Jonin? By the way, if I reclaim the Sharingan of Kakashi's heir, could I awaken Susanoo? Kakashi's inheritance? Where is your Sharingan?" Luo Yu asked directly. "This is my green low card. Although I have mastered fewer ninjutsu techniques and lack the Sharingan, I am not short on chakra. Paired with the exclusive ninja tool, the White Fang, it proves to be more effective for lower ninjas than the blue Kakashi inheritance. After all, during the Nin period, chakra is quite scarce, and an uncontrollable Sharingan becomes a negative asset." Lu Yishe patiently answered Luo Yu's questions. As a Nin, he felt a twinge of guilt targeting a lower ninja like Luo Yu. Therefore, he endeavored to satisfy Luo Yu's thirst for knowledge before his elimination. In Chapter 60, Barehanded Reception of Chidori, the supervisory group observed as Li Tai watched the screen display the impending clash between Luo Yu and Lu Yishe. He promptly instructed his subordinate to retrieve Lu Yishe's information. Given that Lu Yishe had only recently been certified as a first-tier Nin, he did not rank among the strongest contestants in this batch, which had not warranted his prior attention. Upon glancing through the 2 pages of information handed to him, Li Tai noted that Lu Yishe was indeed a talent, though it was regrettable that he encountered Luo Yu in the first round. With a sigh, he returned to his seat, only to be informed by his subordinate that it appeared Lu Yishe had actively sought a duel with Luo Yu, suggesting he could have easily passed the first round otherwise. At this, Li Tai fell into a contemplative silence. In favorable winds, one sails smoothly. Against them, one is cast adrift. This was not a wise decision. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the tower, Lu Yishe grew somewhat impatient. "I have answered all your questions. Will you forfeit the match, or shall I take action?" He held no ill intent. He simply did not wish to harm Luo Yu. After all, he had been diligently practicing the 2.5-star lightning-based ninjutsu, Chidori, which, while immensely powerful, is notably difficult to control during its execution. Even though the learning curve is comparable to that of the forbidden technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu, its rating is not particularly high. If he were to unleash Chidori, the situation could spiral out of control, potentially injuring Luo Yu severely. Luo Yu grinned. "You go ahead." With that, he focused his gaze. First gate, open. The constraints of his brain domain were instantly lifted, and power surged forth from within him. The 8 gates. Lu Yishe was slightly taken aback. Although it was merely the first gate, the presence of corresponding insights, like those of the Greenlee Rock or Might Guy successors, made it exceedingly difficult for ordinary ninjas to master the 8 gates. President Luo had mentioned that Luo Yu had employed a 2-star taijutsu, the Konoha's strong whirlwind, against Zhao Hai. This technique, even with Li Rock's inheritance, was beyond comprehension. It seemed he had likely absorbed Might Guy's legacy. Otherwise, it would be challenging for a lower ninja to grasp such a formidable taijutsu at this stage. Lu Yishu thought to himself, I must take this seriously. A calm smile graced his lips as he revealed the hand gripping a sharp dagger concealed beneath his cloak. Luo Yu, an old fan, immediately recognized the dagger as the heirloom left by Kakashi's father in the original work, White Fang. However, in this world, one could obtain fragments of this green ninja tool by exploring certain Nin's secret realms. Much like inheritance fragments, collecting 10 pieces could synthesize the true White Fang. It was said that the inheritor of Kakashi could unleash the special technique, White Light Blade. Thus, it was likely that young Kakashi would be no exception. Given that Lu Yishu was a Nin and wielding green inheritance, Luo Yu dared not be overly presumptuous. As he opened the first gate, he mimicked Li Rock's battle style from the Secret Realm challenges, swiftly circling Lu Yishu in search of openings. He could feel that with the first gate activated, his strength and speed matched Lu Yishu's, who had just stepped into the first tier of Nin, and he might even have a slight edge. Lu Yishu was evidently aware of the 8 gates' potency. He concentrated chakra on the blade's edge, and the White Fang, glowing as though kissed by moonlight, struck toward Luo Yu. The fierce momentum of the blade stirred a tempest. This was the exclusive secret technique of the White Fang, White Light Blade. In the next instant, 3 TOMOE manifested within Luo Yu's pupils. Lu Yishu's slashing motion was instantly discerned by the Sharingan, Konoha's strong whirlwind, anticipating the trajectory of the White Fang. Luo Yu executed a spinning kick that struck Lu Yishu's wrist, sending the White Fang flying from his grasp. Lu Yishu clutched his wrist with a pained expression, as even though Luo Yu had moderated his force, the inevitable pain remained. Sharingan, just how many trump cards do you possess? Lu Yishu winced, his head buzzing. The information provided to him by President Luo had been misleading. It was said he would only win with a single fireball technique. The 8 gates were one thing, but now the Sharingan had entered the fray. He felt completely outmatched. What he initially thought would be an easy victory had now led him to contemplate the second round. He felt a surge of despair. After all, he was someone his family had high hopes for. Failing in the first round was unimaginable. He had to gamble everything. Resolutely, Lu Yishu concentrated high-intensity lightning chakra into his palm. The crackling electricity emitted a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping. Chidori. With a thunderous rush, Lu Yishu charged at Luo Yu like a bolt of lightning. However, the astute Sharingan had already deciphered his every move. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended Chidori at level 0. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. He finally possessed a lightning ninjutsu. Moreover, it was the 2-star Chidori, which, despite its drawbacks requiring swift movement to engage the opponent, could lead to situations where one might not see their adversary due to the speed. With the assistance of the Sharingan, this flaw could be effectively mitigated. Just as Luo Yu reveled in his newfound ability, Lu Yishu's Chidori was upon him, threatening to pierce through his very being. Nearby, an observing Nin approached, preparing to intervene. He assumed Luo Yu was about to falter. Yet, Luo Yu remained unfazed, calmly employing tremendous strength to grip the uncharged portion of Lu Yishu's forearm. Under the pressure, Lu Yishu's arm screamed in agony, causing the lightning amassed in his palm to dissipate. With the dual influence of the 8 gates and the Sharingan, Luo Yu had effortlessly countered Chidori with bare hands. The Nin who jumped in was astonished. As a Nin, he had some familiarity with the renowned Chidori ninjutsu. He was unaware that one could intercept Chidori with bare hands. The critical aspect was that it looked incredibly stylish. In the control room, Li Tai was also rendered speechless before the screen. Although he was aware of Luo Yu's background, he had never anticipated Luo Yu would dare to intercept Chidori barehanded. It must be noted that while Chidori had its evident flaws, its strengths were equally prominent, renowned for its remarkable piercing power, dubbed the 5 penetrating strike. A slight miscalculation on Luo Yu's part could result in dire consequences. Yet at this moment, Lu Yishu found himself in the most challenging position. Watching in disbelief as Luo Yu effortlessly received Chidori. Having painstakingly cultivated Chidori to a minor success for this exchange, Lu Yishu was left feeling utterly defeated. How could Luo Yu have so easily dismantled his technique? This was no joke. Just concede already, or I might have to break your arm. With Lu Yishi's arm restrained, Luo Yu wore a benevolent smile. Lu Yishi instinctively nodded, his dazed gaze drifting toward the nearby Jie Nin. Both my hands are injured. Could you help me out? In Chapter 61, the mysterious Triple Crown, Lu Yishi, with tears welling in his eyes, looked at Luo Yu as he retrieved the embedded white fang from the ground, desperately wishing for a better outcome in the future. It is preferable to eliminate a few more championship contenders, so I can provide a satisfactory explanation to my family. If Luo Yu were to eliminate him, yet subsequently perform mediocrely and be eliminated by others, I would have no justification to appease my relatives. However, given the prowess Luo Yu has displayed, securing a place in the top 4 should not be overly challenging. A smile graced Luo Yu's lips as he reassured, rest assured. In light of your lineage, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Considering the lineage, could it be that Luo Yu is an admirer of Kakashi? After all, those secret realms that manifest legacies often yield archaeological texts, some of which may divulge information about these interdimensional ninjas and their appearances. Consequently, such ninjas tend to attract a certain faction of admirers. Some fans even choose to pursue the legacy of a ninja solely out of admiration for them. Lu Yishi was pondering Luo Yu's words when the Jie Nin who had been trailing him pressed the forfeit button on his behalf. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique whisked him away, leaving several scrolls scattered on the ground. Attribute points, 30. Upon Lu Yishi's departure, a system notification resonated. Luo Yu felt a jolt of surprise. As expected of a Nin, a direct reward of 30 attribute points. Splendid. Exercise caution. Do refrain from demonstrating the Thousand Birds technique empty-handed in the future. If children outside were to witness it and attempt to imitate, it could lead to undesirable consequences. After imparting a few words of wisdom, the Jie Nin retreated once more. Originally, he had come to rescue Luo Yu, but unexpectedly, it was Lu Yishi who faced elimination. Nonetheless, Lu Yishi was quite a valuable asset, having already gathered 3 scrolls, only to eliminate himself. Luo Yu cast a glance at the materials required for upgrading the Thousand Birds technique. Materials required for upgrading Thousand Birds: Ninja Scroll 01 or Young Kakashi's Legacy Fragment 01. Upon seeing this, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Wood Leaf Scale, classified as a 2-star technique, merely required a ninja book and a white legacy fragment from Rock Lee. The Thousand Birds, rated at 2.5 stars, was not significantly superior to the Wood Leaf Scale. However, the materials required had escalated a tier, placing it on par with 3-star ninjutsu. Fortunately, the ninja scroll he had received upon advancing to the first tier of a Jinin remained in his possession. Initially intended for the advancement of the Great Fireball technique, it was now perfectly suited for upgrading the entry-level Thousand Birds. After all, when bound to the Sharingan, the Thousand Birds could unleash the power of a 3-star ninjutsu. Moreover, the Thousand Birds was a technique of the lightning release. Only by learning a bit of ninjutsu from each element could he effectively utilize elemental advantages against various foes. Originally, he had planned to conserve the ninja scrolls for further observation. After all, during the exchange meeting, he could learn numerous ninjutsu by engaging with other ninjas. However, the allure of the Thousand Birds was irresistible. He found it impossible to restrain his hands. Thousand Birds Level 1. In the next moment, theoretical knowledge regarding the release of Thousand Birds surged into Luo Yu's mind like a tidal wave. Subsequently, he instinctively conjured lightning release chakra. Feeling the resonance of lightning forming within him, Luo Yu wore a satisfied expression. To progress from level 1 to level 2, the materials required remained unchanged. Thus, he had no choice but to expend his stored attribute points to upgrade to the second tier of Jinin and receive the Ninja Scroll. Having eliminated other Jinin, he had accumulated 36 attribute points, while Lu Yishi had 30 points. Stamina, 131, 50. Chakra, 180, 100, as the enhancement from Hashirama's cells was not considered. As long as both values reached 150, it would meet the system's criteria. Luo Yu promptly utilized all his attribute points. Stamina, 131, 50, 161, 50. Chakra, 180, 100, 216, 100. Although his chakra had reached the threshold of a third-tier Jinin, factoring in the enhancement from Hashirama's cells, he was nearing the standard for Nin. However, as long as his base stamina remained below 200, He would not be subjected to the weakening mechanism associated with the drops of a third-tier genin. Congratulations to the host on advancing to the second tier of genin. Receiving a level reward, Ninja Scroll 2. Luo Yu hastily employed the newly acquired Ninja Scroll to upgrade 1,000 Birds. 1,000 Birds Level 1. Following the upgrade, a wealth of information regarding the techniques for utilizing 1,000 Birds flooded Luo Yu's mind. Once his proficiency reached a minor accomplishment, the current produced by 1,000 Birds could even be concentrated under the user's control, thereby enhancing both attack range and penetrating power. It bore a resemblance to the embryonic form of the 1,000 Birds sharp gun. Recalling his memories, Luo Yu condensed a minor accomplishment level 1,000 Birds. Feeling the current envelop his palm, he nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the materials required for mastering 1,000 Birds at an advanced level. Materials required for upgrading 1,000 Birds. Ninja Scroll 010 or Young Kakashi's Legacy 01. Presently, Luo Yu had only one Ninja Scroll remaining. Even if he were to advance to the third tier of genin, the level reward would likely yield only 3 Ninja Scrolls, a number far from sufficient. Shaking his head, Luo Yu made his way toward the distant towering structure. Half an hour later, Luo Yu arrived before the colossal tower, which was surrounded by barbed wire. Establishing a safety zone. Once inside the confines, it signified a prohibition on combat. Contestants formed a queue at the entrance, submitting their acquired 3 scrolls. The majority present were individuals with ch-nin level strength. Otherwise, they would not have distinguished themselves among the 300 participants. Despite Luo Yu appearing as though he were on a leisurely excursion, amassing a substantial stack of scrolls, the struggles within the treacherous forest were ruthless, and acquiring the Heaven Scroll provided a significant advantage. Those who had not obtained the Heaven Scroll faced considerable difficulty in seizing scrolls from elite competitors whose abilities surpassed their own. Luo Yu observed that several individuals ahead in line displayed gleaming ch-nin emblems on their chests. These emblems were crafted from bronze, if not silver, indicating formidable adversaries. In contrast, individuals like Luo Yu, a mere genin, were quite scarce. Naturally, there were no bearers of golden emblems. After all, in a Tier 3 city, even applying for a golden-level apprenticeship trial was unfeasible. Is that not Sun Hao, the 3-time champion? He has come this year as well. Sun Hao is quite the enigma. Despite securing admission to the Imperial Capital University every year, he consistently declines enrollment. Incredible. He has submitted over 10 scrolls. It appears he has eliminated quite a few contenders. This is madness. With him here, my chances of winning this year are bleak. While Luo Yu stood in line, he overheard the discussions of those around him and glanced at the handsome young man ahead who was submitting scrolls. What is the background of this Sun Hao? And why does everyone harbor such trepidation toward him? These individuals are all elite among the elite in the 5 cities. Why do they regard this Sun Hao with such apprehension? It feels somewhat akin to a fear of the lizard. Just as Luo Yu's curiosity piqued, a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with sunglasses, who was standing behind him, spoke up. It's understandable if this is your first time here and you are unaware. 3 years ago, Sun Hao won the championship with extraordinary prowess and rightfully received an invitation to the Imperial Capital University. However, he astonishingly declined the offer, along with invitations from other prestigious institutions. Enrolling in a university would disqualify him from participating in the city exchange meetings, as resource provision for students would be managed by the school. Thus, Sun Hao has been able to participate in the exchange meetings for 3 consecutive years, remaining undefeated thus far. Chapter 62. Lu Yishi's helplessness. How peculiar. Why would he choose to do so? Luo Yu wore a perplexed expression. His original ambition was to enter the Imperial Capital University. Yet, Sun Hao rejected admission. Could there be drawbacks to cultivating at a university? This matter demands further inquiry. The girl in sunglasses shook her head. How would I know? With his qualifications, entering any prestigious school should yield better training resources than winning the championship at the exchange meeting. Unable to fathom it, Luo Yu decided to set aside the matter. He would simply ask Sun Hao directly when the opportunity arose. For now, he shifted his focus back to the girl in sunglasses who had initiated the conversation. That voice, that hairstyle, you're suing. The sunglasses-clad woman nodded helplessly, stating that her mask had been destroyed during the battle in the Forest of Death. Luo Yu chuckled lightly, inquiring whether her distinctive white eyes had been discovered. Suing smiled reassuringly, explaining that she had promptly used a transformation technique to disguise them. Realizing she had let something slip, she quickly covered her cherry lips. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. assuring her he had no interest in the internal affairs of her clan and would certainly not gossip about it elsewhere. With a worried expression, Suing leaned in close to Luo Yu's ear, whispering that he must keep her secret. If her family found out, she would face execution. Hearing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but grimace. Execution. Such exaggeration. He had thought she was merely the runaway daughter of the Su family, seeking to experience life while opportunistically clinging to a wealthy heiress. It seemed the situation was more dire than he had imagined. Suing might very well be on the run from the Su family for being a love child. Best to keep his distance. He didn't want to get splattered with blood. As a mere unknown genin, it was prudent not to provoke the powerful Su clan. As a family that inherited the white eyes, they were far more formidable than the Zhongli clan. If the Zhongli clan's top combatants were Chunin, the Su family boasted numerous elite shadow ninjas. After all, Zhongli was simply an inconsequential border city. It seemed imperative for him to quickly ascend to Jounin rank and unlock the Night of Annihilation template, enabling him to adeptly wield the Kamui Sharingan and access perfect intangibility in Kamui space. With Kamui space at his disposal, not even the shadow ninjas could hope to retain him. Before long, it was Luo Yu's turn, and he submitted all his scrolls to the Jounin examiner at the entrance, then entered the tower alongside Su Ying. The interior of the grand tower was spacious, reminiscent of a vast castle, comfortably accommodating hundreds. Many dejected ninjas sat in the hall, evidently eliminated in the first round. As the last contestant entered the tower, Li Tai and several Jounin descended from the second floor. The first round of the 5 cities exchange conference has concluded. Take a 30-minute break. After 30 minutes, I will announce the rules for the second round. With that, Li Tai and the other examiners retreated upstairs to attend to their duties. At this moment, Bai, the esteemed leader of the Zhongli ninjas, beckoned to Luo Yu and Su Ying. Over here, the two hurriedly joined Bai. Beside Bai stood 2 men and a woman, all of Chunin rank. Their proud demeanor indicated that the first round had not burdened them significantly. In fact, it had bolstered their confidence. After all, they were Chunin facing genin. Luo Yu had once remarked that even his grandmother could defeat them with ease. Nevertheless, Luo Yu recognized that most genin had been eliminated, and the upcoming matches would involve fierce competition among the Chunin, far from the simplicity of the initial round. Indeed, everyone has advanced, especially Luo Yu, who managed to eliminate a Chunin from the 7 waves. Bai exclaimed with a smile. Is that true? Su Ying turned to Luo Yu in astonishment. Although Luo Yu had previously defeated a creature known as the Wind Demon Ape, often referred to as a minor Chunin, it was still an intellectually limited beast. This time, however, his opponent would be a human ninja, a genuine Chunin. So this was his limit? Noticing Bai's praise solely directed at Luo Yu, the other 3 members displayed subtle discontent, particularly the female ninja, who remarked with a smirk, a Chunin eliminated by a genin? That's quite pathetic. The atmosphere instantly froze. From the earlier conversation between Bai and the trio, Luo Yu deduced that this girl was named Yang Meng, the elder sister of Yang Jia, likely a devoted sibling. Given that her brother had lost to Luo Yu during the qualifying assessment, she harbored some bias against him. Who are you referring to? Suddenly, the composed Lu Yishu emerged, crackling with electricity in his hand, reminiscent of 1,000 birds in chorus. Upon seeing Lu Yishu brandishing the Chidori, Yang Meng was taken aback. As a member of a ninja family, she certainly recognized Lu Yishu. To say he was one of the strongest of their generation, possessing the coveted green heritage, would not be an exaggeration. I haven't wronged him. Why is he staring at me so intently? She pondered, wondering if he was interested in her and seeking her attention, akin to a boy tugging at the braids of a girl he fancied. Observing Yang Meng's confusion, Luo Yu calmly explained, he is the very Chunin you deemed feeble. At this revelation, Yang Meng's expression shifted, her voice trembling as she questioned, is that so? Lu Yishu sheathed his Chidori, stating earnestly, to be eliminated by Luo Yu. I take pride in that. It is no exaggeration to say that after our match, I realized I had no hope for victory this year and chose to forfeit. If I cannot win the championship, the subsequent matches hold no significance. This was precisely why, despite possessing 3 scrolls, I insisted on dueling Luo Yu. As a competitor who had faced a significant setback, Lu Yishu felt compelled to lavish praise upon Luo Yu, ensuring his accolades would not go unnoticed. He could not allow himself to become a laughingstock, having been anticipated to excel, but instead falling to a genin in the first round. Without remedial action, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Upon hearing Lu Yishu's words, Yang Ming cast a surprised glance at Luo Yu. Being one of the few descendants in the 5 cities possessing the green heritage, she was all too aware of Lu Yishi's arrogance. The fact that Luo Yu had garnered such commendation from him indicated that her brother Yang Bao had indeed lost without cause. With this thought in mind, Yang Ming quickly smiled, saying, "Xiao Yu, please don't take offense. I did not intend to imply you lack strength." Upon hearing Lu Yishi's assessment, the 2 other Chunin-level boys shifted their expressions from disdain to respect. Like Yang Ming, they had only inherited the white heritage, making it difficult for them to contend against Lu Yishi. The fact that Luo Yu could subdue such a formidable opponent as Lu Yishi naturally earned their admiration. Chapter 63, Endless Treasures. The abyssal corridor in the hall of the tower, the resting area. Luo Yu sat in a chair, taking a moment to recuperate while awaiting the commencement of the second round. Suing sat behind him, observing him with curious eyes. After experiencing various events, she speculated that this young man before her must, like herself, harbor secrets unknown to others. Having completed his daily mobile game tasks, Luo Yu stretched his limbs and looked up to see a familiar figure. "Zhao Hai, did you pass the first round?" Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. "I did. I was fortunate enough to draw the Heaven's Scroll. I gathered 3 scrolls just by coasting through." Since meeting Luo Yu, Zhao Hai had begun to adopt a more humble demeanor. After all, if someone as strong as Luo Yu could remain so modest, it would be foolish for him to continue his previous arrogance. Luo Yu nodded, acknowledging that drawing the Heaven's Scroll was indeed a testament to one's ability. Zhao Hai grinned, recalling Lu Yishi, the purebred. Although he had already passed the first round, he had chosen to provoke Luo Yu, resulting in his current predicament of needing to excessively praise Luo Yu to maintain his reputation. At that moment, Li Tai appeared at the second floor railing. "The break time has concluded. I will now announce the rules for the second round." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Your successful passage through the first round is a testament to your prowess among the youth of the 5 cities. While many of you may have found the first round quite effortless, I declare that your good fortune has come to an end." At this proclamation, an uproar erupted among the crowd. What a turn of events. The organizer's tone has suddenly intensified. What will the elimination rate be in the following rounds? They wondered. Do they even realize where they are? The towering structure serves as a portal to the abyssal corridor, where the second round of the competition unfolds. Upon hearing the name of the abyssal corridor, the previously composed young elites instantly displayed expressions of trepidation, mingled with a flicker of avarice. At this moment, Luo Yu recalled the information he had previously gleaned on his mobile device. The abyssal corridor, originating from ancient times, is a mysterious underground realm whose origins have been obscured by the passage of time, burying countless treasures within. In the era of ninja technology, the Ninja Association has embarked on the exploration of these forsaken secret realms, leading to the gradual discovery, restoration, and activation of numerous portals to the abyssal corridor. Thus, this enigmatic space, concealed within the annals of history, has re-emerged into the human consciousness. To attain the treasures nestled within the abyssal corridor, one must navigate through its successive challenges. Spanning from novice ninjas to formidable shadow masters, the abyssal corridor comprises 8 layers of challenges, each divided into 3 distinct regions. By conquering a region and fulfilling the requisite conditions, challengers are rewarded with a certain number of abyssal jewels, with a maximum of 3 obtainable from each region. Absorbing these jewels bestows unexpected enhancements upon the user, potentially augmenting both physical strength and chakra, facilitating the automatic comprehension of high-level ninjutsu, or even granting rare legacies, high-quality summoning beasts, and ninja tools. However, the bountiful rewards are offset by the formidable difficulty of the challenges within the abyssal corridor, which ranks among the most arduous of secret realm trials. Moreover, the entry tickets are exceedingly difficult to procure. In this exchange competition, the involvement of the abyssal corridor implies that entry tickets will indeed be distributed. For the young ninjas of the 5 cities, this represents a significant opportunity. The resources awarded from the first round will serve as these coveted tickets, while the second round's rewards will consist of the abyssal jewels found within the corridor. The current portal is a branch point, allowing access only to the first 3 layers of the abyssal corridor. The extent of the treasures one can harvest from the abyssal corridor ultimately hinges on one's capabilities. Additionally, only those who successfully conquer the 3rd layer will advance to the subsequent round of competition. Upon Li Tai's conclusion, the crowd below rekindled their confidence. This opportunity to enter the abyssal corridor is their chance for redemption, and they must seize it diligently. Even if they cannot surpass the third layer, they should strive to acquire as many abyssal jewels as possible. Particularly for Sun Hao, he felt assured about conquering the third layer of the abyssal corridor. His gaze fixed intently on Luo Yu. Given Lu Yishi's high regard for Luo Yu, it was unlikely he would falter within the corridor, as Sun Hao eagerly awaited their confrontation. Following the first round, the 50 contenders proceeded with the upper ninja examiner to the 4th level of the tower. The entrance to the 4th level brimmed with a peculiar purple spatial force, evidently distinct from the ninja legacy. Once within the abyssal corridor, scientific ninja tools cannot facilitate a return. However, should one wish to exit, the power of the abyssal corridor will naturally escort them back. With that, the participants began to step through the temporal gateway, and soon, Luo Yu crossed the violet portal. In the next instant, the spatial force transported him to a platform with a radius of 50 meters, overlooking an endless abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. First layer, Area 1. Anomalous environment. Flame Guardian, fire release techniques enhanced by 30. Remaining time, for 59 seconds. Challenge objectives, complete within 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or 30 seconds. As a series of prompts appeared before him, Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement. There is a time constraint. Before he could voice his discontent, the power of the abyssal corridor summoned forth the challenge monsters. 5 novice-level wind slimes and 2 large wind slimes manifested before him. These slimes, infused with wind release chakra, are incredibly volatile. Coupled with the anomaly that amplifies fire release potency, even a novice ninja possessing a single fire release technique could easily conquer this challenge. Luo Yu, needless to say, unleashed a magnificent fireball technique, striking a large wind slime. The creature ignited immediately, and the explosion of wind release chakra within it affected the other slimes as well. In a chain reaction, all the wind slimes erupted. However, due to the vast disparity in levels, no attribute points were dropped. Challenge completed. A beam of purple light descended, coalescing into 3 abyssal jewels, which then entered Luo Yu's being. Gift from the Great Will. Challenger's physical strength increased by 10 points. Challenger's chakra increased by 10 points. Challenger's water release. Hidden mist technique proficiency upgraded to minor accomplishment. Physical strength, 161, 50, 171, 50. Chakra, 216, 100, 226, 100. Feeling the nourishment from the mysterious power, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Such growth, combined with the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, felt like a buy one get one free deal. Furthermore, he had surprisingly mastered the hidden mist technique, advancing directly from 0 to level 2. The abyssal jewels are indeed remarkable treasures, which explains the difficulty in obtaining entry tickets. I must exhaust the abyssal jewels from the first 3 layers. Chapter 64. Abyssal Jewels. After receiving the benefits of the abyssal jewels, a mysterious diamond-shaped pattern appeared before Luo Yu. As he approached, 2 options materialized before him. Exit the abyssal corridor and enter the next region. Naturally, Luo Yu chose to enter the next region. A radiant light enveloped him, transporting him to a brand new circular platform. The anomalous environment still enhanced fire release potency through the Flame Guardian. The objectives remained the same. Complete within 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or 30 seconds. The 5-minute time limit applies, or it will be deemed a failure. It appears that even within the same layer, the conditions remain unchanged despite the shift in regions. In contrast, the monsters before him transformed into green-skinned, pointy-eared goblins. 3 novice-level goblins wielding rudimentary wooden sticks appeared, representing the weakest of their kind. Additionally, 2 goblins stood armed with a small round shield in their left hand and a wooden stick in their right. These shield-bearing goblins are known as the Rookie Killers, as novice ninjas often rely on ninja tools for their attacks. The seemingly unremarkable round shields can effectively block most physical damage. However, wooden shields are weak against fire. Thus, any ninja with even a modicum of fire release technique can easily dispatch the shield goblins. Yet, standing before these childlike goblins is a giant goblin, towering 2 meters tall, with a robust physique that shatters the stereotype of goblins as frail and diminutive. Although the giant goblin is merely at the novice level 3, Luo Yu had previously studied them in his compendium. Novice giant goblins typically possess an impressive 90 points of health, a statistic alarmingly close to the standard of 100 health for lower ninjas. With such a diverse array of novice-level monsters, including ranged, melee, and tank configurations, defeating them without the strength of a lower ninja is nearly impossible. Even lower ninjas without proficient ninjutsu risk failure. The comprehensive lineup they present is astonishingly categorized as novice-level difficulty, suggesting that the challenges in the next 2 layers of the Abyssal Corridor will be even more outrageous. It is no wonder that the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar upon learning that the second round would involve the Abyssal Corridor. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. As he pondered, Luo Yu took action. With the mastery of the Great Fireball Technique and the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, the 6 goblins had not even begun their assault before falling victim to the Inferno. Challenge completed. As it was yet another flash sale, not much time was consumed, and all 3 challenge conditions were completed simultaneously. In an instant, 3 Yinji gems appeared before Luo Yu, merging with his being. Luo Yu estimated that the other competitors would also successfully claim the 9 gems of the first level. After all, it was merely an apprentice level. While the difficulty might provoke complaints from novice ninjas, those qualified for the second round were all high-achieving individuals hovering around the Chunin tier. For them, this level of intensity was hardly daunting. Gift from the Great Will. Challenger's stamina increased by 10 points. Chakra increased by 10 points. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique proficiency has reached minor success. With his body undergoing yet another transformation, Luo Yu examined his data panel. His base stamina had reached 181, and with the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, it was now 270. Clearly, he had surpassed the standard for a lower ninja. Yet he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the 500 stamina required for a Chunin. However, his base chakra had already reached 236, and with the doubling effect from the Hashirama cells, it stood at 472, nearing the Chunin threshold. As for the Phoenix Fire Technique, it was of little immediate use, as this technique was primarily employed to harass foes. Under evenly matched circumstances, it could be effective, but the opponents Liu currently faced were predominantly overwhelmed by techniques such as the implantation technique or the Great Fireball, rendering harassment tactics irrelevant. Contemplating this, Luo Yu wasted no time and chose to enter the next area before the diamond pattern. The scene promptly transitioned to an environment ravaged by raging flames and molten lava. Below him was a circular platform, much like the previous area, but now shattered into pieces, with deep cracks still ablaze. Soon after, the same challenge conditions were displayed before him. The surrounding heat made Liu feel exceedingly uncomfortable. In the next moment, the power of the Deep Realm Corridor manifested 5 large apprentice-level fire slimes. Composed entirely of fire elements, these fire slimes were immune to fire release techniques. Additionally, they possessed a racial technique, the half-star rated fireball ejection, unleashing a barrage of fireballs akin to a machine gun. What a cruel irony it was if apprentice ninjas, eager to practice their fire release techniques in an environment enhanced by fiery conditions, found themselves here facing 5 fire slimes immune to fire release. They would likely have some choice words for the designer of the Deep Realm Corridor. With a slight scoff, Luo Yu unleashed the Konoha's Gale, executing a 3-stage spinning kick that obliterated the slimes. If not for his overwhelming numerical superiority and mastery of physical techniques, even a lower ninja would find it challenging to achieve such a swift victory. Subsequently, 3 more Yinji gems fused into Luo Yu's body. Fire Release. Great Fireball proficiency has reached its pinnacle. This time, only a single prompt appeared, yet it filled Luo Yu with immense joy. It seemed that consuming 3 Yinji gems had allowed the Great Fireball to ascend to its ultimate form, far more useful than the previous gems. He could now distinctly feel an enhancement in his affinity for fire release chakra, along with fresh insights into fire release techniques. With the keen perception of his Sharingan, he realized that he could readily grasp fire release techniques in the future. Truly, the system had not deceived him. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Yu approached the diamond pattern once more, opting to enter the next layer. This time, the circular platform he stood upon was inundated with water, even submerging his thighs. Realizing this, he quickly gathered chakra at his feet, stepping upon the tranquil water's surface. Second layer. First area. Abnormal environment. Chakra consumption for water release techniques reduced by 90. Hand seal speed decreased by 50. Remaining time, for 59 seconds. Challenge goals. Complete within 3 minutes. Complete within 2 minutes. Complete within 30 seconds. After reviewing the challenge information for the second layer of the Deep Realm Corridor, Liu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Given that those water release ninjas tended to initiate with the mist concealment technique, he had, apart from that, failed to learn any other water release techniques. This rendered him unable to take full advantage of the environment's benefits. As he lamented this, the power of the Deep Realm Corridor coalesced into 5 first-tier water slimes. Additionally, 2 goblins with deep blue skin and adorned with red-patterned white masks appeared, their foreheads emblazoned with the insignia of the Mist Village. They were ranked as second-tier lower ninjas. Recalling the knowledge from his compendium, Luo Yu noted that these goblins had absorbed fragments of legacy from certain water release ninjas, evolving into a goblin variant, the Water Release Goblin. Chapter 65. So difficult outside the tower, Li Tai looked up at the 5th layer, which flickered with a purple light intermingled with the forces of time and space. He couldn't help but chuckle, observing that those little brats were finally making their way into the 2nd layer of the Deep Realm Corridor. Due to the inability to utilize scientific ninja tools within the Deep Realm Corridor, the outside world could not monitor their progress through the Eye of Sand. They could only gauge their general advancement through the temporal fluctuations emitted by the portal. The 4th layer tower connected to the coordinates of the 1st layer of the Deep Realm Corridor, and similarly, the 5th layer tower linked to the coordinates of the 2nd layer. Currently, the spatial fluctuations at the 6th layer of the tower remained stable, indicating that no one had yet reached the 3rd layer of the Deep Realm Corridor. The 1st layer, however, had been traversed quite swiftly. As they relaxed, the accompanying Jonin examiners engaged in light-hearted conversation. However, they anticipated that from the 2nd layer onward, the number of participants would dwindle. While not all among them had challenged the Deep Realm Corridor, the Ninja Association possessed internal documentation regarding the distribution of monsters within the corridor, which they had likely perused several times. The conclusion drawn was succinct, difficult. Observing their expressions filled with anticipation, Bai Mengyao smiled silently. While she could not guarantee the performance of others, she held confidence in Luo Yu. After all, he was her prodigy, nurtured under her careful guidance, and that trust was well placed. Meanwhile, in the 2nd layer of the Deep Realm Corridor, 1st area, the nearby water slimes and water release goblins had already been dispatched by Liu through several implantation techniques. During the process, since the simple water release goblins did not initiate with mist concealment, Luo Yu had also learned the 2-star water release, Water Dragon Bullet, and the 1.5-star defensive water release, Water Barrier through his Sharingan. The learning difficulty of these techniques was exceptionally high. Typically, only Chunin and even Jonin could master them. Yet, the water release goblins, being mere lower ninjas, had managed to grasp them. It felt rather absurd. An ordinary lower ninja would find themselves no match for these goblins in a one-on-one encounter. The times had changed, and even the most inept water release ninjas insisted on commencing with the formulaic mist concealment technique. Only the unadorned goblins could provide him with a modicum of warmth. Praising the water release goblins profusely, Luo Yu absorbed 3 more Yinji gems. Gift from the Great Will. One couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this Great Will spoken of within the Deep Realm Corridor? Could it be a descendant of Kagaya? Unable to fathom it, Luo Yu continued to scrutinize the prompt that appeared before him. Challenger's ninjutsu, water release. Water barrier proficiency has reached the entry level. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet proficiency has reached the entry level. Chakra increased by 15 points. What a delightful experience. The speed of improvement was nearly on par with his own system. No wonder it was said that entering the Deep Realm Corridor was a fortuitous opportunity. The Yinji gems were simply too enticing. Moreover, it seemed that as the difficulty escalated, the rewards became increasingly abundant. Unfortunately, he was currently limited to challenging only the first 3 layers. After enhancing his abilities, he intended to procure another entry ticket to explore the remaining layers and reap more Yinji gems. Wouldn't that be a delightful prospect? Having tasted the sweetness of success, Luo Yu did not pause for respite and directly entered the next area, which was similarly a high platform brimming with water. The depths of the corridor no longer concealed their secrets, as 23rd tier water using goblins materialized in 2 neat rows. The front row of 10 goblins synchronized their hand seals, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Although Luo Yu could not comprehend their goblin language, the analytical prowess of his Sharingan allowed him to discern that they were forming the water barrier technique. In the next moment, the water beneath him surged upward, coalescing into a vast defensive wall of water. Though merely an entry-level water barrier, the combined effort of 15 goblins, along with the abundant water surrounding them, significantly amplified its effectiveness. Before this water barrier, even Luo Yu's fireball technique seemed daunting. Yet, he possessed the ability of the wood release, cutting technique. Simultaneously, the 10 rear goblins had no intention of remaining passive spectators. Under the unusual tidal conditions, they swiftly formed their seals. In an instant, the water transformed into 10 ferocious water dragons, surging toward Luo Yu. The water dragon bullet technique could indeed be deemed a long-range ninjutsu, and in this instance, evading the simultaneous assault of 10 water dragons was nearly impossible. In the next moment, Luo Yu's pupils contracted as the patterns of the Kimui emerged. He activated his phasing ability. The relentless barrage of water dragon bullets struck him fiercely, yet they merely passed through his form without inflicting any harm. The unusual environment enabled a seamless continuation of the water dragon bullets, and any other lower-ranked, or even mid-ranked ninja would have surely succumbed to such a tempestuous onslaught. However, Luo Yu's phasing ability had been enhanced, extending its duration to 10 seconds. Seizing this invulnerable interval, he hastily traversed the water barrier's defenses and formed his hand seals. Wood release, cutting technique. In the next moment, his body underwent a dramatic transformation as the cells of Hashirama surged within him. As his phasing ability dissipated, wild branches erupted from his arms, piercing the chest of one water-using goblin. Moreover, that very branch, serving as a trunk, rapidly extended its offshoots toward other targets. These seemingly innocuous branches resembled the tendrils from Prototype. Almost simultaneously, all 20 goblins were impaled by the branches. Struck by this lethal assault, the water-using goblins transformed into puddles, merging with the surface of the water. Soon, the tumultuous waters returned to a serene calm. Challenge successful. 3 gleaming jewels of the abyss materialized mid-air, immediately flowing into Luo Yu's body. The challenger's proficiency in water release. Water barrier has reached a minor completion. Proficiency in water release. Water dragon bullet has reached a minor completion. Proficiency in water release. Hidden mist technique has reached mastery. This time, Luo Yu did not hastily proceed to the next area. As he felt a plethora of water release techniques manifesting in his mind, he closed his eyes in concentration. He carefully digested the vast information while replenishing his chakra. Earlier, he had unleashed the full destructive potential of the cutting technique, annihilating 20 goblins in an instant. Such a grand display certainly required a commensurate amount of chakra to restore. He would need 2 minutes to recuperate his chakra. The absence of water in the second layer posed considerable challenges. Speaking of which, Zhao Hai should be progressing smoothly in the second layer, given the favorable conditions for his water techniques. Meanwhile, at the 5th layer of the tower, many participants, having failed their challenge in the depths of the corridor, were forcibly transported back. Among them were several mid-ranked ninjas. It became evident that the jewels of the abyss were not easily acquired. The second layer was exceedingly difficult. Can you believe that a mid-ranked ninja like me was severely injured by a horde of goblins using water dragon bullets? With so many mid-ranked ninjas failing to pass that challenge, I, as a lower-ranked ninja, felt quite satisfied. Even mid-ranked ninjas cannot withstand a strategy of sheer numbers. Chapter 66. The Ice-Hearted Youth. Haku. The sheer force of a numerical strategy had nearly eliminated over a dozen competitors, leaving behind only the most genuine mid-ranked ninjas. With the weight of rank disparity and various ninja legacies, though the journey was arduous, it was not insurmountable against lower-tier beasts. Observing this, Li Tai sighed. Realizing that for talents from a level 3 city, traversing the depths of the corridor remained excessively challenging. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had arrived at the second layer, the final region. Here, vast expanses of ocean stretched infinitely, devoid of anything else. It was as if he had truly materialized in the heart of the sea. Suddenly, the water before him began to coalesce into a water clone of a third-tier ninja. Upon fully forming, Luo Yu was taken aback. The figure of a youthful girl, with flowing ink-black hair dancing in the sea breeze, appeared ethereal. Dressed in a light blue garment, her forehead bore the symbol of the Mist Village. "Oh no, Haku!" Luo Yu involuntarily exclaimed. Before him stood the visage of Haku, the ice-using youth from the original narrative. Concurrently, a challenge notification descended. The information mirrored that of other regions in the second layer. However, the time limit had inexplicably shrunk to 3 minutes. The challenge objectives also shifted. Challenge objectives: survive for 3 minutes, survive for 5 minutes, defeat Haku. It seemed that the upper limit indicated that merely surviving Haku's onslaught for 3 minutes would suffice to clear the challenge and earn a jewel of the abyss. Surviving for 5 minutes would yield 2 jewels, while only defeating Haku would grant access to all jewels. Clearly, Haku's challenge should not be underestimated. After all, Haku's legacy was among the highest tier, possessing mastery over 2 formidable techniques, the demonic mirroring ice crystals and the 1,000 flying water needles, arguably more effective than many blue-tier legacies. With this in mind, Luo Yu promptly activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan. Those familiar with the original narrative knew that the Sharingan effectively countered Haku's secret techniques, particularly the ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku sprang into action, swiftly forming her hand seals. With the manipulation of chakra, the surrounding waters transformed into radiant ice mirrors, enclosing Luo Yu like an icy prison. Under the refracted light, Haku's figure appeared on each mirror. In an instant, she flung a handful of Senbon needles from her fingertips. Yet, with the astute perception of the Sharingan, Luo Yu deftly evaded, sidestepping the attack. Undeterred, Haku continued to weave between the ice mirrors, adjusting her position while launching more Senbon. Luo Yu seemed to have a knack for dodging, narrowly escaping each attempt. Futile. Your movements have been laid bare before my eye. The reflection of Haku within the mirrors formed seals once more. Secret technique. 1,000 flying water needles. The ocean erupted, conjuring countless ice Senbon that shot forth from all directions. At this critical juncture, Luo Yu had no choice but to rely on his Kamui. With a resigned smile, he activated his ocular power, the kaleidoscope of the Ninjutsu Sharingan manifesting in his gaze. His phasing ability activated, allowing the relentless barrage of ice Senbon to pass harmlessly through him. Enhanced by the peculiar environment, the onslaught persisted for 5 seconds, yet his form remained unscathed. Why? Haku's pupils dilated in disbelief upon witnessing this. In the fleeting moment where the ice Senbon veered away, Luo Yu unleashed his cutting technique. With the keen observation afforded by his Sharingan, he was able to discern Haku's true form amidst the mirrors. In the next instant, sharp branches pierced through Haku's body, then violently erupted into a myriad of offshoots. Haku swiftly transformed into a puddle of water, merging into the turbulent sea. Challenge successful. The depths of the corridor produced 3 jewels of the abyss, which transformed into twinkling stars, flowing into Luo Yu's being. The Great Will has bestowed its favor. The challenger comprehends the minor completion level of the water release, Great Waterfall technique. As he absorbed the release techniques of the Great Waterfall, a delighted laugh escaped Luo Yu's lips. The Great Waterfall technique was a 3-star water ninjutsu, acquired at the cost of 3 jewels of the abyss, indicating its formidable power. Even if learned through the Sharingan, the materials required for advancement would likely be fragments of Zabuza's legacy. Such a legacy belonged to the blue tier, obtainable only through perilous explorations in the realms reserved for elite ninjas. At this moment, having grasped a small level of mastery, he felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Thus far, among the 5 fundamental nature transformations, he had yet to encounter the wind and earth styles. Taking a brief respite of 2 minutes, he acknowledged that the technique of phasing consumed considerable chakra. After all, once utilized, he felt somewhat drained. His current chakra reserves were merely at the level of a low-ranking ninja. Should he reach the status of a CH Nin, or even a higher J Nin, he would be able to employ phasing without restraint. As he awaited the complete recovery of his chakra, Luo Yu promptly approached the diamond pattern portal, opting to enter the 3rd layer of the Deep Realm corridor. Outside, the surroundings of the towering structure witnessed an increasing number of eliminations as time progressed. A small fraction of participants had successfully advanced to the 2nd layer, specifically the 3rd region. A dignified CH Nin, was unexpectedly defeated by a low-ranking ninja. Zhao Hai lamented, recalling the humiliation of being told to endure for 3 minutes only to succumb to an overwhelming barrage of attacks. That individual possesses 450 chakra, nearly on par with a CH Nin, and given the peculiar environmental conditions, it is not surprising that a CH Nin would falter. At this juncture, Zhao Hai was disheartened, having been forcibly transported back to the foot of the tower. As a proud inheritor of the dry persimmon Kisame's legacy, he should have thrived in the 2nd layer with the advantages afforded by the extraordinary conditions. However, his defeat at the hands of a water-style goblin left him feeling ashamed. Upon overhearing the discussions around him, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the Deep Realm corridor posed such significant challenges that even many Nin had not surpassed the second layer. With that realization, his guilt dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Observing the subpar performances of others, including the 5 presidents and Li Tai, none displayed signs of anxiety. This is merely the beginning. Those who have experienced it know well that the adversaries within the Deep Realm corridor are formidable. Even competitors from second and first-tier cities do not progress swiftly. At that moment, a tremor reverberated from the 6th layer of the tower, causing the ground to quake. The audience gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Someone has entered the 3rd layer. It must be Sun Hao. It seems he is on track for a 4th consecutive championship. The immediate assumption among the crowd was that the individual was indeed the 3-time champion, given his formidable reputation. Only Lu Yishu timidly suggested that it could be Luo Yu, albeit lacking conviction in his assertion. However, the crowd was not swayed by such a subjective perspective. Do not let your defeat to Luo Yu cloud your judgment. While he indeed possesses talent, it is likely that he will surpass Sun Hao in a few years, but at this moment, Sun Hao's capabilities are evidently superior. Chapter 67. The Chidori Sharp Spear. The lightning style grows stronger. The consensus among the gathered was that Sun Hao was the first to step into the 3rd layer of the Deep Realm corridor. What do you think, Xiaobai? Li Tai inquired, turning to Bai Mingyao. With a wry smile, she replied, I cannot say for certain, to an uninformed listener. Her words might seem to elevate Luo Yu, but Li Tai nodded in agreement. Indeed, I initially had greater faith in Sun Hao. However, after reviewing Luo Yu's profile, I find it hard to maintain that stance. It's not just about the wood style and the Sharingan. The rapidity of his progress is astonishing. From an ordinary ninja trainee to a certified low-ranking ninja in just a matter of days. Who knows if his physical capabilities now rival those of a Nin. Li Tai's implication was straightforward. Among Nin, Luo Yu would undoubtedly surpass Sun Hao, or else it would be Sun Hao who was the stronger. I concur. Bai Mingyao acknowledged with a nod. Li Tai then remarked, given the emergence of such a remarkable talent as Luo Yu, your school must be quite anxious. Bai Mingyao chuckled lightly. Indeed, after reporting Luo Yu's achievements to my mentor, he indicated that if the situation is as described, the admissions office will surely send a mentor to recruit him. Li Tai's expression shifted with surprise. Traditionally, the Imperial University did not dispatch mentors for recruitment in 3rd-tier cities, but would typically send direct invitations. It appears the Imperial University holds Luo Yu in high regard. Bai Mingyao nodded earnestly. They are concerned that he might be poached by other prestigious institutions. We have always placed significant emphasis on nurturing talent. Meanwhile, Luo Yu stepped onto a circular platform pulsating with powerful electrical currents. Lightning occasionally struck, causing certain areas to be enveloped in electricity for brief periods. At the center of the platform stood a statue, conveniently displaying a health bar. 3rd layer, 1st region, anomalous environment. Kyushu Thunder, lightning-style ninjutsu power increased by 300. Attack range increased by 200. Challenge objective, maintain the integrity of the statue at 306090. Upon seeing the prompt, Luo Yu quickly comprehended the situation. The 3rd layer had no time limit for completion, but he had to ensure that the statue remained intact against enemy assaults. The higher the statue's integrity, the more yuanshi gems he would obtain. This posed a challenge. While his phasing ability could safeguard him, it would not be effective in protecting the structure. However, he recalled that Obito had once managed to activate his phasing ability while supporting another, proving that teamwork in phasing was possible. Yet, to phase an entire world was an unrealistic endeavor, as it would lead to exhaustion. At that moment, 2 dark portals materialized on either side of the platform. Various 1st-tier Nin-level spiders and centipedes, crafted from white clay by Deidara, emerged from the portals, wriggling their appendages as they advanced toward the statue. These are explosive clay creations by Deidara. Luo Yu inhaled sharply. Once these clay puppets approached their target, they would self-detonate, resulting in devastating explosive damage. Fortunately, these clay constructs were of the earth style, and since lightning style is effective against earth, they would not detonate upon being struck. Additionally, the anomalous environment greatly enhanced the power of lightning style. Having just mastered the small-scale Chidori, it appeared it would soon come into play. With this thought, Luo Yu concentrated his lightning-style chakra into his palm. Under the unique conditions of the Deep Realm corridor, the electricity enveloped his entire arm, extending its reach significantly. The piercing sound of thunder resonated like a chorus of Chidori. Activating his Sharingan, he could clearly discern the movement patterns of the clay puppets. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he raised his arm, imbued with Chidori, and swiftly navigated through the clay constructs. With multiple enhancements and the advantage of elemental weakness, wherever the Chidori passed, the clay puppets were sliced through as if they were mere paper, collapsing to the ground devoid of their chakra-driven motion. These clay constructs were unable to approach the statue at all. Their assault persisted for a minute before the dark portals vanished, leaving behind only scattered remnants of white clay on the ground. The statue's health bar remained at 100. Observing this, Luo Yu exhaled in relief. Thanks to the anomalous environmental advantages, even with numerous CH9-level clay puppets, the statue sustained no damage, allowing 3 yuanshi gems to descend once again. The challenger has gained a new understanding of Chidori, achieving mastery of the entry-level Chidori Sharp Spear. Chakra increased by 30 points. Stamina increased by 30 points. Another augmentation to his foundational attributes. Progressing through the second layer of the Deep Realm corridor, his stamina and chakra had significantly increased thanks to the yuanshi gems. However, mastering the Chidori Sharp Spear was an unexpected boon. The Chidori Sharp Spear, a technique developed by Sasuke, expands the attack range beyond the basic Chidori, though it sacrifices some potency. Thus, considering its overall capability, the Ninja Association rated it as a 2.5-star lightning-style ninjutsu, comparable to Chidori. Fortunately, the lower the star rating, the easier it became to gather the necessary materials for upgrades. Luo Yu nodded in contentment, then turned his gaze toward the foundational panel. His stamina stood at 211, 50, and chakra at 281, 100. With the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, his stamina reached 316 points, while his chakra even soared into the realm of a chunin, totaling 561 points. Judging solely by these figures, he could be considered a minor chunin. Furthermore, as his foundational values aligned with that of a third-tier genin, the system rewarded him with 3 scrolls of ninjutsu. However, he decided against using them at the moment, opting to wait until he had traversed the first 3 layers of the depths corridor, where he was certain to comprehend other ninjutsu. He would then ponder the use of the scrolls. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Yu confidently approached the diamond-shaped pattern and chose to step into the next area. A radiant light enveloped the entire space, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing on a high platform brimming with thunder. The depths corridor immediately manifested 3 large thunder slimes, their bodies entirely purple and crackling with electricity. Activating his Sharingan, Luo Yu observed that these thunder slimes possessed 1,000 points of chakra, indicating they had indeed reached the 3rd tier of chunin, although their stamina might not be as substantial. Surrounding these formidable thunder slimes were 3 first-tier goblins, each equipped with mechanical arms marked with the lightning release insignia. These seemed to be scientific ninja tools specifically designed for unleashing lightning release ninjutsu, albeit at a considerable chakra cost. The goblins utilized their mechanical arms to absorb the electricity from the thunder slimes, evidently employing them as makeshift power banks. Luo Yu's smile vanished instantly. He had anticipated facing earth-based beasts, but the depths corridor proved to be more complex than expected. At that moment, the 3 goblins extracted their scientific ninja tools from the bodies of the thunder slimes and aimed them at Luo Yu. The sound of whirring filled the air. Because these tools required no hand seals, Luo Yu could not ascertain what ninjutsu they intended to unleash. In the next instant, a blinding white light flooded the entire space, leaving Luo Yu momentarily blinded. Alas, it was a hardcore illusion technique, the lightning release lightning pillar. The effect of the lightning pillar was akin to a flashbang, and Luo Yu could hardly believe that the goblins would initiate combat with such a tactic. Were these truly just goblins? Had they begun employing techniques akin to those of water-release ninjas? In this critical moment, without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yu activated his intangibility for self-preservation. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan surged within him. In the next heartbeat, several sharp spears formed from distilled electricity descended with ferocity. In this extraordinary environment, the power of the Chidori Sharp Spear was amplified to a terrifying degree, shattering the floor beneath him into fragments. Moments later, the blinding light from the lightning pillar dissipated. As his intangibility concluded, Luo Yu found himself encircled by the 3 goblins. With the activation of cellular vitality in his arms, he swiftly executed the insertion technique. piercing through all three goblins. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal with one hand, causing trees to erupt and branch out violently, also affecting the nearby large thunder slime. The six beasts were interlinked by the trees, and amid their anguished cries, they disintegrated into energy fragments, scattered by the winds. Arriving at the teleportation point for the next area, the diamond pattern materialized once more. Observing how effortlessly he had dealt with what had once been troublesome Chunin-level monsters, Luo Yu felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, he quickly recalled that after navigating the first two layers of the depths corridor, his stamina and chakra had nearly reached that of a Chunin. Coupled with his mastery of the insertion technique and the enhanced power of the Hashirama cells, he readily accepted the fact that he had grown stronger. The key factor was his intangibility, which allowed him to counter the lightning pillar while setting the stage for his retaliation. It was apparent that this layer posed a formidable challenge for other Chunins, particularly for ninjas lacking lightning release abilities. At this moment, 3 abyssal TOMOE had already fused into Luo Yu's being. The challenger has gained new insights regarding Chidori. New ninjutsu learned. Beginner level Chidori flow. New ninjutsu learned. Beginner level Chidori Senbon. Stamina increased by 50 points. Luo Yu closed his eyes in concentration, feeling his body grow stronger under the nurturing of the abyssal TOMOE. With the additional 50 points from the Hashirama cells, his stamina had surged to 391 points, bringing him one step closer to the standard of a Chunin. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the nuances of different forms of Chidori within his mind. Chidori Senbon transformed the original Chidori into countless lightning-infused projectiles targeting his foes, akin to the ice Senbon technique of Kisame. When employed skillfully, it could even seal the target's chakra points, thereby impeding their chakra supply. However, the dispersal of the concentrated Chidori into multiple Senbon diminished the technique's overall potency, earning it a rating of 2.5 stars from the Ninja Association. Chidori Flow, on the other hand, enveloped the user in Chidori, serving as a defensive countermeasure. Should an enemy approach someone protected by Chidori Flow, they would be met with a powerful electric shock, resulting in a paralysis effect. Due to its versatility, it received a 3-star rating from the association. Materials required for upgrading Chidori Senbon. Ninjutsu Scroll 01 or Youth Kakashi's Heritage Fragment 01. Materials required for upgrading Chidori Flow. Ninjutsu Scroll 05 or Youth Kakashi's Heritage Fragment 05. Upon seeing the materials needed for the 2 new ninjutsu, Luo Yu felt a wave of confusion. Both techniques had been developed by Sasuke. Shouldn't they require the wind release Sasuke's heritage fragments? Perhaps it was because the original version of Chidori stemmed from Youth Kakashi. However, Kakashi's lineage was categorized as green. Once he obtained his Chunin certification, he could explore the Chunin-level secret realms, making it considerably easier to acquire the green heritage. Of course, the predominant yield from Chunin secret realms was the white heritage. After the exchange meeting concluded, he planned to amass some attribute points, pushing his stamina to 500 points, thus qualifying for Chunin status. Contemplating his future plans, Luo Yu approached the diamond pattern once more. In a whirl of temporal and spatial energy, he arrived at the final region of the 3rd layer. As before, this area was rife with the tumultuous power of thunder, constantly coursing across the high platform. Moments later, the depths corridor released a violet energy, materializing into a hazy humanoid silhouette. Luo Yu activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan, instantly perceiving the opponent's chakra level at 1,000 points, indicating a 3rd-tier Chunin classification. Since this was the final layer, he resolved to utilize the most damaging technique, the Hellish Chaos Face, without hesitation. However, in the next instant, the purple figure's pupils revealed a 3 TOMOE Sharingan. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. In the final region of the 3rd layer, the enemy possessed a Sharingan. This was utterly unfair. While he too bore the Sharingan, battling against someone with the same ocular prowess felt inequitable. To prevent his ninjutsu from being replicated, Luo Yu casually cast the insertion technique as a test. After all, the insertion technique was of the wood release, and surely this figure could not possess such a rare attribute as well. As expected, the silhouette evaded the technique, predicting Luo Yu's actions with the Sharingan. The branches struck the ground beneath him. Luo Yu executed a 2nd-tier hand seal, causing the branches to explode and grow, aiming directly for the nearby purple figure. However, the purple figure had already foreseen Luo Yu's hand seals through the Sharingan and deftly sidestepped. Luo Yu's mouth twitched in frustration. Fighting against an enemy with a Sharingan was exceedingly vexing. Every action he took would be anticipated, although he too possessed a Sharingan, which allowed him to predict the opponent's predictions. Having a Sharingan on both sides made speed paramount. Observing the nimble movements of the purple figure, it was clear that its stamina also hovered around 1,000 points. He needed to gain a decisive speed advantage, as even if his actions were foreseen, the opponent's body might not react in time. It was a classic case of knowing what to do, yet being unable to execute it. Just like when Sasuke and Lee faced off, their bodies failed to keep up, resulting in their faces being stamped with shoe prints. However, with his stamina barely exceeding 400, Luo Yu found it challenging to overpower a third-tier Chunin with 1,000 stamina. His only recourse was to rely on the 8 gates. Upon reflection, Luo Yu clenched his fists tightly and released the chakra restrictions within his body. The 8th gate of liberation, the 3rd gate, the opening of life, has been activated. In an instant, the chakra coursing through Luo Yu's meridians began to boil. A colossal surge of green energy erupted from his being. However, this was not the end. The 4th gate, the opening of wounds, has been unleashed. With the opening of this gate, Luo Yu's body began to sustain damage. His complexion darkened to a deep crimson, and his gaze became hollow, while the green energy erupted with even greater ferocity. Yet, to his astonishment, the cells of Hashirama within him began to heal the internal injuries caused by the opening of wounds. Truly, the miraculous capabilities of the Hashirama cells. There was no time for sentiment, as Luo Yu charged towards Zing with lightning speed. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked and collapsed under the immense pressure. In a manner akin to teleportation, Luo Yu appeared behind Zing. The 1st gate, the opening gate. It was evident that Zing possessed considerable talent as well. Utilizing the perceptive powers of the Sharingan, he too had activated the 8 gates. However, lacking extensive specialized training, he could only open the 1st gate. Nevertheless, even so, his physical capacity had doubled, bringing his speed close to that of a Jonin. Yet, there was an insurmountable chasm between the 1st and 4th gates. Even though Zing's base physical prowess surpassed Luo Yu's by 2 to 3 times, with the enhancements from the 8 gates, Luo Yu had clearly surpassed Zing in both strength and speed. While it couldn't be classified as a complete rout, the disparity was magnified infinitely given that both possessed the Sharingan. Soon, under the relentless assault of Luo Yu, Zing revealed a fatal flaw and was pierced through the heart by a 1,000 birds technique. Chapter 69, Swift Passage Through the Abyssal Corridor. He was remarkably swift. The enhancements provided by the extraordinary environment were indeed advantageous. After augmenting the attack range and penetrating power, the 1,000 birds technique effortlessly hollowed out Zing's body, just as Luo Yu had anticipated, even when his moves were discerned by the Sharingan. As long as he maintained a speed advantage and struck at the right moment during the skill's recovery, his ninjutsu could accurately hit the target. Witnessing Zing's shattered form disintegrate into dust and scatter with the wind, Luo Yu felt a wave of relief as he released the opening of wounds. A tide of exhaustion washed over him, akin to the sensation of dispersing dozens of shadow clones after a long day at work, only to have their memories and fatigue merge back into his being. The weight of fatigue was indeed burdensome. Fortunately, with the Hashirama cells mending his bodily injuries, the negative effects were nearly nullified. Subsequently, a diamond pattern materialized before him. Challenge successful. In 225 seconds, the challenger will automatically exit the abyssal corridor. At the same time, a mysterious force coalesced in midair, manifesting 3 abyssal TOMOE that gracefully descended into Luo Yu's body. The Great will bestows its blessing. The challenger's ocular power has slightly increased. Luo Yu distinctly felt a deeper resonance between the Kamui Sharingan and his own body. Upon accessing the relevant system panel, he was astonished to discover that the previously required 6 Shinra stones for upgrading the Kamui Sharingan now only required 3. Moreover, he had 4 Shinra stones remaining from the allocation given by Boss Su. It appeared that the effect of the abyssal TOMOE effectively offset the need for 3 Shinra stones. A tremendous gain. He could finally upgrade the Sharingan. Before long, Luo Yu utilized 3 Shinra stones. Kamui Sharingan Level 1. In the next moment, Luo Yu sensed that his mastery over the phasing ability was becoming increasingly adept. The duration of a single phasing had extended to 20 seconds, and chakra consumption had further diminished. Most delightfully, he realized that after deactivating the phasing, the cooldown for the next use had been clearly defined to 5 seconds. This meant that the phasing ability now had a 5-second interval, resembling the embryonic form of perfect phasing. Moving forward, as long as he reached the Jonin level and unlocked the Annihilation Knight template, he could directly evolve into perfect phasing. As for the Komoe space, not only did he need to unlock the template, but he also had to elevate the Komoe Sharingan's level to 4. Luo Yu curiously examined the materials required for the next upgrade. After acquiring the Annihilation Knight template, the upgrade restrictions for the Komoe Sharingan would be lifted. In other words, only by unlocking the Annihilation Knight could he continue with the upgrades. Otherwise, he would remain ignorant of the upgrade materials. Having contemplated everything, Luo Yu confidently chose to exit the abyssal corridor. The power of time and space enveloped him, and in the next instant, Luo Yu found himself outside the door on the 6th floor of the tower. Upon realizing his location, everyone understood that he was the one who had emerged from the 3rd layer of the abyssal corridor. Someone has returned from the 3rd layer. Such a swift exit indicated he must have been eliminated in the 1st zone. Could it be possible that he had swiftly passed through the 3rd layer? No way. Even Sun Hao had not yet emerged. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while some curiously inquired about the situation in the 3rd layer. At that moment, Li Tai descended from the lower levels, and the crowd immediately parted to create a path. Upon seeing Luo Yu, Li Tai furrowed his brow. He had held high hopes for this young man, yet he emerged so quickly? Could it be that he had failed? At this juncture, Bai Mingyao hastily approached Luo Yu, urging him to submit his scientific ninja tools. Luo Yu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, removing the device from his arm and handing it to Bai Mingyao. Although challengers could not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique with scientific ninja tools within the abyssal corridor, other functionalities were still operational. For instance, it recorded the bearer's achievements within the corridor, including which layers and zones they had traversed and how many abyssal TOMOE they had collected. These records served as the basis for the examiners to determine the participants' true performances. Otherwise, how could anyone monitor challengers' standings within the abyssal corridor? It was implausible to rely solely on self-reporting. Wouldn't that result in everyone claiming to have collected 27 abyssal TOMOE and easily passing? Upon receiving the scientific ninja tool, Bai Mingyao eagerly examined the records. In the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she could not help but exclaim, 27 TOMOE. You passed the 3rd layer. Her astonishment stemmed not from doubt in Luo Yu's strength. The abyssal corridor was challenging, but given her understanding of Luo Yu, clearing the 3rd layer was not far-fetched. What was remarkable was that Luo Yu not only surpassed the 3rd layer challenge, but also perfectly collected all the abyssal TOMOE. She had studied the first 3 layers of the abyssal corridor in her guidebook. Nearly 90% of the challenge objectives required participants to complete them swiftly. At this time, most challengers were still engaged in combat with the 2nd layer's opponents in the 3rd zone. The slower ones were even being hindered by the incessant water dragon bullets from 20 water-style goblins in the 2nd zone, unable to advance an inch. Luo Yu's rapid passage through the 3rd layer suggested he had been executing flawless maneuvers throughout. No wonder he collected all the abyssal TOMOE. Upon hearing Bai Mingyao's astonishment, Li Tai could hardly believe his eyes as he snatched the scientific ninja tool to verify the information. The tool displayed an array of illuminated TOMOE icons, with the completion times all registered in mere seconds. Even in the final zone, he had only taken half a minute. Witnessing such extraordinary results, a smile crept across Li Tai's face. He faintly recalled the time when he was a nin, confidently challenging the 3rd layer's final zone, only to be ruthlessly defeated by the purple phantom with the Sharingan. He had wasted a precious entry ticket in vain. It took him years of hard training until he reached the Jonin level before he dared to reclaim his confidence and challenge the purple phantom again, ultimately emerging victorious. When he learned that the 2nd round of the 5 Cities Exchange Conference involved a challenge in the abyssal corridor, this usually stoic man had anticipated the opportunity for the new generation of ninjas to experience the hardships he once endured, causing him to chuckle. Little did he expect that Luo Yu would conquer the very phantom that had left an indelible mark on his memory in merely half a minute. The younger generation is indeed formidable, Li Tai sighed softly. As other challengers gradually returned, they gathered around upon hearing Bai Mingyao's words. Wow, brother, how did you defeat that Bai girl? I couldn't last 2 minutes against her. Exactly. That magic mirror ice crystal combined with the 1,000-kill water soaring is simply unsolvable. The worst part is you can't even locate her true form. And those clay dolls were just disgusting. They kept exploding in masses, aiming to distract me from protecting the stone statue. How could I defend against that? Li Tai's expression darkened as he hurriedly stepped in to maintain order. Quiet. You have no hope left. Luo Yu still needs to prepare for the next round. With that, he turned and revealed a kind gaze. Xiao Yu, you should go rest for a while. Once everyone's results are in, we'll arrange the final round. Chapter 70. The conclusion of the third round. Luo Yu. You have worked hard, remarked President Bai, his face beaming as he held Luo Yu's hand while walking toward the hall. Although he recognized Luo Yu's exceptional strength, he had refrained from raising his expectations too high since he had just been certified as a genin. The flawless speed run of the Abyssal Corridor genuinely astounded him. With your performance this year, Jiangli is counting on you to significantly boost our score, ensuring we receive the most resources from the headquarters. I express gratitude on behalf of all Jiangli ninjas. During the exchange, the judges would score the contestants based on their performance. This primarily aimed to allocate resources from the headquarters to the 5 cities through a fair distribution of points. While this did not significantly concern the individual contestants, it directly impacted the living conditions of ninjas in the entire city over the year. Luo Yu smiled lightly. You are too kind. You have provided me with considerable assistance in the past. Observing their lively conversation, the other 4 presidents looked on with envy. From the very beginning, Luo Yu had exhibited remarkable prowess, even overshadowing the 3-time champion Sun Hao, leading the third round by a wide margin. How could someone so outstanding be born in Jiangli? Old Bai is incredibly fortunate. President Luo could hardly contain his frustration. The intelligence he had gathered previously had turned out to be a complete miscalculation. Not only did Luo Yu possess numerous hidden cards, but he was also undoubtedly more than just a genin. After all, many chunin had been utterly defeated in the third layer of the Abyssal Corridor. For a genin to achieve a speed run was already a feat, let alone sustaining a fight for even 10 seconds. Just as Luo Yu and President Bai departed the scene, Lu Yishi's voice suddenly rose. I told you, it's not that I'm weak. It's that Luo Yu is just outrageous. Now do you believe me? Those who slandered me, come forth. Other ninjas pondered and realized that this was indeed the case. Lu Yishi had been quite unfortunate, encountering the dark horse Luo Yu in the first round. Upon reflection, it was evident that Luo Yu's strength lay within the elite chunin range. He simply had not taken the time to certify as a chunin. How could someone capable of flawlessly speedrunning the Abyssal Corridor possibly be a mere genin? This line of thought caused many ninjas to glare angrily at President Luo. Their decision to seek out Luo Yu in the first round had been a grave mistake, all due to his erroneous intelligence. It was akin to leading lambs to slaughter. Zhao Hai remained unfazed, even finding it amusing. Fortunately, his wit had saved him from a crushing defeat in the first round. While he had still been eliminated in the second round, he had collected quite a few abyssal jewels, significantly enhancing his water release techniques. A worthy prophet. Although Luo Yu was the first to clear the challenge, many competitors were still valiantly battling within the Abyssal Corridor. Thus, numerous onlookers remained around the tower, eager to witness the outcome. After all, it pertained to the collective honor of their city. The scores of ninjas from the same city would determine the resources allocated this year. For the sake of communal interest, they were eager to witness the results firsthand. 15 minutes later, the defeated Su Ying mumbled as she was transported back. She had managed to breach the final area using her family's secret techniques, only to find herself facing an illusion wielding the Sharingan. As a member of the Byakugan clan, specializing in gentle fist techniques, her close-range attacks were utterly countered by the Sharingan's perceptive abilities. As a result, she was predictably crushed. Just as Su Ying lamented her misfortune, the remaining contestants began to emerge one by one from the Abyssal Corridor. They were considered the elite among the elite, as not just anyone could enter the third layer. Yet, most of them had still failed the trial. Some were obliterated by exploding clay dolls, while others were blinded by scientific ninja tools wielded by cunning goblins. Like Su Ying, many fell victim to the oppressive force of the purple-eyed Sharingan. At that moment, the highly anticipated Sun Hao also stepped out from the entrance. Though his body bore multiple injuries and he appeared somewhat disheveled, a faint smile graced his lips. Observing the dejected expressions of the surrounding contestants, it was clear they had not passed the Abyssal Corridor, which only heightened Sun Hao's pride. Today, he was the chosen one. He was unique. How did everyone fare? Bai Mingyao casually inquired while collecting the scientific ninja tools from the contestants. Upon hearing her question, the elite contestants began to chatter animatedly, venting their frustrations about the difficulty of the third layer. Su Ying nodded in agreement. In response, Sun Hao smirked proudly, It was indeed challenging. It forced me to reveal all my hidden cards. Fortunately, I managed to narrowly secure victory just before the 10-minute time limit, claiming an abyssal jewel from the final area. True, the final time limit was quite lengthy, but Luo Yu consistently concluded battles swiftly, so I didn't notice. As for the prior results, nearly every area yielded 2 to 3 abyssal jewels each. Upon hearing this, the recently eliminated elite contestants gazed at him with expressions akin to that of a monster. Indeed, the strength of a 3-time champion was no mere boast. They had only heard tales of the abyssal corridor's ferocity. Today, they had witnessed it firsthand. The fact that Sun Hao could clear the challenge and seize an abyssal jewel from the final area's monster elevated him to a status they could only admire. However, apart from the elite contestants who had just emerged, others were less impressed, as Luo Yu's earlier achievements had raised their expectations. Li Tai offered a token consolation, remarking that it was already quite an accomplishment. Back in my time as a Chunin, I foolishly challenged the abyssal corridor and was utterly dominated by that Sharingan illusion. Seeing the lack of surprise among the crowd, Sun Hao was somewhat taken aback, but still inquired, "By the way, did anyone else clear the challenge?" If he was the sole individual advancing to the 3rd round, how could there be a competition? Bai Mingyao nodded, revealing that 15 minutes prior, Luo Yu had already breached the first 3 layers of the abyssal corridor, collecting all 27 abyssal jewels. To prevent Sun Hao from feeling awkward due to his ignorance, she laid out the entire situation. 15 minutes ago, all collected. You must be joking. The elite contestants, unaware of the situation, were left dumbfounded. Even Su Ying, who was aware of Luo Yu's capabilities, was taken aback. Sun Hao himself was rendered speechless by Bai Mengyao's revelation. As a proud, all-clear contestant, he knew all too well how arduous the abyssal corridor was. Watching as others nodded in confirmation of her statement, Sun Hao ultimately accepted the reality, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. After all these years, he finally had an opponent capable of exciting him. Returning from his deep shock, a slight smile crept onto Sun Hao's lips. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt a shift in his expression. After all, he too had thought similarly after facing Luo Yu, and now, Luo Yu had ascended to a status he could only revere. Seeing Sun Hao rejuvenated, Li Tai patted him on the back. "Young man, go rest for now. You will have the opportunity to compete against him in the 3rd round." In response, Sun Hao solemnly nodded before jogging off to find a medical ninja to tend to his wounds. Chapter 71. The Mentor Emerges. A weighty presence in the grand hall of the tower. After the conclusion of the 2nd round, Luo Yu did not remain idle. Instead, he sat on a chair in the hall, diligently engrossed in his mobile game. He reflected inwardly, realizing how challenging it was to be as disciplined as he was. At that moment, Bai Mingyao executed a swift movement technique, appearing suddenly before Luo Yu. "Wow, brother, I was in the middle of something." Luo Yu, startled, turned to see on the screen the scene of his character being completely annihilated. Bai Mingyao shrugged helplessly. This kid spent every fragment of time playing on his phone, yet his progress was astonishingly rapid. If only he could utilize that time effectively, engaging in rigorous training to truly appreciate the allure of youth, he would undoubtedly become a powerful figure in due course. I have come to inform you that, due to a limited number of participants who have cleared the levels, the 3rd round of the competition has been altered to a duel between you and Sun Hao. The winner shall be crowned champion, enjoying the utmost support from the Association for New Talents in the Tier 3 city. The loser will settle for 2nd place, with significantly lesser support, Bai Mingyao explained in detail. Upon hearing about the rewards, Luo Yu's interest peaked immediately. Although he had already reaped substantial benefits within the depths corridor, human desire is insatiable. What specific support will the champion receive? Luo Yu inquired straightforwardly. You will be able to freely apply for resources from the association. And as long as your requests are not excessively unreasonable, they are likely to be granted, Bai Mingyao elucidated. Luo Yu's eyes brightened. Would Shun Nao Stone be considered excessive? He was unaware of the resources needed for the subsequent upgrade of the divine kaleidoscope, since he had not yet unlocked the next template. However, he speculated that it would indeed require Shun Nao stones, and the quantity would undoubtedly increase, given that they could unlock the divine space. With the divine space, he would be able to roam freely across the map. The thought filled him with delight. I might apply for a small quantity, usually, but I've recently heard that supplies are running low. After all, you are not the only one. All the new talents in Blue Star are applying for support from the association, Bai Mingyao patiently replied. Luo Yu then asked, What about the shards of the Shuka legacy? He had mastered a considerable number of Thousand Bird series techniques and urgently needed a batch of Shuka legacy shards for upgrades. He had become somewhat spoiled. He felt embarrassed to use ninjutsu until he had upgraded it to perfection. You should be able to apply for a set. As lightning release ninjas are quite rare in the Dragon Kingdom, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. That's good. After a brief pause, Bai Mingyao curiously asked, "Aren't you interested in the benefits of being the runner-up?" Luo Yu smiled knowingly. What does being the runner-up matter to me? Bai Mingyao was at a loss for words. This kid was quite confident. However, it was indeed true that Sun Hao had taken 15 minutes longer than Luo Yu to clear the depths corridor, a clear disparity. If Sun Hao were to win, Bai Mingyao would have to suspect that Luo Yu had thrown the match. Glancing at the time, Bai Mingyao urged, "The time is drawing near. Let us go." Below the tower, in the expansive square, a venue had been designated for the finals. As word spread, a considerable number of people gathered to witness the finals of this exchange meeting. They were all curious about how Luo Yu, the Dark Horse, had managed to pass through the depths corridor so swiftly. After all, the events that transpired there were known only to the challengers themselves, while the scientific ninjutsu merely recorded the outcomes. Sun Hao, sharing the same experience of overcoming the illusion of the Sharingan, pondered whether there truly was a significant gap between them. It can't be more than a 50-50 chance, he mused. This question could only be answered through a thrilling duel. Soon, Luo Yu followed by Meng Yao to the venue, countless eyes instantly fixating upon him. At the same time, Sun Hao scrutinized his opponent. "I've heard you cleared the depths corridor in an incredibly short time. In my 3 years of participation in the exchange meeting, this is the first time I have encountered an opponent who can pressure me," Sun Hao remarked. As they entered the pre-match chat, Luo Yu asked, "Why did you decline invitations from prestigious schools?" Sun Hao replied nonchalantly, "Here, I may be powerful enough to command respect. However, if I were to attend those renowned schools filled with prodigies, I would merely be an ordinary individual." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded in understanding. This is what they referred to as preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. Although prestigious schools offer abundant resources, one must compete against ninjas from Tier 2 and Tier 1 cities, many of whom may surpass Sun Hao in talent. This indicated that Sun Hao had a rather relaxed approach. Li Tai leisurely approached the center of the square, announcing, "I will serve as your judge for this match." Numerous high-ranking judges formed an orderly circle around the battlefield. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a hearty laughter erupted. "What a grand spectacle. It seems we've arrived at just the right moment." With that, a first-tier summoned beast, a gigantic eagle, descended, carrying 4 middle-aged individuals dressed in the robes of a ninja clan. Sensing the immense aura emanating from these unexpected guests, the youthful ninjas appeared solemn. The presence of these individuals matched that of Li Tai, and given their robes signifying noble status, they were likely recruitment mentors from various prestigious schools. However, many of the youths were unfazed. They had attended exchange meetings before. It was customary for recruitment mentors from major schools to attend after the competition concluded. According to the association's distribution system, at every Tier 3-5 city exchange meeting, both the Imperial Capital University and any 4 prestigious schools would each contribute 5 recruitment slots. The higher the city tier, the more slots were allocated. Naturally, the number of Tier 2 and Tier 1 cities was far fewer than that of Tier 3 cities, maintaining a reasonable equity in educational resources. Li Tai casually complained, "So slow. The exchange meeting is nearly over." A beautiful female mentor from Tianhai University smiled. "Isn't it just in time for your main event?" She then looked at Sun Hao. As a 3-time champion who had repeatedly declined admission, Sun Hao held a certain status among these recruitment mentors. As for his opponent, Luo Yu, they were still quite unfamiliar with him. Apart from hearing that he was this year's dark horse, potentially capable of ending Sun Hao's winning streak, they knew little else. Just as Li Tai was about to announce the start of the match, another enormous summoned beast, the Dream Demon, entered the crowd's view. The oppressive aura it emanated left the nearby gigantic eagle in a state of unease. On the back of the Dream Demon sat a plump, kindly-faced elder with gray hair, wearing a black robe symbolizing authority. Only a Shadow Guard-level ninja would be awarded such a robe by the association. Seeing this attire, the entire venue gasped in astonishment. Even the highest-ranking mentors were taken aback. "Isn't that Master Fengquan, the dean of the Wind Release Research Institute at Imperial Capital University?" Typically, Imperial Capital University refrained from attending Tier 3 exchange meetings. Yet, this time, They not only sent representatives, but also brought such a heavyweight figure. What was going on? Was there a ninja prodigy worth his personal attention? Chapter 72. Mastering the Thousand Birds Flow with a Defensive Counterattack. It was indeed Master Fengquan of the Wind Release Research Institute at Imperial Capital University. The president of the association, wearing round glasses, looked utterly astonished. The other presidents exchanged glances, equally incredulous. The dean of the Wind Release Institute personally attending a mere Tier 3 city exchange meeting? This was quite a show of respect. The other eliminated ninjas, upon learning that Master Fengquan was present, were also exceedingly thrilled. Witnessing a fierce showdown between the top two emerging talents from the 5 cities was already highly anticipated. To see a Shadow Guard-level figure in person was beyond their wildest dreams. Master Fengquan, I never expected it to be you. Even the usually composed and stern Li Tai approached respectfully to greet him. Other mentors from prestigious schools followed suit, though a chill ran through them. In the past, with Imperial Capital University absent, there was a chance to attract the best talent. Now that Master Fengquan was personally recruiting, aside from Sun Hao, the top 5 contenders would surely be snatched away by Imperial Capital University. Fengquan leaped down from the dream beast with a squint and a smile, saying, "Everyone, do not mind me." He then turned to Li Tai, instructing, "You may proceed as planned." Li Tai nodded slightly, regaining his solemn demeanor. "Luo Yu and Sun Hao, are you prepared?" As the words left his mouth, Sun Hao's gaze sharpened, while Luo Yu wore an expression that suggested he was finally ready for the action to commence. Since the beginning of the competition, significant figures had interrupted the proceedings, and he was beginning to lose patience. Initially, he had hoped to exchange a few moves with Sun Hao, but now he thought it best to conclude the battle swiftly. With Li Tai's command, the match began. Sun Hao immediately began forming hand seals, invoking the Shadow Serpent technique. Soon, 6 black-scaled serpents emerged from his sleeves, flicking their tongues menacingly as they fixed their gaze upon Luo Yu. They moved to gradually restrict Luo Yu's escape routes. Observing this, the headmaster Fengquan, stationed at the edge of the battlefield, nodded slightly, revealing an appreciative glint in his eyes. Truly deserving of the title of 3-time champion. Although he had inherited merely the green-quality Yushirashi Izuki technique, he had nonetheless grasped the upper-tier ninjutsu of the Shadow Serpent technique at such a young age. Attaining a 2-star proficiency, his talent was indeed formidable. Moreover, it seemed he could adeptly control all 6 black-scaled serpents, executing intricate offensive strategies. Clearly, his training was not lacking. A preliminary estimation suggested he had reached a level of mastery. To cultivate a 2-star ninjutsu to such proficiency was remarkable among the many chunin. Most significantly, Sun Hao was only in his early 20s. Such talent, even at the Imperial University, ranked moderately high. As he silently assessed, Master Fengquan's gaze shifted to Luo Yu, who was surrounded by the serpents yet appeared unfazed. He had come specifically for Luo Yu. Following the notification from Bai Mengyao, the school had shown interest in Luo Yu. Upon confirming Luo Yu's rapid passage through the depths of the corridor, they had dispatched him personally to recruit, emphasizing their regard for talent. According to reports, Luo Yu possessed a Sharingan. Sun Hao did not directly command the black-scaled serpents to attack, but instead surrounded him, likely considering this aspect. It seemed that Luo Yu, who was at a disadvantage in terms of information, was quite passive from the outset. The other instructors were no fools and quickly discerned Sun Hao's offensive intentions, evidently premeditated. Thus, they offered high praises for Sun Hao. "Do not even think about escaping with your speed. I have already accounted for your Sharingan from the start. When the black-scaled serpents attack together, even with the inside of your Sharingan, you will have nowhere to flee." Sun Hao gradually regained his confidence. Though he had been thoroughly outmatched by Luo Yu in the depths of the corridor, he believed that through his information advantage, he could turn the tables. "May I inquire how you came to know?" Luo Yu continued nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding black-scaled serpents. He recalled that President Luo was seemingly unaware of his Sharingan. Sun Hao, not hiding anything, replied, "Lu Yishur has been spreading your exploits everywhere. It would be hard not to know." Upon hearing this, Lu Yishur, who was observing, felt embarrassed. He had merely mentioned it casually, unaware it would lead to trouble for Luo Yu. If Luo Yu decided to confront him, he would be in quite a predicament. Meanwhile, at the center of the plaza, the numerous black-scaled serpents slowly surrounded Luo Yu before launching a sudden attack from multiple directions. Each assault came from angles that formed a pincer movement, making it difficult for even Luo Yu, with his Sharingan, to evade. Nevertheless, Luo Yu did not shy away. Instead, he formed seals in advance. Lightning release, Chidori stream. Instantly, a powerful surge of electricity erupted around Luo Yu. Although it was merely an introductory level, it displayed remarkable might due to the enhancement from the Hashirama cells. The approaching black-scaled serpents were paralyzed by the intense current, suspended in midair. Soon, a savory aroma of grilling flesh wafted from the charred serpents. One by one, they collapsed helplessly to the ground. The situation flipped dramatically, leaving the audience in shock. They had long known that Luo Yu not only exhibited talent in fire release, but also in wood release. Now, he had unexpectedly unleashed a 3-star lightning release technique. Chidori stream. Typically, techniques of such caliber could only be mastered at the ninja clan level. What was happening? Was this reasonable? Wasn't it said that quantity does not equal quality? How could Luo Yu effortlessly wield ninjutsu of various natures, displaying considerable power? The assembled instructors, though seasoned, were nonetheless astounded by this revelation. Was it conceivable for a novice ninja to master a technique of Chidori stream's magnitude? It was no wonder that the Imperial University had dispatched Master Feng Quan. He was clearly here for Luo Yu. Even more baffling was Lu Yishe, who had recently showcased his own Chidori before Luo Yu, only to discover that Luo Yu had already mastered Chidori stream. Only Master Feng Quan remained composed, stating, "You may not understand, but the third layer of the depths of the corridor is tailored for lightning release ninjas. If a lightning release ninja were to secure 3 abyssal jewels in each area of the third layer, there is indeed a chance to comprehend powerful lightning release techniques." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces flushed with embarrassment. They could not perfectly clear the third layer. How unfortunate. It seemed that relying solely on ninjutsu, even he was not a match. Observing the scattered charred serpent meat, Sun Hao chuckled bitterly. He then revealed the 3 TOMOE design on his neck, indicating that he would resort to extraordinary measures. Upon seeing that familiar pattern, Luo Yu was taken aback. Wasn't he that the heavenly curse seal? Could it be that the Azuki's inheritance included the heavenly curse seal? However, the Azuki's heavenly curse seal was not mature. It should not permit entry into the seal state. This seems familiar. Master Feng Quan frowned in contemplation. Chapter 73. The stirring of an evil organization. This is a manifestation that emerges after accepting the Azuki inheritance. Reminded the beautiful instructor from Tianhai. For them, such knowledge ought to be common sense. It appeared that Master Feng Quan, in his advanced years, was experiencing a decline in memory. "Yes, I recall now," he exclaimed suddenly. In the next moment, the heavenly curse seal on Sun Hao's body spread like a burning sensation. Soon, his form was adorned with dark, intricate patterns. Luo Yu calmly stroked his chin. This was a typical first stage of the curse seal. Was it not said that the Azuki's curse was immature and therefore could not enter the seal state? What was happening? No wonder Sun Hao could defeat the Sharingan's illusion. It seemed he, like himself, relied on overwhelming strength and speed. An insightful examiner, adept at battlefield perception, remarked, "Sun Hao's stamina and chakra are surging uncontrollably. He has broken through the standard of a Chunin, surpassing 1,000. He is rapidly approaching the level of a Jonin, stabilizing at 2,000. This revelation stunned the entire audience. The double values for a Jonin typically reached only 2,500. To experience such a significant boost in such a short time, did this curse seal possess such effects? They had initially presumed it was merely a tattoo. If that were the case, the Azuki's inheritance must exceed green quality. Luo Yu's victory was no longer guaranteed. "Since you excel in ninjutsu, I shall match you in stamina." Sun Hao grinned maniacally, and after entering the curse seal state, his demeanor shifted to one of wildness. Luo Yu smirked. "If it's stamina you seek, then I shall not hold back." 8 gates release. 4th gate, the healing gate, open. Luo Yu clenched his fists, his veins bulging as 4 chakra limitations were released. An energy of vibrant green enveloped him, surging forth. The potential of his body was being fully unleashed, and his strength and speed multiplied exponentially. Witnessing Luo Yu's momentum shift dramatically, the instructors were left in awe. The 8 gates of Duanjia is the sole skill of physical ninjas. This young lad not only masters ninjutsu with finesse, but has also opened the injury gate at such a tender age. What a hexagonal war god. No wonder he could swiftly navigate through the depths of the corridor. It turns out he is a versatile contender. Even the usually unflappable Principal Feng Chuan's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Dual mastery of ninjutsu and physical skills. It seems my visit here was not in vain. This Luo Yu is surely destined for the prestigious Imperial Capital University. At this moment, Bai Mengyao, who had taught Luo Yu the 8 gates of Duanjia, began to question her life choices. She vaguely recalled teaching him how to open the first gate just a few days ago. In such a short span, he had already managed to open the injury gate. Wasn't it said that unlocking the 8 gates required extensive specialized training? Luo Yu had merely spent his days idly playing mobile games. Yet here he was, achieving the injury gate. This is utterly unjust. No, this is decidedly unyouthful. Regardless of the 8 gates, I am invincible now. Upon entering the cursed state, Sun Hao exhibited signs of madness, moving rapidly and leaving behind a series of afterimages. A heavy punch struck through Luo Yu's chest. Before he could revel in his triumph, Luo Yu's figure vanished. What had been struck was merely an afterimage he left behind. Unable to discern Luo Yu's actual presence, Sun Hao was met with a Konoha hurricane and was sent soaring into the air. The disparity in speed and power between the two was monumental. In that moment, Luo Yu resembled a berserker, moving at high speed through the air. With each passing second, Sun Hao endured a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Witnessing the once dominant champion of 5 cities being tossed around like a mere ball was nothing short of astonishing. The audience was left dumbfounded. Before the battle commenced, none could have anticipated such a result. They had assumed it would be a close contest. Who could have foreseen that the gap between Sun Hao and Luo Yu would be greater than that between man and dog? Nearby, Lu Yishur was equally stunned. Thankfully, his own strength was not formidable. Luo Yu had not taken him seriously at that time. Otherwise, he feared he might still be lying in the medical room. In midair, Luo Yu had intended to conclude with the elegant Li Lianhua, but upon seeing Sun Hao gravely injured, the cursed markings retreated into the 3 TOMOE, prompting him to cease his assault and allow Sun Hao to descend to the ground. Having released the cursed state, Sun Hao collapsed, his gaze slowly regaining a semblance of clarity. Reflecting on the scene where he had been ruthlessly toyed with by Luo Yu, his mental state shattered. Just an hour ago, he was an invincible figure in 5 cities. Now, the disparity was overwhelmingly vast. Noticing Sun Hao's severe injuries and his inability to rise momentarily, Li Tai solemnly declared, "The victor is Luo Yu." As these words echoed, the medical ninja waiting at the side rushed in to administer healing ninjutsu to Sun Hao. The arena erupted with thunderous applause. The emotions of the mentors were tumultuous, as Sun Hao had consistently performed well, and they had high hopes for him. They could hardly fathom that he could not even defend himself against this rising star. If they could recruit Luo Yu into their school, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. After releasing the 8 gates of Duanjia, Luo Yu approached Sun Hao and bent down, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I couldn't control my strength after opening the injury gate. I was a bit too forceful." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's mouth twitched. "So you weren't even using your full strength? That's incredibly demoralizing." Once the atmosphere had calmed, Luo Yu got straight to the point. "By the way, how did you discover the method of using the cursed markings?" Sun Hao sighed softly. "A few years ago, I was captured by the Ninja Research Association and used as a test subject for their experiments. Subsequently, their experiments activated my cursed markings, and after my power increased, I broke free and escaped." Luo Yu nodded slightly. It indeed seemed to be related to that nefarious organization that could not be separated from Orochimaru. Initially, he was merely a lowly green heir, not worthy of their attention. Yet, it appeared they had deciphered mysterious inscriptions in certain secret realms and uncovered information regarding the 3 TOMOE, which they referred to as the Curse of Heaven. Since being transformed by the Ninja Research Association, my heritage has evolved into a blue quality. Along with this transformation came memories of many dangerous ninjutsu. Yet I remain too weak. These memories are still quite hazy. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu fell into contemplation. The secret realms occasionally yield fragments of information regarding otherworldly ninjas, which aligns with the original worldview. Perhaps that organization has indeed obtained research data from Orochimaru. At that moment, Principal Feng Quan approached, his expression one of sorrow and indignation. "It is unconscionable for innocent youths to endure such inhumane suffering. We will settle this score with them one day." Then, turning kindly to Sun Hao, he asked, "Have you reported this matter to the association?" Sun Hao nodded. "Upon my escape, I immediately informed the association." Principal Feng Quan sighed with relief. "That is good to hear." At this juncture, Li Tai instructed the medical ninja, "Take him to the medical room." Next, he addressed the mentors still enveloped in the aftermath of the recent battle. The exchange meeting had concluded, and the performance of the participants had been duly assessed. I ask each of you to consult the records and select your preferred students. Chapter 74. The Value of Imperial Capital University Directorly. After winning the championship, aren't you able to apply for resource support from the association? Luo Yu raised his hand. Li Tai nodded. Indeed. Are you looking to apply now? Traditionally, many would wait a day or two after qualifying for support to deliberate on which resources to request. After all, these resources are substantial and could play a crucial role in many ninjas' journeys, so careful consideration is warranted. I already know what resources I wish to apply for. Luo Yu replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Li Tai handed him a business card containing the contact information of the person responsible for resource applications. You can contact him directly when the time comes. Accepting the card, Luo Yu politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. With these resources, his remaining task would be to earn attribute points and swiftly ascend to Jonin, unlocking the path of extermination. Li Tai smiled. Distributing the remaining business cards to the other 3 competitors, Su Ying and 2 other passers-by, who had all ranked in the top 5 of the exchange meeting. The gazes of the nearby mentors turned fervent as they regarded them. At that moment, Principal Feng Quan cheerfully suggested, "Would you consider coming to Imperial Capital University?" Upon hearing this, many mentors' expressions shifted dramatically, as it would prevent them from even sipping a drop of soup. Yet Su Ying and the 2 other competitors looked delighted. Imperial Capital University is a perennial leader in the rankings of prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting cutting-edge faculty and educational resources. It is also the aspiration of many. We are willing. Seeing Principal Feng Quan personally extend an invitation, many in attendance cast envious glances at the 4. Even several Jonin examiners could not help but feel the same. After all, gaining admission to Imperial Capital University is already indicative of remarkable talent. Coupled with the nurturing from such a top-tier institution, it is almost a given that they will evolve into formidable individuals. Many of these examiners are alumni of elite schools. Among these elite institutions, Imperial Capital University stands out. It is said that graduates from there typically start as Jonin of the 2nd rank, with the exceptionally talented even reaching the 3rd rank. Take Bai Mingyao, who was temporarily dispatched to assist from Imperial Capital University today. She is merely a junior, yet already a 2nd-rank Jonin. Such achievements place her among the top 50 in her alma mater, yet at Imperial Capital University, she is considered only above average. At this moment, Luo Yu jested. That depends on who my mentor is. Ideally, it should be a white-haired, red-eyed, tight-fitting outfit wearing big sister, whose charm rivals that of characters from 2-dimensional mobile games. However, fearing social embarrassment, he refrained from fully expressing his innuendo. The esteemed director Feng Quan grinned, assuring them, rest assured. It is certainly not this old man who will be the issue. My role is merely to facilitate your entrance into the school. As for the mentors, the institution will allocate them based on your individual characteristics. Upon hearing this, the other 3 individuals felt a twinge of disappointment. Director Feng Quan is a renowned shadow-level ninja within the Dragon Kingdom. Although his lineage consists solely of the blue-quality wind release master dance, which does not particularly stand out among his peers, his mastery of wind release is unparalleled. In practical combat, his performance is on par with those who have inherited purple-tier legacies. To be his student would indeed be a supreme honor. Alas, it was not to be. With the arrangements settled, Director Feng Quan delightfully produced a black-covered invitation and presented it to the 4 candidates. By the way, Li Tai exclaimed as he slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the exceptional case of Sun Hao. Did he not refuse the invitation from the Imperial University 3 times? Director Feng Quan chuckled confidently, explaining. His refusals stem from a fear of encountering individuals stronger than himself in his world. However, Luo Yu has shattered that illusion. I believe he can emerge from the shadows of self-deception and confront reality with composure. He then added earnestly, as one grows, one must ultimately accept their own ordinariness. This gradual acceptance is necessary even for those who qualify to enter the Imperial University. Turning to Luo Yu, he stated, "You are the reason I am here. Please follow me." Luo Yu complied, trailing behind Director Feng Quan. As they watched him depart, the others were filled with admiration. Goodness! To receive an invitation from a shadow-level master, such is the allure of talent. It seems that having skill allows one to act with impunity. How impressive! Attending the finest institution and courting the most distinguished seniors. What a thrilling prospect. President Bai ceased his pretense and began engaging in banter with the other presidents. Who now dares to mock our Jiang Li's lack of notable figures? The other presidents were momentarily taken aback. Is Bai's fortune not exhausting a decade's worth of luck? In a corner, Su Ying let out a sigh of relief. I have finally entered the Imperial University. Even the influence of my family dares not extend there. It seems I can enjoy a period of tranquility. In the tower's conference room, Director Feng Quan looked at Luo Yu with a smile. I've heard you have yet to obtain your CH certification? Luo Yu nodded helplessly. I haven't had the chance yet. Even now? His physical strength had not reached the CH standard of 500 points, rendering him unqualified for certification. This won't do. The entrance standard for the Imperial University is CH. While the school year has not yet commenced, you should rush to obtain your certification. Conveniently, the Imperial University also offers CH certification, albeit with slightly higher difficulty than in Tier 3 cities. However, if you perform exceptionally, you may have the opportunity to earn a golden or even obsidian badge. Would you like to challenge yourself? Luo Yu shrugged. Given the circumstances, he felt it would be unwise to decline. An obsidian badge would be quite beneficial, as it grants various privileges within the ninja shop, and the monthly stipend and dimensional essence would significantly increase. The stipend was manageable. Luo Yu currently regarded money with disdain. What truly piqued his interest was the dimensional essence, which pertains to acquiring monthly legacy fragments. Not to mention, the wood release techniques require a substantial amount of white zetsu fragments. Thus, obtaining an obsidian badge was undoubtedly essential. Moreover, without the CH certification, he would lack access to the CH secret realm. The lower-level secret realm yields dismal attribute points and legacy fragment drop rates. Resolute in his decision, Luo Yu replied, "No problem." Director Feng Quan regarded him with approval. "Excellent. I admire your spirited youth. When the certification begins in a few days, I shall send someone to escort you." Luo Yu chuckled. "Then I shall endeavor to prepare in the meantime." Before anything else, he needed to raise his physical strength to meet the CH standard. After finalizing the CH certification matter, Luo Yu inquired further about the Imperial University from Director Feng Quan. During their casual conversation, he brought up the director's legacy, which belonged to Shimura Dance. Director Feng Quan beamed with pride at the mention. However, upon hearing this, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Dance, isn't he merely a villain? Many nefarious events in the original storyline were influenced by him. He was present during the Uchiha massacre and bore a significant share of the blame for Hanzo's betrayal of the original Akatsuki, which inadvertently facilitated the rise of the classic villain organization. Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely that Director Feng Quan would inherit Dan's character. If he were indeed like Dan's, things would be dire. Yet, at present, the old director appeared to be a benevolent elder. In any case, it was wise to remain cautious to avoid future repercussions. Based on some murals that had emerged from secret realms, Luo Yu had seen depictions of this Dance, who appeared as a kindly old man, much like himself. Director Feng Quan squinted with a smile, and Luo Yu agreed, indeed. Director Feng Quan continued, "Ever since I accepted this legacy, I have been plagued by nightmares, dreaming of my arms covered in eyes. I wonder what kind of tragic fate this Dan's endured." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Director Feng Quan. "It's Su Ying. I have something to confess to you." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu quickly stood to leave. "I shall take my leave now." Su Boss was likely about to reveal her identity. In any case, it pertained to the private matters of the Su family. Luo Yu understood the importance of discretion and knew not to eavesdrop. After opening the door for Su Ying, the two exchanged greetings. Once Su Ying entered the room, Luo Yu stepped outside and closed the door. Suddenly, a wave of curiosity surged within him. "I wonder about the Su family's affairs. Perhaps I could eavesdrop. After all, no one would know." The itch of curiosity was unbearable, especially since Su Ying would soon be his classmate. It was only natural to be concerned about a fellow student's family situation. Convincing himself of this noble intent, Luo Yu pressed his ear against the door. Then, Su Ying's guilty voice emerged. "Actually, I am Su Ying, a branch member of the Su family." Director Feng Quan responded with surprise. "Su Ying? I heard that a descendant of the Hyuga has recently gone missing. I suspect it is linked to a scholar researching the inscriptions unearthed from a certain secret realm. They interpreted some of the inscriptions as stating that Hyuga ultimately broke the curse of the caged bird, achieving true freedom. Is that why you fear being seen as a thorn in the side by the main family?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yu silently scoffed. "Isn't it because Niji was ultimately betrayed by Toby, or rather, by the Ten Tails manipulation? After his death, did the curse of the caged bird simply dissolve? Why is this inscription so misleading?" Director Feng Quan then comforted her. "Do not be too anxious. The Su family is one of the most prestigious families in the Dragon Kingdom. They would not make a spectacle over harmless text. Su Ying took a deep breath. That rigid family, in their pursuit of preserving the Hyuga clan's legacy, would indeed resort to such madness. In fact, I fled to Jiangli after inadvertently overhearing their conspiracy. Fortunately, President Bai of Jiangli was willing to assist me by fabricating an identity for me to reside here, with the condition that I participate in the exchange as a Jiangli ninja. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was taken aback. President Bai is truly extraordinary. To attract talent to Jiangli, he dares to oppose the Su family behind the scenes. How admirable. Simultaneously, Luo Yu realized that Su Ying's enrollment in the Imperial University was likely intended to ensure her safety. After all, with the protection of the Imperial University, even the powerful Su family would think twice before taking action. Indeed, upon hearing Su Ying's words, Dean Feng quickly assured her that she had come to the right place. The sole mission of the Imperial University is to cultivate exceptional ninjas to combat the common enemies of humanity. Although the Su family holds some influence in the Dragon Kingdom, they cannot casually harm the students of the Imperial University. I personally guarantee this with my honor. From today onward, you will assume the identity of Su Ying and become a student of the Imperial University. If the Su family makes any moves, you can come directly to me. Su Ying felt a warmth in her heart and thanked Dean Feng profusely. Outside the door, Luo Yu admired his character, thinking that this Danzo indeed possessed a sense of justice. It seems that one should not judge others solely based on their lineage. Speaking of which, he used to hold a high regard for Niji, but now Su Ying, similarly entangled by her family's fate, deserves more assistance. Of course, his intentions were not romantic, as he was devoted solely to his beloved from the two-dimensional realm, inherited from the wrathful Obito Template. As he heard Su Ying was about to emerge, Luo Yu quickly made himself scarce. With the conclusion of the exchange meeting, most attendees had returned to their respective cities via the teleportation anchor points near the tower. Only a few outstanding individuals remained, conversing with admissions advisors from prestigious schools about enrollment. As he approached the teleportation anchor point, Bai Mengyao and President Bai walked over. "How are things?" President Bai inquired with curiosity. Luo Yu smiled and replied. He asked me to participate in the intermediate ninja certification hosted by Imperial University before I can enroll. Upon hearing this, both President Bai and Bai Mengyao were visibly taken aback. Isn't that the most challenging intermediate ninja certification? However, recalling Luo Yu's performance, their expressions eased considerably. Given Luo Yu's caliber, even if he couldn't secure an obsidian badge, a golden badge should be a certainty. Our school's level certification is quite rigorous. Don't embarrass me in front of my senior. Bai Mengyao teased with a playful smile. Luo Yu confidently patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured, I am aiming for the obsidian badge." After exchanging a few more words, Luo Yu made his way through the teleportation anchor point, returning to the Jiangli Secret Realm's teleportation area. Watching his departing figure, President Bai felt a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how he had previously suggested Luo Yu wait a few years before participating in the exchange meeting. Now look, he won first place in his first year, just like you, and has caught the eye of Imperial University. I suppose I'll have to push the Jiangli students even harder when we return. Due to the restriction of not being able to represent their region in exchange meetings after entering university, President Bai was filled with mixed emotions. Bai Mengyao chuckled softly, saying, "We have all received considerable support from Jiangli. If there are any troubles, we will certainly return to lend our assistance." President Bai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that outside Jiangli City, strange beasts were rampant. With talents like them, even if the beast army invaded, the situation would improve significantly compared to when he and Old Jiang were struggling to hold the fort. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had already boarded a taxi heading home. Inside the cab, he quietly noted the resources he needed to apply for. Chapter 76. Sister has something strange going on. Upon returning to the special supply villa, Luo Tingyu beamed with pride at the dinner table, exclaiming, "Champion at the exchange meeting? Truly my brother." As she listened to Luo Yu recount his day's experiences, she stood tall with a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a caretaker raising a little tiger. Luo Yu glanced at her from the corner of his eye and continued eating heartily. Later, due to my outstanding performance, I was accepted by the Imperial University. Being a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how could she not know of the Imperial University? Luo Tingyu felt immense joy for Luo Yu, but after a moment of contemplation, a hint of sadness crossed her face. Does this mean we will have to leave Jiangli? Since she could remember, She had grown up in the Jiangli orphanage, forming a deep emotional bond with the city. For now, it must be this way, Luo Yu shrugged helplessly. However, my inheritance has informed me through memory fragments that once I advance to the upper ninja rank, I will grasp an incredibly practical space-time ninjutsu. At that point, I can effortlessly transport you anywhere at any time. Hearing this, Luo Tingyu's lips parted in surprise. Is it really that convenient? Is it true? Although she wasn't well-versed in ninja matters, she could tell that this ninjutsu was extraordinary. By the way, where will we stay in the Imperial City? Luo Tingyu posed the most crucial question at hand. The Imperial City was a bona fide first-tier metropolis, with housing prices vastly different from Jiangli. Even with Luo Yu's current financial capabilities, it would likely be a challenge. All the ninjas across the country were flocking there, making accommodation a significant issue. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. I've already inquired with Dean Feng about this. The Imperial University has constructed several upscale communities outside the city specifically for the convenience of students and their families. Oh, in that case, I can rest easy. Luo Tingyu sighed in relief. TCH, I thought I could take the opportunity to squeeze in with little Yu. After dinner, noticing that Luo Tingyu seemed unwell lately, Luo Yu, concerned for his sister, took the initiative to wash the dishes. Sis, you've been too tired recently. Just take a break. Luo Tingyu opened her mouth to explain, but ultimately remained silent. Her recent sleep quality had deteriorated due to the incessant strange dreams she had been experiencing. Dreams of herself becoming an empress, revered by her subjects, and even expecting a child. What on earth was this? Such matters were too embarrassing to share with her brother. All of this stemmed from her desire to understand her brother's interests, leading her to watch too many random anime at home. Thus, she had been having such peculiar dreams. For now, she decided to rest, going to sleep at 1 in the morning after staying up late. Just as Luo Tingyu was lost in her thoughts, the doorbell rang. Luo Yu quickly dashed to the door, exclaiming, "It should be the support resources from the association. I'll go check." Earlier, he had contacted the person on the business card to apply for numerous resources, so as soon as he heard the doorbell, he immediately thought of the support resources. Arriving at the villa's gate, he saw a delivery person dressed in a chunin vest waiting to be let in. Wow, is the threshold for delivering packages this high now? Even a chunin is involved. He guessed this person was a member of the association. If he were to inherit the legacy of the 4th Hokage, wouldn't he become the king of deliveries in a single day? Hello, are you Mr. Luo Yu? I am. These are the resources provided by the association for the champion of the exchange meeting. Please check. Saying this, the chunin delivery person took out a large storage scroll from his back. He then unfurled the scroll on the ground and began unloading numerous boxes. Luo Yu retrieved a shuriken to cut open the tape on the boxes and was astonished to find several boxes filled with fire release and water release fragments. This junk, typically used by chunin, had all been packaged and sent over. There were also some white Zetsu fragments and young Kakashi fragments, and even some blue Zabuza fragments. It was evident that most of the resources he had applied for had been generously provided. This is a direct ticket to success. Luo Yu immediately signed his name on the delivery slip. The chunin delivery person nodded and then vanished from sight in an instant using the body flicker technique. This technique condenses chakra at the feet, allowing for a speed so swift it seems like teleportation. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as if he had vanished. But in reality, it was merely a rapid sprint. Looking at the several boxes of legacy fragments, Luo Yu attempted to stuff them into his storage scroll for transport. Unfortunately, his storage scroll was too low level to accommodate so many items. Shadow clone. Luo Yu swiftly formed hand seals, creating 2 shadow clones. Together, they moved the stacked boxes to the upstairs storage room. Since shadow clones do not share consciousness, Luo Yu reiterated his instructions clearly. Soon, the 3 of them had placed the boxes in the upstairs storage room. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Luo Yu adeptly dispelled the ninjutsu and proceeded to consume the fragments of inheritance. Chidori, level 1. Chidori flow, level 1. Water release, water barrier, level 1. Water release, great waterfall, level 1. Half an hour later, Lord Luo, wake up. A face shook the unconscious Luo Yu. Upon opening his eyes, Luo Yu found himself sprawled on the floor of the storage room. It appeared that he had overwhelmed his mind with an influx of information, causing a forced reboot. However, during his fainting spell, his subconscious had thoroughly absorbed a multitude of ninjutsu techniques. How long was I out? Luo Yu inquired. Just over 30 minutes, a Fei replied, holding up 3 fingers. Nodding, Luo Yu curiously glanced at the system panel. Ordinary ninjutsu. Body replacement technique 2, shadow clone technique 1. Thousand cherry blossoms 0 taijutsu. 8 gates 2, leaf gale 3, lotus technique 1 fire release. Great fireball 3, phoenix fire 2 water release. Water barrier 3. Water dragon bullet 2, mist concealment technique 4, great waterfall technique 3 wood release. Cutting technique 5, hell's chaos 2 lightning release. Chidori 2, Chidori sharp spear 2. Chidori thousand blossoms 3, Chidori flow 2. After reviewing the system panel, Luo Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired such an impressive array of ninjutsu. It seemed that an ordinary ninja would only achieve mastery of such techniques upon reaching the rank of ninja clan. After all, the training speed for Jonin and above was significantly slower, allowing time to delve into the study of ninjutsu. Moreover, how had the Great Fireball transformed into the 2-star ninjutsu? Great Fire Extinguishing? The Shadow Clone had also evolved into the 3-star Forbidden Technique, Multi-Shadow Clone. Could it be that reaching the maximum level for both techniques had triggered this advancement? Just as Luo Yu pondered this, the system confirmed that certain ninjutsu would unlock higher forms upon upgrading. Enlightened by this revelation, Luo Yu then noted that upgrading the cutting technique to level 5 indicated his profound understanding of wood release. Did this imply that even ninjutsu learned through the Sharingan could be directly grasped? Much like the level 5 Great Fireball. With this thought in mind, a mischievous smile spread across Luo Yu's face as he looked at Afei. Afei, let me see your wood release. Chapter 77. Luo Yu's daring idea. At Luo Yu's behest, Afei followed him to the training grounds of the villa. Which ninjutsu would you like me to demonstrate? Afei asked, glancing at Luo Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yu replied, let's start with the wood release, wood barrier, and see how it fares. The wood release, wood barrier was a 1.5-star defensive technique, similar in function to the water barrier, and it wouldn't hurt to learn it. Following the command, Afei quickly formed hand seals, and suddenly, wooden planks sprouted from the ground, aligning to form a sturdy archway that obstructed the path ahead. Simultaneously, Luo Yu activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan, deeply recording A-phase chakra movements and the intricacies of the hand seals. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended wood release, wood barrier 1. Upon receiving the system's notification, Luo Yu felt a sense of relief. It seemed that by prioritizing the upgrade of various attribute ninjutsu to level 5, he could enjoy the privilege of swiftly mastering related attribute ninjutsu. Having validated his hypothesis, Luo Yu recalled that his sister had not been in good spirits lately and immediately asked Afei, has my sister been in contact with any other men recently? He suddenly regretted buying her a mobile phone. He had not yet fully enjoyed living with her and certainly did not wish to suddenly acquire a brother-in-law. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly transform into an irate child. Not at all. She's been engrossed in exploring the world of anime, Afei replied, raising his eyebrows. Luo Yu paused in surprise. Wasn't his sister always averse to two-dimensional characters? If she was now drawn to them, it was certainly preferable to her being swept away by some other man. Hearing this, Afei felt helpless. Do these two siblings really lack a blood relation? They are practically cut from the same mold. Lord Luo, I wish to see the outside world. Could you take me along the next time you venture out? Afei suddenly expressed his thoughts. Clearly, playing the role of a human surveillance device had taken its toll on him. Luo Yu considered this. The technique of White Zetsu's mayfly was indeed unparalleled in reconnaissance. Bringing Afei along tomorrow to explore the secret realm for attribute points would be akin to activating a map hack. It would facilitate quickly locating the habitats of group-dwelling exotic beasts, thereby enhancing the efficiency of attribute point farming. As for his sister's safety, a mere shadow clone could handle it. Furthermore, he could use the shadow clone to assist his sister with household chores. Agreed, Luo Yu readily consented. As night fell, the world dimmed, and people retired to their slumber. In her bed, Luo Qingyu furrowed her brow, beads of sweat glistening on her face. Once again, she dreamt of becoming an admired empress. In the center of her delicate brow, a blood-red 9 TOMOE Sharingan radiated a unique aura of dominance. Even in her pregnant state, it did not diminish her otherworldly elegance. In the realm of her dreams, all bowed before her. She was the sovereign of the world, a benevolent deity. Just as she gazed down upon the masses with her mysterious and profound scarlet eyes, a sense of impending crisis surged from her womb, jolting Luo Qingyu awake. Gasping for breath, her eyes widened in terror as questions flooded her mind. Why do I always dream of the Erling God? And as a female version? Clearly, indulging in too much two-dimensional content had its consequences. It could lead to troubling thoughts. The following day, Luo Yu rose early. He noticed Luo Yu bustling in the kitchen as usual, though her expression appeared somewhat forlorn, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. It seemed imperative to have a shadow clone keep her company. He had been preoccupied with training lately and neglected to spend time with his sister. Regardless of the world line, his sister had sacrificed so much for him. Sis, I'm heading to the secret realm to train early today. I'll be taking a Fae with me, but I'll leave a shadow clone behind. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to instruct him. With that, Luo Yu formed a hand seal and created a shadow clone of himself. For the next few days, let us not have you burdened with household chores. You can take on a bit more of the load. The shadow clone grinned. Don't worry, I guarantee your sister will have nothing to do today. And she'll enjoy a comfortable day. Subsequently, the shadow clone entered the kitchen, gently pushing Luo Yu out while it busied itself within. Luo Yu smiled knowingly. Little Yu has truly grown up. Moreover, this shadow clone was quite convenient. It meant she could always be with little Yu. Satisfied with the shadow clone's promise, Luo Yu nodded approvingly. He regarded the shadow clone as an extension of himself, and he trusted it to uphold its commitments. However, as for culinary skills, that was best left unspoken. In the next moment, a Fae, under Luo Yu's command, enveloped him, revealing only his right eye. Naturally, as his secret weapon, a Fae couldn't go out in this manner. Transformation technique. A layer of chakra enveloped him, concealing white Zetsu's outer garment, restoring Luo Yu's original appearance. Feeling a surge of power and speed, Luo Yu opted not to take a vehicle, but instead transformed into a gust of wind, sprinting toward the teleportation site of the secret realm. Is this what my sister refers to as youth? After consuming the dimensional essence, Luo Yu utilized the teleportation device to arrive at the Jiangli Chunin level secret realm, Silver Forest Peak. Unfortunately, he had yet to be certified as a Chunin. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed the middle-level secret realm. Reappearing at the camp centered around the teleportation anchor point, he observed that the area was bustling with Jiangli ninjas as well as those dispatched by the association to maintain the teleportation anchor. Gazing into the distance, he noted the undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, stretching endlessly. According to the intelligence available, aside from certain exotic beasts like the wind demon ape, many flying exotic beasts also resided here, making them difficult to capture without long-range attack capabilities. For close combat ninjas, the threat posed by flying exotic beasts was nearly as great as that of the wind demon ape. This is also the reason why Zhongli rarely visits Silver Forest Peak. Hunting flying exotic beasts poses numerous challenges, and they prefer to explore another secret realm of Zhongli. However, for Luo Yu, who possesses ultra-long-range and wide-area ninjutsu, this place is undoubtedly paradise. Stepping briskly out of the camp, Luo Yu lowered his voice to communicate with a Fae, stating that he had no specific requirements for the type of prey today. He urged a Fae to seek out more habitats of exotic beasts while reminding him to avoid being spotted by humans. Suddenly, Luo Yu recalled something and asked if a Fae needed dimensional aura to enter the secret realm. Due to the bond from the blood pact, typically, if a ninja consumes dimensional aura, their summoning beast would also experience the same effects. A Fae responded that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Hearing this, Luo Yu felt relieved, realizing that the system linked him with a Fae, allowing them to share the benefits of the dimensional aura. This saved one portion of the dimensional aura. Let us move, commanded Luo Yu. Instantly, a Fae detached from his body, employing the mayfly technique to merge with the earth and move swiftly underground. Meanwhile, Luo Yu seized the opportunity to catch up on his favorite series on his phone, utilizing his fragmented time wisely. 10 minutes later, a Fae suddenly emerged from the ground. Reporting, Lord Luo, I have identified all the habitats of several groups of exotic beasts nearby. Luo Yu's eyes widened in surprise at the speed of a Fae's findings. Then, a bold idea struck him. Would sending his teammate a Fae to eliminate exotic beasts yield attribute points? With this thought, Luo Yu's gaze toward a Fae intensified. Chapter 78. The Fall of Silver Forest Peak? Around a towering tree at Silver Forest Peak, a flock of black-billed avian beasts spread their lush wings and circled like geese. These black-billed creatures, typically second-tier low-level ninjas, would swarm and attack anyone who provoked them, making them a dreaded presence for many low-level ninjas. Would release. Insertion technique. Following a Fae to the group of black-billed beasts, Luo Yu hurled a wooden spike that struck one of the creatures. Upon witnessing this, the flock prepared to dive toward Luo Yu. In response, he formed a hand sign, and with a surge of chakra, the wooden spike within the black-billed beast grew wildly, branching out into numerous trees that pierced through other targets. Thus, over 20 black-billed beasts fell lifelessly to the ground. Attribute point 6. Given that his base attributes were near that of a mid-level ninja, the drop in attribute points was disappointingly meager. Luo Yu glanced upward and noted several remaining black-billed beasts staring in horror at the carnage below. Fei, it's your turn now. Luo Yu had intentionally held back against the black-billed beasts to test whether Fei could also earn attribute points from eliminating exotic beasts. With a slight nod, Fei adeptly performed the necessary hand signs for the wood release, thorn kill technique. He transmitted chakra to the ground, causing several wooden tendrils to emerge and pursue the panicked black-billed creatures. In an instant, the wooden tendrils, resembling agile appendages, ensnared several black-billed beasts and applied pressure. Attribute point 2. Although it was only 2 points, a faint smile crept across Luo Yu's lips, as this confirmed Fei's ability to assist in earning attribute points. Regrettably, the drops were still too scant. At this rate, even turning Silver Forest Peak upside down would only allow for marginal upgrades in stamina. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yu allocated the attribute points to stamina. Stamina, 261, 50, 269, 50. Collecting the nameless heritage fragments dropped by the black-billed beasts into a storage scroll, Luo Yu intended to have Fei lead the way once more. At that moment, he sensed spatial fluctuations emanating from many areas in the distance. Activating his Sharingan, he observed numerous low-level ninjas being pursued by exotic beasts. The creatures depicted in the bestiary were not recorded, and many seemed to be mid-level in strength. This explained the frantic flight of the low-level ninjas. Seeing this scene, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of why so many mid-level exotic beasts appeared in a low-level ninja realm, they represented living attribute points. Moreover, farming mid-level exotic beasts would be significantly more efficient. Fei, we have company approaching. Conceal yourself. Understood, Fei replied, humorously saluting before transforming into a ninja hound. Luo Yu cleared his throat and said, "Come on to me." By having Fei possess him, he could enjoy the benefits of wood release and stamina enhancement, though less than that of the Hashirama cells. Even mosquito legs count as meat. After being enveloped in the white zetsu, Luo Yu immediately activated the transformation technique to conceal the white zetsu on his body. Simultaneously, 3 first-tier decapitators, wielding sharp scythe hands, harvested the lives of numerous low-level ninjas. The decapitators resembled gigantic mantises, clad in green armor that enveloped their bodies. They vibrated their thin wings and swiftly caught up to the fleeing low-level ninjas, swiftly ending their lives. Behind the decapitators, countless small flying blood-sucking insect beasts, akin to goblins, pursued with ease. These blood-sucking beasts were also third-tier low-level ninjas and appeared in overwhelming numbers. Once they set their sights on a target, they would swarm and drain their blood entirely. Observing their fellow escapees falter one by one, meeting tragic fates, the faces of the fleeing ninjas turned increasingly pale. Among them was a scruffy middle-tier ninja, but even he, faced with 3 first-tier decapitators and countless blood-sucking beasts, could only flee for his life, his face drained of color. Luo Yu treaded lightly on the branches, heading toward the horde of exotic beasts. Upon seeing a young figure, the fleeing ninjas shouted in unison, "Run! They are mid-level. Don't come any closer. Quickly report to the guarding ninjas at the teleportation point. Escape. Silver Forest Peak is about to fall." Luo Yu felt perplexed. If mid-level ninjas were present, the guarding forces at the teleportation point also boasted several mid-level ninjas. It wasn't plausible for 3 decapitators to bring down Silver Forest Peak. Despite his doubts, Luo Yu did not halt his advance. Noticing his indifference to their warnings, the escaping ninjas displayed expressions of regret. However, in the next moment, Luo Yu's demeanor remained composed as he brushed past the fleeing crowd. Would release, insertion technique. As he spoke, the active cells within him surged to their peak, growing into numerous trees that shot forth like arrows. Upon striking their targets, the trees erupted within the bodies of the blood-sucking beasts, causing devastating secondary damage. Being a pinnacle technique, combined with a phase enhancement, the power of wood release reached its utmost potential. Even the decapitators' robust armor began to crack under the relentless barrage. Beneath the rain of trees, a multitude of blood-sucking beasts fell, howling as they succumbed to the blood-soaked ground. Only 3 decapitators remained standing. Yet their once resilient wings were now riddled with holes, rendered useless. The green insect armor, known for its defensive prowess, suffered severe damage. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the fleeing ninjas instinctively halted, mouths agape, gazing at the crimson carnage before them. Wood release. It's wood release. I've never seen such a brutal display of wood release. One technique annihilated dozens of exotic beasts. Why would such a powerful ninja come to Silver Forest Peak? We are saved. With such ninjutsu power, could this young man be a J-nin? Surely not. A J-nin this young? As the crowd marveled at Luo Yu's ninjutsu prowess, he activated his 3 TOMOE Sharingan and simultaneously opened the first gate of the 8 gates, the opening gate. To thoroughly breach the decapitator's defenses, he needed to close the distance. The Sharingan allowed him to anticipate the decapitator's blade attacks, while the opening gate elevated his speed to that of a mid-level ninja, facilitating coordinated movements with the Sharingan. Against first-tier mid-level exotic beasts, the opening gate sufficed. There was no need to resort to the opening of the healing gate, which would be excessively taxing. As Luo Yu caught up in speed, he gracefully evaded the scythe-wielding assailant. Seizing the moment between attacks, he formed a seal, channeling lightning chakra into his arm. With a calm flick of his wrist, the currents transformed into countless slender, silver needles of lightning, surging towards the chinks in the armor of the Mind Stealers. The Thousand Birds technique possessed remarkable penetrating power, honed to a masterful level. At such a close range, 3 of the Mind Stealers were instantly pierced, their internal organs ravaged by the chaotic lightning. They collapsed helplessly to the ground. The rescued individuals stood in stunned silence. The Thousand Birds technique was a rank 3 lightning jutsu, rarely mastered even by high-ranking ninjas. The young lad before them not only mastered it, but had developed it to perfection, a true genius. Chapter 79. Is there a catch? Attribute points 30. Upon receiving a system notification, Luo Yu smiled. Indeed, accumulating attribute points from mid-level beasts was the quickest method, including the 20 points gained from defeating the bloodthirsty mosquito beast. He had amassed a total of 50 attribute points from this battle. Normally, a day's worth of grinding at Silver Forest Peak would yield similar results, especially with the presence of a Fae, the elite scout. Stamina, 269, 50, 319, 50. Having exhausted his attribute points, Luo Yu turned to the rescued crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pin. The middle-aged ninja expressed profound gratitude. Young brother, thank you for saving our lives. The others echoed their appreciation. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of this young man, they too would have met the same fate as the previous ninjas, serving as mere fodder for the bloodthirsty mosquito beasts. The thought of being devoured clean by the creatures sent chills down their spines. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Then, he posed a question. I recall that Silver Forest Peak shouldn't have Mind Stealers or bloodthirsty mosquito beasts. How did you come to be pursued by them? Pin took a moment to collect his thoughts before recounting. Silver Forest Peak, like other lower-tier secret realms, served as a transit point during the early ninja era when beasts invaded. Eventually, the ninja coalition pushed back the invading beast army from Silver Forest Peak to their own dimension. The entrances from the beast dimension to the secret realm were sealed by numerous shadow-level powerhouses, leaving only a few beasts for ninjas to train against. Perhaps due to years of neglect, many of the seals at Silver Forest Peak have weakened, causing spatial fluctuations. Consequently, a number of beasts from another dimension have surged in. The Mind Stealers we just encountered were merely a fraction. The main force of beasts is likely currently ravaging the humans at Silver Forest Peak. We must hurry back to the teleportation anchor point, or else if the beast army occupies it, returning to Zhongli will be exceedingly difficult. Luo Yu composed himself and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, if that's the case, wouldn't the first target of the beasts be the teleportation anchor point? Upon hearing this, the group fell into disarray. Then let's hasten back. The authorities must have contacted the association to organize a counterattack. Indeed, if we get trapped at Silver Forest Peak, we will be cornered by the beasts. The worst-case scenario would be Zhongli becoming a battlefield ravaged by beasts. The critical issue was that being stranded at Silver Forest Peak would deplete 1 bottle of dimensional essence every hour. Who could withstand that? Exactly. In just a few days, we won't even need the beasts to take action. We will exhaust ourselves. Luo Yu felt equally exasperated. He had not yet gathered enough attribute points when this unfortunate situation arose. It seemed the only option was to return to Zhongli. After all, while the beast army sounded intimidating, individual strength could not contend with sheer numbers. Though he yearned to seize the chaos to accumulate more attribute points. If the teleportation anchor point was genuinely compromised by the beast army, he would find himself in a precarious position. Everyone, let us return to the teleportation anchor point together. We must not split up, Luo Yu declared resolutely. As his words resonated, the group unanimously agreed. Yes, together. Having displayed remarkable strength, Luo Yu held decisive influence within this temporary team. In their eyes, he was a beacon of hope. Following Luo Yu instilled within them a profound sense of security. Thus, Luo Yu led the remaining 20 members of the team with vigor towards the teleportation anchor point at Silver Forest Peak. Along the way, they encountered ninjas being pursued by the beast army. Luo Yu, citing the need to conserve strength, prohibited his team from intervening and instead charged in himself, clearing the area with his piercing rain technique. After a vigorous assault, only mid-level beasts remained. Luo Yu then employed the Thousand Birds technique, renowned for its penetrating capabilities, to reap the remaining beasts. His attribute points surged significantly. The ranks of those following Luo Yu steadily increased. As this operation repeated several times, Yin Pin and the first wave of followers wore expressions of bewilderment. Wow, such a powerful technique. And Luo Yu has executed it repeatedly without breaking a sweat or showing any signs of fatigue. The vitality of youth is indeed remarkable. It's clear he has no girlfriend. These high-intensity maneuvers would have drained them completely. They would have been left with nothing but an empty shell of chakra. As the number of people in the team grew, some gradually recognized Luo Yu's identity. Isn't that the prodigious young man Luo Yu from the trending news? Really? I hadn't noticed. Wow. He is the one who ended Sun Hao's championship streak, and it was a decisive victory. Having witnessed his earlier performance, it was no wonder even Sun Hao had been bested by him. Thank goodness Luo Yu is here today. Otherwise, we would have been trampled by the beast army. Truly, he was the rising star of Zhongli. After utilizing all his attribute points, excluding the enhancement from the Hashirama cells, Luo Yu's base stamina reached 410 points. With the Hashirama cells factored in, even without activating the 8 gates, he was undoubtedly at the level of a mid-ranking ninja. Feeling the significant enhancement in his physical condition, Luo Yu gained confidence in confronting the beast army. Possessing the 8 gates, he felt he could contend even with higher-ranking ninjas. Before long, under Luo Yu's leadership, a throng of nearly 100 survivors arrived at the camp before the teleportation anchor point. Thankfully, the beast army had yet to launch an attack here. The once empty camp was now teeming with survivors fleeing from other areas. A loudspeaker blared, warning that Silver Forest Peak was under invasion by beasts from another dimension, urging survivors to seek refuge in the camp. Luo Yu felt puzzled. Why were they not hastening back to Zhongli to contact the association and rally forces against the invasion? In the watchtower of the camp, a square-faced mid-ranking ninja captain was taken aback upon seeing the large crowd approaching. Why are there so many of you? Upon hearing this, Yin Pin stepped forward to explain. We were saved by Luo Yu. Over 100 beasts have perished under his jutsu. However, there are surely still many more beasts. Please, officers, hurry. Could it be the renowned Luo Yu from the 5 Cities Exchange Conference? The mid-ranking captain scrutinized Luo Yu, standing prominently among the crowd, and his expression brightened. It really is Luo Yu. With him here, we can hold out much longer. What does that mean? A sinking feeling crept into Luo Yu's heart. The mid-ranking captain spoke solemnly. The teleportation anchor point has been secretly sabotaged. For the time being, no one can leave Silver Forest Peak. Upon hearing this, the newly informed survivors erupted in despair. I don't have enough dimensional essence left. At this rate, I will surely perish. The beast army is likely to begin clearing the area soon. If this continues, we will all meet our end. Damn it. I should have checked the calendar before heading out today. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened. The teleportation anchor point had been compromised? Was it human intervention? The mid-ranking captain's expression grew grave. The traces do not resemble those left by beasts. Luo Yu was taken aback. So it was indeed a deliberate act? It appeared the beast's counterattack was premeditated. Noticing the despondency among the crowd, the mid-ranking captain raised his arm, rallying their spirits. Do not worry. We have already contacted the association. I believe it will not be long before they employ other dimensional technology to send reinforcements to assist us. Nevertheless, Luo Yu had already made up his mind to seize this opportunity to amass a significant number of attribute points. Chapter 80. Potential enemies. Betrayers of humanity at the camp of the transmission anchor point. Under the coordination of the CH9 captain, the defensive structures were steadily taking shape. First, ninjas skilled in earth techniques were summoned to construct multiple earthen walls using their ninjutsu. Luo Yu also utilized wood techniques to reinforce the camp's walls. Although these defenses were nearly ineffective against CH9 level beasts, they could still slow the advance of lower-tier creatures. Every effort, however minimal, was a step in the right direction. The atmosphere, previously tense, began to ease as the preparations progressed vigorously. At that moment, a reconnaissance ninja stationed at the lookout tower reported that a massive black-scaled python, over 10 meters long, was rapidly approaching from 500 meters away. Initial estimates placed the creature at the third tier of CH9. This news sent a wave of unease through the ranks. Was the beast army about to launch an attack? I'll go take a look, Luo Yu said, nimbly scaling the 9-meter-high lookout tower. His crimson eyes surged with power, and the 3 TOMOE of his Sharingan materialized. Within the span of several hundred meters, everything became crystal clear under its gaze. Indeed, in the distance, a black-scaled python slithered through the dense forest, swiftly heading toward the camp. What raised his suspicion was the fact that the creature seemed to be carrying a living being within its maw. From the chakra fluctuations emanating from the creature, Luo Yu deduced that it was likely a human. As Luo Yu revealed his Sharingan, speculation rippled through the crowd. Just as the news had indicated, his right eye was indeed a Sharingan. Could it be that Luo Yu had inherited from Kakashi Hatake? Yet, he recalled that all of Kakashi's inheritors possessed Sharingan in their left eye. Perhaps Luo Yu was a new inheritor yet to be discovered. But why was he able to deactivate his Sharingan unlike Kakashi's successors? It must be that Kakashi had seized the eye of some mysterious Uchiha. Upon hearing this, some female ninjas could not help but interject. Nonsense. Lord Kakashi would never commit such cruelty. I suspect that the mysterious Uchiha is in a romantic relationship with him. Hence the shared Sharingan. How wonderfully romantic. They chimed, their eyes gleaming with admiration. So Luo Yu shares the Uchiha bloodline like the Jun family? Well, given the long history of these prominent families, it is not unusual for there to be illegitimate offspring. Please, not now. Indeed, no matter the circumstance. The insatiable gossiping nature of people could never be extinguished. Sighing in resignation, Luo Yu calmly remarked, "This python seems peculiar. I will approach it to ascertain the situation." Be cautious, the CH9 captain advised, knowing that aside from himself, Luo Yu was likely the strongest individual present. He certainly did not wish for such a key player to encounter mishaps before confronting the beast army. "I know my limits," Luo Yu replied, and in an instant, his figure vanished. In less than a minute, Luo Yu stood before the black-scaled python. Just as he prepared to unleash a Chidori to strike the creature's jaw and rescue the gasping individual within, the python opened its massive mouth, expelling a familiar figure enveloped in a transparent, viscous fluid. "Stop! It's a comrade," the figure exclaimed, raising a hand to halt Luo Yu's advance. Luo Yu focused intently. "It was Sun Hao. What brings you here?" "Indeed, it is I, the former triple champion Sun Hao," he replied, though now battered and bruised. He was far from his former glory. It was evident that he had been dealt with by the beast army. This perplexed Luo Yu. As an outsider, Sun Hao had entered Jiang Li's secret realm, but was required to pay additional ninja currency to Jiang Li. Moreover, the gleaming silver badge on Sun Hao's chest indicated his certification as a CH9. Why was he in a low-tier secret realm? Could he be the human traitor? Luo Yu was filled with doubts. Seeing Luo Yu's confusion, Sun Hao offered a bittersweet smile. "I initially came to Jiang Li to express my gratitude." Gratitude? Luo Yu was even more bewildered. After having thoroughly defeated him, he was now thanking him? "Thank you for helping me realize the truth. Ruling over a small Tier 3 city is nothing remarkable. The true path lies in stepping onto the world stage and making a name for myself. I have accepted an invitation from the Imperial Capital University. Soon, we shall be classmates. My new goal is to surpass you." Luo Yu clapped dismissively. "That's impressive. But how did you end up here?" Sun Hao explained. "I was on my way to your home, but your girlfriend informed me that you were exploring the secret realm." Luo Yu quickly interrupted. "Stop. I am single. And the beautiful sister living with you? That is my sister." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's eyes lit up. "Does that mean I have a chance?" Just as he was about to refer to Luo Yu as his little brother-in-law, Luo Yu quickly corrected him, "Stepbrother." "Then there's no issue." Sun Hao's expression dimmed instantly. "What does stepbrother mean?" "You know what it implies." I was headed to the transmission site in the secret realm to release a few snakes using the shadow snake hand to wait for you. However, my little snake inadvertently discovered a suspicious figure in a gray robe. Out of curiosity, I followed him to Silver Forest Peak. With the help of my snakes, I witnessed the gray-robed individual sabotage the transmission anchor point and use a white gemstone ring on his finger to open a temporary spatial rift, unleashing beasts from another dimension. Luo Yu listened attentively, refraining from interruption. To his astonishment, Sun Hao had inadvertently witnessed the actions of the human traitor. This was of paramount importance. Later, he used the white gemstone ring to escape through the rift. I was then targeted by a group of plant-based beasts and, while enduring their onslaught, summoned Xiao Hei to help me flee. That is how I ended up here. Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then focused on the critical point. You mentioned that the rift opened by the gray-robed individual is temporary? Other beasts from different dimensions won't keep pouring in? Sun Hao nodded slightly. Only about 500 to 600 were released, and only 1/10 of them are CH9 level. Luo Yu grimaced. Only 500 to 600? That's hardly enough to satisfy anyone, especially since part of that number has already been taken care of. If the survivors in the camp knew that Luo Yu considered this a small problem, they would likely be infuriated. However, the plant-based beast that chased him earlier was an exception. Recalling his previous encounter, Sun Hao showed a hint of fear. I have never seen beasts with such a structure. Their main body resembles a colossal tree engulfed in smoldering embers. The roots of the tree are connected to fiery red flowers, each of which is as troublesome as a CH9 level beast. Moreover, they possess a fiery clan technique akin to Phoenix Flower. Extremely troublesome. Chapter 81. Flames and Lamentations. Just as he spoke of their tenacity, 3 fiery petals shot up from the ground, targeting Luo Yu and Sun Hao. Scalding fireballs erupted in rapid succession, prompting Luo Yu to quickly form hand seals. Would release, would block wall. With the essence of a Fey within him, Luo Yu's affinity for wood techniques had been enhanced, allowing him to simplify the hand seals required for the jutsu. In an instant, several sturdy wooden beams sprouted from the ground, forming a protective archway. The relentless fireballs struck the wooden barrier. Though they blocked a significant portion of the assault, the intense flames gradually consumed the wooden wall. Luo Yu could not help but exclaim, as expected of a CH9 level beast, my rudimentary wooden barrier is swiftly disintegrating. Indeed, although Luo Yu had grasped the basic form of the wooden block wall, a Fei's mastery elevated it to a higher level. Otherwise, facing the barrage of fireballs that countered with techniques, the barrier might not have survived even the first wave. As the wooden pillar wall crumbled, Luo Yu concentrated lightning chakra in his palm, transforming a high-voltage current into a razor-sharp blade of lightning that effortlessly pierced through a blazing flower. The process unfolded seamlessly, showcasing the formidable penetrating power of the thousand birds' sharp spear. After unleashing a barrage of fireballs, the fiery flower appeared significantly weakened. Without waiting for the nearby black-scaled giant python to react, Luo Yu swiftly thrust the thousand birds' sharp spear into the buds of 2 additional fiery flowers. He sought to relish the experience for himself. As the life signs faded, the fiery flowers gradually turned to pitch-black ashes, dispersing in the wind. Attribute points, 23. Upon receiving the attribute points, Luo Yu felt a surge of delight. His basic values had now reached the standard of a chunin, though the drop in attribute points was not of great consequence. Observing Luo Yu effortlessly dispatch the 3 fiery flowers left Sun Hao in a state of profound shock. Although Luo Yu had previously bested him, he had at least opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates of might. These fiery flowers, despite being classified as Chunin Level 2, were almost instantly annihilated by Luo Yu. In just 1 day apart, the gap between himself and Luo Yu had widened even further. Moreover, what were the thousand birds' sharp spear and the wooden pillar wall? Luo Yu possessed an astonishing array of ninjutsu. It was one thing to know many techniques, but his proficiency and star level were remarkably high. Just as he had rekindled hope with the goal of overcoming Luo Yu, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. No, if I cannot compete in talent, I must outwork Luo Yu. I will find a way to obtain Senior Meng Yao's contact information and train intensively with her after school. With this thought, Sun Hao's eyes reignited with determination. The vibrant senior embodies youth. It seemed that the fiery flowers were already closing in. We should hasten to join the others. Additionally, your injuries are severe. You must receive treatment promptly. Luo Yu shook the dazed Sun Hao, urging him onward. Regaining his senses, Sun Hao turned to the black-scaled giant python, affectionately named Xiaohei. Xiaohei instinctively lowered its massive head and opened its gaping maw. Sun Hao stepped into Xiaohei's mouth and extended the invitation to Luo Yu. Would you like to join me? Seeing Sun Hao drenched in a translucent liquid, Luo Yu decisively declined. No. Soon, Luo Yu returned to the camp first, clarifying Sun Hao's situation to the others. Their spirits visibly lightened. Sun Hao was indeed considered an elite among Chunins, especially with a Chunin level 3 summoning beast. Their ability to hold the line had been considerably extended. Subsequently, the survivors granted passage to the giant python. Water release, water chaos wave. Sun Hao emerged from the python's mouth. The water release ninjas immediately harnessed their chakra, releasing harmless streams of water to cleanse Sun Hao. Several medical ninjas conducted basic treatment on his wounds. Thereafter, Sun Hao divulged everything he knew to the group. The teleportation anchor point had been sabotaged. It was indeed a deliberate act. A ring capable of manipulating time-space powers? How formidable! When Sun Hao mentioned the enormous tree still smoldering with residual flames, many ninjas around expressed unfamiliarity with such an entity. The Chunin captain, seasoned from multiple battles against aberrant beasts, tightened his expression, sweat beading on his forehead. Based on your description, it must be the sacred flame roots. I encountered it once on the battlefield against aberrant beasts. Each time it appeared, it brought a horde of Chunin-level fiery flowers, and its true form is at least Jiaonin level. Those fiery flowers not only launch fireballs, but are also adept at earth manipulation, allowing them to quickly infiltrate the battlefield. For ordinary ninjas, it is a dimensionally overwhelming assault. In that battle, we suffered a devastating defeat. As he spoke, the Chunin captain dispelled his transformation technique, revealing a face marred by severe burns. Unless we vanquish the true form, the fiery flowers will continue to replenish themselves. However, the true form of the sacred flame roots is undoubtedly among the Jiaonin ranks. Back then, our elite squad of 5 set out to exterminate it, and I was the only one to escape, left with the mundane task of guarding the teleportation anchor point. I never anticipated encountering it again. As he finished speaking, the Chunin captain's resolute gaze dimmed, his head hanging low in defeat. The psychological trauma from that past calamity was evidently too great. Now, faced again with his inner nightmare, he had spiraled into a state of despair. Witnessing the captain's demeanor, the morale of the camp plummeted, spiraling into disarray. How could a makeshift team of mostly genin withstand the relentless onslaught of the fiery flowers? Let us flee. We must retreat further. Useless. The dimensional aura will eventually be exhausted. All that awaits us is the cruel reality. What about the association? Aren't they sending reinforcements? One of the sentry ninjas spoke in a low tone, indicating that the association was considering sending support via Flying Thunder God technique. However, recalibrating the coordinates to Silver Forest Peak would require time. Luo Yu pondered momentarily. In other words, they must buy time. Just as the atmosphere became stifling, numerous fiery flowers erupted from the ground near the camp. The sentry on the lookout tower cried out. Many fiery flowers are appearing in the distance. Before anyone could react, several fiery flowers also burrowed underground and emerged within the camp. Barrages of fireballs rained down on the gathering crowd, erupting with thunderous explosions. Many weaker ninjas perished on the spot, and the camp structures, primarily made of flammable wood, ignited into fierce flames. Without immediate efforts to extinguish the fire, the camp would soon become an inferno. The hurried response of the crowd was one of sheer horror. It turned out that these fiery flowers could circumvent the lookout tower by burrowing underground to launch a surprise attack on the camp. Their defenses had been effortlessly bypassed. "Captain, give the orders," a determined sentry ninja urged. "Not the flames. No, the flames will consume us." Witnessing the rampant inferno, the Chunin captain's spirit was severely shaken. Clutching his head, he isolated himself in a small room. Meanwhile, many ninjas fell victim to the assault of the fiery flowers. The scene burned deeply into everyone's consciousness. Was death the only true and cruel reality? At this moment, all thoughts of resistance vanished as they desperately sought to flee the camp. However, what awaited them was only the merciless flames. Ah Fei, can you trace the roots of the fiery flowers to find the true form of the sacred flame roots? In a corner unnoticed by others, Luo Yu whispered to Ah Fei perched on him. Unlike those whose mental states had collapsed, Luo Yu relied on his formidable strength as a foundation, thus maintaining composure in the face of death. "Leave it to me. Upon receiving off-phase affirmative response, Luo Yu's pupils glimmered with a strange crimson hue, the form of his divine might trembling with excitement. If death must come, I shall be the harbinger of that death. Chapter 82, Luo Yu Baby Bus? With morale shattered, the already beleaguered individuals succumbed to a one-sided slaughter. Yet, confronted with such brutality, Luo Yu marveled at his own extraordinary calmness. It seemed that, at this moment, the Sharingan exerted a genuine influence on the human psyche. Was this the reason Senju Tobarama regarded the Uchiha as an evil clan? Indeed, the fault did not lie with the world but with the Sharingan. While cleaving through the fiery flowers with lightning release, Luo Yu contemplated his strategy. The battlefield here was devoid of meaning. The urgent task was to consolidate their forces and strike at the core. A decapitation operation requires quality over quantity. As he sliced through the fiery flower before him with a thousand-bird-sharp spear, Luo Yu intercepted Sun Hao, who was preparing to flee. Do you wish to join me in decapitating the sacred flame roots? Upon hearing this, Sun Hao could hardly believe his ears. Was he joking? Just the two of us? The elite Chunin captain and his team had met with near total annihilation when they confronted it. Wouldn't they be walking to their doom? Luo Yu shook his head slightly. We still need an experienced elder. With that, he forcefully opened the door to the room and dragged out the mentally distressed Chunin captain who had been hiding inside. He was someone who had faced the sacred flame roots head-on, and with his intelligence, our efforts would be significantly more effective. Sun Hao still found it hard to believe. Are you serious? In the past, he might have been impulsive enough to agree to Luo Yu's proposal. However, after being defeated by Luo Yu, his mindset had undergone a transformation. With two individuals bearing the weight of a shattered mentality, success seemed elusive. Yet, despite knowing the odds were slim, Sun Hao trembled as he acquiesced. Soon, his eyes became misty with regret. Curse it! Why couldn't he control his own tongue? This was beginning to feel reminiscent of his former glory as a tri-champion. Luo Yu nodded with a look of reassurance. Before long, leveraging the size advantage of the black-scaled giant python, and under Luo Yu's overwhelming firepower, the trio broke through the encirclement. Observing Sun Hao's deathly pale face, it was evident he was regretting his decision. To stabilize morale and prevent Sun Hao from fleeing midway, Luo Yu spoke softly. Cheer up. Just think about the spoils we will acquire once we defeat the sacred flame roots. Such a formidable beast is bound to yield numerous treasures. We will share them among ourselves. In such moments, only the promise of riches could bolster spirits. Yet, there was always the fear of not surviving to claim them. Faced with temptation, Sun Hao's mind remained clear. Luo Yu shifted his approach. Once we vanquish the sacred flame roots, we shall be hailed as heroes in Jiangli. Countless young ladies will admire us. Hearing Luo Yu's words struck a chord, and Sun Hao's fears dissipated in an instant. He stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. Yes, for the admiration of young ladies. His initial reluctance to attend the Imperial University stemmed from a desire to earn the adoration of women. Had he gone to the Imperial University, surrounded by prodigies, he would have faded into mediocrity. What girl would admire such a fate? In that moment, he unconditionally believed that Luo Yu could guide him to stability. Luo Yu chuckled helplessly, recognizing the folly of love's influence. As they journeyed, following a phase covert guidance, he directed Xiaohe to lead them to the edge of a deep pit. Luo Yu and Sun Hao dismounted from Xiaohe, peering into the depths of the chasm. The pit appeared to be approximately 50 meters deep and remarkably wide, occupying an area akin to that of an international skyscraper. In the center of the pit, a towering tree, standing 16 meters tall, was engulfed in flames. Surrounding the fiery tree were several flame flowers, quietly taking root as if breaking through the confines of nature. This is not good. We should retreat. I truly don't think we can handle this. Sun Hao faltered upon witnessing the spectacle of the fire tree. Moreover, the middle-ranked ninja captain was currently in a daze, unable to provide any useful information. The captain lay on Xiaohe's back, his eyes vacant. Luo Yu leaped to the captain's side. Channeling his ocular power, the three TOMOE began to spin rapidly, projecting everything into the captain's pupils. The Sharingan instantly ensnared him in a world of illusion. In this fabricated realm, the overwhelming inferno that haunted him was swiftly extinguished. The captain's eyes gradually regained their emotional depth, and his demeanor calmed. Observing this, Luo Yu promptly dispelled the illusion. What just happened? The middle-ranked captain awoke, recalling fragments of his previous memories. Sun Hao stood by, astonished. So, there is such a technique? He was aware of the potency of the Sharingan's illusions. But this was the first time he witnessed it used to soothe one's spirit. Eliminate the sacred flame roots? Just the three of us. As the captain pieced together the events through his memories, despair threatened to overwhelm him once more. This is absurd. Our elite squad of dozens was nearly annihilated, and I alone managed to escape. They had undergone rigorous training and experienced the baptism of blood in battle, working in perfect harmony. And now, it was just 3 individuals? Think of your comrades, Commander. Do you wish to repeat the past, dreaming of infernos only to awaken in terror? Luo Yu's words struck a nerve. Even he was taken aback by his own intensity. He would not have spoken so harshly in the past. It seemed that under pressure, he had transformed considerably. Meanwhile, the middle-ranked captain fell silent. Luo Yu's remarks were akin to pouring salt and spice into his wounds. Who could withstand such a barrage? After a moment of internal struggle, the captain sighed deeply, his gaze hardening once more. This is indeed a prime opportunity for me to conquer my past. He then divulged all the intelligence he possessed. The weakness of the sacred flame roots lay within its molten core. The massive tree was merely a shell crafted by the molten heart using fire techniques. Luo Yu nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as the fiery core. With a sufficiently powerful water technique, the outer shell could be destroyed. The molten heart would be exposed for a mere 15 seconds, after which the shell would regenerate. However, in the first 10 seconds of its shell's destruction, the molten heart would enter a frenzied state, unleashing countless fire columns that would indiscriminately affect everyone nearby. We initially underestimated this aspect, attempting to use a water barrier to defend against the molten heart's fury, which led to catastrophe. As he spoke, the captain's eyes reddened, and his emotions surged once more. Luo Yu absorbed the information, deep in thought. A frenzied onslaught lasting 10 seconds? That meant they had only 5 seconds to extinguish the molten heart. How long could the current phasing technique last? 20 seconds. This was indeed a match made in heaven. With a spark of delight within him, Luo Yu turned to his companions. Leave the molten heart's frenzy to me. How proficient are you both with water techniques? Water techniques? The two of them appeared momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure. To break the sacred flame shell, water techniques were essential. Not only would the main user need to unleash the water attack to shatter the shield, but someone would also need to create water. After all, generating water in a dry environment was a formidable challenge, and its power would be significantly diminished. I can certainly do it, after all. I was chosen for the mission against the sacred flame roots precisely because of my proficiency in water techniques, Sun Hao explained softly. I initially specialized in water techniques, but after receiving the legacy of Yushina Kane, I awakened fire techniques, making me an awkward practitioner of both. Though he typically excelled at snake techniques, he was more than capable when it came to simply generating water. Luo Yu chuckled. Indeed, being proficient in both water and fire is an awkward predicament, primarily due to their inherent contradiction. Other elemental attributes complement one another, while these two tend to counteract and evaporate each other. Thus, in this world, water-fire ninjas are often referred to as water goods. I will descend alone. You two will provide water from above using the waterfall technique. Is that agreeable? Luo Yu laid out his plan. The waterfall technique was not an actual waterfall, but a half-star technique designed to create an environment conducive to water techniques. It should not be too challenging for Sun Hao. Do you intend to face that creature down there alone? Sun Hao gazed at Luo Yu in disbelief. Despite the fact that, in his perspective, Luo Yu had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of his full strength, he still couldn't fathom that Luo Yu could take down the sacred flame roots single-handedly. The middle-ranked captain observed Luo Yu's demeanor and, sensing that he wasn't merely posturing, interjected. Leave it to me. Noting Sun Hao's lingering doubts, Luo Yu calmly patted his shoulder. As ninjas, we must sometimes trust our comrades. With that, he leaped into the pit without hesitation. In an instant, Luo Yu felt the temperature around him soar. As he descended into the chasm, he glanced at his unallocated attribute points, 96. These were acquired just moments ago while breaking through the encirclement of the flame flowers, and they served as his anchor of confidence in confronting the colossal fire tree below. Utilizing all these attributes to augment chakra will undoubtedly enable the creation of a water jutsu powerful enough to shatter the sacred fire's exterior. Luo Yu promptly heightened his chakra, and the data panel updated accordingly. Chakra, 377, 100. Meanwhile, above him, Sun Hao and the CH Nin captain formed hand seals together. Water release, waterfall technique. A copious amount of chakra transformed into flowing water, coalescing into a magnificent waterfall cascading towards the deep pit. Sensing the surrounding anomalies, numerous flame blossoms swiftly burrowed underground, moving toward Luo Yu's landing point. As Luo Yu descended onto the searing ground, he observed the water level rising beneath him and swiftly formed seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. In the next instant, under the manipulation of chakra, the water around Luo Yu transformed into a ferocious torrent, surging towards the roots of the sacred fire. Many flame blossoms erupted from the ground, caught within the tumultuous current. In an instant, under the immense water pressure, they disintegrated into fragments. Notifications of attribute points flooded in: attribute point 9, attribute point 10, attribute point 8. On the main stem of the sacred fire's roots, two enormous flame blossom buds unleashed powerful explosive seeds like a machine gun, striking against the towering waves. Subsequently, the residual shock waves from the exploding seeds countered the oncoming tide. Gazing at the seeds marred with fiery cracks, the CH9 captain recalled the disastrous battlefield from their past defeat. Back then, they had to bombard the area with water dragon bullets for an extended period to break through the sacred fire barrier. And now, could Luo Yu truly accomplish it alone? On the water's surface, Luo Yu calmly stated, "Before a tsunami, no matter how coarse the gravel, it cannot impede." This great waterfall technique consumed the majority of his chakra, leading him to even dispel the shadow clone that accompanied his sister at home. It was indeed fitting to describe it as a tsunami. As the words left his lips, the great waterfall immediately extinguished the residual explosions, cascading onto the towering tree. The fusion of water and fire triggered an elemental reaction, generating copious steam. Under the force of the flowing water, the massive tree composed of fire elements gradually withered and fractured, transforming into scalding steam that dissipated into the wind. With the demise of the flame heart, a vibrant heart made of lava revealed itself high above. At the edge of the deep pit, the CH9 captain was both astonished and delighted. Luo Yu's great waterfall technique. Look at the mastery it displays. No wonder it surpasses the combined effects of all our water techniques. Mastering a rank 3 ninjutsu typically signifies the prowess of a shinobi clan. Sun Hao's mouth hung open, clearly taken aback by how favorably events had unfolded. Most notably, Luo Yu had already demonstrated immense talent in lightning release, wood release, and fire release. Who could have anticipated that he could master even the renowned high-tier water release, the great waterfall technique? Not long ago, he had claimed he would surpass Luo Yu. Yet it seemed he had only managed to do so in matters of romance. As for ninja prowess, he dared not even contemplate it. Once feeling a twinge of rivalry towards Luo Yu, he now recognized his own naivety. Just as they harbored hope for Luo Yu, countless fiery rings ignited on the ground. In the next moment, innumerable flames erupted. A wave of heat surged from the depths of the pit towards the sky, forcing the CH9 captain and Sun Hao to retreat further onto the back of the colossal black-scaled serpent. At this rate, the waterfall we just created must have evaporated, right? Can Luo Yu truly withstand this? Peering into the pit from which relentless waves of heat emanated, Sun Hao felt a chill of dread. If he were to stand there, he would have evaporated into a pool of blood by now. Should Luo Yu indeed emerge alive, he would be transcending the realm of humanity. Now, they could only place their faith in Luo Yu. The CH9 captain wore a troubled expression, vividly recalling the ferocity of the lava heart's assault lasting 10 seconds. The burns on his face served as a testament to that memory. Initially, their decapitation team had underestimated the impact of the berserk state, resulting in a tragic outcome. Whether Luo Yu could create a miracle would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had activated his intangibility, quietly waiting near the lava heart for the flames to subside. If he were to deactivate this mode now, he would likely evaporate on the spot. He felt a sudden sympathy for the unfortunate Tuzu, who had endured countless blasts from Shaonin's explosive tags. Luo Yu observed a moment of silence. As the surging flames gradually subsided, he deactivated his intangibility, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Due to the evaporation of moisture from the onslaught of the lava heart, he had to utilize the last remnants of his chakra to conjure the water dragon. The chakra within him coalesced into a water dragon, instantly enveloping the lava heart. Although it was merely a small-scale water dragon bullet, it was not something that a frail heart could withstand. The lava heart was immediately extinguished. In the next moment, countless fragments of legacy erupted from the lava heart, cascading down like snowflakes. Though they were gray and white shards, their sheer number was impressive. Attribute points 102. Chapter 84. Level 3 Hashirama cells. Doubling the bonuses. Directly dropping over 100 attribute points. Is this the true value of a jonin? Indeed, grinding against minor foes is merely for amusement. If one wishes to level up, one must engage in true battles. Observing the ground strewn with legacy fragments and the overwhelming attribute points displayed on the panel, Luo Yu felt a surge of joy at his bountiful harvest. Furthermore, after the extinction of the lava heart, it transformed into ash, dispersing into the air. A radiant sphere filled with green light materialized. Luo Yu reached out, and the visage of Yamato suddenly appeared in his mind. I've struck gold. It's Yamato's complete legacy. A smile crept onto Luo Yu's face. This was precisely what he needed to upgrade the Hashirama cells. To elevate to level 3 Hashirama cells. The required material was a legacy from Yamato. However, since it was promised that the spoils would be shared among all, he needed to consult with his two companions. The sacred fire roots have been dispatched. You may come down now. Luo Yu called out to the sky. Subsequently, the black-scaled giant serpent lowered itself, allowing the nin captain and Sun Hao to peek down. Indeed, the flame blossoms that had besieged them moments ago had all withered and perished, devoid of nourishment. Glancing at the nearby wilting flame blossoms, Sun Hao exclaimed in astonishment. If the others in the camp had managed to survive until now, they should consider themselves saved. How on earth did you withstand the lava heart's frenzy for 10 seconds? Were you born with maximum fire resistance? That's incredibly impressive. In Sun Hao's eyes, Luo Yu's feats today seemed nothing short of miraculous. The nin captain, observing the lava heart reduced to an ordinary pile of stones, felt deeply moved. At that moment, tears welled in the eyes of this steadfast warrior. Old captain, comrades, I have finally triumphed over the inferno of that day. He turned to Luo Yu with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Luo Yu. In that instant, Luo Yu appeared to him as a benefactor who had granted him a second chance at life. Previously, he had never anticipated that Luo Yu could truly endure the frenzied assault for 10 seconds. The very monster that had brought him despair had been vanquished. Even now, he struggled to grasp the reality of it. It felt too surreal. Luo Yu offered a gentle smile. No need for thanks. Let us divide the spoils. In truth, he wanted to say, I'll take Yamato's legacy. The rest is yours to claim. However, both Sun Hao and the nin captain waved their hands in unison. I'll just contribute a bit of water to assist you. The spoils can be set aside. Just let me boast a little during the media interview later. Sun Hao scratched his head modestly. If the sacred fire roots were to occupy Silver Forest Peak, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to Jiangli's safety in the future. Their trio's combined efforts against the sacred flame roots had effectively averted a crisis for Jiangli. This was bound to make headlines. The nin captain concurred, stating, You have not only dispelled the sacred fire roots, but also alleviated my psychological scars. That is my greatest reward. After years, he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. He then turned to Sun Hao. Shall we return to the camp? There are certainly many injured individuals in need of assistance. And although the main force of the monstrous army has been vanquished, some remnants remain, necessitating guardianship over the teleportation anchor points. Luo Yu first began to tally the spoils of war. Sun Hao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under Luo Yu's watchful gaze, the two departed on their small black vehicle. These two were still being courteous to me. Luo Yu chuckled softly. Noticing that no one was around to disturb him, Luo Yu flicked his wrist. Retrieving the legacy of Yamato. System, upgrade the Senju cells with fervor. Understood, replied the system. As the words fell, Yamato's legacy vanished. Luo Yu felt a profound transformation within the Senju cells in his body. Firstly, they became markedly more active. Under this harmonious influence, his physique brimmed with vibrant life force, and his self-healing abilities underwent a qualitative enhancement. Luo Yu surmised that if his body sustained superficial injuries, they would surely mend at a visibly rapid pace. Of course, more severe and fatal wounds would not be so easily healed. However, what captured Luo Yu's attention most was the increase in chakra reserves and the enhancement of his physical constitution. To ascertain the specifics of these improvements, Luo Yu opened the details panel. Talent, Senju cells, 3 effect. Ninjutsu power increased by 200, chakra capacity by 200, stamina by 100, significantly enhanced chakra recovery speed. Acquired would release attribute, astonishing self-healing capabilities, and suppression of the negative effects of the Uchiha Sharingan. Luo Yu was taken aback. The enhancement of ninjutsu power was nothing short of miraculous. One mighty fireball would now overshadow 3. The chakra amount had also doubled from 100, while the boost to stamina would enable Luo Yu to execute critical strikes with ease. When combined with the 8 gates, the potential for effortlessly defeating foes of a higher tier became a tantalizing reality. Delighted by the immense enhancement of the Senju cells, Luo Yu dreamily contemplated the materials required for the next upgrade. Materials required for upgrading Senju cells. Fragments of Senju Hashirama's Legacy 01. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, bringing him back to reality. The legacy of Senju Hashirama was of the highest caliber, a vivid orange hue. Although Luo Yu commanded respect within his circle, the finest legacy he had encountered was merely blue. As for ninjas who had received purple legacies, he had yet to see even a shadow of one, let alone find fragments of an orange legacy. He would have to wait for the day when fragments of Senju Hashirama's legacy would fall into his lap. Shaking his head in resignation, Luo Yu collected the scattered lower-tier legacy fragments. He had 51 fragments of Yamashiro Always Legacy and 8 fragments of Yuzuki Anko's Legacy. The remaining hundreds of nameless fragments, adept in fire release, he could not be bothered to count, opting instead to use them to upgrade the Phoenix Fire technique. Following this, only 17 nameless fire release fragments remained. Phoenix Fire technique upgraded to level 2. A wealth of knowledge regarding the Phoenix Fire technique flooded into Luo Yu's memory. With the ninjutsu level reaching level 4, it achieved mastery. At a lower proficiency, the Phoenix Fire technique merely allowed the user to expel small fireballs resembling seeds, which scattered to harass enemies. Due to their dispersion, their power was negligible. Now, having elevated the Phoenix Fire to mastery, Luo Yu could manipulate the trajectory of the fireballs with chakra, enhancing their accuracy with a tracking effect. Additionally, he could detonate these small fireballs with chakra, resulting in astonishing explosive damage, akin to the explosive seeds of the holy fire roots. These foundational ninjutsu, when perfected, possessed strategic value that was leagues above their lower-tier forms. Upon learning of the enhanced capabilities of the Phoenix Fire, Luo Yu was elated. The prospect of using relentless explosions to harass enemies was simply exhilarating. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. There are no mediocre ninjutsu, only mediocre ninjas. Quickly, Luo Yu shifted his focus to the 2-star fire release technique, the Great Fire Extinguishing Method. This ninjutsu had initially been granted to him upon maxing out the fireball technique, and it had directly provided him with a level 3 upgrade. Similar to the pattern of the 2-star wood release rooting technique, it required white legacies linked to fire release for further enhancement. Materials required for upgrading Great Fire Extinguishing Method: 05 fragments of Yamashiro Always Legacy or 05 Ninja Scrolls. Chapter 85. The Mysterious Magic Ring Man, Why Yamashiro Aoi and Anko? Luo Yu pondered. The legacy of Yamato could be rationalized as being related to the holy fire roots and plants. Was it merely because these two legacies had some connection to fire release within the white and green quality tiers? If so, would upgrading to a higher tier fire release then necessitate fragments of Uchiha Itachi's legacy? Oh, but since there are no high-tier fire ninjutsu, that's no concern. After his musings, Luo Yu promptly upgraded the Great Fire Extinguishing Method. Great Fire Extinguishing Method upgraded to level 1. In an instant, the 51 fragments of Yamashiro Always Legacy dwindled to just 1. The Great Fire Extinguishing Method unleashed an expansive sea of flames. Following the upgrade, the range of the fire sea doubled while the consumption decreased. Even at level 4, the enhancements were straightforward and brutal. Next, Luo Yu reviewed the attribute points he had just acquired. Unallocated attribute points, 154 with the holy fire roots and several flame flowers combined, after some chaotic distribution. Stamina, 323, 100, chakra, 527, 200, considering the level 3 Senju cells, his stamina would hover just above 600, while his chakra soared towards 1,500 points. In comparison, the standard values for a CH Nin are 500, 750, and 1,000. Luo Yu's stamina barely fell short of CH Nin level 2, while his chakra was nearing the 2,500 points typical of AJ Nin. If Sister Qing Chun were to discover such a significant imbalance in his skills, she would undoubtedly chide him for lacking youthfulness. Luo Yu chuckled. Lacking purity was a more fitting concern. After cleaning up the spoils, he exited the battleground. returning to the camp now reduced to ruins. Inside the camp, injured soldiers wrapped in bandages were scattered about, alongside reinforcements transported by the Flying Thunder God technique. There were several medical Nin and high-ranking members of the Jiangli Association, led by President Bai. Nin from various clans had also come to lend their assistance. After all, with the Silver Forest Peak captured, Jiangli was the first to fall victim to the monstrous invasion. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived in time to help fend off the flame flowers, preventing further casualties among the survivors. However, approximately half of the survivors had perished in the fiery inferno, their lives extinguished. War is indeed cruel. As he walked through the ruins, both the injured and the reinforcements cast reverent glances towards Luo Yu. Look, he is the one who decisively beheaded the enemy leader when the battle was at its lowest. Rumor had it that he had merely brought 2 people to douse the flames and had the audacity to face the holy fire roots. The most absurd part was that he had indeed succeeded in felling the tree. Look at how young he is. Could he possibly be a Nin? Impossible. I know this person. He only recently passed the Genin certification. How could his strength have increased so rapidly? What the heck? A Nin soloing a giant tree? That's outrageous. Listening to the praises of the crowd, Luo Yu helplessly pressed his temples. It was evident that this was the work of Sun Hao and the Nin captain spreading the word. After all, it was just a sip of salty soda that had doused the fervent flames. Was such a fuss truly necessary? As he walked, Luo Yu indeed spotted Sun Hao proudly boasting to reporters. Luo Yu extinguished the fire. I was the one who supplied the water. I deserve a third of the credit. He needed to slip away. If the reporters caught wind of him, he would undoubtedly find himself besieged by the young women of Jiangli, all clamoring for his attention. If his sister were to witness this and become enraged, he shuddered at the thought of the consequences. At that moment, President Bai approached, firmly grasping Luo Yu's hand. Ah, Luo Yu, I knew I was right about you. I never imagined you would save Jiangli so swiftly. The reporters are eagerly awaiting an interview with you. Hurry, or you'll become the fantasy of every girl in Jiangli. Seize this opportunity and strive to escape the clutches of singleness. Luo Yu quickly waved his hands. No? I prefer to keep a low profile, and I am quite accustomed to being alone. Upon hearing this, President Bai and those nearby cast admiring glances at him. Possessed of remarkable talent, they remain unassuming. More astonishing still is their self-discipline in remaining single. Had this been their youth, they would have reveled unabashedly, eager to broadcast their prowess to the world. The fan club for female admirers was quite explicit about their intentions. Yet, here stands Luo Yu, unexpectedly humble and indifferent to the allure of women. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a young man? As he caught the approving glances of those around him, Luo Yu felt a sense of resignation. With a sister prone to suspicion, how could one thrive without self-discipline? By the way, have the masterminds behind the Beast Army been apprehended? In a secluded area, Luo Yu inquired of President Bai. Upon hearing his words, President Bai's expression shifted from joy to gravity. Sun Hao had disclosed all he knew. Reviewing the surveillance footage, they identified the suspicious individual as a native of Jiangli, a shinobi. They immediately devised a plan to lay in wait at his residence, anticipating his return for an arrest operation. However, when the security team arrived at the scene, they discovered the suspect's lifeless body. Forensic examination revealed he had been deceased for 3 days. What is happening? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. President Bai continued, thus, to conceal his identity. The perpetrator murdered a Jiangli shinobi, seizing his identification badge and employing transformation jutsu as a substitute. To achieve this, the assailant must be of significant rank, perhaps even a jonin or higher. Luo Yu suggested investigating the white gemstone ring, rumored to bestow spatial manipulation abilities upon the gray-robed man. President Bai sighed heavily. This matter is exceedingly grave and beyond the jurisdiction of our Jiangli Association. I have reported it to headquarters, which will establish a dedicated investigation team. At that moment, a security ninja approached with news. President, the teleportation anchor point has been repaired. On a high ground at Inland Peak, a hooded figure in gray silently surveyed the ruins of the camp and the crowds clearing the battlefield. In the shadows, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Oh, malevolent beings of the Blue Star, brace yourselves for purification. This was merely a trial run. Soon, the judgment from the divine will descend upon us. As his words faded, the ring on his hand emitted a spiral ripple. A wave of distorted spatial fluctuations spread, and the gray-robed figure vanished from sight. Half an hour later, Luo Yu returned home with an air of pride. "Sister, I'm back." Hearing the commotion, the tear-stained Luo Qingjiu emerged and embraced him tightly. "Sister, I can't breathe like this." Luo Yu protested. The Afei-branded combat suit silently expressed its discomfort being wedged between them. A tear traced down Luo Qingjiu's cheek, just now, when your shadow clone disappeared. The entire network buzzed with news of Yinlin Peak's fall. "I thought you had perished." I was frantic with worry. Luo Yu gently pushed aside his soft sister, smiling confidently. "Did you see the news?" Luo Qingjiu's expression brightened. "Indeed, the television is broadcasting your heroic exploits. My little Yu is truly remarkable." Luo Yu smiled modestly. "But I must attend to my luggage now." Upon my return, Dean Feng from the Imperial Capital University called, instructing me to relocate to the community provided by the school and register for the Chunin certification. We will visit the Imperial Capital tomorrow. Chapter 86, A Beautiful New Life. 3 days later, at Jiangli Airport, President Bai, Director Jiang, Bai Siyu, and Chen Shi gathered to bid farewell to the Liu siblings as they departed for the Imperial Capital. Bai Mengyao, having received a new assignment from her mentor, accompanied the siblings to the Imperial Capital, helping them settle into the school community and guiding Liu through the Chunin certification process. As for Afei, he cleverly disguised himself as a backpack on Liu's shoulder to evade ticket checks. Unfortunately, had anyone known Liu was accompanied by a peculiar white creature, he would undoubtedly have faced scrutiny at security. During this departure, Liu remained exceedingly low-key, only informing a few acquaintances in Jiangli. Following the incident at Yinlin Peak, his popularity in Jiangli had surged tremendously. If President Bai were to publicize his departure, many would surely come to see him off. "Do remember to return when you can." President Bai waved with reluctance. Director Jiang chuckled. "Upon arriving at the Imperial Capital University, you must practice self-discipline. I await the day you unleash the 8th gate of Duanjia." In university, learning relies heavily on self-motivation, as the mentor oversees numerous students across various grades. Thus, the mentor can only tailor training plans based on the student's qualifications. And self-regulation remains crucial. Naturally, given that the Imperial Capital University is a prestigious institution, one cannot expect to coast through merely by enrolling. Failing to apply oneself could lead to expulsion. But what else with the 8th gate nonsense? Luo Yu couldn't help but scoff. Bai Siyu pulled Bai Mengyao aside and whispered, "Sister, it's been days, and you still haven't won over your brother-in-law. Are you up to the task? If not, I can step in." Upon hearing this, Bai Mengyao shot her a stern look and flicked her forehead. "At your age, why not focus on studying? Don't limit your perspective to romantic pursuits. Pouring sweat on the sports field is a true celebration of youth." After reprimanding her younger sister, Bai Mengyao sighed. "This child is maturing far too quickly, if left unchecked. One day, my prized cabbage will venture to graze in someone else's garden." Yes, I understand." Bai Siyu smirked, directing her cheerful gaze towards Luo Yu. "Little brother Yu, the task of accompanying my sister in physical exertion falls to you." Luo Yu chuckled awkwardly. Had his sister not been present, he would have confidently retorted, "Alas, fear not. I shall keep both of them in check." Luo Qingjiu interjected meaningfully. Picking up on her insinuation, Chen Shi, as a man, patted Liu's shoulder with an expression of pity. "Remember to heed your sister's advice when you arrive. Do not harbor any improper thoughts." Liu could only respond with a wry smile. Chen Shi now understood that Liu and Luo Qingjiu shared a purely sibling relationship, yet he suspected it might not be entirely innocent. Indeed, such contradictions abound. "We shall return to visit everyone in Jiangli." Luo Yu waved farewell with a heavy heart before boarding the aircraft with Luo Qingjiu and Bai Mengyao. Once seated, the plane took off shortly thereafter. As Liu gazed out the window, the figures of those who had come to see them off gradually shrank from view, eventually disappearing altogether. The once familiar Jiangli, too, began to fade from sight. Luo Yu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Since the timeline shifted, only a few days had passed. Yet his life had transformed astonishingly. From being unable to afford rent to acquiring a specially allocated villa, and now heading to the pinnacle of prosperity in the Dragon Kingdom to pursue his studies in the Imperial Capital. All of this felt like a dream. In summary, life was becoming increasingly delightful, not only externally, but Liu also sensed a profound transformation within his mindset, especially during the incident at Yinlin Peak, where he and his companions weathered the sudden assault of the fiery blossoms. His series of on-the-spot adaptations felt as if he had become a different person. He had a sense of being both rational and exhilarated. Moreover, it seemed he was influenced by the Sharingan. If the Sharingan could speak, am I the scapegoat again? Indeed, reflecting on that experience, Luo Yu felt it was not a case of losing control, but rather a clarity of thought that was almost frightening. He remained uncertain of the underlying circumstances. Once enrolled, he intended to seek out a mentor specializing in the Sharingan for guidance. By the way, who exactly is my mentor? Didn't Dean Feng mention he would carefully select one for me? Luo Yu turned to Bai Mengyao in the adjacent seat, his face radiating expectation. The youthful sister in the Imperial Capital University is quite well informed. She should possess some insider knowledge. Hearing this, Bai Mengyao chuckled. Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. However, I can tell you, it pertains to your ocular techniques. Not just you, but Suing has also been assigned to that esteemed instructor S class. Ocular techniques? Understood. It is either a member of the Jun family or the Su family. After all, only these two prestigious families can inherit the eye techniques. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu silently hoped that their mentor would not be an enchanting beauty, lest it distract Xiaoyu from his studies. Speaking of which, isn't Su Ying accompanying us to the capital? Luo Yu scanned the passengers and noticed Su Ying was absent. Bai Mengyao chuckled, saying she had already settled into the school community. Not only Su Ying, but other freshmen had also begun to move in. They were likely experiencing the initial intimidation from the second-year students. Luo Yu was taken aback. Intimidation? Is there bullying at the Imperial University? Bai Mengyao shook her head, explaining that those admitted to the Imperial University are the cream of the crop from various regions. Initially, they all possess their own pride, and the school arranges for some second-year students to humble them a bit for further refinement. To reshape talent, one must first break them down. However, the students responsible for this task are mostly mediocre. If the newcomers truly possess skill, they would hardly suffer any loss. Bai Mengyao smiled inwardly, referring directly to you. Luo Yu, having withstood the roots of the holy fire, those second-year students would surely gain little advantage against him. The distance from Jiangli to the capital was neither too far nor too close. After a day and night of flight, the plane finally landed at the Imperial Airport. Stepping onto the escalator and arriving at the airport, Luo Yu immediately sensed the differences between the capital and Jiangli. Firstly, the number of ninjas was striking. On the streets of Jiangli, one would see mostly ordinary people, while in the capital, almost everyone radiated chakra fluctuations. At the very least, everyone was a lower ninja, with middle ninjas being quite common. The surrounding architecture was magnificently grand. After learning about the housing prices in the capital from Bai Mengyao, Luo Yu felt an immense pressure. If he could purchase a villa in the capital, it would feel more glorious than becoming a higher ninja. At that time, his sister's happiness index would surely soar. With these thoughts, Luo Yu walked alongside the two beautiful ladies, attracting the attention of passers-by, who cast lingering glances. Some even sighed, commenting on their impressive physiques. Luo Yu, hearing this, wore a perplexed expression. How vulgar. These two girls ought to be addressed as sisters. They are guiding lights on his journey. Could he ever act in such a manner? If he did, would he still be human? Indeed. Chapter 87. Wulong Community. Considering that Luo Qingyu was merely an ordinary person, and given the strict traffic regulations in the capital, even running at high speeds was strictly prohibited. Thus, Bai Mengyao refrained from urging Luo Yu to run ahead. Instead, they took a taxi to a beautifully landscaped, luxuriously decorated upscale community. Upon alighting, Luo Yu looked up to see a magnificent dragon statue at the entrance, with calligraphy by a master inscribed below, Wulong Community. The strokes of the brush were vigorous and powerful. This newly completed community was finished this year. I reside in the adjacent Fengchu community, Building 11, Unit 2, Room 9. In the future, if you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. As a fellow Jiangli native and your senior, there is no need for formalities, Bai Mengyao warmly stated. Thank you, senior, Luo Qingyu replied with a beaming smile. Though her heart was filled with questions, what did this senior intend by inviting Xiaoyu into her room? No. Precautions must be taken: fire safety, theft prevention, and protection against seniors. She resolved to remain vigilant. Thank you, senior, Luo Yu said cheerfully. This senior was quite agreeable. No wonder she was a disciple of Might Guy. Her enthusiasm was evident. Subsequently, Luo Yu and Luo Qingyu followed by Meng Yao to the security guard, Old Li, to acquire their access cards. After exiting the guardhouse, Bai Mengyao quietly reminded them. Don't be deceived by Old Li's ordinary appearance. He is actually a second-tier ninja. He was hired by the academy at a high salary to ensure our safety. If you encounter any security issues, do not hesitate to consult him." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was astonished. Even the old man at the entrance was a ninja? It is known that being a ninja signifies a master of ninjutsu, which holds considerable social standing even in the capital, a place filled with hidden talents. Such an investment could only be afforded by the Imperial University. Since Wulong community is so secure, there is no need to disperse chakra to use shadow clones for protecting his sister. Bai Mingyao led the siblings to their new home. While it could not compare to the specially provided villas in Jiangli, it was still a lavish 3-bedroom apartment, providing a comfortable living environment. In the kitchen, "I bought some groceries for you. You'll have to make do for the next few days. If you are unsure where to buy groceries, I can show you the way tomorrow," Bai Mingyao offered, her beautiful eyes turning towards Luo Qingyu. This made her feel somewhat bashful. "I'll cook, Mingyao. You stay and sample my cooking," Luo Qingyu declared, hastily retreating into the kitchen. "Shall we proceed to register for the middle ninja certification at school?" Bai Mingyao asked Luo Yu. "Didn't we say we would have a friendly match with the second-year students first?" Luo Yu smiled slightly. Bai Mingyao paused, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the school's customary practice from which they could not escape. With that, the two exited their apartment and headed towards the ninja training grounds of Wulong Community. Since Wulong Community was entirely funded by the Imperial University, its purpose was to address student housing issues. Consequently, it also featured a dedicated training ground for ninjas. Normally, the ninja students practiced using the equipment here, and any sparring also took place in this arena. After all, the community was filled with ninja students, leading to frequent thrilling friendly matches. At this moment, they could simply head to the community's combat arena. The community also boasted a medical room, staffed with professional medical ninjas on duty. Even if one were to sustain injuries in the training ground, most of the time, a medical ninja could quickly heal them with a single medical technique. Soon, Luo Yu and Bai Mingyao arrived at the training ground, which was enclosed by barbed wire. As they stepped onto the field, they witnessed numerous freshmen being tossed aside like refuse, landing unceremoniously on the barbed wire, rolling to the ground. Many newcomers lay in agony on the ground, while those in the audience appeared dejected. Only a robust, sun-kissed boy clad in black light armor stood proudly in the center of the arena, reveling in the satisfaction of witnessing his underclassman's plight. "Damn, this is exactly how the upperclassmen treated us back in the day. Finally, it's my turn to enjoy this," he thought, relishing the sweet revenge for his past struggles. "Wu Tao, why didn't you control your strength?" Bai Mingyao gently reproached as she approached. Her words garnered the admiration of many younger students, particularly the male ones, who viewed Bai Mingyao as an angel descending among them. Eager to ask for her contact information, Wu Tao, who had been beaming just moments before, quickly changed his demeanor upon seeing Bai Mingyao and greeted her sheepishly. "Hello, senior. I usually engage in friendly matches with you upperclassmen, and even when I give it my all, I still get beaten. Today, I just lost control and didn't manage my strength well." The once proud Wu Tao, who had just dealt heavy blows to the freshman, now appeared like a timid younger brother in front of this unfamiliar senior, earning the admiration of the new students. "Wow, the senior is so cool." Noticing the high regard in which Bai Mingyao was held among the newcomers, Wu Tao felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him. His actions were harsh. Compared to this senior, his strikes were merely akin to gentle massages. When he himself was a freshman, he had encountered Bai Mingyao in a friendly match. Initially thrilled to face off against a stunning senior, he had planned to flirt with her, only to receive a merciless version of the leaf whirlwind, breaking his ribs in the process. It had been a traumatic experience. Oh, naive freshman, do not let the outer beauty of such women deceive you. After mentally lamenting, Wu Tao finally noticed Luo Yu beside Bai Mingyao. "Greetings, I am Luo Yu, a newcomer this year. I have heard that the school has a tradition of holding friendly matches between freshmen and upperclassmen, so I came to partake in the experience." Wu Tao, with a warm smile, extended his hand to welcome me to the Imperial Capital University. Upon seeing this, I promptly shook his hand. I must say, Senior Wu is quite amiable. Having witnessed many freshmen being tossed around like balls, I initially assumed he had a rather unpleasant disposition. I was mistaken. Through the chakra fluctuations that Wu Tao unconsciously emitted, I surmised that his strength was likely on par with that of a high-ranking jonin. It is no wonder that so many outstanding freshmen were being defeated with such ease. However, upon observing the silver badge adorning his chest, I noted that he was merely a third-tier chunin. Thus, I inquired. Senior Wu, you must have already reached the level of Jonin, yet you lack certification? Wu Tao's mouth twitched. Why must you bring up such topics? He thought. Unfortunately, the certification process at our school is exceedingly arduous. I have just recently broken through to Jonin. It would be wiser to settle for a semester before seeking certification. Such is the wisdom shared among us seasoned students. Bai Mingyao chimed in. That is indeed true. Luo Yu, when you pursue Chunin certification, the school will allow you to choose your method of certification. Do not overexert yourself by selecting the most difficult path. While you may earn an obsidian badge, failing the Chunin certification could lead to expulsion. You would then have to attend another year's exchange program before returning. Chunin certification? Wu Tao regarded me with sympathy. It is unfortunate to be subjected to the school's assessments at such a preliminary level. He resolved to take it easy during our friendly match. Chapter 88. The Art of Fire released. The three of us exchanged a few casual remarks, and I was about to engage in an exhilarating friendly match with Wu Tao when a graceful figure approached. Luo Yu, you have also been assigned to the Wulong district. Upon closer inspection, I recognized a strikingly beautiful girl clad in a white combat uniform that accentuated her elegant form. However, what captivated my interest was not her beauty, but her pure, flawless white eyes. You must be Su Ying? Having discreetly observed Su Ying's physique and learned of her lineage as a member of the Byakugan clan, I instantly recognized her even without her characteristic mask. You should now call me Su Ying. You had already suspected, hadn't you? Su Ying replied with a sweet smile. The young men present, filled with youthful vigor, felt invigorated by her charming smile. Wow, where did this Byakugan beauty come from? Byakugan? She's from the wealthy Su family. This is my chance to shine. I advise you to keep your distance. She has reportedly been expelled from her family for violating their rules. Associating with her may lead to misfortune. Isn't that even better? I could pursue the Byakugan girl without her family interfering. There are seniors from the Su family in the 3rd and 4th years. You never know how they might retaliate against her. If you get too close, you could face their wrath. A small clique, is it? Nonsense. The Su family is a prestigious lineage with a rich history in the Dragon Kingdom. They wouldn't stoop so low. Indeed, they are family. Why would you think so negatively? As I listened to their discussions, it dawned on me that Su Ying must have entered Imperial Capital University under her true identity, forcing the Su family to confront the situation head-on. Bai Mingyao cleared her throat. So, you two are acquainted? I need not introduce you further. Su Ying is also assigned to the same master of ocular techniques as you, and you will be classmates. Be sure to look after her. Bai Mingyao had heard of Su Ying's unfortunate circumstances and, out of sympathy, worried about any potential schemes against her from the Byakugan clan at the school. I can take care of myself. There is no need to trouble Luo Yu, Su Ying insisted, shaking her head stubbornly. I smiled slightly. After all, Su Ying had generously shared her shiny stones with me, and I would certainly assist her if needed. Hearing this, Su Ying displayed a look of gratitude. She felt fortunate to encounter kind-hearted individuals like Bai Mingyao and me. I turned to Wu Tao. Senior Wu, shall we begin? Wu Tao paused. Just you alone. You could wait a moment and join the other freshmen. Given Wu Tao's Jonin-level prowess and his experience at the Imperial Capital University, he possessed superior combat skills. A one-on-one match would seem rather unfair. Therefore, to ensure that the proud newcomers would accept their defeat gracefully, upperclassmen typically engaged in matches against multiple freshmen. Even so, should they be thoroughly overwhelmed, it would leave little room for excuses. No need. The outcome will soon be clear. I replied nonchalantly. Wu Tao couldn't help but admire my demeanor. This young man appeared ready to face a thorough defeat, treating the impending match with casual indifference. It is indeed rare for a newcomer to possess such a mindset. The two of us then positioned ourselves on opposite sides of the arena. Is Luo Yu truly going to face Senior Wu? Su Ying inquired curiously. After all, it was a mandatory school tradition. She had already participated in a friendly match with Wu Tao the previous day, along with 5 other freshmen who had attempted to overwhelm him. Unsurprisingly, they had stood no chance against Wu Tao's strength. Though they were among the elite of Chunin, there was no contest against a Jonin's capabilities. It was not merely a matter of raw power, but also one of technique. At Imperial Capital University, Jonin-level students, even when facing other Jonin, possessed a significant advantage in skill. However, I had my reservations about Luo Yu in previous battles, including the one against the Wind Demon Ape and at the exchange meeting against Sun Hao. I sensed that Liu had been holding back. This time, facing Senior Wu would provide a perfect opportunity to gauge Luo Yu's limits. The atmosphere was charged with curiosity as both new students and upperclassmen observed Luo Yu's demeanor with surprise. This newcomer appeared to have come to terms with reality, seemingly ready to accept a thorough defeat as part of his initiation. Of course, some speculated that Luo Yu must possess some hidden talents to exude such confidence. "Let us begin," Wu Tao stated calmly. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Since Bai Meng Yao had given her approval, Wu Tao would not hold back excessively. "Shall I take the lead?" Luo Yu offered, clasping his hands in a gesture of concession. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. As the words left his mouth, Luo Yu unleashed a barrage of small fireballs towards Wu Tao. In that moment, many spectators felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. It was common knowledge that the potency of fire release was often lackluster. The phoenix fire technique, while visually impressive, was essentially harmless. It merely scattered fire chakra into smaller fragments, resembling fireworks but offering negligible damage. Given Wu Tao's prowess, he could likely stand still and let those small flames hit him without any consequence. Moreover, it was common for Chunin to employ the phoenix fire technique. But those in the Wulong district were the cream of the crop among Chunin nationwide. To them, the phoenix fire technique was akin to a trivial ninjutsu. Wu Tao shared this sentiment, and, thus, chose not to evade the rapidly approaching fireballs, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Many of the female students gasped in admiration. "So cool." Seeing this, Wu Tao smirked, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. Indeed, participating in friendly matches with newcomers was quite rewarding. By the end of the day, he would surely collect numerous contact details from admiring students. "Come on, let the storm come even stronger," he thought as he stood tall, facing the incoming phoenix fire. However, the next moment, several fireballs collided with his chest, resulting in a violent explosion. The intense shockwave instantly engulfed Wu Tao's figure. The previously indifferent crowd was suddenly captivated by the unexpected eruption, acutely aware of the surrounding temperature rising dramatically. Their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at the scene enveloped in explosive aftermath. Due to the sudden and deafening explosion, some individuals experienced a brief bout of tinnitus. The phoenix fire shattered, and so did their perspectives. Are you certain this is indeed the phoenix fire? Its power is enough to overturn the entire scene. It turns out that mastering ninjutsu to its utmost, even the most criticized phoenix fire, can yield such astonishing results. Contemplating this, many began to ponder whether to abandon the multitude of high-star ninjutsu in favor of focusing on a foundational technique. If cultivated to its zenith, the resulting qualitative transformation would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Gazing at the inferno before her, Su Ying murmured, "Is this truly your limit?" Chapter 89, The True Master. Possessing the heart of an apprentice, what happened? What was that series of explosions? An elderly man with a head of white hair, hands clasped behind his back, entered the training ground with a stern expression. On the surface, he exhibited no traces of chakra fluctuation. Yet the Ch Nin and even J Nin students present dared not to take him lightly. He was none other than Grandmaster Li, the gatekeeper of the second tier of the ninja sect. Bai Meng Yao stepped forward, looking embarrassed. "I apologize, Grandmaster Li. That was merely our newcomer unleashing the phoenix fire, causing quite a stir." "What on earth? Phoenix fire?" Grandmaster Li's face displayed disbelief. "Impossible." From the audience, a sophomore chimed in. "Indeed, Grandmaster Li. This phoenix fire can actually produce explosions. Its potency rivals high-star ninjutsu." Wu Tao was reckless, attempting to withstand it with sheer physical strength. Hearing this, Grandmaster Li's expression turned grave. This phoenix fire must be at least at the perfected stage. Its power is incomparable. That foolish lad is out of his mind to dare endure such an attack. Although AJ Nin's physical strength is indeed formidable, withstanding ninjutsu without preparation is only feasible when there is a vast disparity in strength and the jutsu's power is minimal. Observing the destruction around them, it was evident that the newcomer wielding the phoenix fire was no less formidable than Wu Tao. Clapping his hands together, Grandmaster Li summoned the water release, water chaos wave. His chakras surged, transforming into an immense tide that engulfed the training ground. The inferno was instantly extinguished, and the gravely injured Wu Tao resurfaced. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As expected of the ninja sect, the water chaos wave was as magnificent as a waterfall. Grandmaster Li solidified his chakra beneath his feet, gliding across the water's surface to Wu Tao's side. After assessing his injuries, a healing light emanated from his palm, nurturing Wu Tao's battered body. Gradually, Wu Tao began to recover at a visible pace. Luo Yu stepped forward, looking sheepish. Sorry, Senior Wu. It seems I might have gone a bit too hard. Hearing this, Wu Tao rolled his eyes. Although he recognized Luo Yu's genuine apology, the remark felt rather sarcastic. It's not your fault. I didn't expect your Phoenix Fire to be this advanced. If only I had put up a defensive barrier, I wouldn't have been so thoroughly defeated. I was practically annihilated. Now, I can forget about getting that junior's contact information. I should be grateful not to become the laughingstock of the entire school. Being defeated by a freshman in a one-on-one match was suffocating. At this moment, Grandmaster Li glanced over, his keen insight revealing Luo Yu's chakra and physical condition. This was the discernment cultivated by a master ninja. Wait a moment, your physique seems rather frail. This lad appears to possess a considerable amount of chakra, but seems to be merely at the second or third tier of nin. Logically speaking, even a perfected Phoenix Fire shouldn't have inflicted such damage. Grandmaster Li's gaze flickered with suspicion, but was quickly resolved. The Capital University is home to many hidden talents. This lad likely possesses some unique enhancement technique. Moreover, the amplification effect must be significant, even causing envy within him, a master of the ninja sect. Is this friendship match concluded? Luo Yu inquired. Wu Tao nodded helplessly. Congratulations, you are the first this year to defeat a sophomore. How infuriating. Being bested by a senior is one thing, but now a junior has also surpassed me. It's utterly demoralizing. Luo Yu chuckled softly. I need to go register for nin. I won't keep you any longer. Let's continue our sparring another time. With that, he departed the training ground alongside Bai Mengyao. Under the gaze of onlookers, Wu Tao sighed in resignation. Being continuously outmatched by Bai Mengyao was one thing, but being overshadowed by a junior was a matter of dignity. What was that newcomer's name again? Grandmaster Li inquired, observing Luo Yu's retreating figure. I heard from Bai that he goes by Luo Yu, someone replied. Luo Yu? I shall consult him on how he amplifies the fire release so effectively, Grandmaster Li murmured, then strode away. This left the crowd bewildered. A master of the ninja sect seeking advice from a newcomer at Capital University? Such a tale would be deemed outlandish. The illustrious Capital University is situated near the Wulong community. When establishing the student community, considerations were made for the students' commute to the school, leading to the purchase and renovation of nearby properties. Thus, Luo Yu and Bai Mengyao soon arrived on campus. Making their way to the administrative building, the hub for various student examinations. Students from all grades bustled about, the majority being at the first tier of nin to the pinnacle of nin. Even within the academically distinguished Capital University, students like Bai Mengyao, who are at the second tier of nin, are exceedingly rare. Upon reaching the nin level, a ninja's training speed dramatically decreases. Consequently, nin tend to focus their energies on mastering an array of diverse ninjutsu. Even the most exceptional graduates typically reach only the third tier of nin. As for those who break through to the level of the ninja sect, they are legendary figures that emerge only once every few centuries. Even among legendary ninjas, only a handful have reached such heights. Obtaining the association's ninja sect certification is an even more formidable feat, as the name suggests. A ninja sect master is one who has made significant contributions to the ninja world, meriting the title of master. This is not merely a matter of enhancing chakra and physical strength. Accompanying Bai Mengyao, Luo Yu entered an office for nin's certification registration. The queue was minimal, and it wasn't long before it was Luo Yu's turn. After all, being admitted to Capital University without nin certification was an exceptional case. Only those who have just entered nin yet surpassed most seasoned nin can be considered prodigal talents. Alternatively, some ninjas enroll at Capital University specifically for the high ratings and badges. After scanning Luo Yu's badge, the staff member located his academic information. Luo Yu, please attend the ability certification at the third training ground tomorrow morning at 8. Upon passing, we will present you with 3 levels of tasks to choose from. The difficulties correspond to silver, gold, and obsidian. Upon task completion, you will officially become a nin, and we will award you the corresponding badge. After registering, Luo Yu and Bai Mengyao exited the campus. By the way, Junior, let us exchange contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Bai Mengyao said with a bright smile, pulling out her phone. Luo Yu nodded slightly, feeling nervous. This was his first time adding a girl. Upon returning to the apartment in Wulong community, Luo Yu found Luo Qingyu busy cleaning their new home, wearing an apron. Shadow clone. Luo Yu raised 2 fingers. creating 2 shadow clones. You 2 help your sister with the chores. Fei, assist me with daily mobile game tasks. I need to find a moment to chat with Senior. After assigning tasks, Luo Yu returned to his bedroom and opened a voice chat. Senior, when can I meet my mentor? Isn't my mentor a master of the eye techniques? I wish to inquire about the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 90. The Ch certification of the resentful species. I'll help you get in touch. He is also interested in your Sharingan. Bai Mengyao sent a voice message. This initiated a mutual endeavor. Luo Yu lay on his bed for a while longer until Bai Mengyao replied, I've contacted Teacher Ning. He said he would meet you after your ability assessment in the morning. Luo Yu sighed in relief. That's good. I hope I haven't inconvenienced the teacher. With several days remaining before the semester commenced, most mentors were still on vacation or preparing lessons at home. Requesting a meeting at this time could indeed be troublesome. He sought out a mentor specializing in ocular techniques primarily to inquire about the potential impact of the Sharingan on one's personality. Additionally, he wished to explore his current condition and whether there existed a method to unlock the double Kimui. After all, the lineage of ninjas can be traced back to ancient times, emerging in humanity's consciousness, through relics unearthed from mystical realms and the research passed down through generations. There must be aspects of the Sharingan's utilization that remain unknown to him. If scientific prowess could allow both eyes to manifest the Kaleidoscope Kimui, it would be remarkable. Not to mention, simply achieving Susanoo activation would render one nearly invincible. Furthermore, the enhancement of Kimui's inherent abilities, reducing casting time to nearly instantaneous while distorting the spatial power within sight, would certainly fortify both offense and defense. If he could gather such powers, he could afford to be reckless. Handing his phone to Fei for gaming, Luo Yu blissfully drifted into slumber, hoping for a taste of the double Kimui experience in his dreams. The following morning, after enjoying a meal prepared by his sister, Luo Yu hurried out, taking Fei, disguised as a ninja dog, just in case. The Wulong community was safeguarded by a ninja-level gatekeeper, ensuring his sister's safety was not a concern. Passing by the community playground, he saw Bai Mengyao running alongside Su Ying, both clad in matching refreshing sports outfits. When had these two become so close? Luo Yu chuckled and waved at them. Upon noticing him, they paused to wipe their glistening sweat with towels draped around their necks and approached Luo Yu. Junior, you should go for the assessment on your own today. Su Ying is now a member of our sports club, and as president, I must teach her our unique training methods, Bai Mengyao declared with hands on her hips. So, she is the president of the sports club, Luo Yu thought. Momentarily taken aback. I didn't realize that Su Ying was so interested in sports, he remarked. Su Ying's determined expression revealed her resolve. To resist the fate of being separated from my family, I have decided to join the sports club and train diligently. Not diligent training. It's about enjoying youth. Bai Mengyao corrected her phrasing. Indeed, senior, I have no regrets about my youth. Su Ying's innocent eyes ignited with passion. Luo Yu stood in stunned silence. It seemed Su Ying had transformed into a version of Li. However, this was advantageous, as the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and various advanced Bagua styles were inherently physical martial arts. Such high-intensity training targeting the body was precisely what he needed. Bai Mengyao extended an olive branch. I heard from old Li that you're somewhat specialized in your studies. Would you like to join us? 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run daily. This is just the beginning. Over time, the training volume will scientifically double, and your stamina will skyrocket. I assure you, your stamina will keep pace with your growing chakra. Next time for sure. Luo Yu smiled faintly before turning to run away. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Mengyao felt helpless. Despite his remarkable talents in both physical and ninjutsu, he was simply too lazy. Even so, his rate of improvement was astonishing, transforming daily. If only he committed to training, he might have surpassed even the shadows by now. At the Imperial University, training ground number 3, 9 students sat in the rest area, awaiting the Ch certification. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a black professional outfit, accompanied by several staff members, stepped to the center. I am the head of this Ch certification. Students participating in the certification, please step forward. As her words fell, Luo Yu and the others promptly approached in an orderly fashion. The bespectacled woman subtly released a chakra fluctuation of the first rank of the ninja lineage, enveloping the entire area, revealing everyone's levels. Subsequently, she recorded data on her tablet while announcing the results. Zhu Xing, 950 chakra, 800 stamina. Zhao Tai, 1100 chakra, 885 stamina. Luo Yu, 1581 chakra, 646 stamina. The test results were unremarkable. All were expected to pass. These individuals either barely met the first rank of nin standards, having relied on quality ninja lineage to enter the Imperial University, or exceeded the third rank of nin while still falling short of Jonin standards. Presumably, they refrained from certifying as nin in other cities to attain a higher-rated badge at the Imperial University. Only Luo Yu's data was exceptionally peculiar, catching the attention of many. His chakra level far exceeded his stamina, leading some to mistakenly think he was a Jinchuriki. Naturally, if a Jinchuriki were to borrow chakra from a tailed beast, it would be far more frightening. Since everyone's physical capabilities are satisfactory, we will proceed to the final practical segment, the female head stated solemnly. The practical certification comprises 3 difficulty tasks, all set within the nin level secret realm designated for assessments at the Imperial University, the Trial Forest. The first task was straightforward. Eliminate 5 combat apprentices of at least the third rank of nin to earn a silver badge. Upon hearing this, several candidates inwardly cursed. Combat apprentices were evolved forms of combat rabbits, hovering around the nin level. Defeating them would typically yield whitely lock fragments, with a very slim chance of obtaining green fragments. For students accepted into the Imperial University, defeating 5 of these extraordinary beasts was not particularly daunting. The challenge arose from the fact that some combat apprentices, upon reaching the third rank of nin, would comprehend the 8 gates. Although typically, they could only unlock the first gate, the combat apprentices specialized in physical techniques. Once the first gate was opened, their stamina approached 2,000 points, rivaling Jonin strength. Unless luck favored them, and they encountered no combat apprentices who had comprehended the 8 gates, they would inevitably face a grueling battle. The difficulty of obtaining the silver badge was evidently higher than in other cities. Ridiculous. The second task was simple. Collect a phoenix singing grass to earn a gold badge. This elicited laughter from even the spectators. Although it was a collection task within the trial forest, the area surrounding the phoenix singing grass was typically guarded by 5 to 7 third-rank nin combat apprentices. Under the essence of the phoenix singing grass, these combat apprentices had a chance to comprehend wind release ninjutsu. To collect the phoenix singing grass, one must simultaneously confront multiple combat apprentices' assaults, which proved significantly more challenging than defeating them one by one. Chapter 91. The mentor that made Luo Yu tremble upon hearing that the seemingly simple task was fraught with such difficulty. The candidates were astounded. The randomness of this challenge was disconcerting. If, while collecting the phoenix singing grass, they encountered combat apprentices who all opened the 8 gates, they might not even have the chance to escape, falling victim to their elongated legs and lethal kicks. Luo Yu too felt bewildered. Thankfully, he possessed sufficient strength. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard. Previously, Senior Wu had warned him of the high difficulty of the Imperial University's assessments, and he had assumed it was in line with badge rewards. This was evidently far more challenging than the same rank assessments in other cities. Nearby, the upperclassmen observing the scene were laughing heartily. Every year, such naive and extraordinary newcomers appeared, oblivious to the challenges of the school's certification levels. They bypassed their local city's level assessments only to insist on attempting certification at the Imperial University. The certification from the Imperial University, while undeniably more challenging and boasting greater prestige, serves little purpose beyond that. The task at hand is to venture into the swamp and procure a juvenile from the formidable swamp giant to obtain the obsidian badge. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the candidates, the female supervisor continued her announcement. Upon hearing this, those who had come seeking the obsidian badge looked particularly disheartened. After all, the swamp giant is a creature of elite status, and stealing its offspring is no simple feat. Furthermore, the creature harbors potent toxins within its body, and the mire in which it resides is rife with deadly substances. Direct contact with the swamp would result in immediate and devastating harm to one's bodily tissues. Who would dare to undertake such a perilous task? I must remind you, once you accept your assigned tasks, you cannot change them. You must complete them by 9 o'clock tonight, or you will be forcibly expelled and can only return next year. The cold words from the female supervisor silenced any further contemplation among the candidates. Many of them relinquished their aspirations for the obsidian badge. Wait another year? Ridiculous. In a year's time, they could easily ascend to the first tier of elite ninjas at the Imperial University. If expelled, they would lose access to invaluable training resources, making it nearly impossible to break through the bottleneck to elite status. My choice is quite simple. So is mine. Same here. In a moment of collective resolve, numerous candidates opted for the safest route, transforming into cautious yet brave souls, selecting the lowest tier tasks. The female supervisor diligently recorded their information on a tablet. I'll take an easy one. A handsome young man stepped forward, exuding confidence. This drew the attention of many. Wasn't he the one with all attributes at 1500? Liu Kaiga? Embracing the challenge? Quite commendable. It was evident that he stood out among the candidates. Even the usually stern female supervisor cast him an admiring glance. His confidence in selecting an easier task indicated exceptional strength. As Liu Kaiga basked in the attention, Luo Yu also made his choice. I'll take a task of ordinary difficulty. The moment these words left his lips, all eyes turned to him. Seriously? He can do that too? Many were taken aback. Even someone who had just reached elite status would hesitate to claim they could snatch a juvenile from the swamp giant. Could it be that this newcomer has the legacy of Liang Jingru? Impressive. Liu Kaiga was astonished. There truly was someone willing to gamble their life for such a challenge. The female supervisor inquired seriously, "Are you certain?" Luo Yu nodded slightly, then glanced at the slumbering ninja dog beside him. With Kamui's intangibility and the elusive technique of Fei, capturing a few minor beasts shouldn't be excessively difficult, right? After registering Luo Yu's information, the supervisor handed him a scroll. This is a summoning beast sealing scroll. Once you capture the juvenile swamp giant, you simply need to seal it within this scroll. Be sure not to harm the juvenile. The foaming grass and the swamp giant offspring you submit will be counted as credit rewards. Cultivated in the Summoning Cultivation Pavilion and the Botanical Cultivation Pavilion. The conventional method of acquiring summoning beasts involves collecting summoning fragments and nurturing juvenile beasts in specialized summoning facilities for taming. Tamed juveniles can then be bound through blood contracts with ninjas, truly becoming summoning beasts. As for the foaming grass, it is an exceptionally rare material for cultivating wind release techniques. Rumor has it that the esteemed director of the Wind Spring Academy brews tea with it. Upon hearing this, the candidates realized they were, in effect, working for the school. Regarding credits, the female supervisor continued, "I nearly forgot to mention, once you submit your task items, the school will reward you with equivalent credits, which can be exchanged for other resources. Indeed, while the Imperial University possesses abundant training resources, acquiring more than others still requires the use of credits. Credits are typically awarded to students through assessments and events held by the school. Completing a mentor's tasks exceptionally well can also yield credits based on the student's performance. These credits can be exchanged for additional resources, including rare ninja legacies, precious materials, and promising summoning beasts. Within the school, mastering more credits and obtaining more resources is essential to stand out among the many talented ninjas. So there's a credit reward. That explains why this mid-level ninja assessment is so daunting. The candidate's spirits began to lift. At this moment, Luo Yu raised his hand curiously. If I capture more juvenile swamp giants, will I receive additional credits? Many present could only roll their eyes. Simply avoiding capture by the swamp giant would be a feat, let alone capturing more juveniles. Indeed, your first juvenile will earn you 80 credits, the female supervisor confirmed, leaving Luo Yu grinning widely. All right, let us get started. After recording all the students' information, the female supervisor stated, "You may now leave to complete your respective tasks." As her words concluded, the crowd dispersed. Luo Yu intended to proceed to the teleportation area within the Imperial University to enter the trial forest when suddenly, a man dressed in a black suit, with long flowing hair and pale skin, blocked his path. "You must be Luo Yu." "That's me." "And you are?" The pale-suited man excitedly shook Luo Yu's hand. "Finally, we meet. I am your mentor, Ning Fangtang. You're here to discuss the Manjiki Sharingan, right? Let us talk in my office." Feeling the icy chill of the man's hand, Luo Yu swallowed hard. "Professor Ning, your legacy isn't that of Orochimaru, is it?" Ning Fangtang's pallid cheeks twisted into a faint smile. "You figured it out? I see you thoroughly perused the legacy archives." Upon hearing this candid admission, Luo Yu felt a tightening in his chest. Wait, in the original story, Orochimaru was desperately seeking the Manjiki Sharingan. Why is my mentor him? Shouldn't it be a stern, commanding woman instead? This is nothing like I imagined. I hope he doesn't slice me into pieces. The legacy I inherited from Orochimaru is merely the blue quality version of the legendary Sannin. There remains a considerable gap compared to the pinnacle orange quality legacy. However, I am fortunate to have inherited not only power, but also Orochimaru's passion for science. Come, bring your Sharingan and follow me inside. Ning Fontaine smiled warmly. Chapter 92. The arrival of the Umbu in the office of the administrative building. Luo Yu cradled the ninja dog, Ah Fei, in his arms, anxiously following Ning Fontaine into the room. Ning Fontaine put on his glasses and sat down, listening intently to Luo Yu's account. I often feel that the Sharingan influences my emotions, making me feel as though, at times, I become a different person. Luo Yu proceeded to describe the changes he experienced during the Silver Forest incident to Professor Ning. Having researched the Sharingan for many years, Professor Ning was unfazed. That's quite normal. Individuals with Uchiha blood can experience chakra surges triggered by emotional stimuli, which in turn affect their visual perception. Hence, the Sharingan is susceptible to emotional influences. Historically, there have been numerous instances where members of the Jun family, upon experiencing extreme emotional distress, have unleashed devastating consequences. Therefore, despite being one of the two core families of the Dragon Kingdom, the Su family, masters of the Byakugan, is held in higher regard, while the Jun family as Sharingan, despite its power, is often viewed as a potential threat. There are even many rumors suggesting the Sharingan possesses an independent consciousness when the host experiences intense emotional fluctuations. This consciousness may seize control of the hostess body. These persistent rumors have fostered public prejudice against the Sharingan. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, recalling how the rogue ninjas he encountered referred to him as the evil Sharingan brat, likely stemming from such biases. Professor Ning continued, I have also viewed the footage from the Jiangli dojo regarding your Manjiki Sharingan. From an external perspective, it seems that your Sharingan is a counterpart to Kakashi's. The Inheritance Atlas has yet to document any similar lineage. However, you appear to wield it with greater ease, perhaps indicating that your Uchiha bloodline is purer than that of the Jun family. Luo Yu felt a sense of pride. After all, he possessed the omnipotent Hashirama cells and specialized in various Uchiha techniques. Teacher Ning flicked his tongue like a snake, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Luo Yu. His desire barely concealed. Driven by his passion for science, he couldn't help but inquire, May I examine your body? Clearly, he was fascinated by Luo Yu's ability to effortlessly use the Manjiki Sharingan. After years of studying ocular techniques, being called a master of dojutsu, encountering such a physique surely stirred his longing. Next time for sure, Luo Yu vigorously shook his head, ever ready to dematerialize and flee. After all, in the original narrative, Orochimaru was a genuine antagonist, an evil scientist archetype. Who could predict whether Teacher Ning, having inherited Orochimaru's legacy, would succumb to temptation and turn dark? With a gentle smile, Teacher Ning remarked, Analyzing your unique constitution could potentially aid me in conducting research that benefits all of humanity. There's no rush to reach a conclusion. You should think it over carefully. Seeing that Teacher Ning did not appear to have any coercive intentions, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I wish to train for a few years before considering matters that might benefit humanity. By then, I should have unlocked the 6 paths and truly realized peace in the world, which could also be seen as a form of benefiting humanity. Such experiments must respect personal opinions. Though my love for science is profound, I cannot forsake humanity. Teacher Ning chuckled lightly. Were it not for the explicit regulations from the association, he would have long since lost control of his thirst for knowledge. This reassured Luo Yu somewhat. He continued, I have a hypothesis. Is it possible to transplant Kakashi's heir's Sharingan to replace an ordinary left eye? That is indeed a perilous notion, Teacher Ning replied with delight. However, it is rather impractical. There are hardly any heirs to Kakashi. Moreover, the number of ninjas who can barely utilize the Manjiki and elevate their inheritance to the purple tier is even fewer. Furthermore, those who possess the purple Sharingan from Kakashi are naturally formidable. The Manjiki Sharingan is their ultimate weapon. Would you simply relinquish it? Would you be willing? Upon finishing, Teacher Ning cast a wistful glance at Luo Yu, as if to say, Aren't you also reluctant to let him examine your body? Luo Yu pondered. Is there a possibility that by forsaking the Sharingan, the true potential of Kakashi's legacy would emerge? Do not utter such words in front of Kakashi's heir, Teacher Ning replied. Exasperated, he genuinely worried that Luo Yu might babble in front of Kakashi's successor and end up being subdued. In any case, I will reach out to some scholars of secret realms to see if they have made any new progress regarding the inheritance of the right eye Manjiki. This way, I can tailor a suitable training plan for you. Within the secret realms from other dimensions, inscriptions that document information about ninja legacies are often discovered. Many of the best training plans for ninja inheritances have emerged from these deciphered secret inscriptions. As a researcher of ocular techniques, Teacher Ning naturally knows several scholars specializing in secret realms. He is also registered as a scholar within the association. Once any information regarding ocular technique training is deciphered, he will be the first to follow up. Thanks to his access to advanced knowledge of secret realms, Teacher Ning is always able to design the most appropriate training plans for his students. Although he may not be the strongest among the many instructors at the Imperial Capital University, his teaching abilities are unparalleled. Otherwise, how could a genius like Luo Yu, who stirred the association's headquarters, be assigned to him? As for you, for the time being, make the most of your well-rounded chakra attributes and master all elemental ninjutsu. Remember not to let your emotions fluctuate too much, lest it exacerbates any mental issues. The most important thing for a Sharingan user is to remain joyful, Teacher Ning advised. Do not let emotions fluctuate. Then I should refrain from drawing cards in mobile games for a while. Every time I draw cards, my emotions swing dramatically. It's either soaring high or crashing down. The Sharingan will undoubtedly be affected by this. After clarifying this, Luo Yu glanced at the time. He needed to complete the task of capturing the swamp cubs before 9 o'clock in the evening. Thank you, teacher. I will head for the Chunin certification now. See you at school. After politely exchanging farewells, Luo Yu strode out of the office. In Jiangli City, within the Villa District, President Bai, exhausted after a long day, complained. Being a small president involves so much work and little reward. I should have handed the president's position to old Jiang back then. As he pushed open the door, President Bai intended to collapse onto the sofa. However, he was taken aback to find a curvaceous figure lounging on his luxurious couch. Her silvery hair cascading down to her waist, her long, shapely legs clad in knee-high boots, casually draped over the table. Dressed in a sleek black bodysuit that exuded a sense of futuristic charm, she accentuated her graceful figure. President Bai was momentarily stunned. Was this not the demon-hunting ninja old Jiang often spoke of? What was going on? But when he noticed her face, adorned with the signature white and red striped cat mask, his legs went weak. Members of the Umbu. Chapter 93. The insect technique is quite impressive. The Umbu is an elite organization directly under the higher-ups of the association, tasked with handling particularly challenging special missions. Members of this organization are at least of the ninja sect level, and to be selected for the Umbu means one is among the most elite of the ninja sect. It is said that many of the higher-ups in the Umbu are even of the shadow level. Only individuals like President Bai, who are internal members of the association, as well as ninjas of the ninja sect level, are privy to the existence of the Umbu. The general populace and ordinary ninjas remain oblivious to this organization. After calming his emotions, President Bai respectfully stood to the side. You have come? The silver-haired Umbu member presented her credentials for President Bai to see. I am the investigator sent from above to look into the Silver Forest Peak incident, K. President Bai was well aware that K was merely the code name of the Umbu member before him. Regarding this matter, Luo Yu and Sun Hao have more authority to speak than I do. Understanding the purpose of her visit, President Bai decisively employed a secret technique, deflecting the ball. You are the president of Jiangli. According to protocol, I need to hear your perspective first. Kei calmly produced a camera and pointed it at President Bai, adopting a listening posture. The Trial Forest, a man-made secret realm exclusive to the Imperial Capital University, allows entry without the need for dimensional energy. Luo Yu quickly arrived at the teleportation anchor point through the school's secret realm teleportation facility. Indeed, the financial prowess of the Imperial Capital University is astonishing. Not only did they acquire a dedicated secret realm, but they also established a teleportation facility directly within the school, a feat other prestigious schools could only dream of. At the camp store at the teleportation anchor point, Luo Yu purchased a swamp suit as thick as a spacesuit. These swamp suits are crafted from materials harvested from swamp behemoths. Wearing this suit, one could withstand the toxins in the poisonous swamp for a certain period. This time frame is sufficient for Luo Yu to find a high ground to wait for the automatic detoxification mechanism of the swamp suit to clear the accumulated toxins. Of course, donning this suit made movement cumbersome, and traversing through the mire felt akin to being imprisoned. Meanwhile, the sluggish swamp behemoths moved swiftly in the toxic swamp, which is also why no one was willing to undertake this task. Lord Luo, Your teacher just looked at me with a rather peculiar gaze. After leaving the camp, as they walked with no one around, Ninja Dog Afe whispered in Luo Yu's ear. Luo Yu pondered for a moment before replying. He probably hasn't seen through you. He likely just wants to enjoy some dog meat hot pot. Afe shook his head, expressing uncertainty. That may not be the case. I have not extracted the chakra from other ninja hounds, and my disguise could potentially be seen through. Luo Yu, unperturbed, replied, no matter. I shall explain later that you are an extraordinary variant of white absolute capable of forming contracts. Teacher Ning is unlikely to mind. With that, Luo Yu ventured into the desolate wilderness, devoid of company. At his command, Afe immediately unfurled his body, enveloping Luo Yu, leaving only the hollow of his right eye exposed. Subsequently, Luo Yu retrieved his phone. Ever since his admission to the Imperial Capital University, the information pertaining to the trial forest, designated as the university's exclusive secret realm, had been made accessible on his account. Upon checking the location of the swamp area, Luo Yu promptly employed the white absolute technique, the ephemeris technique. His body seamlessly melded with the earth, becoming one with nature, allowing him to perceive the subterranean conditions in their entirety. Once Afe possessed him, all abilities became shared with the host, a rather convenient power. If Sister Bai desired to compete with him in a race in the future, he could showcase his prowess using the ephemeris technique. Enveloped in delightful thoughts, Luo Yu swiftly traversed underground. In less than 5 minutes, he glided past the nauseating swamp area, surfacing in a clearing at the swamp's center. Surrounded by the toxic mire, numerous juvenile beasts adorned in seaweed frolicked in the shadows, their malevolent eyes barely visible. Though plentiful, these young creatures predominantly lingered within the toxic swamp, making it difficult for even the ephemeris technique to approach. To make matters worse, 2 colossal swamp monsters, formidable creatures at the Jonin level, lurked nearby, posing a danger on par with the sacred flame's roots. These aquatic beings were highly sensitive to their environment, prompting Luo Yu to cautiously reveal only his head to evade detection by the swamp giants. As toxic fumes permeated the air, Luo Yu hastily opened the white absolute cloak enveloping his head, revealing his handsome visage. He then donned the gas mask from his swamp gear. Next, he summoned his ocular power towards his right eye, manifesting the 3 TOMOE Sharingan. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all the juvenile swamp creatures concealed within the mire materialized before his eyes. Scanning the surroundings, Luo Yu spotted a nest of newborn swamp juveniles atop a highland 500 meters away. Their eyes seemed yet to open, incapable of navigating the swamp. Now, that is a veritable bounty. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Were it not for a phase ephemeris technique, reaching that location would have been a daunting task. He then dove back beneath the surface, hastening towards the clearing inhabited by the swamp juveniles. Soon, he emerged halfway from the ground adjacent to the nest and cast a sealing scroll. In the next moment, the scroll unfurled mid-air as Luo Yu formed the necessary hand seals. Responding to the chakra fluctuations, the scroll generated a powerful suction, drawing the entire nest of swamp juveniles into its contained space. Luo Yu caught the scroll with a swift motion. Suddenly, the swamp stirred violently as a gargantuan creature, adorned with seaweed, erupted from the mire, roaring in fury. With urgency, Luo Yu activated the ephemeris technique, retreating back into the deeper underworld. Though he was confident in overcoming the Jonin-level swamp beasts, it would require considerable time. Moreover, defeating the swamp giant would yield only white and green quality fragments of the oil girl Sheena, reminiscent of that cool insect man from Konoha. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even acquire blue fragments of the heritage oil girl extraction. The oil girl extraction referred to the guardian of Danzo, who was later absorbed into the Kamui space by Toby. To demonstrate the impure world reincarnation to the masked Toby, Kabuto had killed him and used another of Danzo's guards as a sacrifice for the technique. In essence, all these fragments belonged to the insect clan, of which Luo Yu had no use. At best, he could offer them to the school in exchange for credits. In an instant, the clearing at the swamp's center was upheaved by the swamp giant, yet Luo Yu had already vanished into the depths of the underground world. The thrill of the heist lingered in his mind. The ephemeris technique was indeed a divine skill. As night fell at 9 o'clock, the third training ground of the Imperial Capital University bustled with activity. The female supervisor and a cadre of staff awaited the task submissions. Candidates hurriedly arrived, many bearing injuries. Some even had their classmates submit tasks on their behalf, likely recuperating in the school hospital. After all, the combat rookie who had opened 8 gates was rather formidable. Beside the training ground, numerous students gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was rumored that a freshman had accepted that brutal ordinary task, and they were keen to witness history in the making. Chapter 94. The mysterious female Umbu Li Long, having successfully completed a very simple examination, was awarded the Chunin Tier 3 silver badge. Lan Lulu, having also passed the very simple examination, received the Chunin Tier 3 silver badge. As candidates queued to submit their tasks, the onlooking students nodded in approval. The quality of this year's freshmen is commendable. So many have succeeded. Indeed, I remember our year. A few unfortunate souls were expelled due to failing Chunin certification. Patience, let us see how the fellow who chose to capture swamp juveniles fares. At that moment, the female supervisor's voice bore a note of emotion. Lu Kaiga, having passed the simple examination, received the Chunin Tier 3 gold badge. He also submitted 3 Phoenix Song herbs, totaling 26 credits. Upon hearing this, Lu Kaiga instantly became the focal point of attention. Countless astonished gazes converged upon him. This lad has done well. He managed to exceed the task even amidst the onslaught of the combat rookie. This indicates he can handle himself even against formidable foes below the Jonin level. I'm a year his senior, yet if tasked with gathering Phoenix Song herbs, I would likely return empty-handed. If I had started with 26 credits, I could have exchanged them for resources and ranked well in my class. Savoring the reactions of the crowd, Lu Kaiga felt a sense of fulfillment. Even Luo Yu couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. This guy appeared ordinary, yet he seemed to possess a degree of strength. Lu Kaiga humbly scratched his head. I can't compare to you, my friend. Noticing Luo Yu's composed demeanor, he speculated that Luo Yu had likely captured swamp juveniles and thus refrained from boasting in his presence. After all, capturing a juvenile swamp creature was considerably more challenging than collecting 3 Phoenix Song herbs. One must don cumbersome swamp gear and navigate the toxic mire slowly while facing the ever-looming threat of swamp giants. In the mire, the swamp giant's speed would overwhelmingly surpass that of a ninja clad in swamp attire. Hence, he surmised that Luo Yu's strength was at least at the Jonin level. Does he think he can leave everyone astonished? Not a chance. He'll have to settle for second place. Luo Yu merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Soon, it was his turn to submit his task. He directly handed over the sealing scroll. The female supervisor unfurled the scroll, and her previously calm expression shifted markedly. Luo Yu, 7 swamp juveniles. As her words fell, shock enveloped the entire venue. Even the upperclassmen were astounded. The swamp area of the trial grounds was an area they typically avoided. Yet, here was Luo Yu, having taken an entire brood of swamp juveniles. Are this year's freshmen truly that formidable? What about us upperclassmen? Do we not value our reputation? Even Lu Kaiga, who had mentally prepared himself, could not suppress his astonishment. I underestimated him. I suspected he completed the task, but I never imagined he would do so by stealing an entire family of swamp giants. My goodness, those are Jonin-level beasts. You are the prodigy with the Sharingan. Luo Yu. The female supervisor glanced at the tablet bearing Luo Yu's name, her expression shifting to one of realization. To have garnered the personal invitation of Dean Feng, this newcomer is indeed remarkable. Excuse me, could you expedite my badge, please? Luo Yu gently prodded. I was out late and need to return before my sister checks in. My apologies. The female supervisor regained her composure and announced that Luo Yu had successfully passed the ordinary assessment, earning the first-tier obsidian badge for a Chunin. During the physical fitness evaluation, it was revealed that although Luo Yu possessed a vast amount of chakra, his physical strength was only slightly over 600. The standard values for a Chunin are set at 500, 750, and 1000. Thus, he could only be awarded the first-tier Chunin badge. However, the ninja badge serves not only as a mark of achievement, but also as a means of measuring the owner's foundational abilities. As Luo Yu's physical strength increases, the badge will automatically upgrade until he meets the requirements for a Jonin. Holding the gleaming black badge, Luo Yu felt a bittersweet smile emerge within him, recognizing the drawbacks of his specialized skills. Additionally, he had accumulated 290 credits. Upon hearing of Luo Yu's impressive score, even the senior students were envious. Such a substantial amount of credits could easily be exchanged for a commendable blue-quality summoning beast. With the Chunin certification concluded, the candidates began to disperse. while onlookers turned back to resume their training in the practice arena. Just as Luo Yu was about to head home, the cheerful supervisor intercepted him. "Luo Yu, please don't rush off," she said. "Is there something more, teacher?" Luo Yu inquired, puzzled. "I am your teacher for illusion techniques, Jinling. We will often cross paths in class. The reason I called you over was to gauge your interest in transferring to my class. Your Sharingan is particularly suited for the study of illusions, and I assure you I will devote myself to your training." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu quickly understood her intentions. She was attempting to poach him from Teacher Ning. "What is your ninja lineage, Teacher Jin?" he asked. "I am a master of illusions, trained by the illustrious Uchiha Kurenai," Jin Ling declared proudly. Although Uchiha Kurenai was of blue lineage, it was still regarded as a standard within the ninja community. The rarity of illusion-focused lineages added to her pride. However, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel somewhat disturbed. After all, Orochimaru was also reputed for his illusions. "Our class has a larger female demographic, and we are currently in need of capable male students for protection," Jin Ling remarked, noticing Luo Yu's indifference. Considering the situation, Luo Yu pondered for a brief moment before, with a hint of sorrow in his eyes, he firmly declined. "I am not that kind of person." With that, he turned away, feeling a pang of regret for rejecting the temptation, determined to remain by Teacher Ning's side. If she were to master powerful techniques like the impure world reincarnation, it would be unreasonable for her not to impart her knowledge to him. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luo Yu found his sister engrossed in watching television, indulging in anime. He promptly retreated to his bedroom, with the Chunin certification behind him. His next objective was to venture into the Chunin secret realm and diligently elevate his attributes to reach Jonin status. Unlocking a new template was the true path forward. As for the credits, he decided to save them for later. After all, with the likes of Ah Fei in the early stages and the Nine Tails, or even the Outer Path Golem later on, he had no intention of using credits to exchange for a summoning beast. Lost in thought, Luo Yu entered his room and switched on the light. Suddenly, a dark, alluring figure enveloped him in a tight embrace, pushing him onto the bed. Just as he contemplated using the 8 gates to break free, he noticed that despite her form-fitting technological attire and cat-faced mask, her soft, graceful silhouette and enticing long silver hair disclosed her gender. He resigned himself to his fate. "How delightful. You wouldn't want your sister to discover that a woman has appeared in your bedroom, would you?" The dark figure spoke in a chilling tone. Sensing no malice from her, Luo Yu relaxed. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am a member of the Umbu. You may call me Kong," she replied. "Umbu? Such an organization exists in this world?" Luo Yu blurted out. "What business could Umbu have with a novice ninja like me? Are you here to check for contraband?" A dangerous thought flickered through his mind as he glanced at the computer on his bedside, filled with legitimate study materials. Noticing that Luo Yu's anxiety had subsided, Kong released her hold on him. Instantly, Luo Yu felt as though the world had lost its vibrancy. After standing up, Kong spoke in a serious tone. "The Umbu is a secret organization directly affiliated with the higher echelons of the Ninja Association. Our purpose is to handle special tasks, which necessitates a degree of confidentiality. Only ninjas of certain standing are privy to the existence of the Umbu." Luo Yu tensed up. "What are you telling me this for? I don't want to die?" he exclaimed, alarmed at the sudden self-introduction of such a secretive organization. "The reason I am disclosing this to you is that the higher-ups have recognized your potential. They hope you will join the Umbu after graduation." Luo Yu muttered under his breath, "Can I refuse? The Umbu sounds rather ominous." Kong regarded him seriously. "Of course. You may refuse, but should you do so, I will have to employ a memory-erasing technique to eliminate your knowledge of the Umbu." With that, she raised her fist, seemingly intent on delivering a serious blow to his head. "Memory erasure through physical means, is it?" Luo Yu quickly waved his hands in protest. "Wait, I haven't refused yet. I merely wish to understand more about the Umbu before making a decision. For instance, what are the salary and benefits like? Is there a standard 8-hour workday? Will this job affect my living conditions or my family?" Kong was taken aback. "I see. Umbu members are categorized as either regular or honorary. It appears you would be more suited to the honorary position. Regular members have a soldier-like relationship with the Umbu, bound to obey superiors unconditionally. In contrast, honorary members function similarly to ordinary ninjas who can select lighter tasks from the mission board. Naturally, the rewards for honorary members far exceed those for completing standard association missions. Benefits are issued monthly, and if your contributions are substantial enough, You can apply for any rare resources directly from the organization. Furthermore, many resource-rich secret realms require UMBU members to explore them. During these explorations, one can acquire an abundance of rare treasures. Our status is quite elevated. When we visit the association, the high-ranking officials treat us with utmost respect. After hearing Kong's vivid description, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. So, the UMBU is essentially a premium membership within the Ninja Association. You also get priority access to special secret realms, and they treat you with great reverence. With this realization, Luo Yu eagerly raised his hand. All right then. I wish to join the UMBU as an honorary member. Seeing his enthusiasm, Kong quickly cautioned, hold on, don't get too excited just yet. While the organization's higher-ups value you, there is a procedure to follow. Until you achieve the rank of a Jonin, you will only be able to assist me as an apprentice. Once you attain Jonin status, you will still have to compete with other candidates for the position of honorary member. Luo Yu was taken aback. Is this woman trying to make me a mere tool? He thought to himself. Reflecting on her words, he realized she had been painting a rather grandiose picture. Observing the hesitation in Luo Yu's eyes, Kong quickly reassured him. Don't worry, you are still quite weak. My tasks are beyond your current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's anger flared. Who do you think you're looking down on? If you're tired, I can give you a leg massage. As he thought this, he instinctively glanced at her long legs encased in over-the-knee boots. Regardless, having you around is mainly to help you adapt to these perilous tasks. During missions, your role will primarily be to entertain me and alleviate my boredom. Kong's assessment of Luo Yu was quite accurate. Since you have agreed to be my apprentice, I will now share the current task with you. With that, she detailed the investigation regarding the gray robe incident. So, you are here to investigate the Silver Forest Peak event. Luo Yu realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. Kong nodded. I have focused my investigation on that enchanted ring. As she spoke, she produced a storage scroll from her bosom. The preceding text chronicles the origins of various ring-shaped ninja tools that have emerged in recent years. Luo Yu picked up the warm scroll. Beholding the extensive accumulation of materials within the storage space, he felt a sense of helplessness. Was he truly regarded as merely a tool? Was he to undertake all the tasks while others remained idle? With his arms crossed defiantly, he retorted, I have more information to peruse than you do. Yet, Luo Yu sensed that her words lacked persuasive power. To prevent him from succumbing to lethargy, Kong let out a soft sigh and proposed, if you assist me in completing this task, I shall reward you. At her words, Luo Yu's despondent demeanor transformed, his spirits lifted. Kong, my requests are modest. Could you perhaps remove your mask, so I may behold your exquisite visage? The sweetness of his address to her was met with a reminder of the secrecy surrounding the identities of the UMBU members. On a serious note, the most I can offer is some training materials. Kong's tone grew somewhat disordered. Unlike other apprentices who exhibited deference to their masters, hers seemed to take liberties. Were it not for the higher-ups valuing Luo Yu, combined with his somewhat handsome appearance, she would have long since subdued him. At that moment, Luo Qingyu's voice rang out. Xiao Yu, who are you conversing with? Hearing footsteps approach from outside, Kong lowered her voice in warning. Make sure to finish reviewing all the materials soon. Otherwise, as your guide, I might have to administer some punishment. After all, those who entered the UMBU were typically elite ninja clans, and despite Luo Yu's prowess, he could not overpower her. Luo Yu was at a loss for words. He had thought he might outlast his sister, only to find himself contending with a formidable UMBU sister who sought to extract every ounce of his labor. What a dismal fate. Furthermore, matters concerning the UMBU were not to be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, he would face the threat of memory erasure. A gentle breeze swept through as Kong activated her body flicker technique and escaped through the window. Simultaneously, Luo Qingyu entered, her expression alert. Xiao Yu, did someone come here just now? My instincts tell me there is a thief in the house. She even sniffed the air in the bedroom. Fortunately, as an UMBU member, Kong would not leave any trace. Luo Yu forced a smile, responding, Sister, what nonsense. Uncle Li is a second-tier ninja. What thief would dare enter the Wulong community? After a moment's thought, Luo Qingyu conceded, then advised him to sleep early and avoid watching meaningless videos, before firmly closing the door behind her. Once his sister departed, Luo Yu gazed at the scroll nestled under his covers, which seemed to emanate a faint fragrance. With the school year approaching, he needed to fervently grind for attribute points and unlock new templates. Should he enlist the help of his shadow clone? Yet, Recalling Kong's attitude, Luo Yu felt a surge of rebellion. Shouldn't asking for help come with some leverage? Such notions were often depicted in comics. Did she really think she could manipulate him? Once he unlocked the Kimui space in a few days, he planned to take his provisions and his sister into a secluded hideaway, living a blissful existence. Let us see how she handles that. In the following days, Luo Yu, accompanied by a fae, immersed himself in the middle ninja-level secret realm of the capital city. Armed with the obsidian emblem, the dimensional energy was more than sufficient. By day, he resided within the secret realm, making do with meals from the camp's dining facility. It was only at night that he returned home to savor the taste of his sister's cooking. Observing Luo Yu's increasingly haggard appearance and waning strength, Luo Qingyu couldn't help but question whether her brother was involved with someone outside. Initially, upon entering the middle ninja-level secret realm and slaying beasts, he had acquired an abundance of attribute points. However, as his attributes improved, the rate of his progress began to stagnate. Moreover, Luo Yu's excessive force led to a noticeable decline in the numbers of the beasts residing in the once-frequented secret realm, Wangyue Slope. At the transport camp, he even overheard others lamenting that the beasts had grown increasingly cunning, rarely appearing. They would flee upon sensing human presence rather than engage in battle, reminiscent of the stone-toothed rabbits frightened by Luo Yu in the novice village. Eventually, Luo Yu accumulated enough experience to alternate between secret realms to grind for attribute points. After all, being in the capital, the hub of the Dragon Kingdom, meant there were numerous middle ninja secret realms available. This effectively mitigated the issue of dwindling beast populations, averting scrutiny from the association. If the association dispatched the Umbu to investigate, it would lead to his distress. Unlike the high-level secret realms, which resembled true battlegrounds, the middle ninja secret realms felt more like hunting grounds, with the beasts seemingly kept for the ninja's practical training. Should excessive hunting occur, the association would impose restrictions on entry times. If that were the case, no amount of dimensional energy would be of use. On the final day before the school year commenced, after a long day of labor, Luo Yu collapsed onto his bed without even shedding his white absolute attire. He then reviewed the results of his relentless grind over the past few days. Firstly, the level rewards and fragments of inheritance he had collected significantly enhanced his overall ninjutsu levels. Among the many middle ninja secret realms in the capital, one produced fragments of Yamato. His hellish chaos technique, an ultimate skill, reached level 3, elevating the power of spatial distortion. However, to attain level 4, he required fragments from the elusive purple Tuanzong, which resulted in a stagnation of his advancement. As for grinding Yamato fragments, he also acquired a plethora of white absolute fragments, bringing his grafting technique to level 6. Currently, his grafting rain was honed to perfection, capable of perforating even the most formidable barriers. Luo Yu mused that even a single layer of the rebirth gate would be rendered as porous as a sieve by his grafting rain. In the remaining time, he focused on collecting fragments of green rock Li, upgrading the 8 gates technique to level 2. He could now unlock the 5th gate, the door of dulling. The Lotus Bloom technique also ascended to level 3, consuming all available inheritance fragments, along with a substantial number of ninja scrolls bestowed by the system upon promotion to middle ninja. Most crucially, his foundational attributes were as follows: stamina, 1507, 100, chakra, 2212, 200. The basic attribute requirements for AJ Nin were 2500, 4000, and 7000 respectively. With the assistance of Hashirama cells, Luo Yu's chakra approached the 3rd tier of Nin, and his stamina was merely 1000 shy of the 2nd tier. Now, he felt confident enough to overpower Bai Mengyao, who had yet to unlock the 8 gates. However, he still fell short of the true Nin standards as stipulated by the system. Due to the increase in attributes, the drop rate of attribute points had been significantly reduced, making it impossible to unlock new templates in the short term. What infuriated him further was the system's new patch, which stipulated that an excess of unallocated attribute points would also diminish the drop rate of attribute points. This effectively quashed any possibility of suppressing his levels. Luo Yu surmised that if he were to rely on hunting beasts in the middle ninja secret realm to reach the true Nin criteria, he would soon attract the association's scrutiny. It would be wiser to wait until he was officially recognized as a Nin before venturing into high-level secret realms to accumulate attribute points. Speaking of which, it was about time that his superior from the Umbu came to collect the task. Hearing the reminder from his white absolute attire, Luo Yu sprang from his bed in a panic. How could he have forgotten about it? He had become so engrossed in grinding for attribute points that he completely overlooked this matter. If Kong, his master, were to come and discover this oversight, he would undoubtedly face her disciplinary measures. Oh no. Suddenly, he felt even less inclined to complete the task. What was going on with his daily grind? When would he find time to attend to that? Remembering the scrolls piled high in the storage scroll, Luo Yu sighed in resignation. He had thought that by aligning himself with the Umbu, he would elevate his own status, but it turned out that all the benefits were merely illusory. Kong was also quite unreasonable, delegating such critical matters to him, her novice apprentice, leaving him to handle everything alone. What was Kong thinking? Fei, I'm at my limit today, would you kindly excuse me? Luo Yu retrieved the storage scroll containing the materials. Fei dismounted from Luo Yu, coalescing into a human form, gazing vacantly at the scroll. Was this really handed to him? Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning it. The experience of having a boss who makes you work overtime daily is indeed challenging. However, Luo Yu had his rationale. Unlike that wicked flight attendant, he did not exploit his subordinates. Through making Fei toil nightly over mobile games, Luo Yu discovered that as long as Baiju received sufficient nutrients, he could work tirelessly without fatigue. Indeed, this perfectly aligned with the law of conservation of energy. It was just a pity about the surrounding greenery. Young people should undergo more training. Eventually, they will possess their own forest. Luo Yu kindly patted Fei's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Fei was deeply inspired and fervently continued working overtime. So, Lord Luo was merely honing my abilities. Initially, I was dissatisfied with his arrangements. It was truly excessive. No, I must not disappoint Lord Luo's expectations. Observing Fei's diligent figure, Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Fei could not withstand the wisdom accumulated by society over countless years. He then comfortably tucked himself under the covers. Due to his exhaustion, it was the most restful sleep he had ever experienced. Upon waking, Luo Yu rubbed his bleary eyes and saw Fei still soaring through the sea of materials. How is the progress? Luo Yu inquired. Without lifting his head, Fei replied, I've only investigated a third. The materials related to the characteristics of the seal and the white gem ring have all been properly categorized. Witnessing his determination, the last remnants of Luo Yu's conscience wavered slightly. After years of working under Banyi, Fei had never endured such grievances. Take a break and have breakfast. Since a third had already been reviewed, the flight attendant's arrival would likely not spark any objections. With Luo Yu's encouragement, Fei swiftly blended into the room and ventured underground to absorb the nutrients from the plant roots. Today marked the first day of school. The breakfast prepared by his sister was particularly sumptuous. Look at how your body has been worn down these past few days. You should eat more to replenish your strength. Luo Tingyu expressed with genuine concern. Luo Yu, who had been suffering from dark circles for days, indeed caused her considerable worry. Thank you, sis. You are truly good to me, Luo Yu said, deeply touched. This was his sister. She completely outshone that oppressive older sister from the Dark Division. Although she lacked somewhat in physique, her gentleness and thoughtfulness were commendable. Without comparison, there would be no harm. After enjoying the milk tofu made by his sister, Luo Yu set off early for the Imperial Capital University. Fei disguised himself as an ordinary sparrow, following Luo Yu along the way. Chapter 97, The Beast's Ruins? Today marked the commencement of the academic year for prestigious ninja academies, and Imperial Capital University was no exception. Consequently, the campus was bustling with activity, filled with talented students from across the nation rushing towards the school. They feared missing the opening ceremony and the principal's lengthy 4-hour speech. That was the essence of the opening ceremony, an exquisite experience not to be missed. As Luo Yu stepped through the school gates, he marveled at the sight of so many elite shinobi. Indeed, in a Tier 3 city, Nin was akin to a guardian deity, revered by the entire populace. At the #1 university in the nation, as long as students were not slacking off, by their second year, most could attain the physical prowess of Nin. However, whether they could pass the Nin certification was another matter entirely. Those familiar with the rigorous standards of the Imperial Capital University understood the challenges all too well. Even dogs would shake their heads in disbelief. Old Ning had called yesterday to inform him that the opening ceremony would be held at the school's arena. But the sheer size of Imperial Capital University was staggering. Luo Yu stood dumbfounded. gazing at the vast and unfamiliar paths of the campus. It was rumored that the area occupied by Imperial Capital University was comparable to that of a small county. Students had to use flying summoning beasts or campus buses to attend classes. Although the arena was a hallmark of Imperial Capital University, where countless champions of campus competitions were determined, it was not easy for a newcomer like Luo Yu to find. Initially, he had hoped to have senior sister by show him around before the school year started, but she had been too busy bonding with Su Ying to pay him any mind. Just as Luo Yu felt lost, a small black-scaled snake appeared before him. His expression brightened. "Are you sent by Teacher Ning to guide me?" The little snake flicked its tongue and declared, "Plans have changed. Follow me." With that, the little snake slithered away, and Luo Yu hurriedly followed. He had assumed the snake would lead him to the bus stop, but instead, it wound left and right, bringing Luo Yu to a classroom. The sign at the door reads Special Class of the Academy of Sciences. One could easily surmise that the students in this class were all peculiar individuals, perfectly suited for a scientist like Teacher Ning. Upon entering, Luo Yu saw Teacher Ning standing at the podium, with over 30 students seated at their desks. The moment they spotted Luo Yu, the students began whispering among themselves. "Isn't that the guy who captured 7 swamp pups, exceeding expectations to earn the obsidian badge? Indeed, I was thinking of asking him for his contact information. A powerhouse like him deserves to be known by someone like me." But then Teacher Jean intercepted. "Is that the one named Luo Yu? His terrifying reputation as a new student has spread throughout the school. Many seniors and juniors were eager to meet him." Hearing their discussions, Luo Yu felt somewhat weary. While he was open to sparring with senior sisters, he preferred to avoid challenges from seniors. In any case, upon hearing that a skilled individual would lead them, the entire class displayed relieved smiles. With a deity at the helm, they felt secure in their future group competitions against other classes. "What a surprise to see you." A boy in the front row, who was particularly fatigued, exclaimed upon seeing Luo Yu. He was Sun Hao, whose life had drastically changed since meeting Luo Yu. After witnessing Luo Yu's defeat of the Holy Flame Roots, his goal shifted from defeating Luo Yu to striving to be the top of the class. Discovering that he was in the same class as Luo Yu, he thought it might be time to set a more realistic goal. "At least if I can secure a girlfriend before Luo Yu, I'll consider it a success." With so many stunning women at Imperial Capital University, it would be strange not to feel attracted. "Sun Hao?" Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing. Sun Hao's heavenly curse seal had been refined by the Scientific Research Society, and Teacher Ning would surely be interested. "You're the one who caused chaos with the fire tree?" A white-haired boy sitting next to Sun Hao asked, extending his hand. "Hello. I'm a student from the country of the sea,